Family, a ridiculous event has happened. 1 second, Zhao Ke was collapsing on a vocational high school basketball court due to a heart attack, and the next second he found himself in a luxurious locker room, surrounded by pure English. And he even communicated effortlessly with white people for half an hour. What on earth is going on? Is this time travel? Zhao Ke felt the world spinning, his ears buzzing, and his vision blurring, his mind filled with three soul-searching questions. Who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? At that moment, a black man with cornrows, resembling Allen Iverson, shouted at him that he wanted to complain about the realistic cosplay and asked for an autograph. But before he could speak, he was grabbed and escorted by two big black men. The noise around him was overwhelming, and he felt too weak to resist. The two uniformed men followed behind, asking a bunch of questions, but their voices were lost in this strange environment. Half an hour later, the uniformed man said he was healthy and just needed to rest before continuing to play. What? Play? Zhao Ke suddenly realized he was speaking English with a standard VOA accent. He was confused. Hadn't he collapsed while playing basketball? Why were there all these foreigners around him? Is the emergency center this internationalized now? Why weren't the doctors wearing white coats? Speaking of Zhao Ke, he is an orphan, or more accurately, an abandoned baby found outside an orphanage. Discovered in 1983 while the director was writing Li Bei's The Heroic Song. Zhao Ke with a flowing red tassel, Wu Hook's shining bright, he got his name. However, he didn't become a hero, but instead became a programmer. With his physique, he's not exactly standard 160 cm tall and 180 kilograms heavy, a complete ball. But Zhao Ke loves basketball, firmly believing that there's nothing a three-pointer can't solve. If there is, then two three-pointers will do. He started playing at the age of 5, and this professional career has lasted 30 years, longer than Kevin Willis in the NBA, with opponents ranging from elementary to high school. Zhao Ke's head spun again as unfamiliar, yet familiar memories flooded back. This Zhao Ke is a Chinese-American orphan who grew up in a Philadelphia orphanage. After high school, he worked as a loader in supermarkets, cold storage, and restaurants that he was obsessed with two things: the muscles gained from working out and that orange basketball. At 18, he became a muscle man with exceptional dribbling skills, but didn't like to attack. He loved defense, believing there's nothing a block can't solve. If there is, then a steal will do. In 2000, he thought his basketball skills were good enough to join the NBA draft, but it was expected that an Asian streetball enthusiast without high school basketball experience would not be selected. Fortunately, on his 18th birthday, he received an invite for a tryout with the Philadelphia 76ers. His physical test results were astonishing: 1.98 m tall, 98 kilograms, a wingspan of 2.12 m, a standing reach of 2.65 m, bench pressing 180 kilograms, a 100 m sprint in 10.80 seconds, and a court crossing speed of 6.20 seconds with a vertical jump of 92 centimeters. This data thrilled the 76ers, who overlooked his offensive shortcomings and recommended him for his strong defense to Larry Brown. On April 16, 2001, Zhao Ke signed a 10-day contract with the 76ers. However, after 10 days, he hadn't played a single minute. Later, due to many injuries on the team, they converted his contract to a guaranteed one until the end of the season. But Larry Brown never liked to use rookies, and as the regular season was nearing its end, the 76ers were focused on their performance. Zhao Ke only got to play in the garbage time of the last 5 games of the regular season. Luckily, he made it to the playoff roster because 3 players were sidelined for the season, and he was brought in to round out the 12-man playoff lineup. In the playoffs, during the first round against the Pacers, he could only wave a towel in the Eastern Conference semifinals against the Raptors. Even with a forward injured, he could only guard the water cooler in the Eastern Conference Finals against the Bucks. With Iverson injured, the team rotated 8 players, and he still didn't get a chance to play. Now, it is June 7, 2001, the first game of the finals at the Lakers' home. After 5 minutes and 57 seconds of the first quarter, with the Lakers trailing, Shaquille O'Neal and Fox exploded, launching a 140-scoring run to take the lead. Larry Brown helplessly called a timeout, and after the break, Zhao Ke was surprisingly substituted in with the task of guarding Kobe. This was too unexpected. He hadn't played a minute before, but now he was tasked with defending Kobe at a critical moment. Even more dramatically, Zhao Ke was knocked out cold by a Kobe elbow within 5 seconds of entering the game. When he regained consciousness, it seemed like he had traveled through time, looking at his slim figure in the mirror, transforming from a chubby guy to a lean young man, leaving him feeling mixed emotions. At that moment, Iverson walked in, and Zhao Ke reflexively asked for a jersey. As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted it was now teammates with his idol. What a cringe-worthy fan moment. Luckily, Iverson didn't mind, scoring 30 points in the first half while the team led, feeling good and promising to give Zhao Ke a signed jersey. When the teammates returned, Zhao Ke looked at those familiar faces, overwhelmed with emotion, including the aging Uncle Moo at his peak, Iverson's good friend Aaron McKee, the solid rebounding and blocking power forward Tyrone Hill, the fierce defender Jermaine Jones, Iverson's suitable backcourt partner Eric Snow, the tough ball Matt Geiger, and the less noticeable Kevin Ollie and Todd McCulloch. But Zhao Ke felt someone was missing. After pondering, he suddenly remembered Raja Bell. According to Baidu, Raja Bell signed with the 76ers on April 16, 2001, with a trajectory very similar to his own, also playing in the last 5 garbage time games of the regular season and making it to the playoff roster. The difference was that in Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals, Raja Bell played 9 minutes, scoring 10 points on 4 of 6 shooting, beginning to earn Larry Brown's trust. While Zhao Ke did not. Bell later became famous for locking down Kobe, but here he was knocked out by Kobe's elbow and transported back in time. Was this fate? Zhao Ke muttered, "Bell, I hope you enjoy your time with the Spurs. I'm going to witness Iverson's journey to greatness in your place." But can Zhao Ke really replace Raja Bell and change the game in the finals, helping Iverson win the championship? What unexpected situations will he encounter on the court? The gap is heart-wrenching. Both on the 76ers and in the playoff roster, the other could win trust through skill while he could only watch from the sidelines. Even more absurd, Ish actually pushed Raja Bell out. Baidu clearly states that on April 16, 2001, Raja Bell signed with the Philadelphia 76ers, with a trajectory identical to his own. Both played in the last 5 garbage time games of the regular season and remained on the playoff roster. Because of his presence, this Zhao could directly push the future tough guy who would lock down Kobe to the Spurs to watch the water cooler. And what about him? He barely lasted 5 seconds before getting knocked out by Kobe. And then he time traveled. Bell became famous for locking down Kobe, while he was summoned by an elbow from Kobe. This plot twist is too much. "Hey, brother, how are you feeling?" A short black man with cornrows burst in, interrupting Zhao Ke's self-reflective moment. Looking up, he was stunned to see it was Iverson, the living answer. In a moment of excitement, he blurted out, "Hey, Alan, and your fan, can you give me an autograph?" "Oh no, after this game. Could you give me your jersey?" As soon as he said it, he wanted to slap himself. Now, he's a teammate. Being such a diehard fan, wouldn't that be embarrassing? To everyone's surprise, Iverson was in a great mood, scoring 30 points in the first half and leading the team. He waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, kid," after the game. "They'll give you my signed jersey, huh?" Looking at the familiar faces in the locker room, Uncle Moo, JaVale McGee, Tyrone Hill, Zhao Ke was incredibly excited. He was a diehard fan who had watched the 2001 Finals footage no less than 100 times. Now, he was going to replace Bell and witness Iverson's journey to greatness. "Zhao Ke, how's your body? Do you feel dizzy?" Larry Brown walked in, interrupting his thoughts. Zhao Ke stood up with a whoosh, pounding his chest and shouting, "Coach, that was just an accident. I'm as strong as a rhino. Kobe just gave me a little scratch. Let me play. I swear I'll make Kobe lose track of the basket." As soon as he said this, even he was shocked. With his mediocre skills from another world, could he really defend against Kobe? What if he got elbowed back to his original form? Could he seize this opportunity and prove himself like Bell? Saying, "I will witness Allen Iverson's journey to greatness on your behalf" was easy, but how hard was it to do? After all, the opponent had Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant, and he was just a fake who had just crossed over. Could he really defend against Kobe? Would Iverson's legendary battle change because of his appearance? Once you get on the court, stick closely to Kobe. Don't let him receive the ball comfortably, and give him no space to shoot. As soon as Larry Brown said this, Zhao Ke's heart raced to 180. The opportunity had come, but just a few minutes ago he was drooling on the bench. Not because he was nervous, but because I had seen something mind-blowing in his life. Suddenly, a line of text popped into his mind. Meteor, 100 success rate for a shot from any position and any posture. Skyblock, 100 success rate for 1 block. Phantom, 100 success rate for 1 steal. Day of the Sun, for any 10 shots, you can freely choose the hit rate. 100, 90, or even 110. Wow, the crossover's golden finger finally arrived. Although this system language was ridiculously corny. But these abilities were too overpowered. Just for this, he almost laughed out loud earlier. The 3-point shooting percentage of American Zhao Ke was only about 10, but with Day of the Sun, it could directly soar to 110. And with Meteor, he could make at least 3 stable shots in a game, if he could practice to Clay's 40 shooting rate. He didn't dare to imagine this was going to be a legendary ascent. "Hey, Zhao Ke, the coach is calling you." When Kevin Ollie pushed him, he realized that the drool on his hands had stuck to him, and oh, time to worry about that. He jumped up from his seat, rushing to Larry Brown. The old man was startled, and his face instantly turned serious. "Zhao, don't you want to play?" No. Coach, I'm as strong as a rhino. Now, He was really going to face Kobe again. With this overpowered system, could he defend against Kobe, who had shot 1 for 6 in the first half? Would using skyblock for the first time make Kobe question his life? Once you get on the court, stick closely to Kobe, don't let him receive the ball comfortably, and give him no space to shoot. Larry Brown's words were still ringing in his ears. But Zhao Ke's mind was filled with, should he use Phantom to steal first? Or should he directly use Meteor to shoot a super long three-pointer to ignite the crowd? Would this move help the 76ers secure the victory? If Kobe was messed with like this, would he explode on the spot? Zhao Ke tightened his shoelaces and took a deep breath. NBA, here I come. The number 18 jersey was so tacky. But who cared about that now? With 3 minutes left in overtime, the 76ers were down by 5 points. This situation was so thrilling, it made his scalp tingle. He could play, all thanks to Tyrone Hill giving him the chance. That guy had committed fouls like a club dancer just to defend against O'Neal, that only O'Neal's free throws could make opponents gamble like this. In the end, O'Neal surprisingly made the first free throw. Fortunately, the second one lacked power and was grabbed by Uncle Moo. But as soon as they got the ball, Snow got intercepted by Fox. The guy actually used a football defender's sliding tackle and conveniently called a timeout. This perm-haired dude must have activated some kind of cheat today. Old Man Brown took the opportunity to set up a pressing defense. Zhao Ke looked at Snow, who looked just like a bald uncle selling melons at the neighborhood entrance, just tanned. After being intercepted like that, he didn't even change his expression, truly a scheming commander. After the Lakers inbound the ball, Zhao Ke transformed into an octopus, sticking closely to Kobe. From the top of the arc to the sidelines, then back around the baseline. Kobe was frustrated by the defense and started trash-talking. Hey, your defense looks like dog poop. Zhao Ke didn't respond. Did I knock you silly with an elbow? Still no response. Are you deaf? Still expressionless. Kobe was about to explode. Yelling for so long felt like talking to thin air. This was even more frustrating than losing to someone who had insulted him. In fact, Zhao Ke had heard him that he was just conflicted should he use his skills or not. If he didn't, he might be subbed out immediately. But if he did, what if it changed history and made the 76ers lose? After all, they were originally winning this game, but after a moment's thought, let's go for it. Enjoy it first. The 3 powerful skills given by Heaven shouldn't be wasted. He decided to use Phantom. Target. Locked. Fisher made a bounce pass, threading the ball through McGee's legs towards Fox. McGee was so anxious he almost twisted himself, but the ball was still grabbed by Fox. Fox jumped, feeling that this shot was a sure thing. He had already scored 19 points today, hitting 3 out of 6 from three-point range. Suddenly, boom, a shadow flashed by, landing a solid block. Fox was sent flying by the block. The one catching the ball is number 18, Zhao Ke. His silhouette on the court is dazzling. This block has left the Lakers bench completely stunned. Kobe standing beside him is WED'd. Is this the same softie he knocked out with an elbow? Zhao Ke holds the ball, his mind racing. Should he shoot a three-pointer with Meteor or use no-fly zone on Kobe again? There's only this much time left in overtime. Can this play help the 76ers turn the tide? Will Kobe be completely enraged and go on a rampage next? That's right. It's Zhao Ke. He changed his mind on the fly. Why steal when blocking is so satisfying? One block isn't enough to quell the public anger. As soon as the no-fly zone skill activated, Fox became a casualty. Zhao Ke held the ball, yelled at Fox on the floor, and even flexed his biceps at the Lakers fans. The boos from Staples Center almost lifted the roof. He expressionlessly tossed the ball to McGee. McGee's eyes were filled with gratitude, as if he wanted to recognize him as a brother. After all, just now he was humiliated with a behind-the-back pass if Fox hit a three-pointer again. Head lose face big time. McGee dribbled up, and Fox immediately rushed at him. Horry crashed into him from behind, nearly sending McGee flying back to the midline. If this were the 76ers' home court, it would definitely be a foul. But here at Staples, the referees didn't even blink. McGee, being a seasoned player, didn't care about the referees and staggered to pass the ball to Iverson. But Tyronn Lue was glued to Iverson like a stubborn Band-Aid, and Fox came over to double team. Iverson used a hook shot to pass the ball back to McGee. At this moment, Kobe came charging over with his claws out. The whole court was empty except for Zhao Ke. But who cares? The whole world knows he can't score. The Lakers' intel is no joke. McGee passed the ball. He was even ready to catch it, just waiting for Zhao Ke to transition. They practiced this routine 800 times in training. But he forgot. Zhao Ke is a three-point shooting maniac, facing an open shot. Zhao Ke stepped forward with his right foot, bent his knees, and jumped, holding the ball in his right hand in front of his shoulder, with his left hand supporting it. His wrist formed an inverted V, and his elbow was at a 90-degree angle. All his strength concentrated at his fingertips. He flicked the basketball. The motion was beautiful. McGee was completely dumbfounded. This script isn't right. Did Ray Allen possess him? Larry Brown on the sidelines stood up abruptly. His face dark. Who gave this kid the guts to shoot recklessly? Kobe just turned around and was stunned by Zhao Ke's shooting posture. Feet slightly apart, right arm extended, wrist in a hook. This is textbook level form. Who told me this Asian muscle guy can't score? Step up. I promise I won't beat you to death. Kobe cursed inwardly. If this shot goes in, he'll definitely take the blame. A master knows right away. This motion flowed smoothly, both elegant and standard. It was clear he practiced it 1,000 times. The 76ers bench turned green with envy. If he had even half of Ray Allen's skill, it would be something. The Lakers side was about to curse Larry Brown out hiding such a big weapon as a secret weapon. Is that something a human would do? The basketball flew through the air. Zhao Ke suddenly squatted down, covering his face. Oh no. In the heat of the moment, he forgot to use his skill with Zhao Ke's terrible shooting attributes. It would be a miracle if this shot went in. Sure enough, the basketball flew over the backboard and landed right in the arms of a bare-chested fat guy. That fat guy had swept the 76ers. Written on his belly, this scene was simply a tailor-made backdrop. The big screen repeatedly showed close-ups of the basketball hitting the belly. The fat jiggled, and Lakers fans were laughing so hard they could barely breathe. The laughter and boos at Staples Center mixed together, ringing painfully in people's ears. Zhao Ke stood there, feeling like he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. Would Larry Brown take him out right now? He had only been on the court for a few seconds, but who noticed? Kobe's gaze changed. He stared intently at Zhao Ke, as if looking at a creature he had never known. The next second, would Zhao Ke use Meteor to redeem himself? Or would he be subbed out by Old Man Brown, becoming the ultimate water cooler guardian? If the Lakers used this momentum to take the lead, he would become the eternal sinner of the 76ers. The ball hit the sweep the 76ers belly. Was it a coincidence, or was God playing a joke? The 18th of the 76ers has committed a foul. There's no doubt this is a foul. He clearly went for the person. He must have seen the word on that fan's belly, and in a fit of rage, he shot a basketball at this poor, skinny fan. The commentator must have had his mouth blessed. Zhao Ke listened, his teeth itching. What I did was forget to use my skill. What does that have to do with that fat guy's sweep the 76ers belly? That fat guy was even flipping him off, swinging both hands. Damn, why is the fat guy making things hard for the soul of another fat guy? He lowered his head and ran back to defense, and Iverson suddenly patted his butt. Bro, don't mind the noise. That block earlier was awesome. Zhao Ke felt a warmth in his heart, said thank you, but inwardly wailed, doesn't know, Old Man Brown is probably going to sub me out. He glanced nervously at the sidelines. Larry Brown's expression was bizarre to the extreme. It was like anger, but also like confusion. His buzz cut was almost standing up, his beard shaved smoother than a female star's leg hair, yet he had a look like he wanted to explode. But he didn't sub Zhao Ke out. Could it be that earlier block had an effect? Or did the old man want to see if he could actually shoot? Who cares? Staying on the court is already a win. Zhao Ke shivered and quickly stayed close to Kobe. The Lakers started to kill time with the lead, passing the ball patiently. The ball reached Fox, who was ready to toss it to Shaq in the paint. Now's the time. Zhao Ke directly activated Phantom. A shadow flashed by, and it was intercepted. Fox was dumbfounded. Why is it me again? O'Neal stared at his empty hands. Confused. Did I just see the ball? Zhao Ke grabbed the ball and charged. One step outside the three-point line, he launched a meteor. He leaped high, relying on 30 years of shooting instinct to throw the ball. Then with a bang, he hit the ground, but his head was held high, staring at that ball. Swish, the net fluttered. The referee signaled that the three-pointer was good. 97:99. Only 1 minute and 49 seconds left. Zhao Ke lay on the ground, pounding the floor hard. Almost became a historical sinner. Uncle Moo reached out to pull him up, and the two bumped chests. The Lakers inbound the ball. Tyronn Lue dribbled past half court, glanced at Kobe, who was stuck to Zhao Ke, and decided to pass the ball to O'Neal. O'Neal leaned against Uncle Moo and bumped into him. Uncle Moo slid a bit. Another bump. He slid again. On the third bump. Uncle Moo just approached. O'Neal suddenly pulled back and shot a hook. He had used this move countless times, and Uncle Moo had no counter. But this time, the ball didn't go in. It hit the rim and bounced into Zhao Ke's arms. He grabbed a rebound. Zhao Ke tossed the ball to Snow and ran to the 45-degree mark outside the three-point line. He knew he had no status, just habitually stood there. Horry came up to pressure Snow. Snow made a high throw. The ball surprisingly passed to Zhao Ke. Should he catch it or not? If he catches it, should he use a skill? If Day Sky reaches a 110 hit rate, would it stun the Lakers directly? But there was only a little over a minute left in the game. If this three-pointer goes in again, .97:99 would turn into 100:99. Zhao Ke focused on the flying basketball. Kobe was already rushing over like crazy. Dare he shoot? Would it go in? If the shot goes in, would the Lakers collapse directly? Zhao Ke is unwilling to be substituted. He yearns to fight alongside his idol, Allen Iverson, until victory is achieved. Zhao Ke attempted to dribble the ball, yet he felt a sense of dissonance. The juggler-like dribbling technique he remembered from Lee's household seemed utterly unattainable. Is this what they call the soul, being unable to command the body? Kobe, having discerned Zhao Ke's lack of proficiency in dribbling, advanced and pressed against him, tauntingly remarking, "Kid, did your elementary school teacher teach you how to dribble? I don't even need to intervene." It seemed you're on the verge of smashing the ball into your own foot. As he spoke, his hands were far from idle, nearly snatching the ball away with swift precision on 2 occasions. Zhao Ke was drenched in sweat, his unrefined dribbling too prone to errors, and he hesitated to attack, deciding instead to swiftly relinquish the hot potato of the yam. Thus, he retreated a step, leaped, and adopted a textbook-perfect shooting posture once more. Kobe, quick to respond, leapt up, poised to execute a magnificent block. But wait, the arc seemed too low. Could it be? As the descending Zhao Ke emitted a peculiar, infectious laughter, he exclaimed, "You guessed it right, this is merely a pass." A pass? Jumping while passing is a cardinal sin. Do you think I'm naive enough to be deceived by your youthful ignorance? You have already unleashed the full arsenal of your three-point shooting, clearly intimidated by the prospect of missing and thus resorting to an unwilling pass. How audacious of you! Kobe silently scorned him. The ball was seized by Iverson, who had just escaped the clutches of Tyronn Lue. With no hesitation, Iverson faced Lue and unleashed his signature move, the in-and-out dribble. He took a small step to the left with his right foot, dribbled with his left hand, and simultaneously leaped to the right. Landing on his left foot, he swiftly crossed over to the right foot and switched the ball to his right hand, feigning a right drive. As he lifted the ball off the ground, his body executed a swift and dramatic rightward turn, his right hand cradling the ball on its right side, his right arm tightly tucked against his waist, while his gaze remained fixed on Tyronn Lue, ready to adapt based on the opponent's defense. Iverson's movements were as decisive and clean as a knife slicing through tofu. Lue managed to keep pace with Iverson's initial shift from left to right, but soon found himself off balance, nearly stumbling as his upper and lower body failed to synchronize. He lost his defensive position just as Iverson seized the moment to abruptly stop and take a jumper. Despite losing his balance, Lue cast a reluctant glance toward the hoop, praying that it would reject the infernal basketball. However, the rim had a penchant for Iverson's artistry, eagerly welcoming the orange sphere and emitting a joyful sigh as it gracefully fell through the net. Lue's ankle could no longer withstand the twisted force of gravity, and he crumpled to the ground. At that moment, Iverson had just finished celebrating with a triumphant fist pump, preparing to head back, when he suddenly found Lue sprawled at his feet. Iverson's raised right foot hesitated momentarily before deftly stepping over him. Zhao Ke, having witnessed this scene countless times on video, felt a rush of exhilaration akin to savoring a chilled watermelon on a sweltering summer day. At that moment, his sense of belonging to the 76ers was still nascent. Rather, he experienced this as a fan, witnessing, appreciating, and relishing the moment. A classic replay, an exclusive classic for Zhao Ke. The flashing lights from the sidelines would immortalize this moment, etching it into eternity, celebrated as a hallmark of Iverson's peak glory by fans everywhere. This was the essence of the answer, the embodiment of the in-and-out dribble, the annihilator of ankles, and the singular truth. As Zhao, with fervor, charged towards Iverson, he delivered an electrifying chest bump, exclaiming, "Allen, you are unstoppable." Iverson, visibly pleased, allowed his bright, expressive eyes to brim with hope and confidence. He extended his left hand to his ear, adopting a listening posture, reveling in the splendid atmosphere. The sole discordant note, however, was that they were at the Lakers' home ground, the Staples Center, where he was met with a cacophony of deafening boos. The score was tied at 99, with just 1 minute and 8 seconds remaining. Phil Jackson called for a lengthy timeout, a rarity for him, as he typically refrained from such interruptions, believing in the player's ability to self-adjust, earning him the moniker of the Zen Master. Nevertheless, the Lakers found themselves somewhat disoriented, particularly after being blindsided by a significant dunk and an inexplicable steal by Fox, not to mention being outmaneuvered by Iverson, who had just evaded Tyronn Lue. They needed a moment to regroup. Meanwhile, the 76ers seized the opportunity to rest. Several players, akin to Iron Men, were nursing injuries. McGee had twisted his ankle during regulation and felt considerable discomfort, but did not return to the locker room for an examination. Geiger was suffering from a leg injury. Lynch had a fractured foot, and Uncle Mo's tongue had been mangled by O'Neill's iron elbow, leaving him silent and gritting his teeth. Snow had a fractured ankle, still encased in protective gear, while Iverson bore an array of injuries that were too numerous to count. Larry Brown surveyed this battalion of wounded warriors, hesitated to speak, and then, casting his gaze upon Zhao, finally inquired, "Zhao, when did you practice your shooting?" Zhao Ke, feeling somewhat flustered, has been discovered and is now quite anxious. "What should I do?" "Well, I have been practicing diligently at home every evening, shooting 500 three-pointers each morning and night. I have been emulating the techniques demonstrated in Ray Allen's videos, as I find his shooting form particularly aesthetically pleasing." Zhao Ke scratched his head, feigning shyness and sincerity, while earnestly spouting nonsensical remarks. "Very well, my child. Opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared. Keep a vigilant eye on Kobe. When you find an opening, take the shot and astonish the Lakers." Larry Brown has a penchant for players who excel in defense, but he has an even greater admiration for those who not only defend well, but also exhibit diligence, particularly those who, in addition to their defensive prowess, have developed offensive skills. Undoubtedly, Zhao Ke embodies such a player. In that moment, the old man's heart was subtly stirred by Zhao Ke's potential. Chapter 5, an unforeseen conclusion. As the timeout concluded, the Lakers commenced their offensive play. Kobe brought the ball past half court in place of Tyronn Lue. Although Lue maintained a stoic expression, seemingly unaffected, his teammates were still concerned for him. Following the meticulous arrangement of old Mr. Brown, Zhao Ke closely shadowed Kobe, extending his long arm to obstruct both his line of sight and the trajectory of his shot. Had it been 2 years later, Kobe would undoubtedly have taken matters into his own hands, executing a challenging fadeaway jump shot or a spinning dunk to respond to Allen Iverson's previous basket. However, in the present day, the Lakers still belonged to Shaquille O'Neal. Kobe was merely the second in command, a rising star in the making. Thus, he prudently lobbed the ball to Shaq. O'Neal, employing his familiar tactics, collided with Uncle Moo once, then again. Uncle Moo slid backward, retreating with each impact. On the third attempt, O'Neal gathered the ball, prepared to unleash a hook shot. Just as he released the ball, Uncle Moo cunningly feigned a push upward, swiftly maneuvering to the side. Unbeknownst to O'Neal, whose third charge was merely a ruse, he remained oblivious to Uncle Moo's clever maneuver, confidently executing his hook shot. However, as the basketball left his hands, it was met with a resounding rejection from Uncle Moo's formidable block. Yet, the quick-witted Fox managed to seize the deflected ball, ensuring that possession remained with the Lakers. Although Fox had performed admirably during regulation time, the haunting memory of his earlier misfortune lingered in his mind. He chose not to take the shot himself, steadying himself before passing to Horry. Horry, feeling the pressure of the moment, dribbled twice but sensed he could not breach the relentless defense of the exuberant JaVale McGee, thus passing the ball to Kobe. Kobe, reluctant to bear the burden of failure, found a shot clock winding down. Under the duress of Zhao Ke's close defense and obstructive tactics, he released a high-angled fadeaway shot. The fadeaway jump shot is regarded as one of the most aesthetically pleasing maneuvers in the NBA, epitomized by Michael Jordan, who had mastered this art form to such an extent that it captivated both his adversaries and millions of fans alike. After Jordan, if one were to ponder which player's jump shot most closely resembled his, the answer would unequivocally be Kobe. At this moment, Kobe had yet to develop the remarkable ability to score even amidst formidable defenses, a skill that would later define his career. The hurried shot he attempted was misguided, and naturally, it did not find its mark. Once again, by sheer fortune, Zhao Ke seized the rebound and evaded the approaching Horace Grant, passing the ball to Snow. This time, the Lakers' defense was exceptionally robust, compelling the 76ers to repeatedly pass the ball beyond the three-point line. Meanwhile, Uncle Moo found himself pushed out of the paint by Shaquille O'Neal, and as the shot clock dwindled, the Lakers were inching closer to successfully defending against the 76ers for the full 24 seconds. Suddenly, Snow executed a sharp change of direction. Driving toward the basket with the ball, O'Neal stood firmly beneath the hoop, grinning as he prepared to block the shot. Ignoring the imposing figure of the big shark before him, Snow charged ahead with unwavering determination. However, at the critical moment of collision with O'Neal, he deftly pulled the ball back and tossed it over his shoulder, while he himself crashed into O'Neal, careening backward as if in a car accident. Zhao Ke, trailing behind Snow in anticipation of a potential rebound, was startled by Snow's unexpected backward tumble, quickly wrapping his arms around Snow's waist to shield him as they both fell and rolled backward. It turned out that just moments prior, Uncle Moo had moved to the top of the arc to set a high-quality screen for Allen Iverson. Tyronn Lue, rushing in behind Iverson, collided forcefully with Uncle Moo, nearly losing his balance. In the meantime, Snow's discreet, yet synchronized behind-the-back pass had soared through the air. Lue was still a distance away, obstructed by Uncle Moo, and Robert Horry, closing in on the play, was also a couple of steps behind. Without making any adjustments, Iverson received the ball, leaped swiftly, and released a decisive three-pointer. Swish! The ball sailed through the net, and with a furrowed brow, Iverson let out a low growl, giving Snow, who had nearly been flattened by O'Neal, a pat before gradually making his way up the court, disregarding Lue's dark expression, which resembled the bottom of a pot. Beware of the god of death. The score stood at 102-99, with just 23 seconds remaining. This time, Kobe took it upon himself to dribble past half-court. Seizing the opportunity while the 76ers were still settling into their positions, he suddenly accelerated towards the basket, despite having unexpectedly acquired Zhao Ke's extraordinary physique and defensive instincts. Zhao Ke's defensive awareness remained inadequate. By the time he realized Kobe had already passed him by nearly a full body length, he desperately pursued. Uncle Moo, sensing the impending danger, rushed forward to double-team. O'Neal cunningly withdrew from the paint, maneuvering to position himself beside Uncle Moo. Zhao's heart sank. This was dire. The current OK duo was indeed quite harmonious, and Kobe's development was still insufficient to threaten Shaquille's status. At that moment, Shaquille was unguarded, and Kobe would undoubtedly pass him the ball. Realizing the situation was one thing, but executing a response was evidently too late. He could only watch as Kobe delivered a mesmerizing behind-the-back pass, effortlessly placing the basketball into Shaquille's embrace. Shaquille then slightly crouched, leapt into the air, roared, and executed a thunderous dunk. The score was 102-101, with only 12 seconds remaining. Zhao, signaling for the inbounds pass from the baseline, tossed the ball to himself. Allen Iverson, with remarkable agility, darted forward as the Lakers' defensive formation swiftly contracted, with Tyronn Lue being the first to face the onslaught. Only his speed could barely keep pace with Iverson. Iverson showed no signs of slowing down. Confronting Lue, he fearlessly launched himself upward, deliberately bringing his arms close to Lue's raised hands, catching him off guard. Lue had no time to evade and resolutely braced himself, since a foul was inevitable. He could not allow the opponent to complete a 2-1 play. He suddenly exerted force, striking at Iverson's wrist. With a sharp sound, Iverson lost his balance midair. Fortunately, his physical coordination and flexibility were exceptional, allowing him to stumble only slightly upon landing. The referee's whistle echoed at the perfect moment. Iverson initially intended to celebrate, raising his fists and bouncing in place. However, Lue's hit had been somewhat forceful, landing painfully on his wrist. Thus, while celebrating, he wore a furrowed brow yet a smiling mouth, his expression undeniably peculiar. Zhao Ke cast a glance at the expressionless Tyronn Lue and thought to himself that this truly was a child of remarkable inner strength. He was even more diminutive than Iverson, yet, akin to Iverson, he possessed a formidable spirit. In 2016, as a novice coach unexpectedly thrust into the limelight, he led the Cavaliers to triumph against the then-mighty Golden State Warriors, overcoming a daunting 1-3 deficit to ultimately seize the championship. A rookie coach, faced with a finals deficit and a decisive Game 7. Anyone lacking mental fortitude would surely lament, "I cannot bear it." Uncle Moo approached and patted Iverson on the back, while Snow came over to give Iverson's hand a reassuring touch. Iverson signaled to the referee that he was ready. The first free throw, the basketball ricocheted off the left side of the rim, then bounced to the right before reluctantly settling into the net. Iverson shook his wrist, evidently feeling that Tyronn Lue's earlier intervention had been too forceful, leaving him devoid of any shooting rhythm. The Lakers wore expressions that were somewhat varied. The second free throw, it went in with unwavering certainty. In a critical moment, the answer was indeed the answer. The score stood at 104-101 with 5 seconds remaining. The venerable Colonel Sanders called a timeout, likely the final one of the game. Larry Brown anticipated that the Lakers would gamble on a three-pointer. Aside from Shaquille O'Neal, any of the others could take the last shot, with the most probable candidate being the perimeter maestro, Kobe. However, Horry and Fisher were both clutch shooters in critical moments. While Fox was on fire this game, on the court, aside from Zhao Ke, who had only played for 2 minutes, the remaining players were panting like winded horses. and there was little confidence for a second overtime. Besides O'Neal, any of the other four could take the shot. They needed to keep a close watch on their assignments, restrict shooting, and allow for drives without fouling. Boys, we played an entire game of excellent basketball. Let's hold on for these last 5 seconds and send the Los Angelinos home to their mothers in tears. As soon as they took the court, the 5 players of the 76ers, including Zhao Ke, charged forward like bulls pricked by a matador-esque sword, nearly suffocating the passing lanes of the Lakers, almost drawing a violation. Fortunately, the towering Shaquille O'Neal secured the ball just in time and prepared to pass it to Kobe, who was lurking just beyond the three-point line. At that moment, the discord between them was rendered insignificant. The pass flowed with the harmony of lovers. But where was the ball? Zhao Ke could swear that he had not employed any skills, and that the skill for stealing had already been utilized. He was merely adhering to the defensive instincts passed down by the Zhao family, attempting to circumvent and guard against Kobe. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, O'Neal's pass arrived, and instinctively, he stretched out his hand to intercept the orange sphere. One opportunity. Seizing the moment while Kobe remained momentarily stunned, Zhao Ke pivoted and sprinted away. As he ran, Zhao Ke glanced up at the timer behind the backboard, his objective being to elude the relentless pursuit of Kobe and Tyronn Lue. Yet, with a chance to shoot, why not take it? Just past midcourt, Zhao Ke swiftly activated another skill, Day Sky. With an impressive 100 accuracy boost, Zhao Ke, exhausted from his dash, could not execute a conventional shot. Instead, he hurled the basketball akin to a shot put. Both Kobe and Tyronn Lue halted their chase, the clock having already run out. The basketball soared through the air in a straight trajectory, striking the backboard before rolling into the net. The timer lit up, displaying 107, 101, a magnificent buzzer beater. The Staples Center descended into a profound silence, a defeat that the Lakers found hard to bear. Kobe, without uttering a word, turned and strode towards the locker room, while O'Neal gazed at his hands in disbelief. "Kid, that was a remarkable shot." Uncle Moo began to ruffle Zhao Ke's hair, followed by Iverson, McGee, and Snow. "I was lucky. That was a fortuitous shot. Tiao Gisgiviko Gandidli Konthesid. Fortune is indeed a form of strength." Zhao Ke never imagined that he would find himself surrounded by a constellation of illustrious basketball stars, basking in their collective glory. The experience of crossing over into this realm is truly remarkable. As for the Lakers, succumbing to an obscure player like him must evoke a sense of bitter resentment. A sentiment that echoes, "I foresaw the beginning, yet the conclusion eluded me." Chapter 6. Signed jerseys before long. Reporters approached to interview Uncle Moo and Iverson. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Ke awkwardly extricated himself from the throng of head-patting admirers, hastily making his way to Larry Brown. Breathlessly, he expressed his gratitude. "Coach, thank you for this opportunity. Young man, you should be grateful for your own diligence and hard work. Now, go revel in your victory." Larry Brown found Zhao Ke's thought process somewhat peculiar. Wasn't he supposed to be thrashing a towel against the water cooler and proclaiming their separation? Yet, the old man quickly dismissed such musings, as there was something far more pressing on his mind. Larry Brown briskly approached Phil Jackson, presenting a facade of cordiality and a polite smile. The two cunning veterans extended their hands simultaneously, with Brown speaking first. "The Lakers are formidable. Our victory today was sheer luck, particularly thanks to that young lad, Zhao Ke." Phil Jackson, somewhat at a loss for words, felt it was unbecoming for someone of his age to be so self-deprecating. Previously, the media had portrayed this finals matchup as Jackson's chance for revenge, stemming from 2 decades ago when Larry Brown's failure to pass Jackson's interview nearly cost him his career. However, the disparity in skill this time was so vast that the consensus in the industry deemed this series a David versus Goliath scenario, with Larry Brown's Philadelphia 76ers cast as the unfortunate David. It was widely anticipated that Phil Jackson's extraordinarily powerful Lakers would sweep Larry Brown's beleaguered squad with a decisive 4-0, avenging past grievances and leaving Brown in disgrace. Although Larry Brown harbored a grudge, he lacked confidence in overcoming the resplendent Lakers. Fortunately, winning the first game was exhilarating. Such an outcome would surely shatter the expectations of many, and those who predicted a 4-0 sweep must be feeling quite pained at this moment. Larry Brown reveled inwardly in his triumph, while Phil Jackson had no interest in playing the supporting role. After a perfunctory handshake, he turned and made his way to the locker room. Meanwhile, Iverson and Uncle Moo were already engaged in post-game analysis. Iverson had an outstanding performance, scoring 48 points. Alongside 5 rebounds, 6 assists, and 5 steals, his contributions represented nearly half of the team's scoring, a third of the assists, and an eighth of the rebounds. It is fair to say that he single-handedly vanquished the Los Angeles Galaxy. Consequently, Iverson was elated, his charisma radiating before the cameras. Before coming here, we knew we could win, even though everyone thought we had no chance. People expected us to be swept, so this victory feels like a resounding slap in the face. Some individuals inflict harm upon their own emotions. I am relieved that no one has wagered on today's outcomes. Otherwise, it could have led to dire consequences. In the midst of the chaos, Zhao Ke swiftly returned to the changing room, finding the allure of the shower at Staples Center quite enticing. In fact, he had just recalled that, until now, he had not assessed whether all his parts were intact. The thought of any deficiency was terrifying, evoking a shiver down his spine. After a considerable time, standing beneath the refreshing shower, Zhao Ke let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, everything was as it should be. Complete and even an upgraded version of what one might expect. There were none of the unwelcome surprises. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, and Allen Iverson's signature braids peeked in. "Hey Zhao, let S." The cheerful voice abruptly halted, replaced by a shocked exclamation. "What the hell? What are you doing? Quickly, release your sinful hands." Zhao Ke, overwhelmed by shame and indignation, found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate a fitting explanation or to remain silent. Iverson's thunderous exclamation drew the attention of the other unsavory characters in the locker room, who flocked over to scrutinize Zhao Ke's every feature. The earnest vendor, Uncle Snow, remarked with a straight face, "I must admit, you've concealed your true self rather well on most occasions. Furthermore, I cannot help but mention that your method of celebration is rather unconventional." Zhao Ke covered his face, feeling utterly mortified, as his towel had been snatched away by Iverson. Uncle Moo's voice was hoarse, compounded by an injury to his tongue, rendering his speech distinctly unique. "It appears that your lineage is likely not entirely pure." Zhao Ke, overwhelmed with emotion yet bereft of tears, expressed his desire to treat everyone to Chinese cuisine tomorrow, imploring his esteemed elders to grant him a reprieve. This proposal was indeed constructive. The seemingly earnest and unassuming McGee was the first to express his agreement. Iverson insisted, "We must choose an upscale establishment." Anselmo interjected, "Make sure it isn't spicy." Like a savior, Larry Brown emerged to rescue the beleaguered Zhao Ke, accompanying Uncle Moo and Iverson to the press conference. Zhao Ke had never found Old Man Larry to be as endearing as he was today, and yet he still had to host a dinner. Alas, with the lowest salary on the team, he was compelled to treat these animals to a meal, which left him feeling rather disheartened. However, thinking of his struggling peers on the Lakers, Zhao Ke was suddenly inspired to sing. What is this fleeting pain amidst the storm? Wipe your tears and cast away your fears. In this match, the versatile Big Shark, the diesel engine, the great Aristotle, Shaquille O'Neal, played an astounding 52 minutes, amassing 44 points, 20 rebounds, 5 assists, and 1 steal. These statistics undoubtedly reflect a dominating performance in the paint, as he overwhelmed the 76ers' interior defense. In contrast, Uncle Moo and the balding Geiger combined for a mere 23 points and 16 rebounds, along with 11 fouls. Indeed, apart from the fouls, humanity seemed powerless to impede O'Neal. Yet, all of this proved to be of little consequence, as the media fixated on O'Neal's critical turnover in the final moments of the game. With his double-double, O'Neal's dominance was well established, yet discussing his prowess felt as tedious as commenting on his increasingly robust physique. To falter at the hands of an obscure player with a total score of 0 in a finals match was already a bitter pill for Los Angeles to swallow. But to then witness O'Neal's excruciating mistake in a pivotal moment only compounded their frustration. All the media outlets in Los Angeles prominently featured the narrative. Had it not been for O'Neal's blunder, had Kobe successfully received the pass and made the three-pointer, the injury-riddled 76ers, dragged into a second overtime, would have stood no chance. Of course, O'Neal was not the sole target of the media's scorn. He was not alone in this ordeal. Kobe Bryant, who had spent the entire season vying for attention alongside O'Neal, was equally scrutinized. Fans did not demand that Kobe be the best player in every game, but his mere 15 points were woefully insufficient, equating to the scoring level of Fisher in this year's playoffs, and not even reaching half of Kobe's playoff average. This was especially disheartening considering the astonishing drives and dunks he had displayed while sweeping the Kings and Spurs. In today's contest, Fans witnessed Allen Iverson repeatedly score over Kobe, whose expression betrayed helplessness and confusion, performances that fans felt were unworthy of his talent. The media relentlessly probed into the reasons behind Kobe's tardiness prior to the game, questioning his apparent lethargy on the court, and criticizing him for indulging in popcorn with his newlywed Vanessa while watching Pearl Harbor at home, which ultimately led to the Lakers' own Pearl Harbor. In a relentless march of time, Allen Iverson's legendary battle, transcending over O'Neal, Kobe, and Tyronn Lue, propelled him to greatness. In a world familiar to Zhao Ke, this would mark the zenith of Iverson's career. From that moment forward, he would never again win another finals match, nor would he ever have the chance to grace the finals floor once more. Zhao Ke believed that as a successful traveler and admirer of AI, he must take some action. On the shuttle bus returning to the hotel, Zhao Ke approached Iverson, who was swaying to the music, removed his headphones, and leaned in to say something. Startled, Iverson suddenly pushed Zhao Ke away and exclaimed with a tone of disdain, "Stay away from me, you pervert." Zhao Ke momentarily found himself in an awkward predicament, rendered speechless. However, Iverson erupted into hearty laughter, pulling Zhao Ke to sit beside him and wrapping an arm around his shoulders. "Hey, my friend, you are destined to become a superstar?" Zhao Ke grinned widely, and his flag was indeed well raised. Iverson extolled Zhao Ke with fervor. "During that final stretch, do you know who you reminded me of? It was Reggie Miller indeed. You embody the essence of a true assassin." Zhao Ke, feeling a bit bashful from the exuberant praise of his idol, rubbed the back of his head. "Allen, it was you who dominated the match, not I." No, my friend. I played a commendable half, but you were undeniably the key player." "All right, Allen, let's not dwell on this any further, shall we? You still owe me a signed jersey." Zhao Ke was compelled to shift the conversation, while Iverson, ever the exuberant conversationalist, truly exemplified a legendary talker. "Oh, you are quite the eccentric. Zhao Ke, what do you intend to do with my jersey? Why aren't you a beautiful woman?" Iverson resumed his playful disdain for Zhao Ke. "Allen, I have been your admirer since 1996. Although we now stand side by side as teammates, this does not alter my unwavering admiration for you. Well then, in light of your unwavering support, I have decided to bestow tonight's jersey upon you." Zhao Ke took the jersey from Iverson's hands, meticulously folded it, and carefully placed it into his backpack. He looked up at the amused Iverson, feeling a hint of awkwardness, and cleared his throat before speaking. "Allen, in commemoration of such a remarkable game, aren't you considering doing something special?" Iverson, slightly taken aback by Zhao Ke's unconventional thought process, shook his head and replied, "We've only won one game. It's not as if we've secured the championship. What is there to commemorate?" Zhao Ke certainly could not divulge to Iverson that they had won merely one match, only to subsequently lose 4 consecutive games and return home to fish. Zhao Ke firmly believed that if he dared to voice his thoughts, this herd of livestock would undoubtedly propel him back in time with remarkable swiftness. Zhao Ke, the protagonist, has met his demise. The story reaches its conclusion. Allow me to surface briefly. Yesterday, I received a signing message, which brought me immense joy. I wish to share this happiness with you all. Now you may confidently support my endeavors. At the very least, I aspire to reach 800 chapters before I become truly delectable. The initial 6 chapters did not meet the word count requirements. However, the editor graciously informed me that no revisions are necessary. Moving forward, I shall adjust to a chapter length of 2,000 words. Fortunately, I am committed to updating 2 chapters daily. Should my creativity flow like an avalanche, I shall strive to produce even more chapters. Let's all push forward together. I shall diligently craft my words, while you all embrace the joys of life. Occasionally, do visit me for a moment of delight and cast a few votes. Let's all share in this happiness. In the 7th chapter, though surrounded by millions, I shall press on. Allen Iverson's remark abruptly extinguished the conversation. With no other recourse, Zhao Ke candidly confessed, "Allen, I actually designed a tattoo a long time ago, intending to gift it to you." "A tattoo? Wow, that sounds wonderful. Where's your design? Let me see it." This tactic indeed piqued Iverson's interest. Without uttering a word, Zhao Ke produced paper and pen, inscribing the 7 characters. "Though faced with millions, I shall proceed." The script was in small seal style, exuding an air of solemn grandeur. In his past life, Zhao Ke believed this phrase encapsulated the essence of Allen Iverson himself. Since the inception of his career, both in life and on the court, Iverson embodied this spirit of unwavering resolve. As a devoted fan, Zhao Ke meticulously designed this tattoo, sketching it hundreds of times. even contemplating crossing oceans to present it to Iverson in person. However, financial constraints prevented him from traveling abroad, and he ultimately abandoned the idea. Ironically, by the time Zhao Ke could afford to travel, Iverson had already retired and was making ends meet by participating in exhibition matches. The thought of tattooing such a phrase now seemed more ironic than meaningful, leaving Zhao Ke disheartened, and he let the idea go. Later, he considered inking it on himself, but recoiled at the thought of the pain, and thus he decided against it. This time, Zhao Ke came prepared, his strokes flowing like clouds, radiating an imposing aura. Iverson, furrowing his brow, inquired, "What does this Oracle Bone script mean? You actually know Oracle Bone script? So this is the kind of Allen Iverson you are." Zhao Ke was too indifferent to elucidate the distinctions between Oracle Bone script and Small Seal script, and, in truth, he was at a loss for words. "Allen, this is perhaps the most formidable phrase in the Chinese language," he proclaimed. "Its essence conveys that even when confronted by a myriad of adversaries, I steadfastly uphold my beliefs and advance fearlessly." Iverson, scratching the back of his head with a hint of regret, replied, "Brother, while this phrase is indeed powerful, I feel you may not fully grasp my perspective. Observe here." Iverson proceeded to unveil his tattoos. "You see, this one reads fear no one, signifying a state of being unafraid. And this one declares only the strong survive, indicating that only the resilient endure. Doesn't your Oracle Bone script echo a similar sentiment?" Zhao Ke felt an overwhelming urge to respond. Wishing to embody a language teacher and enlighten this foreign barbarian on the profound elegance of the phrase, "though a million may oppose," I shall proceed, contrasting it with the pedestrian nature of Allen Iverson's Latin letters. "My education is limited, and I cannot deceive others." What a painful realization. "Very well, Allen. I shall reserve this tattoo for myself. Once we clinch the championship, I will have it inked on the nape of my neck, ensuring that photographers capture the grandeur of my silhouette during the parade. It is indeed a splendid idea, my brother. At that time, I shall introduce you to the finest tattoo artist in Philadelphia." Iverson patted Zhao Ke on the shoulder, approving of his remarkable decision. The following day, the owner of the 76ers called Iverson, promising that upon winning the championship, he would allow Iverson to design the championship ring as a belated birthday gift from the team. Iverson was immensely pleased. He declined the team's birthday celebration arrangements and diligently trained with the few remaining active members of the 76ers, naturally deferring the grand feast Zhao Ke owed him. This was not the disheartening season where Iverson lamented training 20 times. Rather, it was the moment when he was closest to the championship, and the desire for victory instilled in him an unparalleled discipline. Zhao Ke's obsession with winning the championship surpasses even that of Allen Iverson, a stark contrast to his typically laid-back demeanor. The reason for this fervor lies in the inexplicably manifest mysterious system that appears on the court. Without a championship victory, skills remain stagnant if skills do not upgrade. A mere handful of abilities during a game is hardly sufficient. How can one quell the discontent of the masses or bring peace to the realm without a title? However, the shooting prowess inherited from the Mealy family is utterly disheartening. Despite Zhao Ke's efforts to adjust his shooting form, resembling the elegant style of Ray Allen, the results are dismal. After attempting 300 three-point shots, he only managed to sink 27 without any defenders in sight. Such a performance left Zhao Ke too embarrassed to shoot again, and the entire 76ers team finally came to believe that the 2 three-pointers he made in the last game were purely accidental. Coach Brown sighed, quietly suppressing any plans to utilize Zhao Ke in the offense. Nevertheless, through these shooting drills, Zhao Ke began to understand the reason behind the Mealy family's abysmally low shooting percentage. The answer lies in the immense strength of Zhao Ke, the muscular behemoth. Each bulging muscle conceals remarkable power and explosiveness. During previous scrimmages, Zhao Ke had been able to withstand the back-to-the-basket plays of another muscle-bound teammate, Bald Gagel, who was known for his ability to contend with heavyweights like Shaquille O'Neal. Of course, acquiring such a muscular physique comes at a cost. The silky smooth shooting touch once possessed by the shorter, stockier Zhao Ke has transformed into a rigid, rusty iron form. While Zhao Ke can control his shooting motion, making it appear textbook perfect and graceful, he feels every muscle involved in the process is awkwardly out of sync. Moreover, due to the sheer power contained within his muscles, even the slightest deviation caused by this awkwardness can send the basketball soaring across the Pacific Ocean. Correcting these ingrained muscle memories cannot be accomplished through shooting alone. Zhao Ke must rely on specialized training methods to enhance his body's coordination, flexibility, and muscle engagement habits. It seems that there is no quick fix for the wretched shooting attributes of this so-called king of mediocrity. Zhao Ke thumped his left chest, reassuring himself that it is all right to take his time, for he possesses the advantage of a transcendent ability. At this moment, the court was devoid of players. Initially, when Zhao Ke began to practice three-point shooting after the training session, spectators gathered to watch. However, once they realized Zhao Ke was displaying his knack for missing shots in a spectacular fashion, they gradually dispersed, fearing that his dismal shooting touch might prove contagious. Zhao gazed at the desolate stadium and suddenly realized, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it, this is a disaster. With my abysmal shooting, Old Man Brown must have seen it as well. Does this mean I won't have another chance in the next game?" Zhao Ke's intuition proved correct. On June 8th, during the second game of the finals between the Lakers and the 76ers, Zhao Ke found himself firmly anchored to the bench by Coach Larry Brown until the final moments of the match. The reasons for this were twofold. Witnessing Zhao Ke's dismal shooting performance was one thing. After all, he was not primarily relying on scoring for his identity as a player. More importantly, Coach Brown was incensed by the audacity of Zhao Ke to deceive him, and the true embarrassment lay in the fact that he had believed him. The echoes of Zhao Ke's previous claims lingered in the coach's mind. I've been practicing at home every night, shooting 500 three-pointers each morning and evening. What utter nonsense! Could anyone truly maintain a mere 10 shooting accuracy from an open position after practicing 1,000 three-pointers daily? The coach felt as though he must have consumed something intoxicating, leading him to misplace his ire upon Zhao Ke, whom he refused even to glance at throughout the game. Chapter 8. The legendary What If. Despite Zhao Ke's immense agitation, he keenly sensed Coach Brown's fury and promptly retreated, seamlessly adopting the role of the water boy. He cheered when necessary, waved his towel enthusiastically, handed out water, and otherwise kept a low profile at the end of the bench, striving to minimize his presence. For the fans of the 76ers, the game was utterly unremarkable. They struggled in the first half, trailing by 2 points at halftime. The second half proved even more grueling, with the third quarter ending at 20-28, leaving them in a deep pit to climb out of in the fourth quarter. The 76ers as a whole were lackluster, shooting below 40 from the field. Watching his teammates, each looking increasingly despondent, Zhao Ke suddenly shivered. Surely they wouldn't pin this abysmal shooting performance on him. Perhaps divine justice was at play. The players who had previously conceded in the last game now exhibited an inexplicable resurgence in the second match. For instance, Kobe, who had managed only 15 points in the first game while allowing his counterpart Allen Iverson to score 48, was reclaiming his dignity. By the first quarter of this game, he had already amassed 12 points, culminating in a total of 31 points, along with 8 rebounds and 6 assists. Similarly, Derek Fisher, who had failed to score in the first game, had now contributed 12 points and was on the verge of sinking his second three-pointer of the night, thereby extinguishing any lingering suspense and condemning the visiting 76ers to a disgraceful defeat. Conversely, Fox, who had previously experienced a complete scoring drought, seemed to be spiraling further away from any points this time. Yet there were exceptions. Shaquille O'Neal continued to dominate, wreaking havoc in the 76ers' interior defense with an astounding line of 26 points, 20 rebounds, 7 blocks, and 9 assists, nearly a quadruple-double. Had this been a meaningless regular season game, this formidable player might have managed to achieve a super quadruple-double in the remaining 3 minutes. However, in the finals, with the 76ers pressing so tightly, it was unlikely he had the luxury to ponder his statistics. Zhao Ke prepared to enter the game. Zhao Ke, having succumbed to boredom, had taken on the role of a data analyst on the sidelines. Suddenly, he heard the call of the venerable Mr. Brown, and for a fleeting moment, he thought he was imagining things. When the old gentleman impatiently repeated his summons, Zhao Ke was instantly rejuvenated, shedding his outer garment and darting onto the court. At that moment, the score stood at 84-89, with the 76ers trailing by 5 points, and only 2 minutes and 54 seconds remaining in the match. Allen Iverson found himself at the free throw line for the second time in the entire game. Zhao Ke was replaced by McGee, who limped to the sidelines and exchanged a brief high-five with Zhao Ke before collapsing onto the bench, immediately covering his head with a towel. He was both in pain and exhausted. McGee had sustained an ankle fracture during the first quarter of the finals opening game. However, he had merely received rudimentary treatment and did not leave the court, contributing 9 points, 7 rebounds, and 9 assists in his 51 minutes of play. To prevent aggravation of his injury, he had borrowed a pair of specialized athletic shoes from Snow, who himself had suffered a left ankle fracture and continued to play while injured. The tradition of the 76ers evidently prioritizes managing severe injuries as minor ones, treating minor injuries as inconsequential as a mosquito bite. Iverson decisively missed both free throws, an unremarkable outcome, very much in line with Zhao Ke's style. To everyone's surprise, the rebound was secured by Fox, an unremarkable player, who, instead of passing to Fisher, the teammate who had come to assist him, opted to dribble the ball himself. A prime opportunity loomed. As he crossed the half-court line, Snow and Jones immediately applied pressure for both sides. Fox felt a wave of frustration, unable to advance, and could only crouch down to protect the ball, feigning a move before tossing it toward Kobe. At that moment, Zhao Ke, intently focused on Kobe, would not let such an opportunity slip by. The quality of the pass was poor, the intent glaringly obvious, and it was direct. Thus, Zhao Ke anticipated Kobe's movements and deftly intercepted the ball. In his memory, this game was destined for a Lakers victory, with nearly 3 minutes remaining. Could he indeed alter the course of fate for the 76ers? On paper, the Lakers seemed assured of victory, having the advantage of timing, location, and teamwork. Yet, as the saying goes, one should not fear 1,000, but rather the unforeseen. Zhao Ke whispered to himself, "I have arrived. I am the legendary one in 10,000. Tremble, Lakers." Zhao raised his head and saw Iverson charging fiercely towards the Lakers basket, while apart from the bewildered Fox, the rest of the team closed in on him like a swarm. Zhao Ke, with swift decisiveness, executed a rugby-like maneuver, hurling the ball towards Iverson's back. As he observed the basketball soaring away, a wave of anxiety washed over him. The shot had been lackluster, and this pass appeared equally unimpressive. He hoped fervently that it would not overshoot. Zhao Ke was evidently overly concerned. As he sprinted, Iverson continually observed the trajectory of the ball, deftly adjusting his steps. His flawless ball sense was unmistakably on display, as if he possessed eyes at the back of his head. In the fleeting moment the ball approached, Iverson did not turn around. Instead, with a casual flick of his hand, he deftly scooped the basketball from behind him. Following that, with a swift change of direction, he evaded the relentlessly pursuing Fisher and, with a delicate layup, effortlessly deposited the ball into the hoop. The score was now 86-89, with just 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in the game. Iverson rushed over to Zhao Ke, exchanging a high five, exclaiming, "Well done, brother. Allen, I feel my tattoo is drawing closer. Let us together bring the Lakers to tears." Absolutely. Nearby, Kobe was instantly displeased. "What do you mean, bring the Lakers to tears? You are the ones trailing, mind you." He turned to set a screen for the newly entered Ron Harper, while the hapless Fox had already been summoned by the Colonel to tend to the water cooler. As he did so, Fisher, standing at the top of the arc, astonishingly failed to notice, continuing to dribble at a leisurely pace. Iverson, who was guarding Fisher, refrained from interfering, resting his hands on his knees, bent over, quietly observing Fisher, the sluggish little fish. Zhao Ke suddenly thought to tease the young Kobe, hanging on to him while saying, "Hey, young Mayhead, don't you know that the Lakers' core is O'Neal? Fisher is definitely going to pass the ball to O'Neal. Why are you working so hard to position yourself? Are you competing for the second in command? Competing for the second in command? No, I'm vying for the top spot. Thank you very much." Kobe, instantly infuriated, shot Zhao Ke a signature death glare. Perfect. Zhao Ke was immensely satisfied and made a gesture reminiscent of Annie Jin's signature move. Although this gesture became widely recognized in the realm years later, Kobe was oblivious to its meaning, and even years down the line, he would remain so. Thus, Kobe felt utterly bewildered, thinking Zhao Ke must be a lunatic. He suddenly missed the delightful Crawford. If only this bald giant who favored the Lakers were here to give Zhao Ke a couple of technical fouls and send him back to the locker room. While others defended for the ball, Zhao Ke was playing for life. After being irked by Zhao Ke in the previous game, Kobe, just under a minute into this matchup, felt his blood pressure soaring. Chapter 9. The Los Angeles referees as Kobe and Zhao Ke exchange banter. O'Neal had already established a prime position under the basket, with Uncle Moo being painfully squished behind his substantial frame. As expected, Fisher lofted the ball to the awaiting O'Neal in the paint. This further aggravated Kobe, and Zhao Ke seized the moment to deliver a steaming dose of mockery. "See, I was wrong, was I? It seems your competition for the second in command is a bit daunting. Huh? Waha." Taking a deep breath, Kobe contemplated delivering an elbow to this impertinent character. This time, O'Neal received the ball near the free throw line, an area not typically suited for his shooting prowess. Yet Uncle Mu wore an expression of palpable tension. The world anticipated that O'Neal would lean into Uncle Mu, push him aside, and then execute a deft hook shot, flawless. However, it seemed that O'Neal was fatigued and reluctant to engage in a physical confrontation with Uncle Mu. Instead, he executed a turnaround jump shot reminiscent of the legendary Jordan. Unfortunately, due to his imposing physique, the execution was not particularly graceful. Moreover, at this juncture, O'Neal had yet to acquire the skill set for a mid-range jumper. Throughout his entire career, he seemingly never developed that aspect of his game. Thus, it was hardly surprising that his shot failed to find its mark, clumsily striking the rim before ricocheting into Uncle Mu's embrace. This presented a brief opportunity for a rebound, as Uncle Mu, who had been shoved beneath the basket by O'Neal, seized the moment. In a fit of anger, O'Neal resorted to a rather underhanded tactic, colliding forcefully with Uncle Mu while he was still regaining his footing, causing him to topple forward unexpectedly. Fortunately, in the split second of his fall, Uncle Mu managed to pass the ball to Snow, who was nearby, narrowly evading a steal attempt by Fisher. The referees opted not to call a foul, seemingly attributing Uncle Mu's tumble to his inherent lack of sturdiness. Snow did not halt the play. He merely glanced at the officials, and upon seeing no response, he proceeded to dribble across half-court. Beyond the three-point line, he engaged in a few simple give-and-go plays with Zhao Ke, patiently awaiting Uncle Mu's gradual recovery and approach. Once Uncle Mu was in position, Snow tossed the ball to Iverson, who was intercepted by Uncle Mu's insufficiently executed screen. Unable to find an opening, Iverson passed back to Snow. Suddenly, Snow surged towards the basket, prompting the Lakers to tighten their defense in anticipation of a blockade. However, they failed to notice that Uncle Mu had circled around behind O'Neal. Indeed, Snow leapt high from just inside the free throw line, faking a shot before delivering a precise pass to Uncle Mu lurking behind O'Neal. O'Neal leapt with all his might to swat the ball away, but Uncle Mu had already executed a well-angled bank shot that found its mark. Uncle Mu jubilantly raised his arms in celebration, colliding chests with the playmaker Snow. This possession for the 76ers was remarkably fluid, visually appealing, and exhibited great patience, consuming a full 21 seconds. The score shifted to 88-89, with the 76ers steadily narrowing the gap, and only 2 minutes and 3 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. The Lakers prepared to inbound the ball. Fisher crossed half-court and passed it to Ron Harper, positioning himself at the arc to create space. In the final moments of this match, Zhao keenly recalled Fisher's exceptional ability to perform under pressure. Although he was entangled with Kobe, his attention was firmly fixed on Fisher. As anticipated, Ron Harper received the ball, made a slight adjustment, and lobbed it to Shaquille O'Neal in the paint. O'Neal backed up a little, feigned a move to post up, and then passed the ball to Fisher at the arc. At that moment, Iverson, who was defending Fisher, had just sprinted over to O'Neal, preparing to intercept, but could only manage to glance back, leaving Fisher unguarded. Fortunately, Fisher did not release the ball hastily and squatted low to adjust his shooting posture, granting Zhao ample time. As Fisher launched the shot, still suspended in the air, he noticed a massive shadow lunging towards him. "No flying," Zhao silently chanted, as a yellow hand appeared on the side of the basketball that had just escaped Fisher's fingertips. With a volleyball spike-like motion, Zhao swatted the ball away, sending it soaring into the stands with a resounding thud. Uncle Mu, grinning widely, rushed over to ruffle Zhao's hair, his unique, gravelly voice chuckling. "Hey, young man, did you steal my blocking skills?" Iverson also gave Zhao a pat on the back, exclaiming, "Well done. Your tattoo artist is ready with the tools." The Lakers faced a challenging inbound situation. Every member of the Sixers darted around like frenzied cats in heat, denying the Lakers any space to receive the ball, nearly resulting in a 5-second violation. In the end, Ron Harper barely managed to toss the ball to Fisher, but the early pass almost allowed Iverson to successfully intercept it. However, after receiving the ball, the Lakers displayed remarkable patience. Once Kobe and O'Neal had drawn enough defensive attention, Harper executed a textbook cut, receiving a pass from Kobe and successfully finishing with a layup behind O'Neal's imposing frame. The score stood at 88-91 with 1 minute and 42 seconds remaining. This time, Iverson brought the ball up himself, seizing the opportunity as the Lakers' formation faltered, and launched a three-pointer from just a meter beyond the arc. His form was elegant. It was a quintessential, effortless three-point shot. The slower Fisher, who was supposed to defend him, was still retreating within the three-point line, anticipating Iverson's drive. Iverson's three-point shooting percentage was not particularly high, yet he consistently found the mark in clutch moments, perhaps due to his mindset. Just like in this game, where he had only made 2 of his first 9 three-point attempts, he resolutely took the shot at a critical juncture, and it went in. He once said, "I always believe that I might miss my first 20 shots, but I'm confident that the 21st will be successful, for I am relentless in my pursuit." The offensive maneuver was executed in a mere 7 seconds, leveling the score at 91-91. The Lakers swiftly inbound the ball, navigating through the 76ers' relentless full-court press thanks to the collaborative efforts of Fisher and Ron Harper. Once they reached the half-court, they sought to replicate their success, only to find Allen Iverson lying in ambush nearby. The omnipresent referees intervened, as Iverson's hand merely grazed Harper's arm before the whistle blew. Iverson felt a sense of resignation. The league's intention to prevent the Lakers from falling behind 0-2 at home was glaringly evident. The Los Angeles officiating crew intensified their influence, and the home court advantage left the 76ers feeling increasingly frustrated. If one were to merely observe the statistical data, the free throw counts for both teams appeared relatively equal. However, the timing of the calls told a different story. Each time the 76ers gained momentum, the referees would interrupt with a call that could have gone either way. As seen moments ago, conversely, when the Lakers held a significant lead, the officials would randomly find minor infractions on the Lakers' list prominent players, seeking a semblance of balance. Consequently, the fouls for the 76ers accumulated primarily on Iverson for times, Mutombo for times, and Geiger, who had already fouled out. The intention to sideline both Iverson and Mutombo was palpable. As for Geiger, he had once inflicted an injury upon Shaquille O'Neal, leaving a lasting impression on the latter. Meanwhile, the Lakers stars, O'Neal and Kobe, had each committed only 1 foul, with their infractions predominantly attributed to the unremarkable substitutes Harper, Brian Shaw, and Tyronn Lue. Chapter 10. Unable to defeat the referees? Ron Harper missed his first free throw, but confidently sank the second, bringing the score to 91-92 with 1 minute and 22 seconds remaining. It was now the 76ers' turn to attack, though Iverson appeared somewhat impatient this time. After executing a simple pick-and-roll with Snow at the arc, he charged into the paint, only to be met with the imposing presence of O'Neal and Horry, whose interference was quite pronounced, resulting in an air ball that O'Neal promptly secured. Iverson shrugged at the referee, but the stern official remained unmoved. O'Neal, with a slight adjustment, passed the ball to the awaiting Fisher. The 76ers continued their full-court press, and the slow-paced vehicle of their strategy revved its engines, maneuvering through the chaos with finesse, ultimately finding a gap to pass the ball to Kobe. If not now, then when? The ever-impatient Zhao, who had waited an eternity, was once again on the brink of agitation. Just moments ago, entangled with Kobe, Zhao unleashed his skill. Phantom. The hands of Zhao Ke mysteriously intervened between Kobe and the basketball, with Kobe merely a centimeter away from receiving a pass that inherently belonged to him. Just as Zhao Ke was poised to initiate a fast break, an ear-piercing whistle abruptly pierced the air. Zhao Ke was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the referee, who was signaling a foul for a handball against him. Zhao's mind suddenly exploded, and his heart raced like the pulsating rhythm of the solar system. Oh dear, my temper. There remains at least 1 basketball's length between me and Kobe's hand, if you please. I utilized the skill, after all. Could you possibly employ your titanium alloy eyes to perceive more clearly? How could it be that I struck his hand? And perhaps use your premium ears to listen more attentively. Was there any sound of contact? Zhao, filled with fervor, charged towards the referee, preparing to express his frustrations with fists the size of sandbags, questioning the very essence of why flowers bloom so red. Uncle Mu hurriedly seized the agitated Zhao, pulling him back while offering the referee a friendly yet respectful smile. Should Iverson engage in discourse with the referee, there might be a chance for explanation, but for a mere benchwarmer like Zhao, whose name even the commentators struggled to recall, to dare question the officiating would undoubtedly result in a technical foul. Listen. Do not let them provoke you. Your goal is to remain on the court and seek revenge, not to be expelled by that blind referee. Understand? Uncle Mu exclaimed, one arm wrapped around Zhao's waist and the other pressing down on his head. Meanwhile, Iverson decisively stepped forward, engaging in a relentless debate with the referee to divert his attention. While a reversal of the call was impossible at that moment, having a superstar like Iverson exert pressure on the referee could yield some influence, ensuring that future calls would not be as blatantly erroneous. Under Uncle Mu's calming influence, Zhao gradually regained his composure. After all, the match was not yet over, and he had not come to cause turmoil, with a minute still on the clock. There was time to effect change. The NBA operates differently. It is not a scripted realm, nor the pristine world of the NCAA, but rather a commercial league where someone of Zhao's insignificant status as a substitute holds little sway. In this moment, the previously indifferent Zhao experienced a flicker of transformation. At this moment, Zhao Ke harbored an intense yearning to become a superstar, a figure endowed with considerable influence. With the system at his disposal, the world was his to conquer, step by step. Shaking off his thoughts, Zhao Ke proceeded to assume his defensive position. Kobe, beaming with delight, successfully converted both free throws, bringing the score to 91-94, with the Lakers once again leading by 3 points and only 58 seconds remaining. Slowly dribbling the ball forward, Snow gestured for his teammates to reposition, as the entire 76ers squad resumed the silence and resilience they had maintained throughout the season. This offensive play was once again initiated by Iverson, whose penetrative moves consistently disrupted the Lakers' defense in the paint. However, it proved to be a feint, as the ball was passed back to Snow. Regrettably, Snow found himself without a clear opportunity. Robert Horry's defensive speed was commendable, and DeLeon Hill came over to set a screen, albeit of insufficient quality, leaving Snow with no space to shoot. After a few more dribbles without finding an opening, Snow passed the ball to Zhao Ke at the top of the arc. Zhao Ke understood that this was a transitional play. He should swiftly pass the ball to Iverson on the left, allowing him to take the shot, especially with the clock winding down on their offensive possession. However, instinctively, Zhao Ke felt reluctant to do so, recognizing that Fisher was not out of position defensively, rendering the pass akin to shirking responsibility. Moreover, he was seething with anger. To emphasize a crucial point, Zhao Ke craved an answer ball. This was a means to vent the pent-up frustration within him, and as for shifting blame, that was merely a pretext. Zhao Ke cast a glance at Iverson and feigned a pass, yet the ball remained firmly in his grasp. In the next instant, taking advantage of Kobe's momentary lapse, Zhao Ke leaped with a graceful flourish, like a shooting star. As Zhao Ke leaped into the air, Kobe's hand had already made contact with his face. Zhao Ke muttered a curse under his breath and quickly turned to evade the blow. Just as he avoided the strike to his eyes, Kobe delivered a resounding slap that landed squarely on Zhao Ke's forehead. Consequently, Zhao Ke's shooting form had been distorted. However, his confidence in his skills outweighed concerns about his touch and posture. Indeed, the net rippled as the basketball swished through the hoop. The referee, sluggish and reluctant, finally signaled that the three-pointer was valid. Nonetheless, he indicated that Kobe's defense had posed no issues, and thus, there would be no additional free throws. Damn it, they are thwarting me on both the defensive and offensive ends. Zhao Ke rubbed his flushed forehead, exclaiming with indignation, "You're ruthless. If you have the audacity, then don't count those 3 points." In a fit of rage, he pounded his chest, as if the referee resided within. Unfazed, Uncle Moo and Iverson once again wreaked havoc upon Zhao Ke's hairstyle. Having previously witnessed the calamity of Zhao Ke's shooting, they unanimously concurred that his luck with that shot was impressively fortunate. Zhao Ke was on the verge of spitting out a mouthful of blood. Was this a mere coincidence? This was a skill, indeed, a precious one, that could only be utilized once in a match. Do you understand? Please show some respect for the unique advantages of time travelers. Thanks to Zhao Ke's unexpected three-point shot, the 76ers once again leveled the score at 94-94, with merely 36 seconds remaining in the game. At this juncture, the Lakers began to slow down the tempo, passing the ball around the three-point line until the very last second, when Brian Shaw assisted Shaquille O'Neal in executing a slam dunk. The score now stood at 94-96, with just 13 seconds left on the clock. Larry Brown called a timeout, and the 76ers returned to their bench to seize the moment, hydrating and catching their breath. Zhao Ke appeared to be meticulously examining old Master Brown's tactical board, yet his attention had, in fact, begun to drift. Zhao Ke is quite apprehensive. Having exhausted all his reliable skills, he has already utilized his cap on the small fish and deployed the ban on flight. He intercepted Kobe once, employing the Phantom. He made a three-point shot, invoking the Meteor. Historically, the 76ers have encountered defeat, indicating that, including Iverson, all players at this juncture are unreliable. Can one truly rely solely on oneself to turn the tide? Presently, the only resource available is that which is closely linked to his own shooting rhythm. But what if opportunities to shoot elude him? Having traversed through time with a golden finger, can he still not alter the outcome? Is it an inability to change the inertia of history, or a struggle against the referees? Chapter 11. Unexpected developments. Larry Brown's tactics are rather conservative, which is quintessentially Brown. His full name might as well be Larry Conservative, Stiff, Rigid, Obstinate Brown. The entire team is focused on creating isolation opportunities for Iverson, aiming to score as close to the basket as possible, extending the game into overtime rather than wagering on three-point shots. The old gentleman believes that the entire 76ers team lacks a reliable shooter, and furthermore, Iverson's performance from beyond the arc in this game stands at 3 out of 10. Zhao Ke ardently wished to proclaim his reliability, asserting that his protagonist's celestial skills had yet to be unleashed, and that he possessed one final opportunity for a shot with a perfect 100 accuracy bonus. Even a kick, he mused, would likely find its mark. However, apart from Zhao Ke, the entire Philadelphia 76ers organization only acknowledged his training accuracy rate of a mere 10. Thus, he refrained from subjecting himself to humiliation by self-recommending in front of the venerable Coach Brown. What could be done? With no other recourse, just before the game commenced, Zhao Ke embraced Iverson and, using this as a guise, whispered in Iverson's ear, "Allen, if the opportunity doesn't present itself, don't force a shot. I will be lying in wait at the arc. I can still make that shot from the previous position, I swear, just like in the last game. Trust me." Zhao Ke did not explicitly demand shooting rights from Iverson. Rather, he merely presented a potential option. After all, Iverson is the leader, a superstar in his own right, possessing his own pride and responsibilities. If Zhao Ke were to bluntly assert, "Allen, your three-pointer is inadequate. Allow me to take the final shot," it will be rather amusing. Zhao Ke will undoubtedly meet a spectacular demise. Iverson cast a deep gaze at Zhao Ke, then extended his fist for a brief exchange, stating, "If they defend too tightly, I shall make the pass. However, my young friend, should you fail to score, your fate is sealed. Allen, you shall not be disappointed." Zhao Ke responded with unwavering confidence. Zhao's inexplicable confidence also inspired Iverson. Although his shooting touch was somewhat lacking in this match, Iverson's spirits soared high. He pounded his left chest and strode onto the court. Zhao Ke continued to maneuver beyond the three-point line, while Kobe, his defender, scrutinized him like a scanner. Does this young man truly possess shooting prowess? Phil Jackson had just cryptically remarked that Zhao Ke was the most formidable asset for the 76ers, aside from Iverson, prompting Kobe's personal attention to him. This left the typically proud Kobe quite displeased. Could this Asian lad, who seemingly emerged from some obscure corner, truly be that formidable? Zhao Ke discerned Kobe's hesitation and grinned, saying, "The last shot I made was purely by chance. Do you believe me?" Just as Kobe was about to respond, Zhao Ke added, "In fact, the two shots I made in the previous game were also flukes. My usual three-point shooting percentage is merely 10%. Do you believe that?" This remark triggered a memory in Kobe. He recalled that although Zhao Ke's first three-point attempt in the last game had been wildly off, the subsequent two had found their mark, including a buzzer beater. "I can't believe your luck." Kobe shot him a fierce glare before he began to carry out Phil Jackson's directive to closely guard Zhao Ke. Consequently, Zhao Ke happily led Kobe on a frenzied dash beyond the three-point line. Indeed, it was a frenzied dash. Zhao Ke paid no heed to his teammates who were executing their plays. He merely sought to draw Kobe away, for with one less player congesting the paint, Allen Iverson's drives would be considerably easier. Moreover, given Zhao Ke's current tactical acumen, he struggled to keep pace with his teammates' rhythm. As Zhao Ke sprinted, he murmured incessantly, "Indeed, the current generation exhibits a decline in moral standards, and honesty has become a rarity." Kobe remained silent, enduring the tirade. At this moment, the 76ers had initiated their predetermined strategy. Iverson held the ball while his teammates spread the floor. However, the astute and seasoned coach, K, had anticipated Larry Brown's tactical approach, countering the strategy that focused on defending against drives rather than perimeter shots. The 76ers' vulnerabilities were well known, and the Lakers were unperturbed by their three-point shooting threat. The Lakers began to tighten their defense, with all players, save for Kobe who continued to shadow Zhao Ke, retreating within the three-point arc, sending a clear message. "Go ahead. If you dare, take the three-pointer." Iverson dazzled on the perimeter with an array of feints, while Mutombo and Tyrone Hill each attempted a pick and roll. Yet neither could create the necessary space for a shot, and the route to the basket was obstructed by a formidable wall of defenders. Time ticked away relentlessly, the ball still in Iverson's grasp. The intent of the 76ers strategy was glaringly obvious, and as a team reliant on a single star, it was inevitable that the final shot would rest upon Iverson's shoulders. Consequently, the Lakers' defense was particularly focused. For seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, the Lakers fans at the Staples Center had already begun to celebrate, their exuberant noise building in anticipation of the team's first victory in the finals. Zhao Ke felt a sense of urgency as Iverson's pass had yet to arrive, compelling him to continue his relentless sprint. Just as he was in full stride, Uncle Mu suddenly appeared before him, causing Zhao Ke to narrowly avoid colliding with him by executing a swift maneuver. Unfortunately, Kobe, who was closely trailing Zhao Ke, was not as fortunate, crashing directly into Uncle Mu's embrace. While Zhao Ke reveled in this unforeseen twist, he suddenly realized that a ball had materialized in his hands. It turned out that Zhao Ke had drifted outside the tactical framework, overlapping with Iverson's run. Previously, Uncle Mu had moved up to set a screen for Iverson. But as Iverson made an abrupt change of direction, Uncle Mu's screen fell short, inadvertently obstructing Kobe instead. With time running out and Fisher tightly guarding Iverson, there was no space for a shot. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Zhao Ke at the arc's peak. "Allen," he called out, "if an opportunity doesn't present itself, don't force a shot. I will be lying in wait at the top of the arc. I can still make that shot from the previous position, I swear, just like in the last game. Trust me." The words spoken by Zhao Ke reverberated in Iverson's mind. He was not one to dwell on indecision. He immediately accelerated, pivoted, and used his body to create space between himself and Fisher. With a deft handoff, he passed the ball to the momentarily unguarded Zhao Ke. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Ke observed Kobe still struggling in the embrace of Uncle Mu, while Fisher, following Iverson, was kept at bay by his diminutive frame. Before him loomed an expanse as vast as the ocean, the unguarded hoop. What was there to hesitate for? Heaven forbid. A perfect shooting percentage bonus awaited. Zhao Ke made a slight adjustment, swiftly leaping into action. This time, the basketball soared through the air in an exceptionally high arc, rendering the other 9 players on the court and the tens of thousands in the stands in a state of prolonged anticipation. Fortunately, bolstered by a flawless shooting percentage, this evidently overpowered shot, elevated in trajectory, expended its excess force mid-air, and ultimately swished through the net with a reluctant yet satisfying sound. The net rippled, and the timer flashed red. "Well done, my good brother." Iverson embraced Zhao Ke tightly. Moments earlier, he had been far more anxious than Zhao Ke, but now he felt a sense of gratitude for placing his trust in Zhao Ke's decision. The referee signaled the three-pointer as valid. 97-96, a game-winning shot. The Staples Center fell into a profound silence. The Lakers players remained momentarily stunned, having led by 2 points at halftime, 10 points at the end of the third quarter, and 13 points midway through the fourth. They had played nearly an entire game splendidly, yet inexplicably lost in the closing moments, leaving the Lakers feeling deeply aggrieved. How could they have performed better than their opponents, yet emerged as the losers? Chapter 12. The Lakers' humiliation. The 76ers once again triumphed over the stronger team, leading 2-0 in the Lakers' home arena. Truly, a David triumphing over Goliath scenario. Not long ago, the Lakers were hailed as an unstoppable force, touted as the strongest team in the NBA for nearly 2 decades, claiming superiority over the legendary 72-win Bulls and vowing to sweep the championship with a flawless 15-0 record. But now, where is their invincibility? The media, akin to sharks scenting blood, began to inundate the Lakers with criticism. The Associated Press states the Lakers fell victim to arrogance. It cannot be said that the Lakers played poorly. In this game, the formidable duo of O'Neal and Kobe amassed an astonishing 59 points, 28 rebounds, 15 assists, and 8 blocks, while the entire 76ers team collectively scored only 97 points, with 42 rebounds, 16 assists, and 5 blocks. The O'Neal-Kobe combination was indeed a force to be reckoned with. O'Neal remained an unstoppable juggernaut, bulldozing through the paint to achieve a terrifying near quadruple double with 28 points, 20 rebounds, 8 blocks, and 9 assists, while Kobe showcased his resurgence, omnipresent on the court with 31 points, 8 rebounds, and 6 assists. In contrast, the 76ers appeared significantly less formidable. The once miraculous Iverson managed only 23 points for rebounds and 3 assists, struggling with his three-point shooting at 3 out of 10 and failing to convert any of his 4 free throw attempts. Mutombo recorded 16 points and 13 rebounds, while McGee added 14 points. The 76ers' overall shooting percentage languished at a mere 39. On the surface, The statistics suggest that the Lakers should not have been the losing side. In reality, the Lakers executed nearly an entire game of commendable play. They concluded the first half with a slender 2-point lead and entered the fourth quarter ahead by 10 points. Midway through the final period, they even boasted a 13-point advantage, prompting their fans to begin premature celebrations. However, to their astonishment, the tide turned dramatically. After seizing the largest lead of the game, the Lakers appear to be struck by a debilitating malaise, commencing a calamitous series of mistakes beginning with a turnover by Kobe with 6 minutes and 3 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. Kobe's misstep was followed by turnovers from Brian Shaw, Tyronn Lue, and Derek Fisher. Within a mere 3 minutes, the Lakers generously surrendered 5 turnovers, allowing the 76ers to mount an 11-3 scoring surge. Fortunately for the Lakers, the 76ers' shooting was subpar, hitting only 3 of 7 attempts, and converting merely 5 of 10 free throws. Otherwise, the Lakers could have been swept away in a catastrophic wave. In the final 3 minutes, the Lakers displayed an even more pronounced lethargy, seemingly further afflicted by their earlier misfortunes. Kobe was stripped of the ball, O'Neal's turnaround jumper missed the mark, Fisher was blocked, and Kobe was again stripped, with the referee's dubious assistance turning it into a foul on the opponent, culminating in the 76ers sinking a three-pointer in the dying moments. This sequence could only be described as the Lakers' 6 minutes of darkness, compounded by an additional 3 minutes of despair. ESPN suggested the Lakers must reassess their standing. In comparison to the 76ers, the Lakers are not as formidable as they once believed, for the 76ers boast the best coach, most valuable player, best defensive player, and the best sixth man. What do the Lakers possess? Only a burgeoning Shaquille O'Neal and an impatient Kobe Bryant. Since their defeat to the Knicks on April 1st, the Lakers had not tasted the bitterness of loss, leading to an inflated sense of self-worth throughout the team. However, reality delivered a resounding slap. One defeat was insufficient, so they received 2. Can the Lakers now undertake a sincere self-examination? CBS reported on an unsung hero's overnight rise to fame. Although the 76ers celebrated 2 consecutive victories, neither triumph was characterized by overwhelming dominance, each containing an element of fortune. The first victory leaned heavily on Allen Iverson's extraordinary performance, while the second was a result of the Lakers' own self-sabotage. Nonetheless, both victories were significantly bolstered by the previously obscure player Zhao Ke. In the first game, Zhao Ke played for 3 minutes, contributing 1 block, 2 steals, and scoring 6 points on 2 of 3 three-point attempts. In the second game, he took the court for 2 minutes and 54 seconds, recording 1 block, 1 steal, 1 assist, and scoring 6 points on 2 perfect three-point attempts. He became the pivotal figure of the match, ruthlessly delivering a decisive blow to the Lakers in the final moments. Such a player, possessing a repertoire of comprehensive and efficient statistics, excelling in defense and three-point shooting, astonishingly remained concealed on the bench of the 76ers. Throughout the 3 rounds of the playoffs, the 76ers engaged in 18 matches, facing 2 Game 7s and narrowly escaping defeat at the hands of Vince Carter or Ray Allen. Yet, Larry Brown chose not to utilize Zhao Ke. Is Larry Brown being cunning? Has he already concluded that the 76ers would reach the finals, deliberately keeping Zhao Ke in reserve as a surprise for the Lakers? No, because Larry Brown is simply misguided. Regardless of how the media mocks the Lakers and Larry Brown, the fans have become so agitated that they are on the verge of taking to the streets in protest. They had previously boasted about claiming the championship with a flawless 15-0 record. Yet now, they find themselves trailing 0-2. In the first game, Allen Iverson's godlike performance temporarily absolved the fans of the Lakers' defeat, as mere mortals cannot triumph over deities. However, the loss in the second game was simply unacceptable to all fans. Did we witness a fictitious finals? The defeat was so disheartening. Did the Lakers collectively falter in the final 6 minutes? Especially Phil Jackson, who in regular time was ineffective and then opted for a conservative defensive strategy at the last moment, should be crucified for his decisions, or at the very least, subjected to a 10-minute execution of his tactical choices. Lakers fans were on the brink of vandalizing their windows. Who bestowed upon you such confidence? Who informed you that the 76ers could not shoot three-pointers? It's a classic case of victors and vanquished. Had Zhao Ke's three-pointer missed, everyone would have lauded Phil Jackson's final strategy. Well done. He anticipated Larry Brown's tactics and executed a targeted response, a stroke of genius. Yet now, faced with a 0-2 deficit, Phil Jackson and the Lakers have been thoroughly criticized. In the annals of NBA history, the finals have seen a 2-0 lead 25 times, with the leading team claiming the championship in 23 instances, yielding a probability of 92. This implies that the Lakers have virtually forfeited their chances of defending their title. However, among those 25 occurrences, the two victorious comebacks are particularly intriguing, as both have significant ties to this year's finals. In the 1969 NBA Finals, the Boston Celtics, after trailing 0-2, mounted a comeback to ultimately defeat the Los Angeles Lakers 4-3 and secure the championship. In 1977, the Portland Trail Blazers also found themselves down 0-2 against the Philadelphia 76ers, but subsequently won 4 straight games, clinching the title with a 4-2 scoreline. Indeed, in these two classic historical comebacks, both the Lakers and the 76ers played the role of mere background figures, enduring in their plight. After thorough statistical analysis, there seems to be no favorable data for the Lakers. What now? Lakers fans are eager to discover how their team can recover from this setback. Phil Jackson, with a forced air of nonchalance at the press conference, stated that the series was far from over, attributing the Lakers' recent struggles to an extended period of inactivity that hindered their rhythm. He suggested that these 2 losses would awaken and ignite a sense of urgency within the team, propelling them to reclaim the victory that had been unjustly taken from them in Philadelphia. The sorrowful Lakers fans were left in a quandary, unsure whether to hold on to hope or to succumb to despair. Chapter 13. The significance of performance. Los Angeles found itself in a state of despair, while Philadelphia basked in exuberance. This atmosphere of joy permeated the city and enveloped the home of the 76ers at the First Union Center. Returning to Philadelphia with a commanding 2-0 lead, the team faced a series of 3 consecutive home games, where winning just 2 would allow them to celebrate a championship on their own court. The mere thought of this filled the air with delight. Amidst such jubilance, the 76ers training session concluded on a high note. With a plethora of injuries and having played more games than their opponents, the team's energy reserve were dwindling, necessitating a lighter practice schedule. Larry Brown, though steadfast and disciplined, had not yet succumbed to the level of madness exhibited by Pat Riley. In light of the grim lessons from the Santa Barbara training camp, he was wary of risking further injuries, aware that losing even one more player could diminish the team to a mere 6-man rotation akin to the fictional Zhao Ke high school basketball team. As the 76ers players prepared to disperse, Larry Brown unexpectedly called out to Zhao Ke. For Zhao, being singled out by the coach for a private session felt like a heavenly blessing, bringing immense joy. Why not try shooting 300 three-pointers? You don't need to cover every spot. Just focus on your most comfortable position. Like the top of the arc, Zhao Ke found himself in an awkward situation once again, poised to showcase his ironworking skills. Who excels in the craft of forging? The Philadelphia 76ers, led by Zhao's family. It turns out that Larry Brown sought to ascertain whether this young man could indeed shoot. He had been criticized by the media for lacking discernment. Now, it seemed he was ready to set aside past grievances and unite against a common foe. As Zhao prepared for yet another display of his shooting prowess, the players of the 76ers gradually returned, taking their seats on the sidelines to witness the spectacle. They collectively braced themselves as Zhao, the blacksmith, pounded away at the basket, his attempts reverberating, clang, clang, clang. A staggering record of 35 successful three-point shots out of 300 attempts. Could it be that there was a semblance of improvement this time? Remarkably, his shooting percentage had exceeded 10. Let us be honest, how was such a percentage fabricated? As Zhao finally concluded his session of missed shots, Uncle Mu approached, tousling Zhao's hair while inquiring. This question echoed the sentiments of all present. How could it be that a player who had previously made 4 out of 5 three-point attempts in the first 2 games of the finals could only manage a mere 10% during practice? One might accuse him of pretense, as each shot appeared to be executed with a steadfast commitment to maintaining the proper form. Is he truly a performer under pressure? Such remarkable inconsistency in his performance is indeed astonishing. Zhao Ke understood that he had to respond to this query with propriety. Otherwise, once the season concluded, this group might very well consign his 200-plus pounds to an unorthodox human research facility. In truth, 3 years ago, my three-point shooting was remarkably accurate. Although it was Uncle Mu who posed the question, Zhao Ke addressed Larry Brown, acknowledging his esteemed presence. Was he not? Larry Brown gestured for him to continue. At that time, I was comparatively slender, akin to Allen. Come on, I am quite robust. Shall we engage in a one-on-one? Iverson leapt up, expressing his indignation over the unwarranted interruption of Zhao Ke. Allen refrained from interjecting. Brown frowned slightly. Iverson shrugged and made a gesture toward Zhao Ke, signaling his impending doom. I grew up in an orphanage, the only person of Chinese descent there, thus I had no friends. From the moment I could remember, basketball became my sole companion. During that period, I was poorly nourished, quite thin, and of modest height, which put me at a disadvantage in the paint against others. Consequently, I lingered on the perimeter, honing my three-point shooting skills. With time, my accuracy steadily improved. Upon learning that Zhao Ke was an orphan, Uncle Mu sympathetically patted his shoulder, while Iverson joined in, playfully patting Zhao Ke's backside, indicating his forgiveness for the perceived slight regarding his muscles and strength. In high school, I secured a job at a restaurant where the owner was exceedingly kind, ensuring I had ample food. Having previously endured bullying from muscular individuals, I began to train rigorously to build my own physique. As a result, I grew increasingly strong and taller, yet my shooting touch deteriorated. The decline in my shooting ability bred trepidation, and to avoid being sidelined during games, I redirected my efforts towards defense, focusing on blocks and steals during that period of training. Now, I perceive my body as a mass of steel-like muscle. Although my strength is considerable, it lacks any semblance of softness. Zhao Ke, feeling somewhat helpless, scratched the back of his head and continued. However, there are moments when I suddenly sense a warmth in my hands, and my wrists feel remarkably supple, reminiscent of my leaner days. In those instances when I shoot, the ball effortlessly finds its mark. Just like in the previous 2 games, as soon as I stepped onto the court, I felt an exhilarating surge of adrenaline, with my hands radiating warmth. Yet, during training sessions like this, my arm muscles hardened once more, becoming as rigid as steel. Zhao Ke was filled with trepidation. Having spun an elaborate fabrication, this tale was so convincing that even I was led to believe it. Yet, your silence is perplexing. Iverson, Snow, Uncle Mu, and Javale, all children raised in impoverished neighborhoods, remained mute, their expressions tinged with melancholy, as yet another child faced hunger. Larry Brown gazed at Zhao Ke lost in thought. Before finally speaking, there are indeed few perimeter players like you. Most find themselves in the realm of post players, such as Ben Wallace. Perhaps the rapid and excessive increase in your muscle mass over the past few years has hindered your muscular coordination and memory, and you have not made timely adjustments. His tone was laden with regret, and noticing Zhao Ke's despondency, he added, during the off-season, consider hiring a shooting coach to start afresh. Do not dwell on your previous shooting mechanics, for the way your muscles engage and exert force has evolved. With a shake of his head, he turned and departed, leaving the unfortunate youth with a sense of sorrow. It seems, perhaps, he has passed the test. Zhao Ke could not help but bestow upon his own acting a resounding score of 10,000. Observing the old man's retreating silhouette, Zhao Ke feigned a demeanor of frailty and helplessness, while internally reveling in delight. Life is but a stage, and it is all reliant on one's performance. Led by the ever-enthusiastic Allen Iverson, a group of head-patting aficionados surrounded Zhao Ke, subjecting the unfortunate child to their version 2.0 of the head-patting ritual. In light of Zhao Ke's unequivocal refusal to accept the invitation to the nightclub to salvage his lost spirit, Iverson and the others bid farewell before gradually departing the arena. The training had already been exhausting. Had it not been for the anticipation of Zhao Ke revealing the secret, the group would have dispersed long ago. Zhao Ke continued to practice shooting hoops for a while, finding Larry Brown's words profoundly insightful. The current shooting angles, strength, and physique were entirely different from his previous self, who was round and unwieldy. In his quest to regain his former touch, he realized he was merely making himself uncomfortable. Should he seek a trainer? Perhaps Tim Grover, renowned for enhancing strength and physical resilience, was the answer. It appeared that a decade hence, Zach LaVine would gain greater fame, aiding LeBron James, Chris Paul, Carmelo Anthony, Gilbert Arenas, and Elton Brand in achieving remarkable improvements. Yet, at present, was this individual even established? That posed a question. He resolved to inquire with Iverson the following day. Ultimately, he decided to forego training and began to make his way home. Chapter 14. Outplaying the Hornet in America. Zhao Ke was a training enthusiast and an ardent fan of Allen Iverson. Ever since joining the Philadelphia 76ers, he felt he had reached the pinnacle of his life, a sensation of fulfillment. Undoubtedly, he was a pure-hearted boy with aspirations far removed from the decaying ambitions of career advancement, elevated salaries, and the pursuit of a glamorous life, which characterized many of his peers in China. He yearned to reside within the confines of the 76ers' premier arena, fearing that the limited span of his life would be squandered on the journey. Consequently, he rented a modest apartment in close proximity, a mere 20-minute run away. However, due to financial constraints, this 30-square-meter dwelling was located in a community established in the 1970s, dilapidated, chaotic, and unsanitary. Zhao Ke wandered through the dimly lit streets of Philadelphia, humming to himself the tune of Zhao Lei's Chengdu. Yet his heart was far from content. In truth, he was merely mustering courage for himself. Zhao Ke was utterly astonished to discover that in Philadelphia, the fifth largest city in the United States, there existed an area reminiscent of a slum. The approaching African Americans, adorned in bizarre attire, appeared to be inebriated from marijuana. Zhao Ke feared that one of them might suddenly draw a handgun and incapacitate him on the spot. Goodness, it was terrifying. How fortunate we are in our great Huaxia. Zhao Ke felt a tumultuous anxiety within, yet outwardly maintained a facade of nonchalance. After all, he was a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall. His journey was largely uneventful, with most individuals hastily brushing past him. However, 2 overly exuberant individuals attempted to shoulder barge him, only to find themselves tumbling to the ground, scrambling away in a hurried retreat. Zhao Ke grew increasingly pleased with his muscles. Help! Zhao Ke suddenly heard a faint cry for help, sounding somewhat distant or perhaps stifled. However, the subsequent raucous laughter mingled with a woman's shriek indicated that something sinister was unfolding not far from him. Zhao Ke believed he should decisively retreat and act as if nothing had transpired, returning home to rest before continuing with tomorrow's competition. After all, it is said that the police in the United States are quite capable, and this is the 5th largest city in America. However, Zhao Ke did not falter. Although he had once been timid, being smooth and weak was not in his nature. The cry for help he had just heard was clearly in Mandarin. She must be of Chinese descent. Zhao Ke resolved to investigate the situation, even if the individuals involved were not of Chinese descent. The mere fact that they called for help in Mandarin compelled him to lend his voice in summoning the authorities. Grasping 2 bricks, he sprinted towards the scene of the incident. Upon arrival, he beheld 2 emaciated, disheveled individuals, their distinctive curly hair and dark circles betraying their nationality, alongside a Japanese man. Though merely resembling one, Zhao Ke was convinced that such a nefarious act must surely be the work of a Japanese. A fair-skinned girl lay pinned to the ground, her long black hair splayed chaotically, still struggling and screaming, while the 2 men clumsily restrained her arms and legs. With a dull thud, blood began to seep from beneath one of the bricks as the Japanese man curled on the ground, his hands pressed against the brick, his body convulsing, eyes wide with terror, gasping for breath. The commotion he caused startled the 2 men, who, to Zhao Ke's astonishment, produced firearms. Though their hands trembled, they wielded guns. Zhao Ke, having lived nearly 50 years without encountering such weapons, now found himself staring down the barrel of 2 guns. The wretched Americans, seemingly taken aback, refrained from immediately firing, instead resorting to their native tongue. Despite their fierce expressions and booming voices, Zhao Ke comprehended not a single word. Seizing the moment as they prepared to unleash a second wave of verbal onslaught, Zhao Ke sprang into action. With a swift motion, he unleashed an illusion, causing the assailants to momentarily lose focus, and one of them found his weapon slipping from his grasp. In a state of shock, the disarmed man did not flee but instead bent forward, cradling his head in surrender. Zhao Ke gazed at Hassan's bow-legged stance, a mischievous smile creeping across his face. With a swift run-up, he unleashed a magnificent strike with his left foot aimed at the geometric center of Hassan. Subsequently, the bewildered Hassan, clutching his head, followed in the footsteps of his predecessor, collapsing to the ground in a series of gasps and wheezes. Zhao Ke discarded the pistol he had seized, clapping his hands in satisfaction, realizing that the skill set could be utilized in such a manner. Zhao turned around and discovered that the fair-skinned girl was gazing at him with a look of intricate emotions. "What is it?" he inquired. The girl shook her head. "Is there a problem?" he pressed. Again, she shook her head. "Then will you accompany me? Or shall we wait for the police here?" "I will come with you," the girl replied, pouting slightly, her head bowed as she took a step forward. Zhao Ke suddenly felt as if the entire world had transformed into a gentle and benevolent presence. Zhao Ke's gaze lingered on the girl's face for an extended moment. It was a delicate and enchanting visage. Though marred by dirt, tears, and snot, the charm in her brows and eyes remained unblemished. Only when Zhao Ke noticed the flames of anger igniting within her clear, bright pupils did he awaken from his reverie. Zhao Ke felt a twinge of embarrassment. Having vanquished a rogue, he found himself with an expression akin to a fool, his gaze instinctively shifting downward as he resolved to avert his eyes from the source of temptation. Suddenly, a filthy little foot struck his calf. Mortified, Zhao Ke caught sight of the girl's indignant eyes and felt as if he had lost 50 years of dignity in an instant. "Then I shall take my leave," Zhao Ke said despondently, proceeding to remove his training attire. The girl gasped in astonishment, crossing her arms and retreating 3 steps, her eyes wide with fear as she gazed at Zhao Ke. Zhao Ke gazed at the girl in silence, his initial impression far too unfavorable to salvage. "Here, put this on. Even if you're not cold, others may feel the chill." The girl, her cheeks flushed, shot Zhao Ke a glare before hastily donning his training suit. Eager to zip it up to her chin, she then bent down to tug at it, attempting to conceal her fair, delicate legs. "How can you walk like this? By the way, where are your shoes?" The girl lowered her head, admitting that her shoes had gone missing. Zhao Ke removed his shoes once more, his face slightly flushed. "I just finished training, so I might be a bit odorous." The girl remained silent, stepping into Zhao Ke's oversized shoes, swaying slightly as she moved forward. Neither of them mentioned the 3 pairs of shrimp-shaped shoes on the ground. Zhao Ke found them too filthy to touch, while the girl was reluctant to wear them. Chapter 15. Unable to attract the girl emerging from a dead end, they found the ground covered with a thick layer of stagnant water, littered with various bottles, plastic bags, and even a deceased cat. The girl paused before the water, glanced at Zhao Ke's white socks, and, lowering her head, said, "You should wear the shoes. Go your own way." Zhao Ke was the first to step into the water, and his white sports socks quickly turned green. "I am Zhao Ke. What is your name?" "Xiao Rano." Zhao Ke led Xiao Rano into his home for the very first time. It was a novel experience for both of them, leaving Zhao Ke utterly astonished. Could this truly be considered a home? Was he, in fact, a T-800 from America who had traversed time and space? There were no appliances, no furniture, only a basketball, an enormous mattress, and a plethora of fitness equipment, with not a speck of dust to be found. Fortunately, the bathroom was equipped with hot water for showers, as Zhao Ke had cultivated the commendable habit of bathing after his workouts. Zhao Ke invited Xiao Rano to sit upon the mattress, while he hastened to the bathroom to wash his feet repeatedly. After discarding the pair of greenish socks soaked in the remnants of cat litter, he busied himself for half an hour. Once dressed and ready to depart, it suddenly struck him that there was another person at home. He patted the back of his head, then turned to find Xiao Rano still quietly seated on the mattress, her arms wrapped around her knees. Zhao Ke approached once more, squatting down to gently pat her shoulder. "I shall procure some food and return shortly. The restroom has hot water. You may take a shower in the meantime. I possess the key, so do not answer the door if someone knocks." "Understood," Xiao Rano murmured, her head bowed, exuding an air of sorrow that invited solitude. Zhao Ke shook his head, uncertain of what to do, and fled with his face covered. An hour later, Zhao Ke returned, burdened by a large bundle. To find Xiao Rano still in the same state as when he had departed, the room suffused with a profound sense of sorrow. Zhao Ke quietly entered the room and gradually laid out the items he had purchased before Xiao Rano: women's athletic shoes, women's slippers, women's short socks, women's sweatpants, women's t-shirts, women's sports jackets, women's shampoo, women's body wash, a bath towel, Hello Kitty sports lingerie, and Pikachu women's underwear. The silent Xiao Rano could no longer bear it. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she sent Zhao Ke to crouch in the corner of the living room. She then embraced her belongings and retreated into the bathroom. The sound of the shower echoed through the bathroom, and Zhao Ke, feeling somewhat sordid, listened for a moment, and then internally scorned himself. He took out the newly purchased sheets and blankets, meticulously spreading them across the mattress. After rummaging through the large bag for a while, he produced a can of milk and a pack of biscuits, placing them beside the mattress. He then retrieved the newly bought sleeping bag, surveyed his surroundings for a moment, and positioned it in the corner by the exercise equipment, slipping into it like a plump fish. Taking advantage of someone's vulnerability is not my style, Zhao Ke thought with a hint of pride. To lay a hand on her would be more beastly than human. He sighed deeply and closed his eyes. Although the sound of the shower still echoed in his ears and images of Xiao Rano's enchanting gaze flashed through his mind, Zhao Ke was utterly exhausted. He had trained all day, performed in a play, confronted 3 ruffians, and even brought back a charming lady. Zhao Ke curled his lips slightly, his breathing gradually becoming elongated, surprisingly devoid of snoring. His physique was remarkably healthy. Cautiously, with utmost vigilance, Xiao Rano peeked her head out from the bathroom, feeling somewhat bewildered. Zhao Ke, this fellow, has actually fallen asleep? How could such a breathtaking beauty be bathing? And yet he remains in slumber. Xiao Rano gently navigated through a cluster of crowded gym equipment, squatting beside Zhao Ke, observing his serene visage adorned with a trace of a smile. This does not seem to be a mere pretense of sleep. Rather, it resembles the innocence of an infant's slumber. He must be a colossal child at heart. Xiao Rano exhaled softly. This was perhaps for the best, as it spared them both from much awkwardness. She approached slowly, settling onto the revitalized mattress, her gaze sweeping over the milk and cookies. It was quite a sight to behold. This nearly 2-meter-tall Adonis had chosen bedding in a pastel pink, so whimsically incongruous. Turning her attention back to Zhao Ke, she noticed his face obscured by a large sandbag. What an odd and formidable figure he was. Lying down, he appeared even more imposing, a veritable mass. The following morning, Xiao Rano was roused by the clattering sound of weights being lifted. Zhao Ke, this non-human entity, seemed to be in a state of agony as the barbell groaned. Yet he himself emitted not even a whisper of breath. Xiao Rano sat up, tilting her head as she regarded Zhao Ke. Zhao Ke set down the barbell. I am about to begin my training, and I am quite uneasy leaving you here alone. The security of this area is rather poor. Shall I escort you to a hotel? Are you a professional athlete? Xiao Rano did not respond to Zhao Ke's inquiry. I am the water cooler attendant for the Philadelphia 76ers. Xiao Rano lowered her head and began to gather her belongings. Whenever Zhao Ke transformed into a jester, Xiao Rano would fall into silence, as if she possessed no sense of humor whatsoever. Zhao Ke finds himself at an impasse. He is not adept at charming women, a skill that has eluded him in his past life. His inability to coax a girl beyond the age of 3 is evident. Shall we choose the Hilton or the university town? Zhao Ke was uncertain himself. He had inquired with the cashier while shopping yesterday. The Hilton and the University City are among the finest hotels in Philadelphia, albeit with a steep price tag. However, Zhao Ke, being affluent, lived a life as austere as that of a Terminator, with American dollars entering his pocket yet failing to exit. Xiao Rano gazed at Zhao Ke with a quiet demeanor. Remaining silent, Zhao Ke found himself flustered by those enchanting eyes, which, despite emitting only a faint, melancholic glow, overwhelmed him completely. He swiftly made his choice. Hilton it is. Shall we depart? The journey was marked by silence. Zhao Ke scarcely dared to glance at Xiao Rano. For a reclusive individual like him, her allure was simply too potent. He paid little heed to the opulence of the Hilton Hotel, having spent his entire life of 50 years in modest accommodations. He felt akin to Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden. Xiao Rano, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings, followed Zhao Ke into the room, seated herself on the edge of the bed, and fell into a contemplative state. Zhao Ke found himself at a loss, first rubbing his hands together, then massaging the back of his head. Feeling that his gaze was elevated, he decided to crouch down. A leather sofa, solitary and desolate, stood half a meter away from him. Xiao Rano remained silent, sitting quietly as if immersed in a realm entirely of her own. Zhao Ke, feeling increasingly awkward, could barely contain himself any longer and rose to approach the window. Are you going to watch my competition tonight? A torrent of words was stifled back, ultimately struggling to emerge as a disjointed utterance. No, I need to organize myself. From beginning to end, Xiao Rano's posture remained unchanged. She sat there quietly, resembling a statue. When Zhao Ke speaks, she responds with an acknowledgement. When Zhao Ke remains silent, she too lapses into silence. What should be done? This is not a dilemma that can be resolved by the soul of a 30-something single, perpetually celibate, steel-hearted programmer. Zhao Ke opted for evasion. I shall proceed to train first. Very well. Zhao Ke nearly fled to his training session. Chapter 16. The Holy War of Philadelphia. At the entrance of the arena, Zhao Ke beheld 2 ardent Philadelphia fans fervently brandishing their banners. My expectations are not high. Defeat Los Angeles. Defeat Los Angeles. Such modest demands? To vanquish Los Angeles. 3-0. To conquer Los Angeles. 4-0. Such a sweeping triumph would indeed secure the championship, would it not? Zhao Ke chuckled quietly, finding the fans of Philadelphia quite amusing. Upon entering the Wells Fargo Center, he was thoroughly taken aback. The home supporters not only donned matching team uniforms, but each sported a pair of sunglasses as well. Was this a gathering reminiscent of the Matrix? How would they even watch the game in such attire? At this rate, Zhao Ke feared he might blend in as one of them. It was no stretch to surmise that this whimsical notion originated from the mind of the 76ers president, Pat Croce. The official promotion was rather boastful. In Philadelphia, not only do we play better than the Lakers, but we also look cooler than you Angelinos. Speaking of Croce, he is indeed an eccentric figure. Unlike the other NBA presidents who present themselves in tailored suits with an air of gravitas, Croce embraces the quirky. He enjoys bungee jumping, fighting, holding a third-degree black belt in karate, and often sports unconventional attire adorned with tattoos. Frequently, he can be seen riding his Harley-Davidson through the streets of Philadelphia with Allen Iverson, the roar of his motorcycle reverberating throughout half the city. In 1999, during a timeout at a home game, he made a spectacular entrance, descending from the arena's rooftop to the court below. Before this year's playoffs commenced, Croce ascended the Rockefeller Water Tower, proclaiming this act as a momentous feat to invigorate Philadelphia. After the team eliminated the Bucks and advanced to the finals, he contemplated recreating his 1999 stunt, but his wife, Diana, firmly dismissed the idea. Despite his antics, Croce is undeniably a capable leader. When he took the helm of the 76ers in 1996, the team was languishing at a historic low. With his unique charisma and indomitable spirit, he rekindled the fans' passion, selecting the right candidates for each position, restoring the 76ers' pride and winning tradition. Significantly, Croce played a pivotal role in mending the relationship between head coach Larry Brown and the team's soul, Iverson. Had it not been for his mediating efforts, the natural antagonism between Brown and Iverson would never have evolved into the close collaboration that it is today. In fact, the following season, after Croce's resignation, the relationship between Iverson and Brown quickly soured, leading to a complete rift. On the eve of this game, Croce made yet another audacious move. He climbed the Walt Whitman Bridge, unfurling a massive banner that read, "Go Sixers, beat L.A." The Whitman Bridge towers 397 feet, 121 meters, above the water. What a daredevil. Croce's performance epitomizes the essence of Philadelphia fans. By the time Zhao arrived, the First Union Center was enveloped by an enthusiastic throng. Unlike the discerning and high-profile Lakers supporters, who often leave the Staples Center less than full by the second quarter of the finals, Philadelphia's fans exhibit a loyalty and purity that is palpable. For them, the 76ers represent a psychological refuge, a beacon of hope for miraculous turns in life. The Philadelphia Daily eloquently expresses this sentiment. While it is merely a finals for Los Angeles fans, for Philadelphia is a fervent crusade of the entire city. Amidst the crowd, a passionate fan named Jones delivered an impassioned speech. Allen Iverson, Dikembe Mutombo, and others listened intently as Jones, clad in Iverson's number 3 jersey, fervently shouted from the platform. The 76ers are neither the Trailblazers nor the Kings. Mutombo and Hill are not Duncan and Robinson, but they are the only ones still fighting. The 76ers, though battered and facing a plethora of challenges, have never surrendered. They triumphed in a hard-fought 7-game battle against Toronto. They emerged victorious in another grueling 7-game series against Milwaukee. And as for the Lakers, it only takes 2 games. Brothers of Philadelphia, let us rally behind and support them. The crowd erupted with resounding cheers. Go 76ers! The overwhelming enthusiasm of the fans invigorated the weary 76ers, revitalizing their spirits. Yet, Zhao, unlike his usual self, was not only excited but positively radiant. In a scrimmage, Zhao managed to block Iverson 3 times, leaving the superstar feeling quite disheartened. "Kid, are you really my fan? You're starting to resemble a mole," Iverson remarked, playfully draping his arm around Zhao's neck. "Of course. However, having watched your videos so extensively, I've become quite familiar with your moves, making it easier to block you," Zhao replied with a grin. Iverson, momentarily speechless by the logic of Zhao's argument, could only respond with a thumbs up, conceding, "Well played." Allen, McGee chimed in, "I saw a video of yours where someone threw up," but before he could finish, he was met with a left hook from Iverson, dramatically collapsing to the ground and rolling about in exaggerated fashion. Zhao Ke finally realized what was happening and lunged at McGee, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! I never mentioned any specific location. Prepare to pay with your life." The 76ers erupted in laughter, while the atmosphere on the other side, with the Lakers, was somewhat stifling. A storm was brewing, and silence enveloped the room. Even the naturally comedic Shaquille O'Neal wore a serious expression. Goliath had been repeatedly pressed into the ground by David, and the Lakers felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation that was nearing unbearable levels. Such disgrace had to be avenged on the 76ers' home court. They were determined to mercilessly dominate their opponents tonight. Observing the raucous 76ers, Kobe suddenly approached, his voice icy as he declared, "You are certain to lose tonight." He attempted to say more, but was pulled away by Fisher, who, before departing, shot Zhao Ke a withering glare. Philadelphia was the birthplace of Kobe's basketball dreams, a place he held dear to his heart. Kobe was born in Philadelphia, attended high school there, and in 1996 led Lower Merion High School to a state championship, subsequently entering the NBA as the 13th overall pick that same year. He emerged from Philadelphia as a star, representing a different facet of the city's legacy compared to Allen Iverson. However, returning home with 2 losses was far from the glorious homecoming he envisioned. Before the game, he self-deprecatingly remarked to the media, "Many of my high school classmates have come asking for tickets, but they've all become fans of the 76ers. Zhao Ke suddenly called out, "Hey, Kobe." Upon seeing Kobe turn around, Zhao Ke added, "Rest assured, my shooting touch tonight is rather poor. You are quite mischievous." Uncle Moo broke into a broad grin. "Kid, from what I gather, Kobe will surely turn you into a sieve tonight," Iverson teased Zhao Ke. Aside from that short fellow in the videos, no one on this planet can turn me into a sieve, Zhao Ke retorted with a hint of pride. "Let us not mention the videos. Perhaps I should return to my home planet. You earthlings lack a sense of humor." Chapter 17. Unforeseen defenses. As the laughter of the 76ers and the seething anger of the Lakers intensified, the game commenced. The Lakers fielded the same starting lineup as in the previous 2 matches: O'Neal, Kobe, Fisher, Grant, and Fox. The 76ers starting 5 comprised Jones, Hill, McGee, Mutombo, and Iverson. Larry Brown insisted on having the injured McGee play point guard, relegating Snow to the bench, while Jones started at small forward. Zhao Ke continued to guard the water cooler, resembling a neurotic in Larry Brown's eyes. As a coach known for his meticulous and methodical approach, he preferred his team to operate with mechanical precision, and anything resembling a neurotic was most unwelcome. Although Kirano watched him intently from the television screen, Zhao Ke felt utterly powerless against the elder Brown. In light of this, he resolved to remain a tranquil and handsome figure. Thus, he feigned calmness, seated at the far end of the bench, pretending to be an observer. In the first quarter, both teams ended in a tie at 25, and Zhao Ke attentively provided towels and water. As the second quarter commenced, Kobe ignited his prowess, scoring 16 points with 8 out of 11 shots, slicing through the defense as if traversing an unguarded path. The Lakers seized the momentum, leading the 76ers by 10 points with a quarter score of 30-20, while Zhao Ke continued to dutifully offer towels and water. By the end of the third quarter, the 76ers had narrowed the gap by 3 points, bringing the score to 73-66, with Zhao Ke still diligently supplying towels and water. Despite the 76ers' earnest efforts, the Lakers displayed even greater tenacity. After the first quarter, the 76ers had been consistently pressured by the Lakers. With the team trailing, Larry Brown was even less inclined to place Zhao Ke on the court, fearing his potential lack of accuracy that day. Thus, Zhao Ke remained the steadfast guardian of the water cooler. With just 2 minutes and 47 seconds left in the fourth quarter, Allen Iverson was brought down, causing Larry Brown to break into a cold sweat. During his drive, Iverson was held by Fisher, and with his balance compromised, he fell heavily to the floor. A deafening chorus of boos and curses erupted throughout the First Union Center. "You fat fool. Even a toe of Iverson is worth more than you. You're utterly filthy." It was a foul that had to be called, both out of duty and the referee's instinct for self-preservation. The referee solemnly informed Fisher, "Young man, this is the First Union Center, where 20,000 fans with sunglasses scrutinize both you and me under a magnifying glass. So, do not expect me to protect you. You are in serious trouble now." This marked Fisher's 6th foul, and the beleaguered player adjusted his headband before departing the court, graduating with honor. Yet, he was not alone. Zhao Ke knew that in the original timeline, O'Neal would follow him off the court in half a minute. Fortunately, Iverson was renowned for his resilience and was unscathed, showing no signs of impairment in his performance. Tyronn Lue, who replaced Fisher, struggled to cross half-court under Iverson's relentless pressure. After a harrowing effort to advance the ball, he swiftly passed it to Kobe, only for Iverson and Snow to promptly trap him. Kobe was forced to pass to Brian Shaw near the baseline, who, without pausing, lofted the ball into the paint. Although O'Neal caught the pass, he was momentarily jolted by Mutombo's defense, nearly losing possession. The astute referee quickly called Mutombo for a pushing foul, but was it truly necessary for the 76ers, trailing by so much, to seek assistance from the officials? The deafening boos echoed once more across the court. Uncle Moo maintained an impassive expression, leaving it unclear whether his prior actions were intentional or inadvertent, and whether he harbored any dissatisfaction with the referee's decisions. The possession was returned to the Lakers, who executed their strategy in a manner identical to before. Kobe held the ball at the top of the arc, distributing it to the weak side to Brian Shaw, who then lobbed it to Shaquille O'Neal. This time, Uncle Moo refrained from any foul play, closely shadowing O'Neal instead. However, O'Neal, perhaps feeling a sense of favoritism from the referees, inexplicably elbowed Uncle Moo in the face while backing him down. This act was entirely unnecessary. With just over 2 minutes remaining in the game, Uncle Moo, having battled the NBA's towering behemoth for a grueling 46 minutes, was clearly at his limit. Before O'Neal turned, he had already created a comfortable shooting space with his considerable bulk, making a dunk or layup a sure 2 points. Yet, he chose to exhibit his elbow, to provoke, to retaliate. Uncle Moo staggered back dramatically, as if struck by a titan, his pained expression shattering the hearts of the 20,000 spectators present. Could the fans remain silent? The front row audience began to unleash exclamations of discontent. The referee, acutely aware that failing to blow the whistle would likely result in his name being uttered alongside those unsavory terms, had no choice but to act. The whistle sounded, signaling an offensive foul against O'Neal. With such prowess, perhaps it was best for him to take a seat. O'Neal followed in Fisher's footsteps, accumulating 6 fouls and exiting the game. The 20,000 Philadelphia fans erupted in cheers and applause, bidding farewell to the illustrious O'Neal. However, to everyone's astonishment, Phil Jackson opted not to substitute in the backup center Grant, but instead brought in the 6 feet 7 inches Rick Fox. Thus, the Lakers lineup morphed into an unusual formation of 1 forward and 4 guards. Tyronn Lue, 6 feet 0 inches. Brian Shaw, 6 feet 6 inches. Kobe Bryant, 6 feet 6 inches. Rick Fox, 6 feet 7 inches. Robert Horry, 6 feet 9 inches. This strategy abandoned any semblance of an inside game while maintaining an aggressive, fast-paced offensive approach, even with a significant lead, an audacious feat by the Zen master, Phil Jackson. Yet, this peculiar arrangement effectively bewildered Larry Brown. Historically, Brown fell into the trap. After Jackson's tactical shift, Brown indeed substituted Mutombo for 5 guards, resulting in an immediate onslaught against his team. Jackson's momentary alteration of strategy was lauded as a stroke of genius, a testament to his ability to exploit Brown's cognitive biases. What biases did Larry Brown possess? It is universally acknowledged. When faced with adversity, one must fortify defenses. Defense above all. Defense above all. Defense above all. Significant matters must be reiterated thrice. Should one encounter other coaches, Phil Jackson's tactics may prove ineffective. You lack an interior presence, do you? Splendid. My interior players tower over you by more than 20 centimeters. Thus, I shall commence my rampage at the basket without hesitation. The imagery ought to unfold as follows. Mutombo executing a thunderous dunk, following that, Geiger soaring for slam, and then Tyrone Hill delivering his own emphatic finish. I shall not relent until the Lakers' rim is utterly overwhelmed. Now, what if the methodical Larry Brown were to take charge? Alas, they have substituted in a smaller player. And defensively, my interior presence falters. What shall I do? To exacerbate matters, the fatigued Uncle Mutombo finds himself repeatedly fouled and committing turnovers within a mere 26 seconds by the sprightly Fox, who has just entered the fray. Observing Mutombo, who is grimacing while sprinting back and forth on the court, Larry Brown rubs his beardless chin, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation, silently lamenting that he cannot defend against this onslaught. Chapter 18. The Death 5. Larry Brown, caught in his internal struggle, watches as Mutombo exhaustively trails the other 9 players on the court, ultimately reaching his limit. With a decisive wave of his hand, the Philadelphia 76ers Death 5 emerges. Allen Iverson, standing at 183 meters. Eric Snow at 191 meters. Kevin Ollie at 193 meters. And Aaron McKee at 196 meters. Zhao Ke, standing at an impressive height of 198 meters, embodies the notion that there is no shortest player, only those who are shorter. The 76ers, notably, are dwarfed by the Lakers, as all their players measure below 2 meters. Among them, the duo of Zhao Ke and the 196-meter McGee form an unexpected twin tower in the paint. Recalling the past, Zhao remembers how the 76ers' death lineup ultimately succumbed to the legendary Big Shot Rob, who scored 7 crucial points in the dying moments, leading the Lakers, deprived of O'Neal and Fisher, to a narrow victory over the 76ers. Big Shot Rob, a moniker earned by Robert Horry during his tenure with the Houston Rockets for his knack for sinking pivotal shots, is a man of extraordinary fortune. In essence, he is the lucky charm among active players. Throughout his 16 seasons in the league, every team he played for made the playoffs, and each one advanced beyond the first round, a feat that would leave legends like McGrady, Yao Ming, and Paul in tears. Upon his retirement in 2008, Horry had amassed an astounding 7 NBA championship rings. He possessed a heart of immense courage and hands crafted for clutch moments. The more critical the game, the more likely he was to hit a game-changing three-pointer. Thus, prior to the era dominated by walking violations LeBron and Curry, Robert Horry held the record for the most three-pointers made in NBA Finals history, with 56. This remarkable role player turned Larry Brown's death lineup into a subject of ridicule, though this was before Zhao's arrival on the scene. Nowadays, equipped with a refined skill set, he can effortlessly make opponents question their very existence. Upon entering the game as the tallest player for the 76ers, Zhao immediately sought out the Lakers' towering Robert Horry. Big Shot Rob, I'm here to steal the spotlight, you know? Horry, unable to comprehend the Chinese words, merely glanced at Zhao, shook his head, and ran off, bewildered by the trend of players invoking spells upon their entry. At this moment, the score stood at 87-85, with the Lakers leading by 2 points and just 1 minute and 34 seconds remaining. With O'Neal sidelined, Kobe, the team's sole core, felt a surge of power, as if the world was his to command, every pore relishing the moment. Kobe held the ball at the arc while his teammates spread out, allowing him to showcase his one-on-one prowess. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the 2005 season when the star single-handedly torched the court for 81 points. Zhao Ke sighed as he observed Kobe making his relentless drive towards the basket. The defender, Snow, struggled to keep pace, prompting Zhao Ke and McGee to swiftly converge for a double team. However, to their astonishment, Kobe flashed a slight smile, leaned back, and leaped gracefully. In the face of 3 towering defenders, he executed a lateral drift of nearly a meter before finally releasing the shot. As Zhao Ke, McGee, and Snow all missed their attempts, they could only watch as the basketball, arcing somewhat high, gracefully nestled into the net. A fading jump shot. It was a sight to behold, truly picturesque, had he not feared being utterly obliterated by the 20,000 spectators in attendance. Zhao Ke would have wholeheartedly bestowed 666 likes upon this extraordinarily challenging shot. Meanwhile, Larry Brown, anxiously pacing back and forth, scratched his head, refraining from directing his ire at anyone in particular. 3 defenders, yet the shot still found its mark effortlessly, and the form was exquisite. The burden of this failure could hardly be placed upon the defenders. The score stood at 89-85, with just 1 minute and 17 seconds remaining. The 76ers executed a swift inbounds pass, and Iverson, with determination, surged into the heart of the Lakers' territory. Despite having run for 46 minutes, Iverson's speed remained as unyielding as when he first entered the game. Tyronn Lue managed to keep pace initially, but with a sudden change of direction, Iverson left him trailing. Fox rushed over to assist in the defense, yet Iverson feigned a shot, cleverly passing the ball to Snow, who was positioned behind Fox. Snow, standing at 191 meters for the first time in his career, did not feel diminutive beneath the basket. Brimming with confidence, Snow decisively attempted a 3-step layup, a move reminiscent of middle school days. However, perhaps due to the unfamiliarity of not facing a towering opponent in the key, his layup surprisingly missed its mark. A scramble for the rebound ensued. Beneath the Lakers' basket, chaos erupted, yet both teams lacked a significant presence in the paint, with the tallest players, Horry and Zhao Ke, stationed well beyond the three-point line. They exchanged bemused glances as they observed a throng of shorter players bouncing and jostling beneath the hoop. Amidst the disorder, Kevin Olynyk, standing at 193 meters, fortuitously secured the offensive rebound. Without hesitation, Olynyk leapt once more to attempt a layup. Kobe, tasked with guarding him, grew anxious, muttering to himself about the difficulty of carrying a team alone, while these peripheral players dared to steal the spotlight. As Kobe lunged to block the shot, his urgency affected his precision, resulting in a glancing blow to Olynyk's arm. This foul was clearly unintentional, thus the contact was minimal. The outcome of this minor infraction was that Olynyk's shot miraculously found its way through the hoop. Zhao Ke maliciously speculated. One wonders if the ball would have gone in had Kobe not struck his arm. The referee judiciously called a foul on Kobe for hitting the hand. It seems the league is not yet prepared to dismantle the 76ers. Hence, the referee exhibited a slight bias towards the Lakers, though it was not egregious. Following this, the additional free throw saw Kevin Ollie wearing a countenance full of despair, as if he could scarcely believe he would succeed. The fans behind the basketball hoop were so startled they scarcely dared to move. One young fan appeared on the verge of tears, his nose nearly dripping into his mouth, paralyzed by the fear of disturbing this rarely seen substitute in such a crucial moment. Fortunately for Ollie, fortune smiled upon him, and he did not disappoint. The ball spun precariously around the rim before ultimately trembling its way into the net. The score stood at 89-88, with just 1 minute and 2 seconds remaining. As the Lakers embarked on their offensive play, Tyronn Lue advanced the ball to the top of the arc, immediately passing it to Kobe. It is no wonder this individual would eventually become a championship coach. Observe his keen ability to read the game. With Shaquille O'Neal off the court, he promptly realigned his role to accommodate the singular prowess of Kobe. Kobe, bearing the defensive pressure from Snow, feigned an aggressive drive towards the basket. In the corner, Zhao Ke, tasked with guarding Robert Horry, hastily abandoned his post to join Snow in a double team against Kobe. At that moment, Kobe released the ball. No surprise here. The corner position was now vacant for Horry. Yet, no one anticipated that just moments ago, Kobe had deftly maneuvered through 3 defenders to score. And now he opted to pass? Who would have thought? Who would have imagined such a Kobe, so elusive in establishing a central leadership role, would actually make the choice to share the ball? A Kobe willing to pass is indeed the most formidable black mamba. Snow could not fathom it, nor could Iverson or Larry Brown. However, Zhao Ke understood, having closely observed the great Mr. Big Shot for quite some time. He had watched the finals video between the 76ers and Lakers more than 100 times, accompanied by duck neck and beer. In Zhao Ke's well-acquainted timeline, it was from the moment Robert Horry received this pass from Kobe that he would score 7 points within the next 40 seconds, effectively sealing the fate of the 76ers, who had just fought valiantly to close the gap to 1 point. After the game, the illustrious Big Shot Rob remarked that he had waited 3 years for that shot. Surprisingly, this small butterfly of fate did not alter a classic moment. Kobe still chose to pass. Chapter 19. The scene unfolds after 3 long years. Robert Horry comfortably received the ball, so comfortably that he needed no adjustment whatsoever. Receiving the pass, jumping, and shooting were executed in seamless succession, with grace and fluidity. However, just as the ball was released, and still in free fall, Horry suddenly perceived a vast shadow hurtling towards him. In Horry's eyes, filled with terror, Zhao Ke bellowed, "No-fly zone." With a powerful swing of his arm, he executed a forceful block that altered the trajectory of the basketball. Robert Horry, having landed awkwardly, sat bewildered on the court, staring at the ball as it soared away. How'd he end up here? Was he supposed to be guarding Kobe? The slow-motion replay on the center screen unveiled the mystery. Zhao Ke had indeed lunged at Kobe with fierce intent, but it was clearly a feint. Just as he was about to brush against Kobe's jersey, Zhao Ke swiftly pivoted and sprinted back, while Kobe's pass had barely left his fingertips. In that moment, as Horry prepared to receive the ball, Zhao Ke, who had once been 3 meters away, was now poised beside him, ready to unleash a spectacular Zhao-style hot pot. Lost in the video replay, Horry was oblivious to the fact that the basketball, sent flying by Zhao Ke, had been retrieved by the fleet-footed Allen Iverson, who wasted no time in launching a fast break. In Iverson's world of speed, the other players seemed sluggish in comparison. As Iverson surged ahead, only Tyronn Lue managed to keep pace, while Kobe and Fox were just beginning to turn, leaving Horry still seated on the floor behind. Originally, Iverson intended to finish with a layup, but the frantic footsteps behind him presented another option. Upon reaching the 3-point line, Iverson suddenly halted, while Tyronn Lue, unable to stop in time, collided clumsily with him. Though Lue attempted to break using a somewhat awkward Chinese martial arts move, inertia still propelled him forward, resulting in a chaotic crash with Iverson, who was already in the air for a shot. With the advantage of speed, Iverson was well prepared to draw a foul. As Lue collided with his back, the ball was released, appearing to veer wildly off course, missing the backboard entirely. Such a blatant foul would it be called? The referee, displaying discernment, blew the whistle, awarding 3 free throws. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd at the center arena as the spectators stood in anticipation. Iverson needed to sink just one of the 3 free throws to equalize the score. having been under pressure since the first quarter. The moment from Zhao Ke's block to Iverson's successful fast break foul occurred in less than 3 seconds, finally allowing the fans, who had been holding their breath for 3 entire quarters, to exhale. A plot twist? This hard-earned ticket was truly worth its weight in gold. In this crucial moment, the answer awaited. For the first free throw, Iverson maintained a calm demeanor, dribbling the ball twice before effortlessly raising his hand to shoot. Swish! It was through. 89-89. They had finally leveled the score. The first Union Center, enveloped in a cautious silence, erupted instantaneously into a thunderous chorus of cheers and applause. Allen Iverson once again received the referee's pass, plunging the arena into an immediate hush, with even the fans across from him rendered motionless. The players of the 76ers gathered around Iverson as the weight of this pivotal shot hung in the balance, poised to reclaim the lead. Zhao Ke gently tapped Iverson's backside, hesitant to clap his hands, fearing his own poor shooting touch might be contagious. Iverson calmly sank his second free throw, bringing the score to 89-90, a remarkable turnaround. The once quiet First Alliance center erupted in cheers and applause. As Iverson received the ball for the third time, the arena fell silent, a testament to the adoration of the fans. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Iverson smoothly converted his third free throw, elevating the score to 89-91 with just 43 seconds remaining. For the first time in the match, the 76ers had taken the lead. The Lakers, however, did not call for a timeout, suggesting that Phil Jackson still believed he had the situation under control. Feeling overlooked as he prepared to showcase his skills, Zhao Ke thought to himself that Phil Jackson was utterly blind to his prowess. Here he was, on the cusp of delivering a decisive blow to the Lakers. Yet this renowned coach seemed to disregard his presence. Nevertheless, Zhao Ke found a certain satisfaction in this oversight. If no timeout was called now, Jackson would soon realize that a pause would be of little use. As the Lakers inbound the ball, Tyronn Lue struggled to advance to midcourt under Iverson's relentless pressure. Iverson persistently attempted to steal the ball, forcing Lue to cautiously protect it as he moved forward. At that moment, the more robust little fish would have been a better fit than Lue, as he was significantly stronger, even more so than Iverson. However, little fish had graduated and could only watch helplessly as Lue was mercilessly harassed by Iverson. Kobe, advancing toward the front court, glanced back, contemplating whether to set a screen for the beleaguered Lue, who exhibited a remarkable awareness of the game. Suddenly, a figure darted past Tyronn Lue. Engaged in a battle of wits with Iverson, Lue felt a sudden rush of air and, upon a closer look, realized his hands were empty. Alarmed, he instinctively turned to see an 18 jersey in white racing ahead. At this point, Lue had barely crossed half-court, allowing Zhao Ke to capitalize on the steal, covering the distance to the three-point line in just 3 strides. There was no hesitation. He would allow himself a moment of quiet confidence. With a gentle leap and a single-handed ball protection, he executed a textbook perfect form. A shooting star, Zhao Ke silently mused. An orange-hued meteor streaked across the Lakers' half of the court, gracefully descending into the net. Zhao Ke's flamboyant attributes were fully ignited. He raised his arms high, his hands forming a circle with his thumbs and index fingers, a gesture signifying OK, which also implied a successful three-pointer. Was this an indication that my three-pointer was indeed commendable? The audience, invigorated, began to cheer as they witnessed Zhao Ke's swift and clean steal. But their enthusiasm soared to a new level with a splendid three-point shot. Observing Zhao Ke's comical, celebratory gesture, compared to Allen Iverson's iconic listening pose, this one seemed rather trivial. The crowd erupted in laughter. Hey, what is the name of that kid who surrendered? I don't know, but it seems he once threw an incredibly long air ball at the Lakers' home court, injuring a fan. Indeed, good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. Even the 76ers' own fans failed to remember Zhao Ke's magnificent performance. What could one expect from the Lakers coach? Well done, my friend. Iverson approached Zhao Ke and bumped chests with him, then embraced him, saying, Allen, I implore you, could you please use a different name? No. All right. Then I shall discuss your video with McGee. Oh no, you've won. The great Mr. Zhao. Chapter 20. My hands are burning 89-94, with 33 seconds remaining. Merely 10 seconds had elapsed. Just moments prior, the Zen master was calmly chewing gum. Now, within those brief 10 seconds, he felt a cold sweat trickling down. A 5-point deficit was perilous. Finally, the Lakers called timeout. Zhao Ke and Iverson returned to the bench, their shoulders brushing together in camaraderie. Uncle Moo was the first to rise, exchanging a celebratory high-five with Zhao Ke, indicating that his block had already showcased the prowess of an 8th-level master. The burly substitutes crowded around, playfully tousling Zhao Ke's hair. Larry Brown did not gather the players around him. Instead, he stood patiently for all those who had taken to the court to settle down before he picked up the tactical board and crouched before them. Zhao Ke gazed at the silver-haired elder, reflecting on how this rigid coach, despite his intricate schemes, could not thwart the greatness of the illustrious OK duo. After suffering a humiliating 1-for defeat at the hands of the Lakers, he felt a tinge of melancholy. Gentlemen, we are merely half a minute away from securing our championship point. Let us maintain the pressure, forcing them to err and depart in tears. Instead of devising strategies, Larry Brown began to offer motivational platitudes. With a 5-point lead, he emphasized the importance of defense, assuring them that they had the answers for their offensive endeavors. Once Brown concluded his address, Zhao Ke hesitated briefly before, like a well-behaved child in kindergarten, slowly raising his right hand. Brown glanced at him and inquired, "Young man, do you have any thoughts?" "Coach, I feel quite hot. I believe I can sink a few 3-pointers." Larry Brown bowed his head, tapping the tactical board with a marker. And after a moment of silence, he responded, "Allen, when you draw the defense, if Zhao has an opportunity, pass it to him. Zhao, position yourself at your most adept spot." With a comfortable lead, Larry Brown chose to place his trust in Zhao Ke, the unpredictable wild card. "All right, coach. I assure you I shall not disappoint." Zhao Ke sprang to his feet, promptly standing at attention to render a crisp American salute to the elder. Iverson, with a swift motion, delivered a kick to Zhao Ke's backside, exclaiming, "If you can't make the shot, I'll make sure to kick your behind." Zhao Ke dramatically collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming, "Allen, I am injured and in need of rescue." Once again, the Lakers lineup remained unchanged. Kobe, Fox, Horry, Brian Shaw, and Tyronn Lue. Phil Jackson found himself in a predicament akin to that of a skilled chef unable to cook without ingredients. Fortunately, all 5 players on the court for the Lakers were proficient in shooting 3-pointers with commendable accuracy, adeptly executing Phil Jackson's 3-point strategy. Tyronn Lue continued to handle the ball across half-court, while Iverson persistently advanced to apply pressure, even if it yielded little success. Was it not a means to waste time? After all, the 76ers were currently leading by 5 points. This time, Tyronn Lue's teammates did not merely stand by. The towering Robert Horry stepped forward to set a solid screen, allowing Lue to evade Iverson's grasp. Once he crossed the mid-court line, Tyronn Lue promptly tossed the basketball to Kobe as if it were a hot potato, casting a wary glance at Zhao Ke. Zhao Ke secretly chuckled, believing he had long since exhausted his skills in interception. What was there to fear? This time, Kobe opted to take matters into his own hands, while the other 4 players stationed themselves beyond the 3-point line, creating ample space. No one dared to double-team Kobe. Just moments ago, Old Man Brown had instructed that in the ensuing match, Snow was to guard Kobe one-on-one, with no assistance allowed. As for the others, McGee kept a watchful eye on Fox, Kevin Ollie marked Brian Shaw, and Iverson trailed Tyronn Lue closely. Where is Zhao Ke? He is tasked with guarding the Lakers center, Robert Horry. Thus, the injured Snow, despite his ankle woes, desperately trails Kobe, swaying left and right, trailing in the dust behind the soaring little fly. Kobe effortlessly secures 2 points. The score stands at 91-94, with only 23 seconds remaining. The margin is merely 3 points. The Lakers, opting against a foul strategy, initiate full-court pressure. However, Iverson, with astonishing speed, demonstrates that such pressure is of little consequence. As Iverson dribbles in a swift dash towards the basket, the Lakers players surge forward en masse, leaving Zhao Ke standing just beyond the 3-point arc, in a state of solitude. In the next instant, as Iverson approaches the hoop, he unexpectedly tosses the ball behind him from under his arm, and Zhao Ke, unaccompanied within a 3-meter radius, confidently receives the basketball. What follows is a straightforward affair. He leaps, capitalizing on a 100 shooting accuracy, and releases the ball. Zhao Ke smiled gently as he watched Mr. Big Shot Rob charging towards him with fervor, shrugging his shoulders. "I apologize, but my hands are quite hot." The sound that followed was the most delightful for the 76ers, while for the Lakers, it unmistakably echoed the ominous sharpening of blades. With the score at 91-97 and merely 15 seconds remaining, the Lakers called for another timeout. Thankfully, Phil Jackson seldom requested timeouts. Otherwise, in such a critical moment, they would truly be at a loss for options. Zhao Ke extricated himself from the fervent embraces of several perspiring giants and sprinted to the bench, seizing a towel to wipe his brow. It was utterly revolting. For these foreign devils truly reeked when they perspired. A few teammates, still reveling in the game, approached to playfully ruffle Zhao Ke's hair. The entire world was aware that the Lakers had resorted to a strategy of fouls, and Old Man Brown, without uttering much, seized the opportunity to allow his players a moment's respite. At this juncture, it was only Zhao Ke and Ali, who had just entered the game 3 minutes prior, that remained lively. The other three, not only nursing injuries, but also having played nearly the entire match, were desperately quenching their thirst. As the timeout concluded, the Lakers commenced an unyielding series of screens to facilitate Kobe's possession of the ball. Ultimately, after a series of stumbles, Kobe managed to secure the ball. Yet, under Snow's interference, he misfired. The rebound took an inexplicable trajectory, careening toward Zhao Ke, stationed beyond the three-point line in the corner. Previously, in an effort to secure rebounds and second-chance opportunities, the Lakers had crowded the paint. At this moment, upon witnessing the direction of the rebound, the 5 Lakers players were struck with astonishment, and without hesitation, regardless of distance, they surged toward Zhao Ke with fervor. Zhao Ke received the pass to the hoop, swiftly pivoted, leaped, and released the shot. At that moment, he remained an entire basketball court away from the rim. Unsurprisingly, the shot missed. Zhao Ke did not utilize his skill set, but instead harbored a mischievous intent to waste time, clinging to a faint hope that sheer force might yield a miraculous outcome. The basketball traced a straight trajectory, forcefully colliding with the backboard before rebounding into the air, only to descend gently thereafter, where it was captured by the fleet-footed Iverson. There was not a single Lakers player in proximity. The Lakers had conceded. Kobe's three-pointer failed to find its mark, and with no chance to secure the rebound. What was the point of chasing? Moreover, that number 3 was sprinting at such speed that who could possibly catch up? Since resistance had waned, it was time to return home, wash up, and retire for the night. After all, the weary veterans were thoroughly exhausted. Iverson, anticipating a foul to accumulate points, tossed the ball skyward and sauntered toward the bench. Yet, he was intercepted by Kobe. "We will surely win the next game," the young Black Mamba declared before turning away, finding this match to be exceedingly bizarre and frustrating. "I'll be waiting for you." Iverson's languid voice drifted back. The First League Center had transformed into a jubilant sea of celebration. Leading 3-0 allowed the anxious fans to revel without restraint. Streamers, balloons, and confetti danced in the air. Anything harmless that could be thrown was joyfully launched into the sky by the exuberant fans. "Wait, whose bra is that? It's adorned with black lace. Security. Someone is streaking." Chapter 21, Miss, I'm coming. The once formidable Lakers, now tinged with reluctance, confusion, and anger, trudged towards the player tunnel, their spirits visibly deflated. No media dared to approach, for even a normally jovial Shaquille O'Neal wore an expression that screamed, "Do not bother me. I am quite vexed." Kobe was nearly at the brink of fury, having labored hard for a solo effort, only to face defeat. The taunting chants of the 76ers fans echoed incessantly in his ears. One more time. One more time. One more time. In front of the cameras, a sultry blonde approached Iverson, presenting him with 2 autumnal spinach leaves. "Congratulations, answer." The thunderous cheers from the crowd facilitated her advance, as she squeezed next to Iverson, her fiery red lips nearly grazing his ear. Before the finals commenced, many had predicted a sweep against us. However, they would soon find themselves disappointed. We had triumphed in 3 consecutive matches, and it seemed that the Lakers might soon face their own sweep. Congratulations to those who placed their bets. Bankruptcy awaits you. Iverson discreetly sidestepped to the side. After all, he was a man with children and was preparing for marriage following a championship victory. In such a public setting, it was certain that Tavares would take the children and flee. The experienced young lady stood upright, presenting the microphone before Iverson. This victory was no small feat. The Lakers held the lead for almost the entire game, yet you managed to turn the tide at the last moment. It was truly remarkable. Could you share the secret behind your comeback? Oh, you mean the secret, right? Iverson replied with a hint of exaggeration in his tone. The key lies just behind you. Quickly, capture that sneaky fellow. The jubilant fans, spotting the elusive Zhao Ke hiding behind the female host, preparing to make his escape, erupted into a chorus of good-natured laughter. Zhao Ke was preparing to stealthily slip away. He considered himself not one to seek the limelight, and he certainly could not utter phrases like "I've waited 3 long years for a shot like this." What was there to interview about? His style was to leave quietly, shunning fame and recognition. These pretentious lines were merely Zhao Ke's self-crafted justification for his escape. He was simply eager to return home and see the young lady he had encountered the day before. However, regardless of the circumstances, he knew he could not flee now. Zhao Ke gazed helplessly at the microphone jabbing towards his face. This time, the blonde girl did not lean in. She maintained a distance of at least a meter from him. Had her outstretched arm not been so short, she could have stood even farther away. How could the chasm between individuals be so vast? Zhao Ke expressed that he felt as though he had endured 1,000 blows to his heart. Now, dear Mr. Ke, why not greet everyone? Greetings to the esteemed residents of Philadelphia. I am Zhao Ke, not a pivotal figure, but rather a freshly minted novice. Today marks the inaugural home game of my rookie career, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the neighbors for their support. I kindly ask for your guidance and encouragement. Zhao, resembling a clumsy, neon-lit service staff, appeared quite reserved. The fans who had yet to depart erupted into laughter, astonished to discover that this Chinese Zhao was also a master of wit. The blonde lady continued her inquiry. Dear Zhao, what do you believe was the key to the team's remarkable comeback today? Are you referring to the key? Zhao mimicked Allen Iverson's emphasis, receiving a playful punch in return. Indeed, the key, sir, the lady played along. The pivotal factor in our victory, without a doubt, was the esteemed Mr. Larry Brown. It was his sagacious decision to deploy the unprecedented small ball lineup in the final moments of the game that caught the Lakers off guard. Our offense overwhelmed them, and our defense left them bewildered. Mr. Brown foresaw it all, and thus our triumph was inevitable. We are blessed with the finest head coach in the world, and we succeeded through strategy. We adhered strictly to the coach's tactical intentions, which is why we emerged victorious. Zhao exclaimed, his words punctuated with fervor. Iverson was taken aback. Mutombo was astonished, and the blonde lady was equally surprised. Such flattery was almost too much to bear. Faced with the adulation of over 20,000 fans directed towards the coach, one could only wonder about Zhao's questionable integrity. The blonde lady felt tempted to declare, I have never encountered such brazen shamelessness. However, for the sake of her career, she restrained herself and shifted the topic. Now, let's discuss your 2 3-pointers, shall we? If I speak honestly, the fans 1T turn against me. Will they? Zhao asked, somewhat timidly. I doubt it. You are the hero of the comeback. The lady, though slightly surprised, quickly adapted to the rhythm of the banter. Then I shall speak candidly. Truth be told, I was fortunate. My shooting percentage is rather low in practice. Around 10%. Allen and the others are aware of this. Feel free to ask him. The camera panned to the ever-curious Iverson and Mutombo, who still seemed to be recovering from Zhao's extravagant flattery, casting disdainful glances at the awkward young man. Noticing the camera's focus on them, they hastily waved their hands in denial, as if to say they were uninvolved. What ist? This is team confidential information. If the Lakers were to discover this, they would be infuriated. It appears your teammates are unaware. Who, then, is speaking untruths? The lady remarked with a hint of mischief. Well, while my practice percentage may be low, I am a player who thrives in competitive matches. You see, my shooting percentage in actual games is considerably higher. Zhao Ke wiped the sweat from his brow and candidly remarked, to be honest, you may not believe me, but it seems that good people are often accused of boasting. Nevertheless, that 3-point shot did indeed involve a stroke of luck. If I were to attempt the same shot again from that very spot, perhaps it would not find its mark. As for whether you believe me or not, I certainly do. Zhao Ke stated with a forthright demeanor. Well, your luck is indeed remarkable. Now, could you elaborate on that exquisite block? That moment came when I had just entered the game. My focus and energy were at their peak, while Robert Horry had already played over 40 minutes and was fatigued. His attention was slightly waning, and he failed to notice my defensive positioning. Thus, when I leapt, I fortuitously blocked his shot. So, you're implying that the block was also a matter of good fortune? The blonde girl mused, feeling somewhat teased by Zhao Ke. Her words escaped her lips almost reluctantly, as her piercing green eyes sparkled with a hint of challenge, implying that a proper response was expected. Yet who was Zhao Ke? He was undeniably rather cheeky. You are right. After all, I am merely a tender rookie, my skills still quite lacking, though luck has favored me. You truly are a modest gentleman. Congratulations on your victory. The underlying message was clear. It was time for you to swiftly take your leave. You scoundrel, the bonus is gone. The blonde girl hastily concluded her interview with Zhao Ke and gracefully made her way towards Iverson. Feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, Zhao Ke promptly made his exit. He dashed back to the locker room, swiftly washed up and dressed, then rushed out through the back door, exclaiming, Miss, I'm on my way. Chapter 22. Deservedly single, 10 minutes later, panting heavily, Zhao Ke stood at the door of Qiao Rano's room. Was it a bit presumptuous to enter like this? Zhao Ke wiped the sweat from his brow and took a deep breath. He stepped forward, only to pause once more. Should he wait for his breath to steady? He rubbed his face, adjusted his collar, tugged at his garment, and stamped his foot. Zhao Ke began to pace outside Qiao Rano's door. After another 10 minutes, he finally felt his breathing return to normal and slowly approached, gently rapping on the door. There was no sound from within the room. He knocked again, yet still there was silence. Zhao Ke pressed his ear against the door, closing his eyes to listen for a while. It seemed there was still no sound to be heard. Zhao Ke was immediately flustered. What unexpected incident had occurred? Or had those troublesome pests returned once more? Zhao Ke took 2 steps back, preparing to kick open the wooden door that seemed to conceal great peril. Fortunately, the timely arrival of a black female attendant prevented the reckless Zhao Ke from proceeding. Hey, what do you think you are doing? If you don't stop immediately, I shall call the authorities. Zhao Ke retracted his legs and, tilting his neck, shouted, My friend resides in this room. Yet I knocked moments ago and received no response. I suspect there may be danger. Danger, my foot. This is the Hilton Hotel, not some roadside motel, retorted a plump African-American woman with an expression of disdain. Moreover, the girl who occupied this room has already departed. She is safe and has not been coerced. The expression on Zhao Ke's face swiftly transformed from anxiety to despondency. After a moment of daze, he licked his lips and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, inquired of the elderly African-American woman, Did she leave any message for you to convey? The woman responded with a mysterious smile, exuding an air of understanding yet withholding her words. She mentioned that a tall Asian individual named Zhao Ke might come looking for her, advising me not to tidy the room just yet. She opened the door for Zhao Ke, sympathetically patted his arm, and then, with a professional demeanor, turned and left. Zhao Ke stood at the threshold, gazing hesitantly within. The window was ajar, and a gentle breeze stirred the embroidered gauze curtains adorned with blue flowers. On the table rested a half-filled cup, or rather, it appeared to be a cup scarcely sipped from. Was it due to its unpalatable taste, or something else? In the desolate room lingered a faint whisper of parting sorrow. Yes, it was indeed a sense of melancholy. In the center of the bed lay a shallow indentation, where Qiao Rano must have sat quietly for an extended time, her arms wrapped around her knees, resembling a delicate jade sculpture. Zhao Ke suddenly found himself in a state of bewilderment. He had momentarily forgotten the purpose of his visit. In his fervent rush, what had he intended to convey? It seemed he wished to share with Qiao Rano the triumph of defeating the Lakers, to recount the pivotal 3-point shot he had made, to describe that ethereal steal, to narrate the awe-inspiring block that left spectators breathless, and to mention the golden-haired beauty who had interviewed him. Perhaps Qiao Rano had not watched the game. Perhaps she simply did not harbor an affinity for basketball. If that were the case, wouldn't it be acceptable to discuss something else? There were countless words still left to share. Zhao could gently close the door, slowly crouching down. His right hand pressed against the floor as he eased himself onto the carpet, staring vacantly at the little nest on the bed. Alas, the young lady he had rescued. Shouldn't she have offered herself in gratitude? Was it not rather impolite to depart so quietly? For a long time, Zhao Ke remained ensnared by the allure of the small nest upon the bed. Suddenly, the wind intensified, swirling through the fluttering curtains, repeatedly lifting a piece of paper on the bedside table. A black ballpoint pen lay pressed upon it, causing the paper to rustle incessantly. The pen rolled to and fro. It cannot break free. The paper's lament stirred Zhao Ke from his reverie. He finally extricated his bewildered gaze from the nest, diverting his attention to follow the sound. At last, Zhao Ke discerned the ballpoint pen tumbling upon the bedside table, along with the paper it burdened. There appeared to be writing upon it. Writing. In an instant, Zhao Ke, still seated on the ground, jolted as if stung by a scorpion. With his hands braced against the floor, he sprang up, leaping over the bed, and landing deftly before the bedside table, akin to a basketball descending into the hands of Robert Horry. Zhao gently rolled the ballpoint pen and picked up the piece of paper. With trembling fingers, he anxiously unfolded it. Indeed, there were words inscribed, elegantly written, reminiscent of the person, Big guy, I am going to attend the University of Memphis. 1 XXXXXXXXXX. Just a single sentence, a string of numbers. Not a word more. Zhao Ke gazed at the sentence for a full 10 minutes, yet failed to discern a single blossom. Memphis? Attending university? a mere international student. He picked up the room's telephone, resembling an illiterate, methodically verifying each digit before dialing. At last, having completed the final number, he hung up before the call could connect. Casting the phone aside as though it burned his hand, Zhao Ke concealed his face, pondering what words could follow such a connection. Should he inquire why one departed without a word? Yet, the other had indeed bid farewell, with a written note to attest to it. Or perhaps he should question what transpired yesterday. Zhao Ke, if you dare to inquire, Qiao Rano will undoubtedly block you. Do you truly wish to unearth such an embarrassing incident that one might only encounter once in a lifetime? Shall we engage in a relationship? Without the need for speculation. There was a profound silence on the phone for an hour, after which Zhao Ke wisely hung up. Perhaps it is best to say nothing at all. At least, they still have the foundation of friendship, do they not? To Zhao Ke, Qiao Rano is akin to an enigma, a perplexing presence. Zhao Ke, a person capable of bantering and jesting with his idol Allen Iverson, find himself utterly unable to engage in a meaningful conversation with Kai Ranuo. It is a classic case of opposites attracting, akin to the way brine complements tofu. Kai Ranuo is indeed his ideal. Her enchanting eyes, exquisite features, and skin as smooth as jade are simply irresistible. Though her figure is on the slender side, she still poses an unparalleled allure for Zhao Ke. When in her presence, she need not utter a single word. A mere glance from her frosty gaze can turn him crimson and render him speechless, struggling to articulate even a coherent thought. Fortunately, Kai Ranuo seems disinterested in exercising her captivating charm, appearing apathetic to everything, including Zhao Ke himself. Faced with a woman who embodies all his preferences, he longs to impress her but finds himself at a loss for engaging topics, especially since she displays no sense of humor. He is left salivating with desire, yet utterly powerless to act, akin to a dog confronting a hedgehog. Zhao Ke felt an overwhelming desire to call Qiao Rano and inquire, "Is this how you treat your savior?" According to the narrative tropes, should you not offer yourself in gratitude? Of course, this was merely the most implausible thought among the countless anxieties swirling in Zhao Ke's mind. If Zhao Ke could unravel the mystery, he would not have faced the solitude of death in his past life. In a state of turmoil, he oscillated between standing by the window, crouching at the door, and kneeling by the bed. After 10 minutes, he remained indecisive. After half an hour, he had yet to reach a resolution. An hour later, Zhao Ke, sprawled upon the bed, succumbed to a tranquil slumber. Astonishingly, he fell asleep in such a pivotal moment of confusion and uncertainty. No wonder he finds himself single. Chapter 23. The Lakeside by the Cliff. Zhao Ke slumbered soundly until the sun hung high in the sky, its rays casting a painful warmth upon his backside. What a carefree soul. Zhao Ke rubbed his eyes and noticed the note still clenched in his hand, a self-deprecating smile escaping his lips. The longer one endures solitude, the less courage one possesses to pursue beauty. Upon reflection, Qiao Ranuo was undoubtedly the most exquisite encounter of Zhao Ke's 2 lifetimes. Perhaps fate would allow them to meet again, yet by that time, Qiao Ranuo would certainly no longer be the disheveled young lady of yesterday. Zhao, in his stubbornness, firmly believes that regardless of whether Qiao Rano is merely a transient figure, he is someone that his current self cannot hope to retain. Only by becoming the most resplendent star in the NBA is he deemed worthy of presenting a rose before Qiao Rano. What kind of absurd logic is this? By then, the opportunity would have long passed, wouldn't it? This encapsulates the essence of Zhao Ke, a wretchedly insecure, fragile, and sensitive character, devoid of emotional depth. He meticulously folded the note left by Qiao Rano into a heart shape, cherishing it within an exquisite little box. Then, he proceeded to go for a morning run. A morning run, as if nothing were amiss. He went for a morning run. Well, it appears that Zhao Ke is destined for a life of solitude once more. During his morning jog, Zhao discovered an unusually high number of people purchasing newspapers today. Could something significant have transpired? Consequently, he acquired several newspapers from the kiosk and squatted down to read. Little did he know, as he flipped through the pages, a grin stretched across his face. The papers were filled with praise for Zhao and the 76ers in nearly 50 years of life. He had never received such accolades from the media. He was soaring, nearly transcending the earth. With Qiao Rano's departure, the gloom that settled in his chest began to dissipate like wisps of cloud. Meanwhile, the Lakers, who had vowed to sweep their way to victory in the finals, found themselves down 0-3, having suffered 3 consecutive defeats. They were left with nothing to show for it, and another loss would send them home to fish. This, of course, did not escape the media's harsh scrutiny, especially the inexplicably dramatic third game, which was rife with newsworthy moments. The Lakers played admirably for 47 minutes, only to be met with a stunning last-minute turnaround by their opponents, leading to their agonizing defeat. Statistically, one cannot claim that the formidable Lakers duo performed poorly. The dynamic duo of O'Neal and Kobe combined for 62 points, with a magnificent diesel, Shaquille O'Neal, contributing 30 points, 12 rebounds, 3 assists, and 4 blocks. Even in free throws, a category he usually struggles with, he astonishingly hit 8 out of 9. What more could one demand of him? As for the little flying tiger, Kobe, he amassed 32 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 steals. Does that not appear impressive? Yet the media, with their cunning, sought to identify scapegoats. It is their specialty to pick at bones and eggs. And lo and behold, both players found themselves in the crosshairs. O'Neal's 6 fouls and Kobe's off-night shooting. O'Neal's excessive fouling led to his premature ejection, particularly the last unnecessary foul, which was akin to his own request for an exit. In fact, it was during the last half-minute following O'Neal's departure that the mighty Lakers succumbed to a 4-15 run from the 76ers death lineup. And what of Kobe? Throughout the game, he attempted 30 shots, succeeding in only 13, surpassing O'Neal's attempts by 10, yet merely outscoring him by 2 points, while also missing 17 shots. In truth, Kobe's shooting touch was rather inconsistent that night. In the first quarter, he managed only 2 out of 5 attempts, a rather lackluster performance. However, in the second quarter, he found his rhythm, hitting 8 out of 11. As the Lakers began to establish a significant lead, Kobe's play became reckless, resulting in a dismal 2 out of 10 in the third quarter, effectively squandering his regained touch, culminating in a mere 1 out of 4 in the final quarter. This season, Phil Jackson has yet to successfully instill the triangle offense within the Lakers. In contrast to the legendary Bulls dynasty, the Lakers lack a versatile Scottie Pippen. Neither the half-hearted Fox nor the lucky Horry can adequately fill the pivotal role Pippen played in the triangle offense. Fortunately, the Lakers boast a dual-core system, characterized by a quintessential inside-outside dynamic. The formidable Shaquille O'Neal in the paint and the heir to Jordan's legacy, Kobe Bryant, on the perimeter. Thus, when both players perform adequately and engage in their individual pursuits, the Lakers generally secure victory, rather than relying on the so-called triangle offense. However, this time, their individual efforts faltered, resulting in an unexpected defeat. From another perspective, one could argue that their failure was indeed prophetic. The loss was attributed to O'Neal's foul troubles and Kobe's loss of touch, which hindered their ability to execute effectively. Consequently, the once proud Lakers found themselves in a tragic predicament. Having boldly vowed to rectify their prior mistakes before the media, they became the target of ridicule. The media, unyielding in its nature, can elevate one to great heights or reduce them to mere folly. For instance, the same outlets that extolled the Lakers before the finals have now collectively begun to proclaim their demise. The Associated Press declared the Lakers finished. The resilient 76ers showcased an astonishing defense and fluid offense in the final 2 minutes, despite their roster limitations. While the Lakers may still cling to a fleeting hope of survival, they struggle to match the 76ers in spirit and courage. Their fate appears sealed. MSNBC remarked on the fourth quarter mythos, noting that for many days, the fourth quarter belonged to the Lakers, yet the 76ers' performance today has proven that it is, in fact, the domain of champions. Led by Iverson and his band of blue-collar players, they orchestrated a stunning 15-4 comeback in the closing moments to seize victory. Now, just one step away from the championship. The 76ers' display in the fourth quarter ignited waves of cheers within the First Union Center, with the previously unheralded Zhao's three-pointer and Iverson's flawless free throws stirring the audience's fervor. Meanwhile, the Lakers succumbed to haste and panic, resulting in frequent mistakes. As Kobe faded into obscurity, leaving O'Neal to sit on the bench, a towel draped over his head, lost in thought. ESPN. Complete control, the 76ers exerted absolute dominance over every member of the Lakers. Although Shaquille O'Neal managed to score 30 points and secure 12 rebounds, he was ultimately disqualified from the game. Kobe Bryant, despite accumulating 32 points, missed 17 shots, rendering him virtually invisible when his presence was most crucial. As for the others, none could even reach double digits, and Brian Shaw's scoreless performance was particularly disheartening. The 76ers triumphed with a final score of 97-91. establishing a 3-0 lead in the series. Historically, no team has ever recovered from a 0-3 deficit to claim the championship title. USA Today. The Lakers on the brink, the 76ers have never felt so close to the championship trophy, needing merely one more victory to attain this long-awaited honor. Their win in the third game was rather fortunate. They were trailing until just a minute and a half remained. Yet by the end of the match, they had surged ahead by 6 points. The formidable duo of the OK combination combined for 62 points, but the 76ers effectively contained the Lakers, positioning themselves for their third championship title within reach. Meanwhile, the Lakers find themselves precariously close to the edge. Through these 3 championship games, skeptics who doubted the 76ers' potential have begun to wonder, could the 76ers possibly lose? The fourth game will continue on Wednesday evening at the First Union Center, where the 76ers may become the first Eastern team to win a championship since the Jordan-led Bulls in 1998. Chapter 24. A disturbing odor in truth. The 76ers are not as formidable as the unscrupulous media would have one believe. Following their explosive victory in the first game, they are poised to lose 4 consecutive matches, returning home to reflect. This outcome is not merely a stroke of luck for the Lakers, nor is it indicative of the 76ers' lack of effort. There is a discernible pattern to this result. Technically analyzing the situation, it is undeniable that the matchup between the 76ers and the Lakers represents a classic David versus Goliath scenario, a sentiment universally acknowledged prior to the 3 championship games. Beyond the technical comparisons, the 76ers find themselves at a significant disadvantage in other respects. First and foremost is the home court advantage. In the context of this season, this presents a rather intricate dilemma. The 76ers achieved a commendable record of 56 wins and 26 losses, matching the Lakers' performance, yet neither were the best. That honor belongs to the venerable San Antonio Spurs, who boasted a record of 58 wins and 24 losses. However, the Spurs were decisively eliminated by the Lakers in the Western Conference Finals with a clean 4-0 sweep. Thus, the question arises, with identical records, who possesses the home court advantage? The 76ers or the Lakers? The league has stated that teams with better head-to-head records during the regular season will enjoy home court advantage. Let us examine how these two teams fared this season. On December 5, 2000, the 76ers visited the Staples Center, where the Lakers valiantly defended their territory with a score of 96-85. However, on February 14, 2001, the 76ers retaliated at home, triumphing over the Lakers with a score of 112-97. Thus, the regular season encounters between the two teams concluded in a stalemate at 1-1, leaving the determination of home court advantage unresolved. The league further proclaimed that, in such scenarios, teams with higher winning percentages against other top 8 teams in their respective conferences would obtain home court advantage. Consequently, adhering to the philosophy of kinship, the 76ers, known for their leniency towards Eastern Conference teams, reluctantly forfeited their home court advantage. Moreover, consider the aspect of physical endurance. Since their sweeping victory over the Spurs on May 27, 111-82, the Lakers enjoyed a substantial 9-day respite before the first game of the finals on June 6. Notably, the final game against the Spurs was held at home, and the opening game of the finals was also at their home ground. This allowed the Lakers to spend these 9 days indulging in meals, training, watching films, and resting at home without the strains of travel. In stark contrast, the 76ers faced a grueling Eastern Conference Finals, battling the Bucks in a decisive Game 7 on June 3. The following day, they had to hastily board a flight to Los Angeles without the luxury of adequate rest. On the third day, there was no respite as tactical rehearsals loomed ahead of the finals just a day later, leaving no time for proper training. Throughout the first 3 rounds of the playoffs, the Lakers played a mere 11 games, all victories by sweep, incurring neither physical fatigue nor mental strain. Conversely, the 76ers endured a grueling path, defeating the Pacers 3-1 in the first round, battling the Raptors to a 4-3 finish in the second round, and overcoming the Bucks in another 4-3 showdown in the third round. In total, they played 18 games, including 2 Game 7s, exhausting both their stamina and energy compared to the Lakers. Lastly, consider the critical factor of health. A championship-caliber team requires an essential element: well-being. Throughout NBA history, numerous teams deemed favorites for the championship have seen their star players succumb to injuries, gradually fading from the title chase. Take, for instance, Elgin Baylor of the Lakers in 1965. That season, he averaged 27 points per game, a figure only surpassed by Jerry West on the team. However, an injury in the first game of the playoffs sidelined Baylor for the remainder of the series and the finals, leading to the Lakers' defeat against the Celtics after a fierce 5-game battle, marking the third time in 4 years the Lakers faced disappointment in the finals. Yet, even this pales in comparison to the unfortunate fate of the 1989 Lakers. That year, aspiring for a three-peat, they secured the best record in the league at 63 wins to 19 losses, leading the second-place team by 4 games, and stormed through the playoffs with an impeccable 11-0 record to reach the finals. Objectively speaking, the Lakers had optimally prepared both physically and mentally. However, the relentless coach Pat Riley was still dissatisfied. He took the team to Santa Barbara for a week-long closed training session. It is worth noting that, at that time, the Lakers were entirely a veteran team, with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar already 42 years old. They had reached the finals for 4 consecutive years, and the extent of their fatigue was palpable, yet Riley sought to extract even more from them. The overexerted Lakers faced the Pistons in the first game of the finals, during which Scott tore his hamstring. In the second game, Magic Johnson suffered a hamstring injury as well. Consequently, the team was swept by the Pistons in the finals. While the Lakers, it was simply because they stood in opposition to the Celtics. This season, however, fortune smiled upon the Lakers, as they managed to recuperate during the regular season, entering the finals with a flawless playoff record of 11 wins and 0 losses. Kobe Bryant played 68 regular season games, but due to an ankle injury sustained when he landed on Jalen Rose's foot in Game 2 of the previous season's finals, he missed the first 3 games of this season. Later, due to foot soreness, he sat out 9 additional games and subsequently dealt with elbow bursitis, missing 2 more games due to a viral infection. Shaquille O'Neal rested for 8 games, yet played 74 regular season games, marking one of the higher attendance rates in his 19-year career. Derek Fisher, plagued by a stress fracture in his right foot, only participated in the last 20 games of the regular season, yet the Lakers triumphed in 15 of those contests. As they entered the playoffs, Fisher ignited his own little universe, averaging 13 for points, 3, 8 rebounds, and 3 assists per game, with an impressive shooting percentage of 49 and an astonishing three-point percentage of 51. 5. Phil Jackson, known for his calm demeanor, would never resort to the torturous training methods of Santa Barbara. Turning to the 76ers, one must wonder if they had any healthy players left. Allen Iverson endured an array of injuries this season, including a dislocated right shoulder, a bruised left knee, inflamed left ankle, bruised tailbone, right elbow bursitis, and bruised left sacroiliac joint, totaling 11 significant injuries. In a bid to secure the team's performance, Iverson played 71 regular season games and 18 playoff games despite these ailments. George Lynch was the only player on the 76ers to complete all 82 regular season games, starting in 80 of them. The playoffs were supposed to be Lynch's moment to shine. Yet during the 4th game of the Eastern Conference semifinals against the Toronto Raptors, he injured a bone in his left foot, nearly ending his season. Eric Snow faced significant challenges as well, with both feet in a dire state. Last December, doctors inserted a steel pin into the depths of his already fractured right ankle, causing him to miss 32 games. However, during the Eastern Conference Finals, Snow suffered a fracture in his left ankle, and now he sports a plastic brace. In the first game of the finals, Aaron McKie also sustained an ankle fracture, and he is currently wearing the plastic brace borrowed from Snow, creating a sense of shared misfortune between the two. Among the 5 starters, 4 are plagued by significant injuries, leaving only Mutombo in good health. Oh, and indeed, Uncle Mutombo has also been injured. His tongue was lacerated by an elbow from O'Neal, requiring 11 stitches. Well, it appears the entire starting lineup has been incapacitated. Can one truly expect the benchwarmers, a veritable band of blacksmiths, to triumph over the formidable duo of O'Neal and Kobe? As Zhao Ke made his way to the arena, he could not help but reminisce about the glorious Lakers dynasty and the swiftly declining 76ers, feeling a profound sense of regret. Why, he pondered, is the media so uniformly disparaging of the Lakers while fervently championing the 76ers? Zhao Ke felt an ominous undercurrent in the air. Chapter 25. The Opportunity for Debut. As it turned out, Zhao Ke was overly apprehensive. If he had waited for a novice like himself to offer a reminder, the opportunity would have long since passed. Larry Brown was evidently a cunning old fox. The first order of business in practice was for Larry Brown to cool down the players who were riding high on their own euphoria. For full 2 hours, a combination of video clips and the old man's impassioned speeches ensued until every player genuinely recognized the Lakers' prowess and their own shortcomings. vowing to focus solely on the game in the next match. At last, Larry Brown switched off the metaphorical wind machine and announced the commencement of practice. Various signs indicated that the old fox was preparing for a fierce battle in Game 4 against the Lakers. However, the reality was quite different. For instance, this time Zhao Ke was bestowed with the symbolic jersey of a starter. This was a signal that the ominous feeling he sensed was indeed justified. Zhao Ke mused inwardly. In truth, on that pivotal timeline, with a daunting score of 1-2, the beleaguered Larry Brown had no choice but to let the injured McGee and Snow start. Thus, this duo, comprising players with a combined total of only one leg, managed to play for 61 minutes, shooting 6 out of 19 attempts, accumulating 16 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 turnovers, and 5 fouls. And now, Larry Brown surprisingly allowed Zhao Ke to start. It is worth noting that Larry Brown was not a coach who favored rookies. Even the much-lauded Malisic barely averaged 4 minutes on the court. Zhao Ke does not consider himself more handsome than Malisic. Hence, there exists but one explanation. Old Man Brown is prepared to grant the Lakers a reprieve. As a legendary figure who navigated from the ABA to the NCAA and then to the NBA, Larry Brown possesses an intimate understanding of the thoughts of the venerable Jewish gentleman occupying the NBA commissioner's office. If the Los Angeles Galaxy, a team regarded as a definitive championship seed, were to be swept by a team of lesser stature, what would become of the league's commercial value? In the pursuit of a few additional coins from broadcasters, Stern would undoubtedly relish a postseason filled with 7-game series and double overtime. If the finals were to conclude after merely 4 games, he would certainly subject the officiating crew to relentless scrutiny. Undeniably, for the next matchup, the league would assign Joseph "Joey" Crawford, the Lakers' paternal figure, to officiate, ensuring that the 76ers would endure an onslaught of minute fouls. Consequently, the entire 76ers team would find themselves burdened with 50 fouls, utterly fatigued, fighting until the final second, only to be vanquished by the Lakers. There is no victory to be had, and no respite afforded. In a game destined for defeat, what is there to contest? As for the starting guards, Snow and McKee, both have sustained injuries to their legs. A brief respite, even in defeat, could allow for recovery in the next encounter. However, should they exhaust themselves completely, their fate would be sealed, relegated to fishing at home. Larry Brown is a prudent individual, devoid of the gambler's mentality. At this moment, with the 76ers holding match point and enjoying 3 consecutive home games, strategic advantages afford him new options. Having secured a precious starting opportunity, Zhao Ke, however, feels no joy. For just moments ago, after announcing the starting lineup in front of all the players, Larry Brown emphasized his defensive expectations for Zhao Ke. You must cling to Kobe like a stubborn piece of excrement expelled by a constipated dog. If you fail to exhaust him, at least aim to disgust him. Zhao Ke is nearly bowing down to Larry Brown's linguistic prowess. Why can't you articulate with the same tenacity as a sticky toffee, or the resilience of an all-purpose adhesive, or the inseparability of conjoined twins? Just look at the venerable Greg Popovich and how he describes Kawhi Leonard's defense. A deathly embrace. How profound, how cultured, how impressive. Yet, what you present is akin to the excrement of a dog suffering from constipation, despite your seemingly dignified appearance, gentlemanly demeanor, and impeccably tailored suit. Zhao Ke, though internally seething, dared not display the slightest hint of disrespect outwardly. The rare opportunity for a first appearance, though akin to excrement, was still preferable to the alternative represented by Z Waynan. Ever since Allen Iverson had bestowed upon him a nickname, Zhao Ke had relinquished any hope of redemption, embracing a reckless abandon. Moreover, who was Larry Brown? Zhao Ke understood far better than anyone present, a Hall of Fame inductee prior to securing a championship. The mastermind behind the Detroit Pistons' triumph over the opulent Los Angeles Lakers, a feat that culminated in championship. And even after his reputation was shattered by the revelations of a certain player, he managed to orchestrate a resurgence with the Bobcats. This was merely the tip of the iceberg. This tyrannical figure had, during the Athens Olympics, audaciously allowed the so-called passive Jason Kidd to take the offensive, relegated the offspring of a Jewish benefactor, the little emperor, to the bench, and dismissed Coach Ma with a curt, "You're out, I'm in," while turning the Dream Team into mere contenders for bronze. In the decade following his departure from the 76ers, Larry Brown evolved into a dapper tyrant. And perhaps the one who felt this most acutely was the future boxer, Darko Milicic. This golden-haired prodigy once possessed extraordinary talent, standing tall with nimble footwork, precise shooting, and an agile demeanor that belied the clumsiness typically associated with centers. Yet he was ruined by Larry Brown. After a decade in the NBA, he turned to boxing. Chauncey Billups expressed his profound sorrow over this. This child possessed unparalleled talent. He was omnipotent on the court. However, Larry Brown severely crushed his self-esteem, and his brutal demeanor rendered Darko incapable of recovering from his anguish. His heart shattered. He may never find the strength to rise again. In a prophetic twist, Nate Robinson recounted in his memoirs that during his tenure with the Knicks, Coach Larry Brown would berate him daily, referring to him derogatorily, which deeply wounded his spirit. Ultimately, unable to endure such humiliation, Nate Robinson tearfully approached Larry Brown's office, seeking clemency. Yet, Brown continued to deride him in front of the entire team, revealing to the others that Nate had just cried. All signs indicated that under Larry Brown, the harsh truth of survival was this: those who align with him may not necessarily prosper, but those who oppose him are doomed to perish. Zhao Ke expressed that his future was boundless, the path ahead radiant, and there was no necessity to provoke this yet to be fully awakened tyrant over such trifling matters. Zhao Ke must remain on the court, for he harbors grand aspirations. Only by staying on the court can he alter the course of history. Only by changing history can he secure the championship. Only by attaining the championship can he acquire the skill package. Only by enhancing his skills can he ascend to the status of a superstar. To become a superstar is to pave the way for promotion and salary increase, ultimately leading to the role of general manager, then CEO, marrying Xiao Rano, and reaching the pinnacle of life. The thought stirs a certain excitement within him. In his exhilaration, he displayed no resistance to Larry Brown's words. Instead, he self-deprecatingly replied, "At your command, sir. I shall defend Kobe with the utmost ineptitude." Thus, following the commencement of training, everyone began to refer to Zhao Ke as Mr. Ineptitude. Even those like Iverson, who relished in jest, began pinching their noses from 3 meters away. In pursuit of further enhancing his woeful defense, after training, Zhao Ke sought out the 3 remaining uninjured muscular players, Jermaine Jones, Tyrone Hill, and Matt Geiger, for additional practice. A sharpened sword is not quick, yet it gleams. Chapter 26, A Battle of No Retreat versus A Battle of No Release on June 13, 2001, at the 76ers home court. The 76ers staff maintained the previous game's festive atmosphere, with the entire First Union Center adorned in white t-shirts and black sunglasses. The fans were in high spirits, firmly clutching the championship point. From this moment, they had 4 opportunities to seize the title. Naturally, it would be best if it were today. The entire 76ers team warmed up joyfully, and Iverson effortlessly sank a long 3-pointer near the center circle, much to his own surprise, igniting a fervent eruption from the crowd, who chanted in unison, "MVP, MVP, MVP." Iverson, ever the showman, placed his hand to his ear, feigning to listen, looking utterly dashing. On the Lakers side, it was as if a different team had emerged. They warmed up in silence, practiced shooting in silence, and returned to the bench for rest in silence, save for the glint of predatory intent flickering in their crimson eyes. Kobe, today, refrained from uttering even a single harsh word, and Zhao Ke could almost perceive the chilling gaze of the Black Mamba within Kobe's icy eyes. Just imagine, Larry Brown entrusted the formidable task of defending Kobe to a certain mound of ineptitude. Zhao Ke felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, akin to that of Alexander facing insurmountable odds. It was a do-or-die moment for the Lakers, who opted to retain their starting lineup from the previous game. Center, Shaquille O'Neal. Power forward, Grant, small forward. Fox, shooting guard. Kobe Bryant, point guard, Fish. In contrast, the 76ers made considerable adjustments, as Larry Brown decided to rest the injured Snow and McKee. Center, Mutombo, power forward. Hill, small forward. Jones, shooting guard. Zhao Ke, point guard. Iverson. The presence of the bald referee, Crawford, on the sidelines instilled a sense of satisfaction in Larry Brown, as if he held a winning card. Compared to the fiercely competitive Lakers, the 76ers seemed to be intentionally easing off. Iverson returned to the point guard position. The success of the 76ers this season was largely attributed to Larry Brown's strategic liberation of Iverson's offensive prowess, transitioning him from a point guard to a shooting guard. However, with the injuries to Snow and McKee, he had to revert to his previous role. As soon as he stepped onto the court, Zhao Ke transformed into a relentless defender, closely shadowing Kobe. With a significant deficit, Kobe spoke little, merely casting a cold glance at Zhao Ke before commencing his erratic movements on the court. Zhao, riding swiftly, adhered to Larry Brown's directives, persistently probing the boundaries set by the referees. For instance, when unable to outpace Kobe during defensive maneuvers, he would tug at the hem of his jersey, or he would repeatedly employ his elbow to nudge Kobe, forcing him towards the three-point line. At times, when Kobe leapt, he would discreetly prod his lower back. During frontline defense, he would frequently bump his abdomen with his own, and he would entwine his arms around Kobe's shooting arm, rendering the latter incapable of leaping to seize the ball. Zhao Ke, feeling quite self-satisfied, even began to ponder whether he possessed the innate talent to become the notorious bad boy of the court. After receiving guidance from the seasoned tricksters Zhu Jones, Tyron Hill, and Matt Geiger, he believed he had become adept at employing a variety of cunning tactics. Thus, should you observe Zhao Ke smiling amiably at the referee while the ever-intense Kobe stands beside him with wide eyes, rest assured that Zhao's hands are engaged in some rather unspeakable antics. Zhao Ke resembles a novice player who has just unlocked a skill tree, eagerly seeking to amass experience in order to elevate his skill level. Unfortunately, Kobe has become the target of this relentless pursuit. Fortunately, the mentors imparting wisdom to Zhao Ke are Zhu Jones, Tyrone Hill, and Matt Geiger, not the one surnamed Blue Nose, nor the one surnamed Leopard Print. Otherwise, the situation might have taken a different turn. Zhao meticulously regulated his strength and angle, in contrast to the highly technical endeavor of shooting. The art of close combat evidently aligned more harmoniously with the capabilities of his physique. The subtle antics of Zhao Ke pose no threat to Kobe, nor do they significantly alter his established movements. However, they undoubtedly irritate Kobe and frustrate the referees. Zhao Ke humbly believed that the task assigned to him by Larry Brown was not to defend Kobe, as no one could truly contain him, especially a rookie like Zhao Ke, who would either commit excessive fouls and graduate with 6, or become overly cautious and transform into an ATM. Thus, Zhao Ke perceived his role as one of wearing Kobe down, making it more arduous for him to receive the ball, to run, and to establish positioning. However, a player of Kobe's caliber, hailed as the successor to Jordan, enjoyed the favor of the referees. Although the game was held at the 76ers home court, the Jewish elder had already dispatched Joseph Joey Crawford, the father of the Lakers, to oversee proceedings. As the first quarter ebbed away amidst Zhao Ke's repeated attempts, it came as no surprise when he accrued 3 fouls. While Kobe maintained an active presence, orchestrating plays, it was evident that the Lakers' primary focus today was Shaquille O'Neal. The Big Shark unleashed a ferocious display in the first quarter, scoring 9 points and grabbing 8 rebounds on 4 of 8 shooting while drawing fouls from both Mutombo and Tyrone Hill. Under Zhao Ke's inexperienced defense, Kobe managed to score 4 points along with 4 assists and 3 rebounds from 2 of 5 attempts, additionally securing a steal from Jones. Clearly, Phil Jackson had designated Kobe as the offensive linchpin in their strategy prior to the game. Kobe's 4 assists were distributed to Fox, Fish, Grant, and Shaq, and one had to concede that when Kobe focused on passing, his vision rivaled that of a top-tier point guard. On the other hand, the 76ers, unsurprisingly affected by fatigue, injuries, and emotional factors, began to resemble a band of blacksmiths. Iverson shot 3 of 10 for 8 points. Jones went 0 for 4, scoring nothing. Hill managed 0 points from 2 attempts. Only Uncle Mutombo's performance could be deemed somewhat normal, scoring 4 points on 2 of 3 shooting. However, he had limited opportunities, as both O'Neal and Grant were relentless in their defense, making it nearly impossible for Mutombo to penetrate the paint. Struggling to score with a zombie hook shot, he could barely muster those 4 points. By the end of the first quarter, the Lakers had effortlessly established a 10-point lead at 22-12. Mr. Dog's Hit starting debut was thus understated and innocuous, fading into the background. Kobe's modest scoring was a result of his shift in role to that of a facilitator, which had nothing to do with Zhao Ke. Nevertheless, Zhao Ke had previously exhibited a volatile temperament, often exploding in the latter stages of games, causing the Lakers considerable distress, leading them to treat him as a key player to guard carefully. Thus, throughout the entire first quarter, despite Zhao Ke failing to score and scarcely having any opportunities to handle the ball, the Lakers, in a frenzy of caution, never once left him unguarded. Thus, Zhao Ke became entranced by a certain role-playing scenario, entirely disregarding the game of basketball. Whenever the ball was passed to him, it would not remain in his possession for more than a fleeting second. Consequently, throughout the entirety of the first quarter, Neither Kobe nor Zhao Ke found respite. However, Zhao Ke's statistics read 0 points, 0 rebounds, 0 assists, 0 steals, 0 blocks, and 3 fouls. Chapter 27. A defense gone awry. Larry Brown has never been particularly concerned with offensive shortcomings, even if one scores a mere point. As long as the opponent is held to 0, it is deemed satisfactory. Conversely, scoring 10 points while allowing the adversary to net 11 signifies a defensive lapse. Hence, Zhao Ke, tasked with shadowing the operational core of the Lakers' offense, found himself subjected to the relentless barrage of Larry Brown's ire. His performance bore no resemblance to a productive contribution, akin to the futile efforts of a constipated dog, allowing Kobe the freedom to pass, score, and seize rebounds at will. Were it not for the lack of alternatives and the desire to afford others a respite, the old coach would have contemplated relegating Zhao Ke to the end of the bench for the duration of 82 games to reflect on his performance. What merit did this erratic defender possess? Witness his elementary-level defensive awareness, the clumsiness of a third-rate actor in his movements, and a defensive stance reminiscent of a preschooler. Larry Brown once again found himself questioning his previous judgments, suspecting that he must have ingested the bathwater of a certain politician. For how else could he have perceived Zhao Ke's defense as commendable and deserving of a starting position? As for the others, Brown expressed his willingness to pardon this beleaguered group of individuals who, despite their ailments, were compelled to sprint across the basketball court. As the second quarter commenced, Zhao Ke, chastised and beleaguered, embarked on the second phase of his lackluster defense, intent on vexing Kobe to the utmost degree. Zhao Ke's mind began to recall similar posts he had encountered about the top 10 trash talks in the NBA. Hey Kobe, my grandmother could win a championship playing alongside Shaquille. Yet, here you are, trailing 0-3. Could the issue possibly lie with you? Kobe shot Zhao Ke a glare, as this was something Shaquille had uttered 100 times before. Kobe, I feel that your words resonate with me like crossing a street at dawn. Zhao Ke remained oblivious to any discrepancies, his attention waning as he inadvertently recited Peyton's jest about Grant Hill in reverse. Kobe, rarely one to miss an opportunity for sarcasm, offered a rare smirk and remarked, "At least you possess a modicum of self-awareness." It struck Zhao Ke then the absurdity of the situation. Fortunately, his thick skin allowed him to carry on as if nothing had transpired, continuing with his comedic recitation. As soon as Kobe seized the ball, Zhao Ke chimed in, "Shoot it, shoot it, shoot it. Look, it nearly went in." To his astonishment, it indeed did. Kobe, having scored, erupted in laughter and walked away with an air of triumph. There was another joke Zhao Ke dared not utter, for it belonged to the legendary Larry Bird. Were there an Oscar for trash talk, Larry Bird would undoubtedly sweep the awards with his iconic quip, "You can't guard me. Is anyone even attempting to defend me? Hurry, bring someone else to try. Otherwise, I might just score 60 points. Are you all merely competing for second place?" Why does the great Bird always direct his banter at defenders, failing to craft a few jabs aimed at the offense? Zhao Ke expressed his profound fatigue, as finding a fitting phrase for the occasion proved to be quite a challenge. The match continued amidst Zhao Ke's boundless grievances, as Uncle Moo collaborated with Iverson to execute a thunderous dunk, a pivotal moment that revitalized the 76ers home court. At last, the fans erupted with long-awaited cheers and screams. Zhao Ke suddenly remarked to Kobe, who was preparing to escape his position, "You should hurry home and go fishing." Kobe, however, paid him no heed and continued his sprint. Zhao Ke remarked, "Don't run away. After all, you have to return home to fish." Yet, Kobe remained unresponsive. Although somewhat obsessive and emotionally challenged, Kobe was far from foolish. With his team leading by more than 10 points, why would he allow himself to be provoked by an inconsequential water cooler attendant? Nevertheless, Zhao Ke persisted, continuing to pester Kobe. As Kobe maneuvered, Zhao Ke urged, "You should head back and fish soon." When Kobe sought the ball, Zhao Ke suggested, "If we lose this game, you'll be liberated and can fish happily." As Kobe positioned himself, Zhao Ke cautioned, "Don't exert yourself too much. If you get injured, you won't be able to enjoy fishing." Midway through the second quarter, Kobe demonstrated the exceptional tactical execution and resilience characteristic of a great star. Amid Zhao Ke's incessant chatter, Kobe notched another 4 rebounds and 4 assists, even managing to humiliate Zhao Ke in the process. Kobe's passing invigorated the Lakers' sharpshooters, with Robert Horry, Ron Harper, Tyronn Lue, and Brian Shaw all receiving Kobe's penetrating passes, subsequently sinking three-pointers, each boasting an astonishing shooting percentage of 100 during that stretch. It was a perfect display of teamwork, highlighting Zhao Ke's abysmal defense, which was virtually non-existent. Larry Brown, seething on the sidelines, berated Zhao Ke, who began to question his existence. Yet, Zhao Ke made no adjustments, determined to remain on the court, despite having already committed 3 fouls. Consequently, he became increasingly timid, allowing Kobe to play with greater ease. The score quickly ballooned to 46-29, a 17-point gap. Larry Brown called for a timeout, rising to high-five each player as they passed him, except for the dejected Zhao Ke at the back. Once they settled, the old coach crouched before the players with a tactical board, remaining silent. The atmosphere grew tense, punctuated only by the sounds of water being sipped and sweat being wiped away. Iverson, sensing the old man's intentions, took a sip of water and tossed a towel to Zhao Ke, then addressed Larry Brown. "Coach, I want to give up. Please don't take me out." Larry Brown gazed at Iverson. "But, Allen, you know we don't have many options today." Indeed, Larry Brown had intended to concede this game, a sentiment shared among the 76ers. Yet surrender was not Iverson's style. Rationally, he could accept the old man's strategy. The Lakers were floundering in desperation, as evidenced by O'Neal and Grant's reckless demeanor, while the referees remained indifferent. The injury-riddled 76ers desperately needed a breather. Engaging in a reckless brawl with the cornered Lakers could lead to further injuries, leaving them without even a full starting lineup. Akin to being relegated like the Hoku high school basketball team, a certain recipe for disaster. Abandoning one match to conserve energy for the next encounter with the Lakers seems to be the most prudent course of action. The 76ers require but a single victory, yet they are afforded 4 opportunities to seize it, especially with the upcoming game being on their home turf. "Coach, I comprehend your perspective, yet the injuries sustained by McGee, Snow, and Lynch are far too severe to be remedied by merely resting a game. Moreover, our stamina is waning. We must swiftly confront the Lakers," Iverson remarked, gesturing toward Mutombo, who was gasping for breath beside him. Mutombo opened his mouth, intending to assert his capability to play, yet ultimately remained silent, instead opting to cover his face with a towel. Given Mutombo's physique, defending against O'Neal was inherently challenging, and in this match, O'Neal, benefiting from the referee's favoritism, resorted to harmful tactics such as reckless elbows and dangerous leg sweeps. Were it not for the game's context, Mutombo would have long sought a reprieve from the court, as competing against such a ruthless adversary felt akin to contending with a band of criminals. Chapter 28. Compliance and dissent. Mutombo's silence prompted Iverson to widen his eyes, while the audacious Zhao timidly raised his right hand. "Zhao, what do you wish to express?" After having mentally dismissed Zhao, Coach Brown surprisingly displayed a willingness to entertain counsel. Is this the legendary humility of a true learner? Not quite. He merely sought to redirect Iverson's focus, unwilling to confront him directly. This young man is excessively tenacious, often unable to discern friend from foe. "Coach, can we foul O'Neal?" "Absolutely not," Larry Brown replied with a grim countenance, resolutely rejecting the notion and growing increasingly disillusioned with Zhao's input. As a quintessentially traditional coach, Brown had previously denounced the strategy of fouling Shaquille O'Neal, deeming a blasphemy against the spirit of basketball and a violation of conventional ethics. To employ such a tactic now would be tantamount to slapping himself in the face. Had he not just unleashed a particularly vigorous tirade, he would have been inclined to unleash a verbal barrage upon Zhao, leaving him utterly overwhelmed. Zhao Ke surprisingly displayed remarkable courage, temporarily lending him the audacity of a bear and the boldness of a leopard, as the anxiety of wanting to win and fearing defeat enveloped him. "Coach, the Lakers' three-point shooting accuracy is exceedingly high. If we can neutralize O'Neal, we can incapacitate their sharpshooters, restricting the Lakers to a maximum of 2 points and more likely just 1 or none at all. This way we can close the gap." "That is unacceptable," Larry Brown exclaimed, his neck muscles taut and his voice fervent. "Such an act would be a desecration of the spirit of basketball. Even if we were to emerge victorious, it would not be a true triumph, and it would not reflect the dignity of a championship team. Championship team, my foot. If it weren't for my sudden emergence, you would merely be a backdrop to the Lakers dynasty." As Zhao Ke appeared on the brink of despair, Iverson reached out, wrapping his arm around Zhao Ke's neck, interrupting the escalating dispute. Turning to Zhao Ke, he said, "Brother, trust me. We can send them home to their mothers without resorting to taking down O'Neal." He discreetly winked at Zhao Ke. Zhao Ke suddenly realized that he had audaciously challenged the tyrant. Feeling a wave of trepidation, he instinctively retracted his neck, wisely sealing his lips. He extended his fist and lightly bumped it against Iverson's in a gesture of agreement. Unbeknownst to Zhao Ke, he had inadvertently fulfilled Larry Brown's covert mission, alleviating the previous awkward situation and averting a direct confrontation between the venerable Brown and Iverson. Given Zhao Ke's commendable execution of this hidden task, Larry Brown chose not to dwell excessively on Zhao Ke's insubordination. Bowing his head, he tapped the tactical board with a pen, contemplating for a moment. He deemed it improbable to compel Iverson to take a break, so he resolved to allow others to rest instead. The next moment, the 76ers unveiled their near-surrender lineup. Zhao Ke, standing at 198 meters, averaged a mere 0 minutes of playtime during the regular season. Todd McLaughlin, towering at 213 meters, managed an average of 9 minutes. Rodney Buford at 196 meters saw 12 minutes of action per game. Kevin Ollie at 193 meters averaged 15 minutes. Allen Iverson at 183 meters was indeed a player who filled the entire game. This barely constituted a lineup of one prominent player supported by 4 role players, as Iverson took to the court as a starter alongside 4 hydration attendants. Ultimately, Larry Brown refrained from substituting Iverson, for such a decision would not only displease Iverson, but also the 20,000 fans in attendance, along with an irritable elderly gentleman. Zhao Ke hung his head low, trailing behind Iverson as they stepped onto the court. The expressions of the other substitutes mirrored his own. It is never pleasant to play the role of a mere backdrop. Throughout an entire season, the 76ers had never resorted to such a surrender, and here they were in the second quarter. Iverson's 76ers were renowned for their tenacity, whether ahead or behind. They simply pressed on, yet, astonishingly, someone was contemplating capitulation. Had this been at Madison Square Garden, the discerning Knicks fans would have surely turned on this surrendering lineup, unleashing a chorus of boos. Even if it weren't the Knicks, the pressure on the players was palpable. This was the 76ers' home court, with over 20,000 fans witnessing their retreat. The gaze of the crowd could be searing. How could one not feel the shame? Unfazed, Iverson approached, gathering everyone into a tight circle, urging them with fervent chants of encouragement. Finally, he lowered his voice and commanded, "Everyone, remember this. Whenever the Lakers shoot a 3, make sure to foul O'Neal hard." Thus revealed was Iverson's true character, audacious enough to defy Larry Brown's directives, prompting Zhao Ke to think, well done. This was not merely a typical strategy for hacking Shaquille. It was aimed at curtailing the Lakers' sharpshooters. Iverson understood that if the fouls were too conspicuous, Larry Brown would undoubtedly call a timeout, unleashing his wrath upon them. That obstinate old man would certainly do just that. However, taking action and making an effort was far preferable to kneeling in surrender. The word defeat had never found a place in Iverson's vocabulary. In an instant, the 4 Waterboys, including Zhao Ke, were revitalized, brimming with renewed vigor. Zhao gazed sympathetically at O'Neal and inquired, "Mr. Aristotle, are you prepared for the free throw?" The Lakers players observed the bench, which bore a peculiar grin despite trailing by 17 points, leaving them with an unsettling feeling. Did Larry Brown substitute a group of lunatics? They wondered. Seizing the moment of the Lakers' bewilderment, Iverson swiftly initiated a drive, weaving past 5 defenders to score a layup. The score stood at 46-31. The Lakers commenced their offense, proceeding as usual. However, with the best defensive player, Mutombo, off the court, O'Neal found himself matched against the Canadian behemoth, Marc Leclerc, who boasted advantages in weight, height, and footwork. Thus, the little fish did not hesitate to lob the ball to O'Neal, allowing him to exploit the slow and slender opponent. Standing at 213 meters and weighing 125 kilograms, Leclerc indignantly thought, "I may be slow, but how am I slender or short?" Yet against O'Neal, every interior player appeared a tragic figure of frailty. O'Neal adeptly cleared the path with his elbow, then executed a smooth turnaround for a soft hook shot. Unfortunately, the rim proved unyielding, as the ball spun around the edge before plummeting directly into the awaiting arms of the Canadian. Leclerc promptly launched the ball, while Iverson was already sprinting past half-court. However, Robert Horry had been anticipating Iverson's move. As soon as Iverson accelerated, Horry struggled to keep pace, trailing behind and kicking up dust. In the ensuing fast break, Iverson, facing the 2-3-meter-tall, hefty, and slow Horry, effortlessly drew a foul. Horry, with a woeful expression, approached the referee Crawford, lamenting his innocence. Crawford, who had previously aided the Lakers in establishing a 17-point lead, was now focused on achieving equilibrium and decisively pointed at the faux-crying Horry, saying, Silence yourself and exit gracefully, or I shall bestow upon you a resounding letter T. Hori raised his hands high, retreating in despair. Chapter 29. The Shark That Died in the Womb. Iverson made both of his free throws, bringing the score to 46-33. The Lakers continued their offensive, with O'Neal reaching out for the ball, eager to assert his dominance over the Canadian player. It was the same familiar routine, a collision, a pivot, a leap. However, Mark Lotch held him firmly, preventing O'Neal from taking flight. Lotch's grip was surprisingly gentle, akin to a devoted wife welcoming her husband home with a warm meal, diligently safeguarding O'Neal throughout the ascent and descent. This was not the strategy Iverson had laid out. Rather, it was the sole effective defensive tactic employed by all interior players against O'Neal. Of course, this required a sufficient allowance of fouls. Beyond fouling, mere mortals were powerless to halt O'Neal's scoring in the paint. This foul was executed so tenderly that O'Neal felt no discomfort, leaving him unable to muster any anger. The referee signaled Lotch for the foul, and the Diesel was set to take his free throws. O'Neal had been quite the mischievous child. At the age of 5, he climbed a tree in Germany and fell, fortunately only injuring his wrist while escaping unscathed otherwise. However, the injury to his wrist was permanent, hindering his ability to shoot or make free throws like a typical player. This explains why O'Neal struggled with free throws and could not develop a mid-range shot, resulting in his unusual throwing style. Perhaps God deemed a shark capable of shooting mid-range and free throws too formidable, and thus took away his shooting prowess. In the first quarter, O'Neal made just 1 out of 4 free throws. Therefore, this attempt carried considerable pressure. O'Neal, drenched in sweat, approached cautiously. He missed the first attempt, and the crowd at the First Union Center erupted in cheers. O'Neal, disheartened, rubbed his nose, while Fisher patted Big Shaq on the rear, casting a sympathetic glance his way. Fortunately, O'Neal succeeded with his second shot, wiping the sweat from his brow with satisfaction. Making even one free throw was a relief amidst the immense pressure. Little did he know, in the eyes of the 5 despicable men clad in white, this was merely the beginning. At that moment, the score was 47-33, with 2 minutes and 35 seconds remaining in the second quarter. Uncle Sam replaced Robert Horry with Kobe, and the Lakers fielded their entire starting lineup. It was time to deliver a decisive blow to the 76ers. Iverson slowly dribbled past half court, reaching the top of the arc, and, noticing that the defender had not closed in, launched a three-pointer. However, the influence of the forge at the 76ers blacksmith shop proved too formidable, and the shot clanged off the rim. Fortunately, the Canadian Mark Lotch suddenly erupted, muscling past O'Neal to secure a putback. Lotch, elated after his successful dunk, fervently pounded his chest, while the fans rallied in unison, chanting Lotch. As the clock read 47-35, with only 12 minutes remaining, Kobe continued to embody the role of the orchestrating core. Despite the persistent interference from Zhao Ke, Kobe executed a sudden behind-the-back pass, finding Fox just a step beyond the three-point line. Lacking confidence in his shooting touch, Fox opted not to attempt the three-pointer. Instead, he dribbled forward 2 steps and launched a mid-range jumper from the right side at a 45-degree angle. The defense, represented by Kevin Ollie, appeared utterly ineffective, merely stretching out his arm in a futile attempt at disruption. The Canadian player had seemingly braced himself to commit a foul on O'Neal, but upon seeing Fox advance past the three-point arc, he quickly withdrew his hand, casting a sly glance at the referee. Fox seemed acutely aware of his shooting capabilities, but his attempt was a complete miss, and the rebound fortuitously bounced right over to Zhao Ke's head. With no reason for hesitation, Zhao Ke graciously accepted the assist and sprinted forward with fervor. Kobe pursued him from behind, yet Zhao Ke was remarkably swift on his feet. However, as he approached the basket, an urgent thought struck him. How should he handle this shot? At this juncture, a three-pointer seemed a waste, considering it was merely the second quarter. Zhao Ke has a penchant for reserving the strongest cards until the very end, even if it means holding on to them until suffocation. He is an individual plagued by a profound sense of insecurity. If he refrains from executing a slam dunk, might that not appear excessively timid? However, the thought of attempting a dunk is daunting, as this incarnation of Zhao Ke has never soared even an inch off the ground in over 30 years. Could he risk striking his head? In a state of trepidation, Zhao Ke glanced back helplessly, faintly perceiving a white shadow behind Kobe. A hero has finally come to my rescue. With a burst of energy, Zhao Ke leapt into the air, feigning a slam dunk, as Kobe followed suit. his massive hand poised for a thrilling block. However, at the last moment, Zhao Ke swiftly lowered his wrist, sending the ball behind him. Suddenly, a robust figure, the formidable Rodney Buford, hung from the rim. What a timely savior. Zhao Ke felt a surge of gratitude as he hurriedly exchanged a celebratory high-five with Buford, who, brimming with excitement, wrapped his arm around Zhao Ke's neck, exuberantly praising the exquisite pass. Zhao Ke dared not speak the truth, opting instead to smile and let the matter rest. Had it not been for my own inability to perform a dunk, it would not have been your turn to bask in glory. The score stood at 47-37, with a 10-point gap remaining. The Lakers continued to execute their game plan methodically, advancing past the halfway line. Today, Kobe seemed possessed by the spirit of a magician, delivering an array of no-look passes that left Zhao Ke utterly bewildered, teetering on the brink of ecstasy. Zhao Ke is convinced that before taking the court, Kobe must have offered incense and invoked the spirit of Johnson's black-and-white photograph. Zhao Ke had exerted considerable effort to entangle Kobe, yet Kobe managed to deliver an exquisitely angled pass that slipped through Zhao Ke's legs and found its way into O'Neal's grasp. The Canadian barely had time to react before O'Neal was already hanging from the rim. The realization of being humiliated left Zhao Ke feeling a chilling draft in a rather sensitive area. The score stood at 49-37, with the deficit reverting to 12 points. The 5 players on the court cast malevolent glances toward O'Neal. During this period, the Lakers had refrained from attempting any three-point shots, leaving this group of hunters eager to shark him in a state of desperate anticipation. Iverson dribbled at the arc as Zhao Ke moved forward to set a screen, preparing to retreat when suddenly the referee's whistle pierced the air. Zhao Ke was taken aback, mistakenly believing that the foul call was directed at him, and he quickly feigned innocence, casting a timid glance at the referee. However, the referee paid him no heed and instead indicated towards O'Neal. In slow motion, it became evident that as O'Neal engaged in a fierce tussle with the Canadian player beneath the basket, he inadvertently struck him with his elbow, sending the Canadian sprawling as if he had been struck by a colossal force. O'Neal continued to argue animatedly with the referee, but Crawford remarked that the unfortunate player on the ground was in such a pitiful state that if a foul was not called, both he and O'Neal might not exit the first Alliance Center unscathed. O'Neal, startled, waved his hand dismissively, asserting that he was merely jesting. Zhao and his companions gazed in utter disbelief at the bewildered Markloki sprawled on the ground. Such a masterful display of feigned injury surely warrants an Oscar, does it not? Are you, perchance, a spy sent by the Lakers, or an undercover agent dispatched by the venerable Mr. Brown? Whatever happened to the plan to take down Shaq? You've managed to sideline O'Neal, yet what have you truly accomplished? Indeed, Phil Jackson opted to substitute Grant for O'Neal, who had accrued a second foul due to the theatrics of the Canadian actor. Chapter 30. Overwhelming dominance. Zhao Ke's mind was in disarray, overwhelmed by the sheer prowess of the Lakers firing on all cylinders. In the forthcoming decade, and indeed for many more years to come, one can invariably find the 2001 Lakers occupying a prominent position in any list of the greatest teams in NBA history, be it the top 100, 50, 10, or even 5. Alongside them, one would encounter the 72-win Bulls, Magic Johnson's Lakers, and Larry Bird's Celtics. As for the current 76ers, they are conspicuously absent from the top 50 rankings. Although Allen Iverson is undeniably a magnificent talent, the supporting cast around him was woefully inadequate, with only the aging but still competent Mutombo barely able to keep pace. As a devoted Iverson fan, Zhao Ke once scoured the internet for strategies, desperately seeking the elusive remedy to enable Iverson to triumph over the Lakers. Yet, during the three-peat from 2000 to 2002, defeating the Lakers dynasty, which boasted the most formidable duo in the league, was a Herculean task. The sole method to achieve victory lay in effectively containing Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant, forcing them to take numerous shots while maintaining low efficiency, while simultaneously rendering their teammates ineffective. The 2003 Spurs and the 2004 Pistons executed this strategy with great success. The formidable combination of Ben Wallace and Rasheed Wallace against the Admiral and the sluggish Duncan meant that O'Neal required 2 elite defenders in the paint. As for Kobe, he needed a relentless defender like Prince, someone who could consistently disrupt his rhythm. Such a supporting cast was simply unattainable for the 76ers. Without players capable of restraining O'Neal and Kobe, the only recourse was to employ the hack-a-Shaq strategy. At that time, the league had yet to impose the stringent rules against fouling Shaquille, so as long as one was willing to sacrifice the entire bench by fouling them out, one could repeatedly send the struggling giant to the free throw line, leaving the other Lakers merely spectators. However, if the coach forbade such tactics, what could one do? Confronted with a stubborn, capricious coach, one felt utterly powerless. Moreover, with O'Neal taking a breather, whom could one foul? Left with no options, Iverson resorted to carrying the basketball like a bundle of dynamite, charging into the fray time and again, hoping to demolish the stronghold. Zhao Ke was not idle either. Within a mere minute and a half, he committed 3 fouls. The first occurred when Kobe, while dribbling, was relentlessly pressured by Zhao Ke attempting to steal the ball. In response, Kobe executed a deft behind-the-back dribble, inadvertently striking the ball against Zhao Ke's heel. The referee promptly called a personal foul on Zhao Ke for hitting. Zhao Ke cast a glance at the referee, choosing not to stoop to your level. The second instance occurred when Kobe took a shot. Zhao Ke employed Battier's tactic of obstructing his vision. As a result, Kobe exaggeratedly fell backwards, clasping his eyes and rolling on the ground in distress. Zhao was once again penalized for a foul, and Crawford remarked that it should have been deemed a technical foul. However, due to Kobe sustaining no significant injury, leniency was granted, and a standard foul was called instead. Zhao Ke, I have fallen for your trickery. However, I swiftly succumbed. Who is Crawford? Back in the day, Deng was ejected from the game merely for joyfully laughing on the bench, only to be penalized with a technical foul by Crawford. Zhao Ke, a novice guardian of the water dispenser, dared to challenge the referee? Such thoughts are utterly preposterous. Soon enough, the third foul emerged. Iverson, in possession of the ball, charged forward while Zhao Ke stepped in to set a screen. His knee inadvertently brushed against the leg of the plump defender, trailing closely behind Iverson. The plump defender stumbled momentarily, but quickly resumed his defense against Iverson, only to be startled by the sudden sound of the whistle. He believed the referee had called a foul on him for having just tugged at Iverson's jersey. However, the bald-headed official declared that the foul was on Zhao Ke for illegal screening. With 6 fouls accumulated, it was time for him to exit the game. Is there any joy left in playing? Zhao, dejected, returned to the far end of the bench, his towel draped over his face, exclaiming, "Leave me alone. I am unseen, unheard, and absent." As the second quarter concluded, the score stood at 51-37, with the Lakers leading by 14 points. During halftime, Larry Brown refrained from outlining strategies, instead repeatedly urging Allen Iverson to safeguard himself. In the third quarter, confronted by the 76ers, who seemed to plead for leniency, the Lakers did not underestimate their opponents. The previously languid Lakers were nowhere to be found. They exhibited vigorous movement, executed effective off-ball screens, and engaged in seamless ball movement. The resplendent champions, who had triumphed in 11 consecutive playoff games and swept through the first 3 rounds, had returned, as the Lakers showcased the true prowess of defending champions. The injury-riddled 76ers found themselves utterly overmatched, lacking the ability to retaliate. It was a sheer display of dominance. Was the rhythm set to transform the second half into mere garbage time? Larry Brown sat gracefully on the bench, his expression impassive, as if his team were the ones leading by 20 points. One could almost picture a couplet hanging beside him, unperturbed by praise or blame. I leisurely observe the flowers bloom and wither. Indifferent to gains or losses, I casually follow the clouds as they drift. Uncle Moo had played a mere 4 minutes in the first quarter before being relegated to the bench, sipping on his drink. Meanwhile, McGee and Snow, both ailing, whispered about which hospital to visit during the off-season for their surgeries. The only one who had not surrendered was Iverson. Time and again, he fearlessly charged into the fortified paint of the Lakers, releasing the ball before crashing to the ground. Yet he would rise unfazed and continue his relentless pursuit. Zhao Ke, reluctant to concede defeat, found his efforts futile. Mr. Crawford had already bestowed upon him his graduation certificate, which was scrawled with the remark from Old Man Brown, "You are worth even less than dog excrement." Perhaps apart from Zhao Ke, no one deemed the loss in this match to be of great consequence. After all, there were still 3 opportunities remaining, and a victory in any one of those would suffice to lift the trophy. However, the reality was that the 76ers' weaknesses were becoming increasingly apparent, while the Lakers surged forward with unyielding vigor. Once the 76ers faltered, it was inevitable that they would plummet down the timeline, akin to a cascade. Their initial triumph in the first 3 games could largely be attributed to the extraordinary performance of Allen Iverson, who single-handedly dismantled the Lakers. Yet, the suspense and sheer luck of the subsequent 2 victories were glaringly evident. were it not for Zhao Ke's remarkable interventions, clinching last-minute victories against the Lakers. The score would likely stand at 1-2, leading to a potential 1-3 after this match. Iverson was not a superhero. He could not sustain the level of brilliance he exhibited in the first game of the finals, especially considering he bore the burden of 11 injuries and had little energy left to carry the 76ers forward. With 1 minute and 2 seconds remaining, the score stood at 186, leaving the 76ers trailing by 14 points. Larry Brown called a timeout, substituting Kevin Ollie for Iverson, intending to grant Iverson a dignified opportunity to accept defeat. Graciously accepting this gesture, Iverson approached the sidelines to acknowledge the home crowd. The fans, displaying remarkable generosity, accepted their team's inaugural loss in the finals with grace. As Iverson raised his hands in appreciation, 20,000 fans erupted in cheers and applause. As he prepared to take a seat, the crowd began to chant in unison, "MVP, MVP, MVP." Faced with such adoration, Iverson abandoned the notion of resting and instead circled the court to express his gratitude to the supporters. In Chapter 31, I Shall Bear the Blame, the Lakers reclaimed a game, bringing the finals score to 3-1. Kobe Bryant achieved a triple-double with 19 points, 10 assists, and 10 rebounds. Indeed, one more assist than Zhao Ke had known in history. Shaquille O'Neal contributed 34 points, 14 rebounds, and 5 assists, with both Kobe and Shaquille sharing the ball. The team's offense flowed seamlessly and elegantly. In this match, the Lakers showcased their championship caliber, while the 76ers, apart from a fleeting lead in the first 5 minutes, found themselves at a disadvantage of approximately 15 points, utterly overpowered by the Lakers. At the end of the first quarter, the score was 14-22, with the 76ers trailing by 8 points. By halftime, it was 37-51, a deficit of 14 points. After the third quarter, the score read 59-77, with the 76ers down by 18 points. The final score was 86-100, a 14-point margin, resulting in an unambiguous defeat. What, then, were the reasons for this loss? Crawford can be considered as such. Only by taking into account the officiating factors can the 2001 Los Angeles Lakers be deemed worthy of evolving from one of the top 5 teams in league history to the complete embodiment of a Los Angeles Universe team. If the officiating in the first game of the finals was relatively fair, allowing Iverson a divine moment, the second game saw the referees timidly utilizing the home court advantage. By the third game, on the 76ers territory, the officials, daunted by the home crowd, could only partially conceal their bias, even going so far as to ejection Shaquille O'Neal and Derek Fisher in tears. In the fourth game, however, the referees displayed an utter lack of shame, executing the directives of some ancient figure with a flawless precision, as evidenced by the last 3 minuscule fouls against Zhao. The refereeing can merely be considered an external factor. The crux lies in Larry Brown's deliberate undermining, leading the entire 76ers squad to falter in their performance. Observe the shooting percentages. The 76ers team seemed to have transformed into a blacksmith shop. Iverson shot 12 out of 30, Hill 2 out of 9, Jones 2 out of 10. And while the big dog managed to score 11 points on 5 out of 6 shooting over a span of a mere 1.5 quarters. The overall dismal shooting percentage is directly linked to the rest periods of Snow and McKee. Iverson is undoubtedly the offensive linchpin for the 76ers, but beyond the core. Several stable scoring options are essential to complement the strategy. The second scoring option is the big dog, averaging 7 points. The third is McKee, averaging 6 points. The fourth is Snow, averaging 8 points. And the fifth is George Lynch, who unfortunately was sidelined for the season. After playing for 1.5 quarters, the big dog was tucked away by Larry Brown, while McKee and Snow donned suits to spectate. Thus, upon returning to the point guard position, Iverson suddenly realized he could no longer distribute the ball. Hill, Jones, and Ollie throughout the season averaged fewer than 5 attempts per game, so unless in absolute isolation, Iverson's passes would invariably be met with returns. As for Zhao, this individual merely stood idly at the arc, engaged in idle chatter with Kobe. What passes could he possibly receive? Non-existent. Consequently, the 76ers strategy remained unchanged throughout the game. Iverson with the ball, seeking opportunities to go one-on-one, yet finding none. The Lakers brazenly left anyone other than Iverson and Zhao unguarded. After all, they could not shoot three-pointers. The 76ers made only 1 out of 6 attempts all game, all by Iverson. They could easily close in for the defense afterward. Thus, Iverson was perpetually double-teamed, never able to take a single shot. With double teaming, the solution lies in passing. However, open teammates discovered the Lakers' paint was congested, rendering penetration impossible, leading to hesitation and the arrival of defenders. As for shooting, it is not a vacant position, but rather a lack of confidence. Thus, returning the ball seems a more reliable option. Iverson receives the pass and continues to bear the burden, either driving to the basket himself or repeating his previous maneuver. As the 24-second shot clock approaches its end, any one of Hill, Jones, or Ollie hastily attempts a three-pointer, which results in an airball. The 76ers do not require the Lakers' defense. They're nearly suffocating themselves with their own play. Given the 76ers' apparent generosity, the Lakers graciously accept the opportunity. With no pressure on the defensive end, their offense flourishes. The Lakers are accustomed to overwhelming their adversaries with a formidable attack. Shaquille O'Neal shooting 13 for 25, Kobe Bryant 6 for 13. The entire team achieving a remarkable 10 out of 19 from beyond the arc. Among them, Fisher made 2 of 4, Horry 3 of 3, Tyronn Lue 2 of 3, and both Harper and Brian Shaw contributed 1 of 2. What accounts for such an elevated shooting percentage? It is due to Kobe suddenly channeling the spirit of a magician, transforming into a maestro of assists, amassing a game-high 10 assists while the entire 76ers team managed only 15. Kobe consistently penetrated the defense, drawing multiple defenders, and throughout the match, he refrained from attempting a single three-pointer, instead driving relentlessly to the hoop. Why was he able to attract double teams with such ease? Because of Zhao Ke. This player dazzled in the first 3 games of the finals, producing a steal or a block almost every minute. Everyone presumed he was a defensive specialist and a formidable contender for the Defensive Player of the Year. However, Zhao Ke relies heavily on his skill set. As his playing time increased and he ceased utilizing his skills, his true nature was immediately revealed. His defensive awareness resembled that of an elementary school student, and his techniques were akin to those of a high schooler. Larry Brown's perception is indeed keen. Thus, whenever Kobe penetrated the defense, Zhao Ke would invariably lag behind. His teammates were compelled to assist, covering for him. And with Kobe activating his assist skills, how could he possibly overlook his open teammates? In the next moment, he would undoubtedly distribute the ball to the unguarded Horry, Lue, Harper, or Brian Shaw, who rose to the occasion, enabling Kobe to achieve a triple-double of 19 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists. At the time of Zhao Ke's graduation, Kobe had already amassed 8 assists, all of which were delivered to players beyond the three-point line, contributing to a total of 24 points. Whether one chooses to acknowledge it or not, Zhao Ke has undeniably been outperformed by Kobe. This burden of blame falls squarely upon Zhao Ke. Fortunately, Larry Brown, valuing his reputation, and Phil Jackson, intent on maintaining goodwill, are reluctant to exploit the situation for their own gain. Given Zhao Ke's relatively low profile, the media has shown little inclination to criticize him. Thus, the press conference unfolded harmoniously, with no mention of Zhao Ke's performance. Larry Brown remarked, "The Lakers possess the 2 finest players in the league, alongside the most dominant player, marking them as strong contenders for the championship. Naturally, our players have exerted considerable effort, and while the outcome was somewhat unexpected, losing is a normal part of the game. We will regroup and strive for victory in the next match." Allen Iverson refrained from criticizing the referees, maintaining a dignified demeanor while holding the match point. The Lakers' offense was exceedingly elegant, placing significant pressure on us. Overall, we were unable to play in accordance with our desired style. I believe their core player, Kobe, deserves commendation for his selflessness, which facilitated the team's smooth operation. However, this is merely a series. Losing one game is not daunting. We simply need to regain our confidence and secure victory in the upcoming match. The Lakers, too, did not indulge in gloating, as they must win 3 consecutive games to redeem themselves from this humiliation. Phil Jackson stated, "Certainly, we would love to make history, but we have not achieved that. We have lost some matches that we should not have. However, this disgrace has awakened us, igniting a greater passion in our play. We respect the 76ers. They're a great team deserving of everyone's respect, but we must continue to conquer them." The Lakers now possess a singular objective: to resolutely focus on securing the championship. Chapter 32. The disheartening ratings regardless of the circumstances, the Lakers, teetering on the brink, have finally grasped a lifeline. They achieved a resounding victory on the 76ers' home turf, which significantly bolstered their morale. However, these aspects are secondary. The paramount concern is that the final series did not conclude in the 4th game, allowing the possibility of extending to 5 or 6 matches. A decisive Game 7 would be ideal, and one can only imagine the delight of a certain elderly gentleman. Since Michael Jordan's retirement in 1998, the NBA seems to have entered an era of twilight. The stars who once fiercely contended with Jordan have begun to fade. Charles Barkley, beleaguered by back injuries, has seen his career wane. Clyde Drexler retired alongside Jordan, and titans like Hakeem Olajuwon, David Robinson, and Patrick Ewing have succumbed to injuries, retreating from the limelight and being undervalued. Jordan's successors, Penny Hardaway and Grant Hill, appear to have been cursed, suffering significant injuries just as they reached their zenith. The departure of the beloved Jordan, with a mere wave of his hand, carried away a multitude of fans, plunging the NBA into a period of decline, marked by a dramatic drop in viewership. The management, led by the aforementioned elder, grew increasingly anxious about the league's future, yet felt powerless to intervene. Let us pay homage to the extraordinary ratings achieved during Jordan's reign. The 1998 Finals, featuring Jordan against the Utah duo, set an unprecedented average viewership record of 18.7, with an astounding 29.04 million viewers, a figure that remained unmatched for 2 decades. In the 6th game of the Finals, Jordan scored 45 points while Malone amassed 31 points and 11 rebounds. In the final moments, Jordan intercepted Malone, dribbled past Russell, and executed a clutch jump shot, sealing the game in a timeless classic. This match garnered a viewership rating of 22.3, with an audience of 35.89 million. However, Michael Jordan has retired. Let us examine the extent to which the viewership of the NBA Finals plummeted following 1998. In 1999, the rookie Tim Duncan led the San Antonio Spurs against the formidable Patrick Ewing of the New York Knicks, resulting in a staggering drop from the previous year's 18.7 to a mere 11.3. If you're familiar with the Spurs, you would understand that this viewership represents the highest rating for any finals in which the Spurs participated. Aside from the die-hard fans in San Antonio, the number of Spurs supporters is estimated to rank quite low within the league. Furthermore, under the tutelage of Coach Popovich, the Spurs' time-honored playing style has undoubtedly become a poison to viewership. In the year 2000, the Lakers' first championship against the Indiana Pacers garnered a rating of 11.6, a slight increase. Shaquille O'Neal evidently has a greater draw than Duncan and Ewing, yet this appeal translated to a mere 0.3 increase in viewership. This year, the first game of the Finals witnessed Allen Iverson's godlike performance, which remarkably drew numerous lost viewers back to their screens. This is also why certain influential figures would rather manipulate outcomes than allow the 76ers to sweep the championship. According to statistics from NBC, this year's regular season viewership fell by 3.12 compared to last year. This is not the lowest. The earlier Eastern and Western Conference Finals had a dismal rating of only 4.9, a 14 decline from the previous year, making it one of the least viewed programs. Such figures have driven some executives to the brink of despair. However, Iverson emerged as a savior. Since the commencement of the Finals, viewership began to soar. NBC's broadcast of the 3rd game of the Finals achieved a rating of 16.1, a 24 increase over last year's 3rd game between the Lakers and Pacers. Moreover, the average viewership for the first 3 games of this year's Finals rose by 20, reaching 15.3. Iverson's style has often been unpopular among NBA executives, yet it resonates profoundly with fans. Since entering the league in 1996, Iverson, in his rebellious stance against both the league and the media, has unknowingly influenced an entire generation of American hip-hop culture, characterized by flashy dribbling, rapid breaks, and fearless individuality. A whole generation has sought to emulate him. Can the executives at NBA headquarters contribute to viewership? Certainly not. It is the fans who reign supreme as the arbiters of ratings. With star players and games that resonate with fans, the busy spectators will settle down and turn on their televisions. Ratings are the undeniable truth. At this moment, the impeccably dressed executives at NBA headquarters find Iverson particularly endearing, admiring his style and charisma. Little do they realize that despite 2 decades of arduous efforts following Jordan's retirement, the NBA has yet to restore the grandeur of its former days. The league has persistently struggled to find a perfect successor to Jordan as its emblematic figure. The selected successors to Michael Jordan have all fallen victim to a curse, suffering grave injuries at their peak and swiftly descending from glory. After much deliberation, Kobe Bryant was chosen for support. However, before his skills and popularity reached their zenith, his indelible tarnished history had already unfolded. Incidents such as the Eagle County affair, The estrangement of Shaquille O'Neal and his familial discord garnered significant public attention, rendering even the most fervent efforts to absolve him futile. Thus, while Kobe was destined for greatness, he could never attain the flawless legacy of Jordan. It is well known that the aforementioned figure later set his sights on LeBron James, anointed him as the king. Yet, the young monarch faced perennial challenges, often being overshadowed by his rival, and despite his impressive talents, he has yet to secure an NBA championship. Disheartened, he formed alliances during his prime, much to the dismay of the aforementioned figure. Consequently, the NBA has since lacked a true number one player in the league. The viewership of the NBA Finals over the next 18 years serves as testament to this decline. In 2002, the Lakers' third championship against a lackluster Nets team saw ratings plummet to 10. 2. In 2003, the poisonous Spurs faced the Nets again, resulting in a dismal rating of 6. 5. 2004 witnessed the resurgence of the Lakers, although their opponents, the unappealing Pistons, only managed to elevate ratings to 11. 5. 2005 saw the Spurs return with little appeal, leading to a further drop to 8. 2. In 2006, the Miami Heat, led by the formidable Shaquille O'Neal, faced the underdog Mavericks, achieving a modest increase to 8. 5. 2007 marked the return of the Spurs, yet even against a team associated with the aforementioned figure, ratings sank to 6. 2. The classic rivalry between the Celtics and the Lakers resurfaced in 2008, yielding a slight increase to 9. 3. Though this paled in comparison to the 15.9 rating of a 1987 classic. In 2009, the Lakers clashed with the Magic, but the latter's appeal was overshadowed by the trio of the Celtics, resulting in a drop to 8. 4. 2010's rematch saw the Lakers capture their second title, raising viewership to 10. 6. Ratings fluctuated between 10 and 12 in 2011 and 2018 as the NBA transitioned from the aforementioned figure to the less favorable Adam Silver. By 2018, under the dual blows of the World Cup and refereeing controversies, the average viewership for the NBA Finals dwindled to a mere 18 million, encompassing both traditional and online platforms. Who will rescue the ratings for the aforementioned figure? Chapter 33. Defeat like a landslide on June 15, 2001. The venue remained the same, the First League Central Arena. The atmosphere was unchanged, with sunglasses and white t-shirts, evoking a sense of familiarity. The only notable difference was that Zhao Ke had once again been assigned the role of guardian over the water cooler beast. Following his previous performance, Larry Brown deemed Zhao Ke's defense to be even worse than abysmal, and thus the once ignored Zhao Ke found himself once more unequivocally out of favor. Once again, Zhao Ke finds himself relegated to the role of a spectator. However, the distinction lies in the fact that, during that pivotal timeline, he was engrossed in watching television, contributing to viewership ratings. In contrast, he now occupies a spot on the bench, offering only towels and refreshments. The fifth game of the finals presents the Philadelphia 76ers with their second championship point. The victorious team remains unchanged. The Lakers steadfastly employ their unwavering starting five. Center, Shaquille O'Neal, power forward. Grant, small forward. Fox, shooting guard. Kobe Bryant, and point guard. Fisher. The 76ers, on the other hand, field a desperate lineup marred by injuries. Center, Mutombo, power forward. Hill, small forward. McKee, shooting guard. Iverson, and point guard Snow. Larry Brown prepares to seize victory in his final home game. Snow and McKee, willing to sacrifice their careers, appear in the starting lineup with fierce determination, while the injured George Lynch sits beside Zhao Ke, poised to enter the game at a moment's notice. Known as the Beast, Lynch is relentless and ferocious in defense, actively pursuing rebounds, and before his injury, he averaged 6.9 points and 5.8 rebounds per game in the playoffs. This season, Lynch participated in all 82 regular season games for the Philadelphia 76ers, starting 80, making him Larry Brown's most reliable choice at small forward. During the games he missed in the playoffs, Brown often had Jones fill in for him at the small forward position, but the results were less than satisfactory. Throughout the course of the game, Jones frequently became the first among the five starters to be substituted, leading to the 76ers often fielding three guards simultaneously. A month prior, Lynch suffered a left foot fracture during the fourth game of the Eastern Conference semifinals against the Raptors. Following surgery, doctors advised a rest period of 4 to 6 weeks. In the 76ers' understanding, a rest period of 4 to 6 weeks translates to 4 weeks. Thus, George Lynch is prepared to return to the court. Before today's game, Lynch stated to the media, "I believe that returning to the court sooner will aid in my recovery from injury. I am confident that once I am back on the court, all pain and discomfort will dissipate. This is the essence of the 76ers. While others approach the game as a profession, they engage in it as if it were a battlefield. They disregard minor injuries and adopt a philosophy of enduring serious wounds in the pursuit of victory. From the outset, the 76ers embodied an indomitable spirit, fiercely competing against the fully formed Los Angeles Galaxy team in a contest that was inextricably balanced. The scores oscillated as Allen Iverson, shooting 5 for 10 in the first quarter, tallied 11 points, ultimately leading the 76ers to a narrow 27-24 advantage at the end of the first quarter. However, as the second quarter commenced, aided by the officiating crew, the role players of the Los Angeles Galaxy began to awaken. The 76ers found themselves overwhelmed, and by halftime, the Lakers had surged ahead with a 52-48 lead. As the third quarter unfolded, a somewhat disoriented Kobe Bryant, who had struggled with a mere 2 for 10 shooting in the first half, rediscovered his rhythm. Accompanied by Fox and Horry, he consistently sank three-pointers, while the 76ers, apart from Iverson and the suddenly resurgent offensive talent of Tyrone Hill, struggled to score. The gap widened rapidly, with the Lakers entering the final quarter leading by 15 points at 83-68. In the fourth quarter, the Lakers even expanded their advantage to a staggering 19 points. Yet, just when the 76ers seemed to have lost all hope of victory, they unleashed an astonishing display of tenacity. A hobbled Snow found it nearly impossible to guard Bryant. Seizing the opportunity while Shaquille O'Neal rested, Iverson propelled the 76ers on a 10-0 run, narrowing the deficit to single digits. However, in the critical final 4 minutes, Geiger and Mutombo, tasked with defending O'Neal, both succumbed to foul trouble. O'Neal proved unstoppable in the paint, scoring 6 consecutive points and maintaining the double-digit lead until the end. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed once more on the road, defeating the 76ers 108-96. Iverson poured his heart and soul into the game, achieving a game-high 37 points, while Mutombo contributed with 13 points and 11 rebounds. Tyrone Hill excelled with 18 points and 13 rebounds, and despite his injuries, Snow delivered 13 points, 12 assists, and 6 rebounds. McGee added 7 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists. O'Neal dominated with 29 points and 13 rebounds, while Bryant amassed 26 points, 12 rebounds, and 6 assists. Fox recorded an impressive 20 points, going 5 for 8 from the field and a perfect 3 for 3 from beyond the arc, while Fisher excelled with 18 points on 6 for 8 shooting from three-point range. Both team starters performed admirably, yet the Lakers' three-point shooting was extraordinary, converting 12 of 17 attempts, while the 76ers managed only 4 of 15. At the far end of the bench, Zhao Ke was on the verge of gnawing his nails to the quick, unable to secure even a fleeting moment on the court. Just observe the performance of the 76ers substitutes. The bald-headed Gagel played for 11 minutes, managing a meager 2 points from 2 attempts. The recently returned George Lynch took to the court for 10 minutes, shooting 5 times but scoring only twice. Snow's substitute Buford spent 8 minutes without registering a single point from 3 attempts. Both Jones and McCullough played for 6 minutes, failing to score at all. The extravagant fantasies of Zhao Ke. If only the superstar were to take the court, he could certainly contribute a steal, a block, and 9 points. That's a total of 13 points. With the 96 points already on the board, adding these 13 would yield a final score of 109-108, just enough to triumph over the Lakers. What a waste it would be to have even 1 point more. Such delightful imaginings. Having fallen out of favor with Larry Brown, one must prepare to sit on the bench indefinitely. The game holds no significance for Zhao Ke whatsoever. Even in the fourth quarter, when McGee and Snow limped along, utterly out of sync, even as Buford, Jones, and McLuhan combined for 20 minutes without scoring a single point, Larry Brown still insists that their defense is commendable, far superior to that of someone who is utterly abysmal. This stubborn old man, Larry Brown, makes Zhao Ke wish he could transform into a dog to bite him. Of course, behind this victory, the Los Angeles officiating crew played an indispensable role. The entire 76ers team committed 32 fouls, granting the Lakers a staggering 45 free throws. Meanwhile, the 76ers, enjoying the advantage of playing on their home turf, had Iverson, Snow, and McGee, all heavily injured, recklessly throw themselves into the paint, yet only managed to draw 22 fouls against the Lakers. This is the 76ers' home court. Where is the promised home advantage? Throughout the game, the 76ers attempted 75 shots in the paint, succeeding with 37. The Lakers, in contrast, only attempted 54 shots in the paint, making a mere 20. Were it not for those extra 19 free throws and the outrageous three-point shooting percentage, the Lakers would have surely faced defeat today. However, one must ponder, why is the Lakers' three-point shooting percentage so remarkably high? It is because the 76ers' perimeter defense is utterly incapable. Any attempt to guard results in a foul. A three-point shooting percentage of 12 out of 17 from wide-open shots is hardly impressive, except perhaps for Zhao Ke. Chapter 34, A Fateful Encounter. Zhao Ke walked dejectedly through the streets of Philadelphia, yearning to find a discarded can to kick. To his dismay, none appeared, further darkening his mood. As soon as the game concluded, he rushed out of the arena, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he might impulsively confront the cantankerous Larry Brown. It was akin to two armies clashing, with a brilliant protagonist wielding an unparalleled sword, yet deprived of the chance to draw it, left helplessly exposed to slaughter. This sense of frustration, this suffocating gloom, this maddening despair. Suddenly, Zhao Ke halted in his tracks. Could it be he had mistaken someone? Approaching him with a lively bounce was a striking young woman. Her tousled, deep golden hair danced carelessly in the wind, and her glimmering green eyes warily darted towards Zhao Ke, who was retreating a step away from her. Zhao Ke's mood brightened. Scarlett Johansson took her stance, gazing at the tall Asian lad before her. She stepped back 2 paces, crossed her arms over her chest, and pressed her lips together, refraining from speaking impulsively. At a height of 1.60 meters, she appeared petite and delicate in comparison to Zhao Ke. Zhao Ke longed to exclaim that it was the most endearing height difference. However, at that moment, he resembled a rogue eagerly vying for attention, utterly devoid of charm. "Hey, Scarlett." Scarlett Johansson's gaze, which had initially been marked by vigilance and a hint of reluctance, now flickered with a trace of confusion. She had no friends of such towering stature and chose to remain silent. Zhao Ke felt somewhat awkward. "I have seen your performance in The Horse Whisperer. You portray the young girl with a broken leg, and I'm a fan of yours. I hope I am not mistaken." "Ah, I see. As long as you are not a rogue," replied Scarlett Johansson, the vibrant Black Widow, gracefully extending her hand to affirm that Zhao Ke had indeed recognized her correctly. Zhao Ke, a basketball player for the Philadelphia 76ers, introduced himself briefly and gently tapped Scarlett's hand in greeting. Although Zhao Ke may be somewhat lecherous, his lechery adheres to certain boundaries, one of which is his reluctance to take advantage of young women. Furthermore, this tender and youthful lady is still underage, is she not? Zhao Ke recalled that a certain source claimed Scarlett Johansson was born on November 22nd, 1984, in New York, which would make her not yet 18. Scarlett found this surprising. Could this person truly be an authentic fan? A genuine admirer would typically rush forth, grasp her hand, and become so flustered that they could barely articulate their thoughts, trembling as they fumbled for paper and pen to request an autograph. This individual was undoubtedly an imposter. Scarlett took a few steps back, distancing herself from Zhao Ke by 3 meters. At this point, Scarlett Johansson likely hadn't yet attained the status of a star. She probably hadn't even graced the cover of a third-rate tabloid. The film Zhao Ke mentioned, The Horse Whisperer, was one he had not even seen himself, rendering the likelihood of being recognized by a passerby virtually non-existent. Clearly, Zhao Ke's skills in initiating conversation were beyond redemption. Scarlett contemplated making her exit, yet she hesitated, for the towering figure before her seemed vaguely familiar. Would it be impolite to flee? With her head tilted, Scarlett regarded Zhao Ke, lost in thought. Zhao Ke, adorned in a guise of modesty, faltered momentarily, his countenance marred by an awkward yet courteous smile. "Oh, it strikes me now. I have seen you before. You were the one who vanquished the Lakers. How utterly exhilarating!" Scarlett exclaimed, her finger pointed at Zhao Ke as she leapt with enthusiasm. The sensation of recalling a person's identity is immensely gratifying, particularly when standing before them. This unexpected revelation took Zhao Ke aback. Wasn't the Black Widow uninterested in basketball? It is worth mentioning that Kevin Durant, once the Finals MVP, had sought in vain for a mere taste of her bathwater, while the proud Scarlett had boldly asserted her complete detachment from a sport. "You watch the NBA too? That genuinely surprises me," Zhao Ke remarked candidly. Yet, such candor seemed perilously close to extinguishing the conversation. Fortunately, the youthful Scarlett, lacking the haughtiness she would exhibit 16 years hence, responded with refreshing honesty. "In truth, I do not watch the games. I only catch glimpses through sports news." The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, but Zhao Ke harbored no intentions of pursuing Scarlett. His heart brimmed solely with the joy of encountering a luminary. As a time traveler, Zhao Ke was acutely aware that the Black Widow was an unabashed aficionado of older men, having expressed disinterest in those under 30. Zhao Ke, currently still a tender young man, felt no allure towards the widow, and despite finding himself abruptly in a foreign land, his aesthetic sensibilities remained deeply rooted in the rich culture of our great China. He was drawn to the likes of Qiao Rano, harboring an instinctive aversion towards those towering figures from the West. Since neither party found the other appealing, and fate had orchestrated an unfortunate encounter on the streets of Philadelphia. What was to be done? The conversation seemed destined to falter. Perhaps they could indulge in a drink together, and he could inquire about her films? Casting a glance at the sky, Zhao Ke boldly extended the invitation to Scarlett, unencumbered by the social taboos that might govern American introductions, choosing instead to heed his own impulses. A person devoid of ulterior motives naturally exudes a relaxed demeanor, devoid of aggression. This sense of curiosity led the youthful widow to easily accept the invitation from this seemingly unassuming admirer. In accordance with Zhao Ke's usual habits, Scarlett followed him into a KFC. She was somewhat taken aback, but said nothing, merely ordering a glass of orange juice. Observing Zhao Ke slurping a large cup of iced cola, she couldn't help but express her astonishment. Aren't athletes supposed to avoid carbonated drinks? For now, I'm just your admirer, not a basketball player, Zhao Ke replied languidly. What competition? The 76ers are about to be annihilated by the Lakers in a series of 4 consecutive defeats. The thought ignited a spark of frustration within him. On such a sweltering day, sipping an iced cola was indeed the only rational choice, regardless of any athletic concerns. In that moment, Zhao Ke reclaimed the rhythm of life that belonged to him. As he drank his cola, Zhao Ke gazed at Scarlett and suddenly, like a choir, recited a solemn yet discordant passage. She possesses such beauty that she need not rely on her acting skills. She has such talent that her beauty is superfluous. She is an exceptionally skilled actress, yet her beauty hinders her. This was a classic assessment by George Cukor of the Hollywood star Vivien Leigh, and Scarlett was well aware of it. Her familiarity with Leigh was profound. Her middle name was Ingrid, Scarlett Ingrid Johansson, and her Jewish mother's aspirations for her daughter to become a star were glaringly evident. Scarlett was the name of the protagonist in Leigh's timeless classic, Gone with the Wind, while Ingrid unmistakably referenced Hollywood's First Lady, Ingrid Bergman. Though she understood the reference, Scarlett was momentarily taken aback by Zhao Ke's sudden literary allusion. What was the meaning behind this eccentric muscle man's unexpected display of erudition? Chapter 35, a little golden statue for you, Zhao Ke was reciting. Yet the young Scarlett Johansson was not easily deceived. She blinked, uttering no words. Zhao gazed at Scarlett, his eyes fixed as he earnestly declared, I believe that one day at the Oscars, people will reference this classic moment to comment on your brilliance. Such flattery was utterly shameless. At merely 17, Scarlett had yet to star in Lost in Translation or Girl with a Pearl Earring, nor had she gained fame as the renowned Black Widow from Iron Man 2. And she certainly had not achieved a runner-up position on Forbes' list of the world's highest-paid actresses thanks to Lucy. She was truly unworthy of such exalted praise. Scarlett was evidently taken aback by this overwhelming compliment, pausing for a considerable time before somewhat awkwardly responding, Thank you for your kind wishes. Although I'm still far from the stage of Vivien Leigh, I will strive to reach it. Fortunately, Zhao Ke has shown signs of improvement from his previously terminal case of male chauvinism. He now engages in conversations about topics that pique the interest of others. He proceeded to share some classic film reviews of The Horse Whisperer from a particular platform, albeit Zhao Ke remained oblivious to the essence of his discourse. The young Scarlett, clearly inexperienced with such professional flattery, constantly downplayed his compliments, exclaiming, You're exaggerating, it's not true. She sensed that this muscular Asian man was perhaps overly admiring of her, which, in her view, translated to a respect and adulation that surpassed her own standing. This disparity made her feel somewhat uncomfortable, prompting her to amicably conclude their conversation, especially as Zhao Ke's repertoire of jokes was nearing its end. Thus, their inaugural meeting culminated amidst Zhao Ke's thunderous flattery, leaving the somewhat sleazy individual content as he exchanged contact information with the future Hollywood starlet. Scarlett Johansson could indeed be considered a child star, having embarked on her professional acting career at the tender age of 8 and appearing on television by 9. Her mother, Melanie Sloan, a descendant of German Jews, exhibited an insatiable desire for financial success, relentlessly seeking to exploit Scarlett's acting prowess. By her teenage years, Scarlett Johansson was averaging at least one film role per year. In 1994, at the age of 10, she made her film debut in North. In 1995, she starred in Just Cause, followed by Manny Low in 1996, Home Alone 3 in 1997, The Horse Whisperer in 1998, Ghost World and American Rhapsody in 2000, The Man Who Wasn't There in 2001, Eight-Legged Freaks in 2002, and in 2003, Lost in Translation, where she portrayed the married Charlotte, delivering a performance that earned her accolades, such as the Best Actress Award at the Venice Film Festival and the BAFTA. At merely 19, her prospects seemed exceedingly bright. However, her mother was not satisfied. This Jewish matriarch believed that Scarlett Johansson's participation in such award-contending indie films was insufficient for achieving wealth and comfort. With her keen instincts, Mrs. Sloan recognized a pivotal moment when Scarlett's performance in Lost in Translation earned her the title of the world's sexiest backside, prompting her mother to delve deeper into this newfound asset. Scarlett's mother was remarkably adept at coaxing her into revealing attire, rivaling the expertise of some mothers in certain industries in China. Following this, Scarlett Johansson's film choices took a distinct turn. Good Woman, Matchpoint, Scoop, The Prestige, The Black Dahlia, and Vicky Cristina Barcelona, with her clothing becoming progressively scant and her intimate scenes becoming increasingly frequent. However, the audience did not respond favorably. From Lost in Translation to Vicky Cristina Barcelona, Scarlett Johansson's reputation began to plummet. Every actor requires a signature role to propel their fame. After Lost in Translation, Scarlett Johansson struggled to secure a character memorable enough for audiences to recall, presenting a significant hurdle in her acting career. If this trend were to continue, she would inevitably descend into the role of a mere Hollywood ornament, and a disrobed one at that. This nadir persisted for an extended period until the release of Iron Man 2 in 2010, when she triumphantly reinvented herself as Black Widow, achieving remarkable box office success and widespread acclaim. However, by this juncture, Scarlett had successfully transformed into a figure defined by her physicality, subsequently shedding her inhibitions. She lent her voice to a digital paramour for an ardent recluse, portrayed an extraterrestrial femme fatale in Under the Skin, and by the time of Ghost in the Shell, she appeared in a state of complete nudity. Although she fortified her popularity through the Captain America series and repeatedly garnered accolades as one of the world's most alluring women, she remained, at her core, merely an actress who disrobed. Zhao Ke believes that Scarlett Johansson possesses talents and opportunities akin to those of Vivien Leigh. However, her promising potential was squandered by her overly ambitious mother. Until Zhao Ke's time travel, Scarlett Johansson was merely regarded as a moderately skilled actress, never having received an Oscar nomination throughout her career. Such a loss is truly lamentable. It is reminiscent of Allen Iverson, whose exceptional basketball skills did not culminate in a championship ring, an outcome that defies logic. At the age of 17, Scarlett Johansson stands at a crossroads in her life, poised to rise to prominence the following year with her role in Lost in Translation. Zhao Ke felt an insatiable urge to alter the trajectory of this corporeal existence. Having been reborn, it seemed imperative to render this world a more splendid place. Should she assist in securing an Oscar statuette for her? What a delightful notion. After all, the challenge of winning such an accolade with the physical attributes of Scarlett Johansson was no less daunting than for Leonardo DiCaprio. Thus, Zhao Ke resolved to undertake this formidable endeavor. Scarlett, shall we engage in a wager? She suddenly proposed as they were parting ways. Scarlett Johansson, rendered speechless by the muscular man's erratic thought process, chose not to rebuke him, considering he had lavished her with compliments for nearly half an hour. With a lackluster tone, she replied, "What shall we wager?" The enigmatic Zhao remarked, "In truth, I possess a modicum of Eastern divination skills. I can inscribe several events that shall transpire in the future upon this slip of paper. Should I accurately predict them all, you must grant me a single request. No wagering involved." Zhao Ke nearly bit his tongue, as the meticulously planned storyline did not unfold as anticipated. Where's the content? It pertains to your illustrious career in the performing arts. And what a timeline. From this moment until XXX concludes. May I view it now? No. You must wait until XXX to gain access. Deal. Zhao Ke, feeling quite vexed, scratched his head in bewilderment. Why refrain from gambling? Because I am not yet 21. 18 is the age stipulated by the constitutional laws of the Mi Li family, granting the right to vote, establishing legal adulthood, and serving as the minimum age for military service and employment. However, in the Mi Li family, 21 is regarded as the true threshold of adulthood, as the nation imposes numerous restrictions on those under this age. For instance, the sale of tobacco and alcohol is prohibited to individuals under 21. Public consumption of alcohol is forbidden, and youths below this age are barred from the gaming tables and gambling activities in casinos. Moreover, access to many adult venues and clubs is restricted to those aged 21 and older. Zhao Ke tapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about this matter. Cursed the malevolent American imperialists. Then were you still asking about the gamble? I am intrigued. Scarlet covered her mouth, laughing like a mischievous little fox. Chapter 36. A Triumphant Defeat. Is it time to face the inevitable? Zhao Ke ultimately uttered nothing, leaving only a brief note for Scarlett Johansson. He had a sudden change of heart. At this juncture, Scarlett Johansson was still too young, lacking the qualifications and resources to embody a sensual figure. If he intervened too early, he might alter her destiny, potentially depriving her of iconic roles in films such as Lost in Translation and Girl with a Pearl Earring. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait until she had completed these two masterpieces. Thus, Scarlett Johansson departed, clutching a note marked with an opening date. With a graceful flick of her sleeve, she left without taking a single fry. The note bore the date of August 29th, 2003, the premiere day of Lost in Translation in Another Realm. Fortune did not smile upon him, even in the presence of the future Hollywood's foremost siren. Once again, Zhao Ke, as the sentinel of the water cooler, accompanied the team to the Lakers' home ground, suffering a significant defeat. Standing in the Staples Center, the Lakers found themselves challenged by the formidable 76ers, who led the series 3-2, holding a match point with two more opportunities to seize the Larry O'Brien Trophy. For the Lakers, every game could potentially be their last, win or fish. However, propelled by a remarkable momentum from two consecutive victories, the Lakers dominated the game, leaving the 76ers with little opportunity. The first quarter ended 14-17, the second quarter 20-26, the third quarter 19-24, and the fourth quarter 28-32. The final score stood at 81-99, with the Lakers triumphing by a substantial margin of 18 points. Even more disheartening was the lack of influence from the Los Angeles officiating crew during this match, with the 76ers committing 25 fouls compared to the Lakers' 22. This scenario highlights the acumen of David Stern over his successor Adam Silver. While judicious manipulation of games can maximize league interests, excessive interference may incite the ire of fans. The finals have unfolded over 6 games, with the underdog 76ers enjoying a streak of 3 consecutive victories, while the illustrious Lakers have demonstrated resilience. Regardless of which team ultimately claims the championship, there is ample intrigue to keep the conversation alive. Returning the outcome to both teams, the officiating has once again assumed an objective and revered role. The Lakers' 3 consecutive victories have handed the previously triumphant 76ers 3 consecutive defeats, with the series tied at 3-3. This is not necessarily bad news. The 76ers have developed an aversion to the discomfort of a 7th game, which is inconsequential. The true misfortune lies in the announcements regarding Snow, McKee, and the recently recovered George Lynch, who have been declared out for the season. The team physician has sternly warned Larry Brown that should he choose to substitute the season-ending injuries of these 3 for career-ending ones, he could feel them in Game 7. Thus, the lineup for the 76ers in the 7th game becomes intriguing. Center, Mutombo, power forward. Hill, small forward. Jones, shooting guard. Iverson, point guard. Kevin Ollie. Even with the season-ending injuries of Snow, McKee, and George Lynch, Coach Brown has still opted to keep Zhao Ke on ice. Indeed, this is quintessentially Brown. Zhao Ke cast a glance at the impeccably dressed Snow, McGee, and George Lynch by his side, then surveyed the eager figures of Geiger McLaughlin, and Buford clad in training attire. His inner turmoil, akin to a deflated balloon, had dwindled to a state of calm serenity. Indeed, Zhao Ke was on the verge of conceding defeat. He possessed an extraordinary sword, yet lacked the mastery of unparalleled martial arts. He wielded remarkable skills, but could not engage in battle. What use were blocks? What purpose did steals serve? What significance did a 100 shooting percentage hold? One must step onto the court. Otherwise, a skill set is rendered utterly futile. Had I not arrived, these individuals would be enjoying their vacations or undergoing surgeries. And perhaps Iverson would be busy planning his wedding. Surrender is the simplest course of action, particularly when one has excuses at hand, such as, the inertia of history proves indeed to be irresistible. Zhao Ke sat quietly at the far end of the bench, cradling a cup of Gatorade, occasionally taking a sip as if isolated from the entire world. When the Lakers scored, Zhao remained motionless. When the 76ers scored, his expression remained impassive. As Uncle Moo blocked a shot, Zhao observed with an indifferent gaze. At the end of the 76 heirs bench, Zhao resembled a cold stone. In his mind, memories of the past 20 years as a devoted fan of Zhong AI flashed incessantly, from becoming the shortest #1 draft pick in history, biting his lip while showcasing his #3 jersey alongside the elderly Jewish man, to dunking over the towering 2'11" Marcus Camby, achieving 10 steals in a single game, scoring over 25 points in 28 consecutive games, sinking a shot that left the basketball god in awe, outmaneuvering Tyronn Lue and surpassing the Lakers, parting ways with Larry Brown, being traded to the Denver Nuggets, then to the Detroit Pistons, joining the Turkish club Besiktas, and ultimately retiring in obscurity. No one noticed the sorrow of an occasionally glimmering benchwarmer as the 76ers were being thoroughly dominated by the OK duo. Larry Brown stood anxiously on the sidelines, directing and occasionally shouting in vain. The outcome of the decisive Game 7 appeared to be a foregone conclusion. With 47 seconds remaining, the score stood at 108-86. The Lakers leading by 22 points. Iverson had already amassed 57 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 steals, shooting 21 for 49 from the field, 3 for 10 from beyond the arc, and 12 for 14 from the free throw line. Iverson accounted for nearly half of the team's shot attempts and garnered 2/3 of the team's total points. His 57 points marked a career high, surpassing the 54 points he scored against Carter just a month prior, outshining Jordan and Rick Barry's 55 points, and ranking second only to Elgin Baylor's 61 points for the highest scoring in an NBA Finals game. Yet, despite his Herculean effort, the team still trailed by 22 points. He bore the weight of the team on his shoulders, but was now genuinely unable to continue. The support from his teammates was woefully inadequate. The rest of the 76ers consumed as many shot attempts as Iverson, totaling 49, yet only managed to score 29 points, roughly half of what Iverson achieved. Uncle Moo fought valiantly, securing 18 points and 13 rebounds, while the contributions of others were negligible. Jones with 2 points, Hill with 5, Olick with 4, Geiger with 0, McCulloch with 0, and Buford with 0. Remarkably, Geiger, McCulloch, and Buford each played over 10 minutes, yet failed to score. Aside from Iverson and Uncle Moo, the shooting touch of the others was abysmal, with Geiger even missing a dunk. In stark contrast, the OK duo returned to their home court with an electrifying rhythm. O'Neal exhibited an astonishing performance, converting 15 of his 28 attempts to amass 35 points, 20 rebounds, 6 assists, and 7 blocks. Similarly, Kobe's performance was remarkable. He scored 40 points, shooting 17 out of 30, along with 1 rebound for assists and 1 block. The 76ers allowed the dynamic duo to collectively score 75 points while also facilitating 10 assists and 8 blocks. One can only imagine the elegance and fluidity of the Lakers' offense, contrasted with the 76 heirs' laborious struggle. 2 fists cannot match 4 hands. Allen Iverson's 57 points paled in comparison to the 75 scored by the duo. With just 5 minutes and 47 seconds remaining, Iverson rested his hands on his knees, gazing at the scoreboard while panting heavily. The score stood at 108-86, a daunting 22-point deficit that seemed insurmountable. Was defeat imminent? Chapter 37, My Apologies. It's up to you. Larry Brown trudged back to the coaching bench, dejected, rubbing his face in despair. He then rose, donning his stoic poker face, and called for a timeout. Brown embraced each player exiting the court, finally grasping Iverson, who hung his head low and offered a firm hug to his protege. This was a decisive Game 7. Glory or defeat awaited. Despite the looming loss, the veteran coach was not ready to concede. A timeout was called to catch a breath and rally for one last push. Iverson, too, had no room for surrender in his vocabulary. To him, failure was failure, and victory was victory. He would fight tooth and nail for triumph. Iverson was a proud warrior, steadfast in his resolve, choosing to stand and face defeat rather than kneel in surrender. Even trailing by 20 points, he would battle until the final second. Larry Brown could not fathom why. After a 3-game winning streak, the tide had turned so drastically following a lackluster performance. Now, they were on the brink of a 4-game losing streak. Could it be that easing up had cursed them? He delivered a motivational speech to his injured players, gesturing for Iverson, Uncle Mo, Hill, and O'Neal to re-enter the game. But wait, one was missing. Jones remained seated, suffering from cramp. Brown glanced at the bench, where Zhao sat nonchalantly at the far end, lost in thought. Uncle Snow, dressed in a suit, poked Zhao to rouse him from his reverie. Zhao, emerging from his sorrow, cast a fleeting glance at Larry Brown, gradually shedding his training attire as he stepped onto the court. No one offered him a high five, no one engaged in a fist bump, nor did anyone embrace him. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly oppressive. After laboring through an entire season of 82 games and enduring 18 grueling playoff matches with grit and determination, they found themselves on the brink of defeat against the Lakers after an intense 7-game battle. Despite holding a substantial lead, the Lakers remained vigilant, relentless in their pursuit. After enduring countless tribulations, they were on the verge of faltering, yet the Lakers continued their aggressive assault. It was only a matter of moments before the people of Los Angeles would celebrate their championship victory on home soil. The players of the 76ers, devoid of expression, embodied the essence of their season, unyielding and stoic, whether starters or substitutes. They exuded an unwavering strength akin to steel, remaining steadfastly silent yet resilient. Having traversed 3 rounds of nail-biting Game 7s in the playoffs, regardless of the score, whether leading by 10 or trailing by 20, they maintained their composure, executing their offense and defense with a measured pace, ever ready to run. Zhao Ke strolled across the court, his countenance a portrait of despair. History remained unaltered. Was it destined that Iverson would never grasp the elusive championship? Suddenly, a familiar sensation washed over him. An abrupt message materialized in his mind. A gentle reminder. The purpose of the host's existence lies in altering history. Should a team that has previously claimed the championship do so once again? The moment the finals conclude, the host shall face the repercussions from the esteemed system. What kind of repercussions? Zhao Ke trembled as he inquired, a sense of ominous foreboding enveloping him. 10 centimeters diminished from somewhere, with the awkwardness and awareness characteristic of a reclusive individual. His immediate reaction was a chilling sensation beneath him. Yet, he clung to a glimmer of hope and asked, from which place? Guess. Damn it. At such a critical juncture. You're playing a guessing game with me? Is this system truly so frivolous? Without needing to inquire further, he surmised that, according to the system's nature, it must be that particular area. With a hint of trepidation, he asked, in what context does this 10 centimeters manifest? If it were in a fluffed state, after the punishment, Zhao Ke might find himself forced to squat for future urination. His mind was a blank canvas, devoid of any reaction. Please clarify. Whose system exhibits such a wretched disposition? Zhao Ke yearned to seize it and hurl it vehemently, perhaps even towards Larry Brown. How dare you confine me, tethered to this wretched system? Yet, he found himself unable to do so. This system was too enigmatic, seemingly devoid of any tangible constraints. From beginning to end, this was nothing but a system designed to ensnare. Why was this not revealed sooner? Why was it not spoken of when the 76ers were ahead 3-0? Why was it not disclosed when they were at 3-1? Had it been articulated earlier, I would have bribed Larry Brown. As a seasoned veteran navigating the tumultuous waters of the workforce in Huaxia for so many years, Zhao Ke firmly believes that there are no gifts that cannot be delivered, nor leaders that cannot be subdued. Larry Brown is but a trivial matter, easily dealt with, as long as I am present. What need is there to contest with the Lakers in a decisive 7th game, or to find ourselves trailing by 22 points? I am a man endowed with a repertoire of skills, the sole non-muggle in this fantastical realm. The 76ers once held the advantage in 4 consecutive games. Yet this cursed system maintained an eerie silence. Now, with the score tied at 3-3, and merely 5 minutes and 47 seconds left in the 7th game while down by 22 points, what do you expect me to say? The thought of crouching down to relieve oneself sends shivers down my spine. Cold sweat instantly drenches my back, and adrenaline surges through my veins. Not far from Zhao Ke, Iverson sensed his distress and approached, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Relax, brother. The game is not over yet. I've got this. When Iverson uttered these words, his tone bore an unusual intensity, a blend of fierce determination and a hint of exhaustion and helplessness. With a deficit of over 20 points and record-breaking scores already achieved, what more could I do? However, Zhao Ke remained unresponsive, still appearing dazed. At that moment, he was engaged in a futile negotiation with a rogue system, rendering him incapable of an effective reaction. Iverson, believing Zhao Ke to be in shock, swiftly moved to face him, exclaiming, "Listen here, kid. I know you're no coward. We must teach those Los Angeles folks a lesson. I did not step onto this court to surrender. We must fight back, not behave like cowards." Iverson is a man brimming with passion, perpetually energetic and tireless, always ready for battle. He embodies the spirit of a paladin, and as long as he is present, the 76ers are infused with zeal, relentlessly attacking and defending, radiating an indomitable fighting spirit. This spirit possesses extraordinary power. For instance, it allows Iverson, despite bearing 11 significant injuries, to appear unscathed. It enables McGee and Snow, even when collectively hindered by 3 broken legs, to compete fiercely for 40 minutes. Furthermore, it serves to awaken the bewildered Mr. Zhao Ke. Indeed, Zhao Ke had just returned from his fruitless negotiation with the system, finding himself back in the realm of reality. Zhao Ke has never been a gambler. He has always embraced life with a serene disposition. In other words, he lives in a state of tranquility. Yet, at this very moment, he finds himself thrust upon the gambling table, compelled to partake against his will, with the dire consequence of losing his limbs if he fails. How cruel it is! Having traversed through time, Zhao Ke remains an innocent, virtuous young man, does he not? Although he has encountered 2 enchanting maidens of unparalleled beauty, both have slipped away from his grasp, leaving him with nothing. Zhao Ke suddenly felt a pang of regret. Had he seized the opportunity earlier, their future encounters might have been more amicable. What a wretched system this is. Chapter 38, The Great Counteroffensive, Part 1. Allen Iverson, who was facing Zhao Ke and delivering an impassioned speech, was taken aback. Fortunately, Zhao Ke was speaking in Mandarin. Otherwise, a confrontation might have ensued. In the next moment, resigned to the reality, Zhao Ke embraced Iverson's shoulders and declared, "Allen, we shall prevail." Iverson nodded affirmatively, replying, "Indeed." Uncle Moo, with his long arms, wrapped them both in a supportive embrace, his gravelly voice resonating. "The NBA's best defensive player stands with you. Don't forget about me," called Tyrone Hill and Kevin Ollie, who had also gathered around. Iverson shouted, "Let us together vanquish the Lakers and send them home in tears to their mothers." Zhao Ke, Uncle Moo, Tyrone Hill, and Kevin O'Leary shouted in unison, "Defeat the Lakers. Defeat the Lakers." The Lakers players gazed at them as if they were mad, thinking, "We are ahead by 22 points. What are you all making a fuss about?" Kobe glanced at Shaquille, noting the rare restoration of their once inseparable bond during this game. Shaquille spread his hands and shrugged, perhaps pondering that they were offering solace to the distressed Asian player, who appeared on the verge of a breakdown. Zhao Ke's earlier despondency had left a lasting impression. In the eyes of the Lakers elite, Zhao Ke currently appeared as a feeble and pitiable rookie in the finals. He was perceived as harmless, unable to accept defeat, having just been pulled back from the brink of despair, and thus required gentle handling. Zhao Ke surveyed his arsenal, fortunate that throughout the entire match he had been embracing the water cooler, refraining from employing any skills. All his skill packages lay in peaceful repose. With a 22-point deficit and 5 minutes and 47 seconds remaining, he rallied himself for the battle, fighting for the sake of 10 cm. Zhao clenched his fists, delivering a fierce blow to his chest, his tumultuous heart nearly leaping from his throat. He tossed the ball to Kevin Ollie and dashed forward. Throughout his career, Ollie had been an unassuming cog in the machine, yet as a coach, he excelled remarkably. After retiring in 2010, he served as an assistant coach at the University of Connecticut, swiftly ascending to the position of head coach. In his inaugural season, he led the University of Connecticut men's basketball team to an NCAA championship, crafting a narrative of a rookie legend. Thus, this seemingly brutish and simple-minded figure was far more complex than he appeared. Ollie, appearing calm and unhurried, dribbled the ball across half-court, as if it were not the Philadelphia 76ers trailing behind. The Lakers were in a commanding position, and their opponents showed little inclination for a desperate counterattack. Consequently, they opted not to pursue an aggressive strategy, instead maintaining their defensive stances and allowing time to dwindle. Ollie, moving at what seemed a leisurely pace, took 2 dribbling steps before executing a swift and precise pass that traversed the entire court, landing in the hands of Iverson, who lay in wait at the right 45-degree angle beyond the arc unmarked. He found himself in an advantageous position. Despite having hit only 3 of his previous 10 attempts from beyond the arc, Iverson's confidence and accuracy remained unshaken. "I always feel I may miss the first 20 shots, yet I believe that the 21st will surely go in. I simply persist in my struggle." With a decisive flick, he sank the three-pointer, 108-89. The Lakers regained possession, and the rotund player sluggishly dribbled the ball. Iverson, like a gust of wind, rushed in, applying relentless pressure. The tension was palpable, not just for those involved, but for onlookers as well. The rotund player, known for his stable ball handling and considerable strength, typically fended off Iverson's steals with ease. However, in this instance, trailing by 22 points had buoyed his spirits to the point of premature celebration, leading him to lighten his grip, allowing Iverson to seize the basketball. With the quickest first step on the court, Iverson had already reached beyond the three-point line before the rotund player could fully comprehend the situation. In the same position, with an identical feel for the shot, the outcome mirrored the previous one. Swish! The net rippled. 108-92. The Lakers continued their offensive, likely spurred by Iverson's consecutive scores, prompting Kobe to respond with an answer ball. He raced past half-court, arriving at the three-point line, the exact spot where Iverson had just scored, and launched a trailing three-pointer. Yet, despite Kobe's impressive tally of 40 points from 30 attempts, his shooting from beyond the arc had been lackluster, hitting only 1 out of 5. This three-pointer, which could have embellished his performance, failed to find the mark, leaving Kobe to shake his hand in frustration. Meanwhile, none of the other Lakers followed suit in a fast break. With a 20-point lead, what was the need to rush? Underneath the basket, there were no Lakers players in sight, allowing Mutombo to effortlessly seize the rebound and swiftly pass it to Ollie to initiate a fast break. However, Ollie's shooting was rather lackluster. He typically relied on driving in. Faced with the Lakers' lax defensive setup, he suddenly accelerated towards the paint, yet the Lakers did not relent. Grant and Fox quickly closed in, while O'Neal lurked nearby, poised to deliver a block at any moment. Yet, Ollie executed a deceptive drive, followed by a genuine pass, abruptly stopping near the free throw line and, without glancing at his teammates, delivered the ball to Zhao Ke, who stood wide open at the arc's apex. The earlier display of impending collapse by Zhao Ke garnered sympathy from his opponents, who were thus at ease in their defense against him. The pass was exquisitely executed, and without any adjustment, Zhao Ke leapt and released the ball. This time, he benefited from the remarkable 70 shooting percentage boost. Swish! The delightful sound resonated as Zhao Ke netted a three-pointer, bringing the score to 108-95. Following a timeout, the Philadelphia 76ers swiftly closed the gap with a run of 9 points. The deficit now stood at a mere 13 points. Phil Jackson, unwilling to be complacent, called for a brief timeout, urging his team to regain their focus and avoid a lackluster finish. Subsequently, the sprightly Tyronn Lue replaced the panting Little Fat Fish. While Little Fish was more reliable on the offensive end, he struggled to keep pace with Iverson. With the Lakers ahead by 13 points, defensive efforts were crucial. The Lakers continued their offensive onslaught, with Tyronn Lue intent on consuming the clock, while Iverson refrained from applying pressure, positioning himself just beyond the three-point arc. His hands feeling as if they were on fire with anticipation, Zhao approached, transforming boundless resentment into an inescapable entanglement of demise, switching defenses with Ollie to harass the ball handler. Tyronn Lue, the youthful Lue, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Kid, you've already lost. Even Old Man Brown has conceded defeat, and so has Iverson. What are you trying to prove by challenging me here?" "Nonsense," came the retort. "Which of your eyes witnessed their surrender?" Zhao could turn his head and fix his gaze upon Tyronn Lue, declaring earnestly, "Coach Lue, we shall not be defeated." Tyronn Lue shook his head, about to utter a response, when suddenly he felt a void in his hand. Zhao Ke had unexpectedly released him and darted away. "What the heck?" Resorting to such tactics with the game nearing its conclusion, Tyronn Lue exclaimed as he sprinted after him. Yet Zhao Ke had already made the pass, leaving him utterly unable to catch up. Zhao Ke took 2 swift steps and noticed Iverson beckoning from the right side, at a 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line. Without hesitation, he executed a quick, precise, and forceful pass in his direction. Zhao Ke's strength was formidable. Allen Iverson received the ball, leisurely dribbled for a moment, sought his rhythm, and with a graceful lift of his hand, released a three-pointer. Swish! It was yet another successful shot. Zhao Ke harbored a slight suspicion that Iverson might possess skills akin to those of divine beings, particularly in critical moments. The score stood at 108-98, with a mere 10-point deficit. Chapter 39, The Great Counterattack, Part 2. The Lakers initiated their offense, and the young coach Lue received the ball. His basketball IQ belied his appearance, as he remained remarkably composed. In accordance with customary strategy, Coach Lue began to run down the clock. At that moment, the entire Philadelphia 76ers team resembled a bull pierced by a sword, frenzied and bloodthirsty. Coach Lue struggled to advance the ball past half-court, but managed to retain possession. Upon crossing the midline, he swiftly passed the ball. The target, Kobe. Zhao Ke has already lost the aura from the first 3 games. He is merely an unremarkable player at the end of the bench. Kobe cast a brief glance at him and effortlessly prepared for a shooting motion. The previous three-point attempt in pursuit had missed, yet he yearned to try once more. No flying allowed. With a resounding shout, Zhao Ke soared into the air. Yet his exuberance led him to leap excessively high. The system's enhancements were indeed formidable. Thus, the basketball barely aligned with his shoulder. This predicament was rather awkward. For Zhao Ke had swung his right arm in a grand motion, poised to execute a volleyball-style block. While he had certainly generated the momentum, he found himself unable to reach the ball. Such a skill enhancement was truly a vexing dilemma. As Zhao Ke lamented, he awkwardly reached for the basketball with his left hand, while his right arm swung futilely through the air. The immense force propelled Zhao Ke into a graceful 360-degree spin, akin to a stunning acrobatic maneuver, almost causing him to stumble upon landing. Glancing at the basketball in his hand, he felt a pang of nostalgia. Fortunately, skill is skill. Regardless of the chaotic process, the 100 success rate is undeniable. However, with a block transformed into a catch, if not to launch a fast break now, then when? Zhao swiftly dribbled the ball, darting forward with great fervor. However, his attempt to block was an utter waste of time. Not only did he spin in the air, but he nearly stumbled upon landing. Thus, as Zhao approached the three-point line, poised to take a shot, a furious Kobe had already galloped over, ready to impart a lesson in humility. Incredible. He was actually blocked. Is this young man akin to Luffy? Upon hearing the sound of footsteps, Zhao Ke hesitated not. For with the system at his disposal, he feared none. He abruptly halted, leaped into the air, and with a graceful motion, executed a textbook-perfect jump shot, seemingly oblivious to the presence behind him. Observing Zhao Ke's unguarded display, Kobe felt no need for politeness. He was ready to seize the moment. However, the situation was far from straightforward. Zhao Ke, in a state of fervent urgency to close the score gap, wished fervently for a 5-point line in the NBA, eager to seize every opportunity for 4 points. Just as Kobe's palm was about to make contact with the ball, Zhao Ke abruptly propelled the ball forward. Consequently, instead of firmly striking the basketball, Kobe's hand met with a resounding clap against Zhao Ke's wrist. Zhao Ke's shooting posture had completely transformed. Nevertheless, the basketball still soared at an angle towards the hoop. Unbeknownst to anyone, as he altered his stance, the sly Zhao Ke quietly uttered the words, "Meteor." Zhao Ke steadied himself unsteadily, watching as the basketball gracefully swooshed through the net. The score now stood at 108-101, with only a 7-point gap remaining. Splendidly done. Uncle Moo, ambling over, vociferously praised him, giving Zhao Ke 2 thumbs up for that impressive block. Iverson leaped into the air, colliding chest to chest with Zhao Ke. Including this basket, Zhao Ke and Iverson had orchestrated a stunning 0-15 scoring surge against the Lakers since their entry onto the court. Zen Master rose to his feet, sensing an impending crisis. However, a timeout had just been called. How long had they even been playing? The execution of their strategy was sound, yet too many unforeseen events had transpired. Could it be that Kobe had even been blocked? What utter nonsense! The Zen Master made a gesture with both hands, urging the Lakers to compose themselves and take their time. You are the leading team. Why panic? A sparse number of 76ers fans in the Staples Center offered a scattered cheer and applause. Yet, just as Zhao Ke initiated his celebration, the cheers abruptly ceased. The stands of the Staples Center erupted in a cacophony, predominantly filled with Lakers fans who were already prematurely celebrating a potential back-to-back championship. Zhao Ke awkwardly lowered his raised arms, realizing that there were no spectators to celebrate with. Zhao, with a whimsical desire, contemplated the idea of striking a small gong and bowing gracefully, addressing the neighbors and the community. Esteemed friends, I, Zhao, shall now present a splendid display of steals, accompanied by several 3-point shots. Those with means, please support me financially. Those without, your presence is equally treasured. Subsequently, Zhao would find himself escorted away by security. Allen Iverson, noticing the awkward predicament Zhao faced, hurried over, embracing him warmly and whispering encouragingly in his ear, "Brother, persevere. Together, we shall emerge victorious." Zhao, filled with gratitude, gently patted his idol's shoulder, signifying his excellent condition. This was a clear-cut 3-1, and the Los Angeles officiating crew did not linger unnecessarily, signaling the basket's validity while attributing a foul to Kobe. Phil Jackson refrained from engaging in futile disputes with the referees, wisely opting to benefit without appearing overly cunning. Zhao Ke stood at the free throw line, wiping his palms nervously, feeling an overwhelming sense of anxiety. In contrast to his three-point shooting, his free throws were equally devoid of precision. Allen Iverson observed Zhao Ke's timid demeanor and approached him, playfully patting him on the backside. "It's nothing, my friend. Mutombo will safeguard the rebounds." Grateful, Zhao Ke cast a glance of appreciation towards Iverson, then turned to Mutombo, who also stepped forward to offer encouragement, confidently proclaiming, "If you miss, I will undoubtedly secure the rebound. That opposing player is nothing compared to my leaping ability, who bestowed upon you such inexplicable confidence." Zhao Ke turned his gaze towards Tyrone Hill and Ollie, who helplessly clapped hands with him. The commentators on site were amused by Zhao Ke's antics. How utterly ridiculous he must be. Could it be that his free throws are even worse than those of Shaquille O'Neal? Zhao Ke longed to express that without the skill set, O'Neal could easily distance himself from him at the free throw line. The referee tossed the ball to Zhao Ke, who dribbled it twice, then twice more, and was poised to continue when he caught sight of the referee's disapproving expression, compelling him to awkwardly halt. The Lakers players erupted in laughter, astonished that this lad possessed such prowess in three-point shooting yet appeared so timid at the free throw line. Zhao Ke wiped the sweat from his brow, cursing under his breath. How much of a hit rate bonus should he apply? A higher bonus felt too precious to squander. For after all, each attempt only yielded a single point. It would be wiser to conserve it for a three-point shot. Yet if the bonus were too low, he feared failure, as that too would result in a mere point. Damn it, a 50 hit rate bonus. Zhao, cursing, gracefully released the ball, his form impeccable and aesthetically pleasing, yet the basketball failed to find its mark. Zhao's exertion waned, a quintessential consequence of his guilt. The basketball wobbled momentarily at the rim before gracefully sinking into the net. Zhao Ke swung his fist vigorously. With an additional 50, he could still seize such a fortunate opportunity. Was his original free throw percentage not in the negative? The score stood at 108-102, with only a 6-point difference remaining. Phil Jackson blew a whistle, signaling everyone to remain calm, as he vigorously chewed on his gum. Chapter 40, The Great Counterattack, Part 3. The Zhao guest was utterly astonished by the calm demeanor of the Lakers. This is no ordinary match. It is the 7th game of the finals, a momentous clash with a staggering 0-16 lead. Just observe the ever-composed Uncle KFC. While the Lakers players were expressions of delight, their eyes ablaze with anticipation, almost ready to celebrate prematurely. Is it possible that the system of Doge has cast an enchantment upon the entire Lakers squad? With time dwindling, Lakers fans remain exuberant, calling out to friends, gathering in small groups, indulging in food and drink. Why is it that Team Act could achieve such remarkable success, while Zhao Guest finds himself languishing in solitude, like snow? Zhao Ke's heart was in turmoil. This is undoubtedly a manifestation of racial discrimination. Yet, it was not, before the 35-second mark. McGrady trailed the Spurs by a mere 8 points. It was not only McGrady who believed in a potential comeback. Even the fans were infused with hope for a reversal. One impassioned fan, expressing his frustration, shouted vehemently to the players, "Do you wish to etch your losing streak into a record of 8? Meanwhile, the 76ers found themselves down by 22 points. It is believed that had the deficit not been such a daunting 22 points from the outset, but rather a more manageable 18, the Lakers would have been in a state of sheer panic. Prior to this match, the 76ers had already suffered 3 consecutive defeats, and Larry Brown, despite his best efforts, could not devise a strategy to overcome the formidable duo of O'Neal and Kobe. The 76ers, aside from Iverson, were thoroughly dominated at every other position by the Lakers. This game was especially disheartening. Iverson had exerted every ounce of energy, surpassing Jordan in single-game scoring, on the verge of setting a new NBA record. But what significance did that hold? The team was down by 22 points, my friend. At this moment, the tens of thousands of spectators in the arena and the millions watching at home would have united in their verdict. The outcome was preordained. Moreover, during that 0-16 run, it was Iverson's remarkable trio of three-pointers, contributing 9 points that stood out. However, Iverson had never attempted so many three-pointers before, and his shooting percentage from beyond the arc had always been dismal. Everyone believed his hot streak would inevitably cool. As for Zhao Ke, he was merely a benchwarmer, a combatant of little consequence, and given his yellow skin, was only celebrated for hitting a couple of three-pointers. The media misled Zhao Ke into believing he had garnered universal acclaim, when in truth, that was far from the case. While certain media outlets exalted him to the heavens, The reality was that neither Larry Brown nor Phil Jackson regarded him with much seriousness. These seasoned veterans had witnessed far too many meteoric rises that quickly faded, far more than Zhao Ke had encountered in his career. Although Zhao Ke had previously eliminated the Lakers 3 times in critical moments, such feats were inseparable from the ironclad defense of the 76ers and Iverson's extraordinary ability to draw attention, coupled with the Lakers' inexplicable blunders. Moreover, in the 4th game, Zhao Ke was utterly dismantled by Kobe. Therefore, if one were to inquire, could the 76ers stage a comeback? Most would respond with a salty retort and offer a proverb: daydreaming. Larry Brown, seated upright in the coaching chair, appeared somewhat perturbed. His mind had begun to wander, contemplating how to bolster the team for the upcoming season, having deemed this one sufficiently triumphant. This year, the 76ers set a new record in the NBA, with Allen Iverson being honored as the regular season MVP, All-Star Game MVP, scoring champion, and steals leader. Larry Brown was named Coach of the Year. Dikembe Mutombo earned the title of Defensive Player of the Year, and JaVale McGee was recognized as the best 6th man. They nearly swept every award imaginable. As for the championship, this time it eluded them, but perhaps next season would bring better fortunes. He was a rational and stubborn old man, skeptical of any grassroots miracles. Would the 76ers stage a remarkable comeback? That seemed rather far-fetched. After all, even with the starting 5 giving their all, they had been unable to accomplish such a feat. What could a newcomer like Zhao possibly achieve? Undoubtedly, any resentment toward Zhao was diminishing Larry Brown's intellect. The opinions of others offered Zhao no assistance whatsoever. Zhao Ke must exert every effort. The system shows no mercy without relentless striving. 10 centimeters. Zhao Ke is so reluctant to part with even a mere centimeter that he can unleash a formidable fighting spirit of 1,000. As the Lakers mount their offense, Fox positions himself at the baseline and tosses the basketball towards Tyronn Lue. A graduate of a broadcasting, television, and film program, Fox is strikingly handsome and exudes charisma, embodying the quintessential aspirant to Hollywood stardom. Everything else seems trivial in comparison. For instance, when he departed from the Celtics in 1997 as a free agent to join the Lakers, a fierce rival, it was not merely the lucrative salary offered by the Lakers that swayed him, but rather the proximity of Los Angeles to Hollywood. Thus, Fox approaches basketball akin to a Wall Street executive, clocking in for the game and clocking out post-match, with his true passion lying in pursuing opportunities in film. With less than 3 minutes remaining in the game, can one truly expect an eager employee to remain glued to their computer, analyzing data, when the end of their shift is so near? He has undoubtedly shut down his computer, visited the restroom, organized his bag, and begun the countdown to freedom. Indeed, Fox embodies this very sentiment. His mind has already departed the court, soaring towards Hollywood. Consequently, as he prepares to pass the ball, he neglects to observe Lue's actions. Unbeknownst to him, Tyronn Lue had just bent down to adjust his shoelaces, resulting in the basketball soaring over the crouched coach's head and landing directly in Zhao Ke's embrace. Fox was momentarily bewildered, exclaiming, "Coach Lue, you've just sabotaged me." Zhao Ke initially lay in ambush behind Coach Lue, intending to execute a lightning-fast steal with a phantom-like maneuver. However, to his astonishment, Fox's betrayal was glaringly evident as he delivered a straightforward assist. With no further hesitation, Zhao Ke, positioned within the Lakers' 3-second zone, swiftly turned and launched a 3-point shot. In a fit of urgency, Fox dashed from the baseline, intent on seizing Zhao Ke. This reckless soul. The basketball soared at an angle, with Fox clinging to Zhao Ke, propelling them both beyond the free throw line. Yet, what left Fox in despair was the unexpected triumph of the shot. It went in. Due to the considerable distance, Zhao Ke, lacking confidence, utilized a one-time 100 accuracy bonus. With a score of 108 to 105, Zhao Ke once again secured a 3-point shot. The Los Angeles officiating crew lingered for an extended period between notions of justice and malevolence, ultimately opting for the former. The league had not mandated their assistance in securing a championship for the Lakers. The outcome of this match seemed predestined. Thus, Zhao Ke once more nervously approached the free throw line. Zhao Ke extended his hand towards Iverson, who responded with a light tap. The astute referee swiftly tossed the ball into play, thwarting Zhao Ke's attempt at a continued hand-to-hand maneuver. With a long, relieved sigh, he raised the ball above his head and delicately flicked his wrist. Alas, it failed to score, despite Zhao Ke's impressive 60 shooting accuracy boost. The ball did not find its mark. Zhao, in disbelief, gazed at his hands. Indeed, the initial hit rate was astonishingly a negative number. Zhao Ke sensed an escalating tension in an indescribable place, feeling as if he might perish. Chapter 41. The Great Counterattack, Part 4, Uncle Mu. Zhao Ke beheld Uncle Mu taking flight. At the instant Zhao Ke's free throw veered off course, a slender black arm rose gracefully. Mutombo was the first to react. Having witnessed Zhao Ke's dismal shooting percentage of 10, he firmly believed Zhao Ke's anxious demeanor before the free throw was not feigned, and thus remained ever ready to cover for him. Mutombo leaped with all his might, striving to escape the gravitational pull of the earth. Though his vertical leap was not as formidable as Shaquille O'Neal's, with both boasting a wingspan of 2.31 meters, Mutombo stood 2 centimeters taller, Uncle Mu at 2.18 meters, Shaq at 2.16 meters, and had a quicker jump. Furthermore, O'Neal appeared disinclined to contest for the rebound. With a comfortable lead and the fatigue of playing the entire game, he merely jumped symbolically. Thus, the rebound, soaring directly above O'Neal's head, was deftly tipped by Mutombo, who then leaped once more to secure the orange sphere in his embrace. If you miss, I shall undoubtedly retrieve the rebound. After all, that giant opposite is nothing but a mere amateur. Remembering Uncle Mu's words as he watched the man sweat profusely, gritting his teeth in pursuit of the rebound, Zhao Ke felt tears welling in his eyes. Uncle Mu, should we triumph, I shall certainly treat you to a full set of the finest delicacies. Time was of the essence. The moment Mutombo landed with the rebound, he flung the ball toward the vicinity of the midcourt, not even glancing back. He had faith that Iverson would be there. If not, Iverson would still manage to chase down the ball. Iverson was indeed present, executing a commonly employed fast break tactic for the 76ers this season. At this juncture, a mere three-pointer would level the score. In this final minute, Iverson's three-point shooting was nothing short of extraordinary. The scales of victory began to tip in favor of the 76ers. However, the referee's whistle pierced the air. The slow-motion replay revealed that, during his second jump, Mutombo had elbowed Grant. Although his movements appeared fluid, resembling an unconscious exertion during the leap, the victim, Grant, rolled on the ground, clutching his face. The Staples Center erupted with deafening boos, as if Mutombo had committed an unforgivable act. With the 76ers already having reached their foul limit, the referee awarded Grant 2 free throws. Just moments ago, resembling a casualty of an accident, Grant swiftly rose from the baseline, dusted himself off, and prepared to take his free throws. Life is but a performance, heavily reliant on acting. Grant's free throw percentage far exceeded that of O'Neal, hovering around 78 for the season. He made his first attempt, and Zhao Ke felt the perspiration on his brow intensifying, his mind sharpening as he could distinctly hear his own heartbeat. 109, 105, the point differential had reverted to 4. For his second attempt, Grant rubbed the soles of his shoes against his palms and licked his hands. What a peculiar ritual. It seems that Nash, prior to his free throws, also indulges in such rituals, albeit it involves first licking his palms before wiping them on his shoes. Grant, are you indirectly engaging in a similar act of shoe licking? It is likely that the hoop was repulsed by Grant's antics, decisively rejecting the orange sphere tainted with his saliva. The basketball soared high, and Uncle Mu prepared to redeem himself, once again becoming the apex beneath the rim, his enormous hand directing the ball behind him. The perspiring Zhao, with his armpit hair standing on end, secured the rebound and spun around, sprinting with fervor. The advantage of a perfect shooting percentage had dissipated, and Zhao aimed to approach the three-point line before taking a shot. No one could impede his progress. Grant, O'Neal, and Kobe were still sluggishly turning beneath the basket, while Tyronn Lue was ensnared at the baseline by Iverson. Conversely, Fox, meandering near the midcourt, shouted as he lunged towards Zhao. Although Fox had noticed Zhao's move early, the latter deliberately chose to start from a position farther from Fox, allowing him to be just a step away from the three-point line by the time Fox caught up. Zhao Ke paid no heed to the approaching Fox. At that moment, his gaze was solely fixed upon the hoop. He executed a textbook-perfect jump, his arm arcing gracefully. The ball released with precision. A resounding crash echoed as Fox collided with him. The furious pursuit of Zhao Ke had been fueled by a concoction of old grievances and newfound animosity, culminating in this explosive release of pent-up frustration. Otherwise, given his professional standards, he would never have committed such a perilous defensive maneuver. What if he were to injure his face? After all, he relied on his appearance for his livelihood. He had not anticipated that Zhao Ke would unexpectedly halt during a fast break to attempt a three-pointer. Surely, a thunderous dunk would have been a more spectacular display. Thus, Fox continued at full speed, caught off guard, with his anger propelling him too swiftly to halt in time, crashing forcefully into the equally unprepared Zhao Ke. Zhao Ke and Fox share a similar height, yet Zhao Ke outweighs Fox considerably. Zhao Ke is a formidable figure, often referred to as a muscle-bound powerhouse, capable of taking on the likes of Geiger. However, at this moment, weight and muscle mass are of little consequence. For Zhao Ke finds himself suspended in midair. Under the immense force of impact, he is propelled sideways, yet he manages to release the ball, simultaneously benefiting from a 90 accuracy bonus. As Zhao Ke sought to evade Fox, he deliberately broke through from the sidelines for a sudden jump shot. Consequently, when Fox collided with him, Zhao Ke was propelled off the court and crashed into the stands. With his rear arched backward in a graceful manner reminiscent of a falling goose, he found himself tumbling head first into the audience. At that moment, he recalled a cheeky line from Ling Huchong, "What just hit my head? Why do I feel a bit dizzy?" Enthusiastic fans rushed to assist Zhao Ke in rising to his feet. Fortunately, the Lakers supporters were largely gathered in small groups celebrating, resulting in Zhao Ke landing in an unoccupied area. Otherwise, given Zhao Ke's weight, one could only imagine which unfortunate soul might have needed urgent medical attention. Zhao Ke, in a flurry of excitement, uttered a few phrases of playful banter and expressions of gratitude, eagerly preparing to take the stage, driven by a sense of urgency. However, the referee intervened, informing Zhao Ke that he could not yet enter the arena. As Zhao Ke was about to engage in a polite and graceful discussion with the referee, though in truth, he yearned to deliver a punch. As he was soon to embark on a journey to Thailand, he suddenly noticed an excess of perspiration on his forehead, nearly trickling into his eyes. He wiped it away, but it persisted. He wiped again. Why did it feel so sticky? Instinctively raising his hand to inspect, he was taken aback. Whose blood is this? Zhao gazed upon the desolate crime scene, pondering, is this my blood? Am I destined to perish? Despite a 90 accuracy bonus, did I still fail to succeed? Zhao could suddenly perceive that the entire world had decelerated, his head spinning as if he were on the brink of another temporal displacement. The team physician hurriedly approached with a medical kit in hand, while Iverson and Uncle Moo gathered around him with evident concern. Larry Brown called for an extended timeout, leading the Philadelphia 76ers in surrounding the injured Zhao Ke. After a brief examination, the physician advised Larry Brown to substitute Zhao Ke, as a deep gash on his forehead, inflicted by an unknown object, was profusely bleeding and required suturing in the locker room. At that moment, Zhao Ke finally regained his composure, glancing at the timer, 17 seconds. His face flushed with embarrassment. He nearly frightened himself to death. Chapter 42, The Great Counterattack, Part 5. Standing on the court was the only glimmer of hope. Retreating to the locker room was synonymous with a grim demise. "Coach, please do not take me out," he implored fervently. "There are merely a few seconds remaining. Allow me to complete the game, or I shall not find peace in death." Before Larry Brown could respond, Zhao Ke passionately expressed his determination, his words bursting forth with fervor. The blood on Zhao's face had yet to dry, and at that moment, he appeared fierce and menacing, akin to a bloodthirsty beast. Larry Brown gazed at Zhao's bloodied visage and spoke with profound significance. "Zhao, your career has only just commenced. You will have countless opportunities to finish the game in the future." "Finish what nonsense?" Zhao retorted, "If we lose this match, I shall immediately head to the ladies' restroom. What future could I possibly have?" Seeing that the old gentleman did not offer his support, Zhao could turn to the team doctor for assistance. "Could you kindly wrap a few more layers of bandage around my head? Make it a bit tighter and thicker. This way, the blood won't seep through immediately, and I can manage to play through the remaining seconds." He then earnestly implored Larry Brown, "Coach, I'm not a feeble individual. Being substituted out at this moment would bring me great shame. I beg of you." Larry Brown remained silent, casting a glance at the team doctor. The doctor indicated that while it was possible to temporarily stem the bleeding, it would be prudent to attend to stitches immediately. At this moment, Zhao Ke had already amassed 13 points, partnering with Iverson to secure a total of 22 points, narrowing the deficit to a mere 1 point. No matter how stubborn Larry Brown might be, or how little regard he held for Zhao Ke, he was compelled to take a gamble on him. In the dwindling moments of the game, Zhao Ke appeared to be even more dependable than Iverson. In the eyes of Larry Brown, Zhao Ke, that unpredictable wild card, was evidently beginning to exhibit signs of brilliance once more. When he unleashed his potential, the Lakers were bound to face calamity. He was indeed a harbinger of fortune. Reflecting on the previous 3 consecutive victories, Brown muttered with a hint of superstition. Thus, the venerable coach chose to selectively forget the latter part of the team physician's statement and waved his hand. I grant my approval. The 76ers were a team imbued with a tenacious spirit, embodying the tradition of refusing to yield to injury, had one not observed Snow and McGee, who collectively possessed but a single leg, yet still fought valiantly on the court. What did a mere trickle of blood signify for Zhao Ke? Zhao Ke finally felt a sense of relief as he glanced at the scoreboard. 109-108. Indeed, his desperate three-point shot had miraculously found its mark. The referee, acknowledging Zhao Ke's bloodied state, awarded him a consolation prize, and Fox was charged with a foul. Following the timeout, Zhao Ke was granted a free throw opportunity. Should he successfully convert this shot, the score would equalize at 109-109. With just 17 seconds remaining, a tie would usher the game into overtime. What if they were to win? Zhao Ke stands confidently, urinating, until the conclusion of the next season's finals. The grand screen beneath the stadium's dome is repeatedly showcasing in slow motion Zhao Ke's astonishing three-point shot. At the moment the basketball was released, Zhao Ke had already soared beyond the sideline, rendering any semblance of a shooting stance utterly irrelevant. Zhao Ke's gestures appeared chaotic, as if he were haphazardly throwing the ball. Yet it found its way into the basket. What had he done? Lakers fans stood in the aisle, their faces etched with despair, gazing in disbelief at the screen as the replay looped endlessly. Friends who had prepared to celebrate were also left stunned, gripped by an ominous premonition. Who could have anticipated that this young Asian player, having participated in only 3 official games, would display such prowess? In his matchups against Fox, he seemed utterly off balance. And yet he scored. Were the heavens favoring him? Phil Jackson, seated on the sidelines, felt an unsettling sensation. At that moment, Zhao reminded him of the legendary Reggie Miller and his iconic moments. Should the Lakers lose this game, Zhao would undoubtedly become renowned for this miraculous performance against them. Akin to the fabled Miller moment, forever etched in NBA history as one of its greatest displays. The Lakers, in contrast, would be relegated to the role of a disgraceful backdrop. Why did the thought of defeat cross my mind? Even if Zhao made his free throw, wouldn't he that merely tie the game? The Lakers still held possession. A shiver coursed through Phil Jackson. This basket left the Lakers players utterly astonished. What was this young Asian player attempting? Was this shot even conceivable for a human being? From which crevice of a rock had this Zhao emerged? Time and again, he disregarded defense to sink audacious three-pointers in the closing moments. Could such feats really be executed by a previously unheralded young man of his ethnicity? Larry Bird, Michael Jordan, Reggie Miller, did you not collectively channel Zhao at this moment? This was unmistakably the mark of a superstar's talent and fortune, yet Zhao was merely an Asian, and a benchwarmer at that. Such audacity should be deemed unlawful. To elucidate the famed Miller moment, on May 7, 1995, the Pacers faced the Knicks in the Eastern Conference semifinals. With just 7 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, the Knicks led 105-99, and according to all norms, the outcome seemed sealed. Unless a miracle occurred, the Knicks were poised to claim victory in the series opener. Yet, a miracle did transpire. Miller, receiving an inbounds pass, wasted no time in launching a three-pointer. The ball soared in a graceful arc and swished through the net, narrowing the deficit to 3 points. At that juncture, the Knicks retained possession, and logically, the Pacers should have employed a strategy of fouling to manage the clock. However, defying convention, the Pacers pressed defensively, with Miller stealing the ball and again launching a three-pointer. This time, the shot also found its mark, leveling the score at 105. In a mere 5 seconds, Miller scored 6 points, restoring both teams to parity. Miller's extraordinary performance left the Knicks coaches and players in a state of bewilderment. Starks missed 2 crucial free throws, and Ewing's putback also failed to find the net, allowing Miller to seize the opportunity, snatch the rebound, and draw a foul, converting both free throws with precision. Consequently, in a mere span of 9 seconds, Miller amassed 8 points, crafting a miraculous moment that, while not confined to the final 9 seconds of the game, remains one of the most illustrious displays in NBA history. The Miller time loomed like a dark cloud over the minds of the Lakers, repeatedly eroding their confidence. Especially in conjunction with Zhao's remarkable feat of scoring 13 consecutive points. Phil Jackson, a seasoned strategist who had witnessed countless monumental moments, sat quietly on the sidelines, reminiscent of a solitary snowflake. In his eyes, the other players paled in comparison to Michael Jordan. He resolved that his team would not serve as the backdrop for another's ascension. After all, he was the man who had coached the basketball deity. Suppressing his inner shock, Phil forcibly redirected his gaze from Zhao's image on the central screen back to the court, straightening his posture and chewing his gum, regaining his composed demeanor. Everything was under control, he assured himself. Chapter 43, A Desperate Counterattack, Part 6. Phil Jackson tapped the tactical board, signaling for his disciples to gather around him. The Lakers were somewhat dazed, their attention scattered. Shaquille O'Neal, for instance, was still craning his neck to watch the replay on the big screen, his expression one of disbelief. Phil remained silent, observing until O'Neal sensed the awkward atmosphere and sheepishly turned away, scratching the back of his head as he crouched down. Yet, Phil continued to hold his tongue, his gaze fixed intently on the tactical board, as if it contained the elixir to their predicament. Time trickled by, with Phil alternating his focus between the board, Kobe, and Shaquille, even calling for 2 timeouts without uttering a word. In stark contrast to the raucous Staples Center, the Lakers bench, usually a flurry of animated strategy discussions, was enveloped in an eerie silence. This tranquil waiting period allowed the players to regain their composure, their eyes fixed eagerly upon the man who had once coached a god, yearning for his guidance. At this moment, the players' emotions had settled considerably. "Children," he finally announced, "the time for play is over. It's time to send the 76ers home. Shaq, go forth and conclude the game with a thunderous dunk. Game over." Phil Jackson's tone was remarkably infectious, as if the Lakers led not merely by a point, but as they had earlier commanded a 22-point advantage. His formidable confidence effortlessly permeated every player present. Jackson refrained from mentioning the miraculous three-pointer and chose not to comment on the preceding 22-1 scoring run orchestrated by Zhao and Iverson. Skillfully bypassing any evaluation of Zhao's extraordinary performance, he maintained a calm demeanor that instilled a sense of inexplicable reassurance throughout the Lakers' ranks. This exemplifies the commanding presence of a top-tier coach. The Lakers players were no longer in a state of panic. Under Jackson's subtle influence, they conjured a rationale. The astonishing events that had transpired were merely part of a game of cat and mouse with the 76ers, and they could not be vanquished all at once. Now was the moment to conclude the game. It is essential to recognize that whether during the Miller time or the later renowned T-Mac time, their ultimate triumphs were not solely due to the celestial prowess of Miller and McGrady. More crucially, as they consistently scored, they cultivated an aura of invincibility that left their opponents flustered. For instance, during Miller time, Starks missed 2 critical free throws, and Ewing's putback went awry. In the case of T-Mac time, this factor was even more pronounced. With no timeouts remaining for the Spurs, Coach Popovich executed 9 substitutions in a mere 35 seconds. Shuffling Devin Brown, Bruce Bowen, Malik Rose, Manu Ginobili, and Brent Barry in and out, Popovich aimed to disrupt McGrady's rhythm or to awaken his bewildered players. However, without a long timeout at his disposal, he could not calm his panicked young athletes. One could say that within the limits of the rules, Popovich maximized his tactics to interrupt the flow of the game. Yet the impact was minimal. With just 9 seconds remaining, a despondent Darren Brown astonishingly tripped himself while dribbling, inadvertently granting Tracy McGrady an opportunity for a game-winning shot. However, today, Zhao Ke's injury afforded Phil Jackson ample time to recalibrate the mental and emotional state of his players. The match unfolded with remarkable fluidity, as the dynamic duo of the Lakers proved to be unstoppable, leaving the 76ers utterly helpless. Allen Iverson of the 76ers maneuvered through the Lakers' half-court as if it were unguarded space, scoring effortlessly, while the Lakers found themselves at a loss for solutions. Unable to devise a counter-strategy, calling a timeout would disrupt their core players' rhythm. Thus, both teams exchanged swift and decisive blows, maintaining a continuous flow in the game. As the final moments approached, Phil Jackson and Larry Brown each retained 2 lengthy timeouts. Consequently, after Larry Brown called 2 timeouts, Phil Jackson cunningly requested 2 of his own, justifying it as an opportunity for the injured Zhao Ke to receive treatment. During this ample intermission, the Lakers players transitioned from shock and confusion to frustration and helplessness, ultimately rejuvenated under Phil Jackson's guidance. Phil Jackson's strategy extended beyond merely allowing Shaquille O'Neal to execute a thunderous dunk. If Zhao Ke converted his free throw, the game would be tied, compelling the Lakers to find a way to score and clinch victory over the 76ers. Jackson was intent on avoiding overtime, given that both Iverson and Zhao Ke were not performing at their usual standards. Conversely, if Zhao Ke failed to make the free throw, the Lakers needed to secure the rebound and consume time to exhaust the 76ers. The lineup remained unchanged with O'Neal, Kobe, Fish, Fox, and Grant taking the court. The Zen master refrained from substituting the error-prone Fox, who, despite failing to prevent Zhao Ke's scoring, had given his utmost effort. As for the passing blunder, the Zen master believed Fox would rise to the occasion. Of course, if he had any sense of shame, he would not have ventured into adult film in the first place. Phil Jackson anticipated that Larry Brown would employ a foul strategy. Thus, he deliberately provided O'Neal with a hearty dose of motivation and instructed him on how to evade off-ball fouls. The score stood at 109-108, with 17 seconds remaining. Zhao Ke had no time to ponder the Miller moment. His head throbbed with pain. It was not due to an injury. Rather, the team physician had bound his head tightly, much like a zongzi, leaving him with a sensation of numbness. Zhao Ke was troubled by the issue of shooting accuracy. Previously, during free throws, he utilized a 50 accuracy boost, barely managing to score. Then he attempted a 60 accuracy boost, which resulted in a complete miss. What did he use this time? He has already exhausted the 100, 90, 70, 60, and 50 accuracy boosts. Let's take stock of his arsenal. Both the no-fly and meteor boost have been consumed. For this muscular demon's shooting precision, it is likely that any accuracy boost below 50 would be ineffective. Therefore, the only available skill sets are Phantom and an 80 accuracy boost. One is to be employed for a quick steal following a free throw, and the other for a three-point shot succeeding the steal. Must this free throw inevitably be missed? Zhao extended his hand towards Iverson, who responded with a light slap. With a long sigh, he raised the ball above his head and gently flicked his wrist. Clang! The sharp sound of the iron rim echoed. Zhao Ke felt a twinge of despair. Indeed, a 40 increase in shooting accuracy was hardly better than none at all. This time, the serious O'Neal effortlessly pushed aside the frail Uncle Mu to seize the advantageous position, preparing to secure the rebound. However, it seemed that fate had no intention of allowing Zhao Ke to meet an untimely demise. The basketball bounced once on the left side of the hoop, ricocheted to the right, and then, exhausted, fell into the net. The score stood at 109 a tie. Chapter 44. The man who moved God with a successful free throw. Zhao Ke exhaled a long sigh of relief. 2 skill packages remained, ample enough to send the Lakers fishing. O'Neal, awkwardly collecting the ball that slid down from the net, prepared for the inbound pass. Phil Jackson called for a short timeout, a tactical pause. According to NBA regulations, during the first 46 minutes of the game, out of a total of 48 minutes, and the first 3 minutes of overtime, timeouts result in an inbound pass from the backcourt, which could either be from the baseline or the sideline, depending on the location at the time of the timeout. However, during the last 2 minutes of regulation and the final 2 minutes of overtime, the ball is to be inbound from a position near the midcourt in the front court. Zen Master calculated that it was unlikely the 76ers would resort to a fouling strategy at this moment, especially with 17 seconds still on the clock. At this point, with the score tied, fouling O'Neal could be suicidal for the 76ers, should he suddenly find his accuracy. The Lakers, intent on delivering a fatal blow to the 76ers, prepared for a deliberate half-court offensive play. This could very well be the final offensive play of Game 7 in the finals. It had to be reliable, concluding as close to the basket as possible. With O'Neal on the court, the Lakers were the most lethal half-court offensive team in the world. As the referee's whistle blew, Grant ready to throw the ball to Kobe. This was the established tactic. Kobe would draw the defense while O'Neal positioned himself beneath the basket, becoming the linchpin of victory or defeat. Yet, Kobe found himself closely guarded by Zhao Ke, who had once again become the proverbial thorn in his side. The scene grew chaotic, with Kobe darting around, Fox and Fish continuously setting off-ball screens, while O'Neal was tirelessly battling in the paint, striving to establish a prime position. Tyrone Hill flailed his arms in front of Grant, attempting to disrupt his passing lane, while Mutombo fiercely contested O'Neal beneath the rim, persistently trying to push him out of the 3-second area to no avail. Grant, sweating profusely, grew frantic. He could not find a passing route and was on the verge of a 5-second violation. In the end, the Lakers were compelled to call another timeout. This time, Larry Brown had a change of heart. He was prepared to play for overtime. He rearranged the defensive strategy, instructing Zhao Ke, Iverson, and Ali to trap Kobe. While Uncle Mu guarded the paint, and Hill disrupted the free throws. The Lakers had become overly reliant on the dynamic duo. As Brown had observed the statistics and deliberately devised such an unconventional defensive tactic, the open Fish and Fox were struggling significantly. Fish made only 1 out of 5 attempts, while Fox failed to score on all 4 of his shots. Brown believed that these two insignificant players would hesitate to shoot even when left unguarded. How audacious of him. Grant once again stood near the midcourt to inbound the ball. In contrast to the previous play, Fish refrained from participating in off-ball screens for Kobe and instead positioned himself in the corner beyond the three-point line, where he was completely unmarked. Clearly, Phil Jackson had prepared a secondary plan. If Kobe failed to receive the ball, he would let Fish take the gamble from beyond the arc. 5, 4, 3, 2. In the final second, Kobe still could not escape the trap created by Zhao Ke, Iverson, and Kevin Ollie. Grant tossed the ball towards Fish. Zhao Ke had previously noticed the plump little Fish quietly standing in the corner, so he intentionally positioned himself between Kobe and the little Fish. Kobe was persistently unable to breach the 76ers defensive line, compelling Grant to implement the second strategy. Just as Grant released the basketball, Zhao Ke darted towards the little Fish in the corner. However, before Zhao Ke could arrive, the little Fish passed the ball. The target was Grant. After delivering the pass, the unguarded Grant was merely a decoy. He continued to pass to Kobe. My goodness, what a cunning master, with a third strategy at play. At this moment, the confines surrounding Kobe dissipated, allowing him to successfully receive Grant's pass. Kobe attempted to penetrate the basket, with Iverson closely shadowing him. Just as he managed to evade, Zhao Ke lunged in as well. While dribbling, Kobe surveyed the unfolding situation on the court. Time steadily slipped away, and he could not find a way to break through the defenses of Zhao Ke and Iverson. Meanwhile, Hill and Uncle M.O. were rendering Shaquille O'Neal as ineffective as a hot dog beneath the basket. With no opportunities presenting themselves, he decided to continue seeking the little Fish. With a flick of his wrist, the basketball soared towards Fisher in the corner. Zhao Ke made a significant leap forward, simultaneously unleashing his final ability, Phantom. Under the influence of Phantom, Zhao Ke appeared like a specter, swiftly intercepting the pass intended for Kobe and Fisher. Fisher was momentarily blinded, witnessing only the fleeting silhouette of number 18 snatch away the basketball that was rightfully his. The scene of this theft was remarkably pristine, with Zhao Ke standing a full meter away from Fisher, leaving the Los Angeles officiating crew no opportunity for misjudgment. Naturally, this was not due to any desire to manipulate the outcome of the game. Having reached the final match, the league had already profited, and David Stern had no vested interest in ensuring the Lakers' victory. Had they wished to intervene, they could have done so in a manner reminiscent of events that transpired 18 years later, by tripping Zhao Ke during a three-point attempt and subsequently calling an offensive foul on him. Now, that would have constituted manipulation. Zhao Ke is a socially anxious recluse, instinctively reserving his more formidable trump cards for the final moments. Consequently, even now, he clings tenaciously to a remarkable bonus of 80% accuracy. Zhao Ke paid no heed to Iverson, who was signaling for the ball, nor to Larry Brown, who was animatedly shouting from the sidelines. In that moment, he realized that he alone was his most reliable ally. His gaze was solely fixed on the hoop and the countdown timer, which was dwindling ever so rapidly. As soon as Kobe released the ball, the numbers on the timer began to decrease with alarming speed, each second slipping away with a sense of urgency. With the ball in his possession, Zhao Ke observed the startled defender approaching like a startled fish, and in a sudden pivot, he surged forward. This was not a meteor. It was a shot that had to be made, yet it was imperative to draw closer to the basket. Zhao Ke resembled a colossal comet, with Fisher, Kobe, Grant, Fox, and O'Neal trailing closely behind him. Indeed, even O'Neal was sprinting. The entire team was mobilized. They had to thwart Zhao Ke, for if he succeeded in scoring, their entire season would have been in vain. Iverson and the others opted for an alternative route. Should Zhao Ke be intercepted, he needed an avenue for passing. As he approached within a meter of the three-point line, the numeral 1 on the timer vanished. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Ke propelled the ball with both hands. If worst came to worst, they would face overtime. Whether it would go in was now in the hands of fate. Zhao Ke contemplated, his spirits lifting. With a smile, he launched an extraordinary three-point shot, augmented by an 80 success rate. It descended gracefully as he watched the basketball arc elegantly through the air. The timer had turned red, and the basketball lingered in the air, consuming every precious moment. As it spun towards the hoop, Staples' center fell into a profound silence. Never before had time felt so interminable. Ultimately, the ball grazed the backboard and swished through the net. 109-112, a dramatic victory. T-Mac, I am the man who moves the heavens. Chapter 45, the tough guy indeed tough. Staples Center was enveloped in a heavy stillness, fans standing in disbelief, eyes wide and mouths agape, wondering how the championship they so coveted had slipped away. The Lakers players were equally stunned. Shaquille O'Neal gasped for air, staring blankly at the scoreboard. Kobe, arms crossed, his eyes reddened, fixated on the timer, biting his lower lip. Grant, Fish, and Fox stood there bewildered, gazing vacantly at the jubilant 76ers players. On the sidelines, Phil Jackson sighed, approached, and embraced the dejected Giants one by one, after managing to console the statuesque figures. The Lakers, led by Kobe, declined to shake hands with the Philadelphia 76ers. Their heads bowed. They swiftly exited the court, retreating into the locker room without a backward glance. What a disheartening scene to face alone. Phil Jackson shook his head and walked towards Larry Brown. "Congratulations, Larry. You played exceptionally well," Phil Jackson uttered begrudgingly. The two seasoned tacticians shook hands and shared a brief embrace, after which Larry Brown smiled and replied, "Phil, you played better, but luck was on our side. That wretched old man." Phil Jackson gritted his teeth, patted Larry Brown on the shoulder, and turned away. The 76ers bench erupted in jubilant celebration, players rushing onto the court. The coaching staff following suit, embracing anyone in sight. Amid the revelry, Larry Brown found Allen Iverson, who embraced the old coach fiercely, repeatedly exclaiming in a frenzy, "Thank you, my coach. You are the greatest coach on this planet." Larry Brown gently patted Iverson's back, quietly comforting his ecstatic pupil. Everyone embraced those closest to them, laughter echoing through the air. Finally, after a round of hugs with his teammates, Uncle Moo discovered Zhao Ke lying on the ground, weeping like a 200-pound child. "It's so hard for me. I have a system that only favors 10 cm. The bandage on his head had become thoroughly soaked with blood. Uncle Moo promptly summoned Geiger, Tyrone Hill, and Oli, and together they exerted their strength to lift Zhao Ke. At that moment, Iverson, having concluded his affectionate exchange with Larry Brown, also noticed Zhao Ke and swiftly occupied the position on his left shoulder. Soon, Mark Lockridge, Buford, and Jones hurried over, accompanied by the impeccably dressed George Lynch, Snow, and McGee, who joined the gathering. Thus, the entire 76ers team, 11 strong, moved in unison, bearing Zhao Ke, who was still weeping inconsolably, towards the locker room, reminiscent of a solemn procession carrying the remains of a fallen soldier. The 76 heirs, uniformed staff trailed behind, wary of the potentially uncontrollable Lakers fans who might brandish an AK, intent on targeting those who were aggravating their wounds. Larry Brown and his coaching staff remained on the court, occupied with obligatory interviews, and at this moment, Larry Brown had triumphantly become the first individual in history to win both an NCAA championship and an NBA championship as a head coach. This championship had come as a delightful surprise, and he felt compelled to share his glory and joy with the media. In the locker room, Iverson, Mutombo, Snow, and McGee took turns comforting the heartbroken Zhao Ke. However, they mistakenly believed that Zhao Ke's tears were those of joy, akin to Jordan's emotional outpouring when he embraced the championship trophy after winning. What were they even saying? Zhao Ke was both amused and exasperated. These individuals had no comprehension of the tears they had just shed. The final person tasked with comforting Zhao Ke was the Canadian Makaloki, who looked on triumphantly at AI, Fusen, and the others, who had previously failed in their attempts to console. "It seems I could potentially pursue a career as a psychologist in the future." Zhao Ke extended his middle finger in defiance. The team doctor, having observed that Zhao Ke's emotions had stabilized, approached to attend to his injury, while the other 11 robust men lingered behind him, watching intently. Remarkably, this individual, who had previously been in tears, adamantly refused anesthesia. Was he afraid that the injection would be more painful than the suturing? This presents an intriguing dilemma. Once again, the team doctor sought Zhao Ke's consent, yet Zhao Ke resolutely insisted on foregoing anesthesia. Ridiculous. His astute mind still had its merits. Why would he subject himself to such a numbing agent? The doctor commenced suturing a total of 12 stitches. Although the initial stitch caused Zhao Ke to flinch slightly in pain, he soon acclimated to the discomfort, remaining perfectly still as his mind replayed every encounter with Xiao Rano. Yet, ultimately, the pain remained excruciating. Zhao Ke was quite curious about how Guan Yu managed to endure such excruciating pain during his bone-scraping treatment. Perhaps his sensitivity to pain was somewhat dulled, not as acute as others. However, Zhao Ke felt that his own perception of pain was exceedingly sharp. He could distinctly discern the differences in sensations when a needle pierced his skin compared to when thread traversed it. The pain was unbearable. Was it permissible to let out a groan? Glancing at the 12 pairs of wide, unblinking eyes across from him, Zhao Ke sighed, deciding against it. Dignity must be preserved. He had voluntarily opted out of anesthesia and would endure the suturing while kneeling. To divert his attention, the peculiar Zhao Ke began to describe to Iverson and the others the sensations of the needle penetrating the dermis and the thread weaving through it, elaborating on the nature of the pain. Even the team doctor began to perspire, his hands trembling slightly. Zhao Ke remarked that there were subtle changes in pain when the team doctor's hands trembled. The 11 brawny men behind the doctor felt a chill run down their spines. Could this Zhao Ke truly be human? Was he not, in fact, a T-800? Did he not harbor hydraulic rods and screws beneath his skin? The bald-headed gauger began to perspire, having exerted himself less during his earlier tussle with O'Neill. Uncle Moo gritted his teeth. With each stitch, his face convulsed as if it were his own skin being sewn together. Meanwhile, Canadian psychologist Mark Lucci bit his fingernails. On the verge of tears, was this not a moment deserving of pixelation? At last, the doctor exhaled deeply and shakily made his way to a nearby chair, appearing utterly drained. This extraterrestrial was truly terrifying. 12 stitches almost drove the doctor to madness. Iverson approached to inspect the stitched wound, patting Zhao Ke on the shoulder. His palm slick with sweat. "Brother, you are a tough one." Uncle Moo let out a long breath, as though he had been holding it all along, and began gasping for air, adding, "Tough enough." The others promptly scattered, preferring to keep a safe distance from this peculiar individual. They hurried off to shower, eager to don fresh attire and new caps. The uniform team had already brought caps and jerseys emblazoned with the 2001 NBA championship insignia. After a brief respite, nearly on the brink of losing half his life, the doctor sprayed a hemostatic agent on Zhao Ke's stitched wound, affixed a large flesh-colored bandage, and then wrapped it in transparent tape. Now, Zhao Ke was free to head for a shower. Should he require stitches again, the doctor mused, he must be given anesthesia, preferably general anesthesia, to silence that fearsome mouth. The doctor shivered at the thought of next time. Chapter 46. The Moment of Glory. Zhao carefully cleansed his face until it gleamed, even taking the time to style his hair. For he was about to attend an awards ceremony and wished to present himself with a more polished appearance. With great caution, he donned his hat, which conveniently concealed the bandage on his forehead. Zhao gazed into the mirror, admiring his own striking handsomeness. The Staples Center was eerily empty, as Lakers fans had departed, leaving only a handful of 76ers supporters clustered at the sidelines to grab a glimpse of the festivities. The stage for the awards ceremony had been meticulously assembled, with a blonde beauty, the host, engaging in pleasantries with the fans nearby. Unlike other teams, the owner of the Philadelphia 76ers was not present. The team is owned by the colossal Comcast Corporation, renowned for being the highest-earning broadcasting and cable company globally, ranked 31st on the Fortune 500 list. Eddie Schneider, the chairman of Comcast, had acquired the 76ers from Harold Katz in 1996, subsequently appointing a shareholder to oversee the team's operations, Pat Croce, the key to the resurgence of the Philadelphia 76ers. Thus, it was Pat Croce, the president of the 76ers, who attended the awards ceremony alongside general manager Billy King and head coach Larry Brown, engaging in casual conversation with NBA Commissioner David Stern. The players of the 76ers gradually took their places as the live broadcast of the NBA Finals Championship and MVP award ceremony for the 2000-2001 season commenced. David Stern, known for his lengthy speeches, recounted the history of the 76ers, paid tribute to the team's legends, and expressed gratitude for Pat Croce's immense contribution since 1996, as well as Larry Brown's exceptional work that year, before slowly and solemnly announcing the 2000-2001 NBA champions, the Philadelphia 76ers. The players, coaching staff, and the throng of exuberant fans erupted in cheers, raising their hands in jubilation. The elderly gentleman nodded in satisfaction as he accepted the Larry O'Brien Championship trophy from the elegant presenter, showcasing it to the camera before solemnly passing it to Pat Croce, the president of the 76ers. Pat Croce, the distinctive character, was expected to raise the trophy high before handing it to Larry Brown. Instead, he playfully dashed away with the trophy. Of course, it was merely a performance. He circled the podium with the trophy, then approached the camera, dramatically kissing the trophy and proclaiming, "Philadelphia, I have finally made you proud. Let the celebrations begin." Reluctantly, Pat Croce then passed the trophy to Larry Brown. Without any antics, raised it high for the flashing cameras before turning it over to the eager Allen Iverson. Iverson lifted the trophy high once more, while McGee, Snow, and the beloved Mutombo eagerly vied to kiss it. Once everyone had their moment, Iverson passed the trophy to the towering Mutombo, who grinned broadly, holding the trophy aloft with a look of sheer fulfillment, as if to say, "This moment is worth a lifetime." Zhao Ke instinctively stepped back, content merely to stand and relieve himself. Everything else paled in significance, as the other 11 burly men, startled moments earlier, took turns hoisting their trophies. Zhao Ke was about to receive his from Buford to raise it high. Suddenly, Iverson darted over and snatched it away. As he ran, he glanced back at Zhao Ke with a mischievous grin. In an instant, Zhao Ke collapsed onto the ground, bursting into tears, rolling about in despair. Mutombo let out a hearty laugh, and alongside Geiger, hoisted Zhao Ke back to his feet. The group of muscular men then gathered around, lifting Zhao Ke high. Only then did Iverson present the Larry O'Brien Championship Trophy to Zhao Ke. Perched atop his companion's shoulders, Zhao Ke held the trophy aloft, the flashbulbs capturing the moment. In that instant, his heart surged with emotion. This was the taste of victory. "Oh, system of fate, even if you do not threaten me, I shall still seize the championship. I refuse to believe otherwise." In Zhao Ke's mind, 3 words suddenly emerged. The system was acutely aware of Zhao Ke's lethargy. After a brief period of excitement from the 76ers, the host interrupted the cacophony to announce the MVP award for the finals. David Stern commenced his lengthy speech, and after a protracted preamble, he finally arrived at the crux. The MVP for this year's finals was a star among stars, possessing an unparalleled stealing technique, whose scoring left the entire league in awe. He was the finest player of the season and had just shattered the long-standing NBA Finals single-game scoring record that had remained untouched for 39 years, surpassing the legendary Elgin Baylor's 61 points with an astounding 66 points. At that moment, everyone realized he was referring to Allen Iverson, and fans along with teammates erupted in applause and cheers. The camera zoomed in on Iverson, who smiled and waved at the lens before striding towards David Stern. This year, the award was once again presented by the Venerable Elder, a Jewish gentleman. In 2009, the league, in homage to the historical greatness of Bill Russell, officially named the FMVP trophy the Bill Russell Trophy during the All-Star weekend. Since then, it has been the frail old man Bill Russell who has presented the Finals MVP award, although he himself never received this honor. The FMVP was established in 1969 to provide a consolation prize to Jerry West, the core of the Lakers, who performed brilliantly in the finals yet fell short of victory. Ironically, it was Russell's Celtics who triumphed over the Lakers that year, marking Russell's final season. Thereafter, the award was consistently bestowed upon the victorious side, making West the only FMVP in NBA history to hail from the losing team. According to this narrative, the trophy should rightfully be named the Jerry West Trophy, but his name had already been claimed for the All-Star Game MVP trophy. Naming it after Bill Russell, who defeated Jerry West, indeed carries a touch of dark humor. David Stern finally concluded his extensive preamble and, with a drawn-out tone, announced, for the 2000 to 2001 season, the NBA Finals MVP is Allen Iverson. Iverson accepted the Finals MVP trophy from Stern, raising it high as the crowd erupted in applause. The blonde host had thrust the microphone towards him, and Iverson handed the trophy to Mutombo, grasping the microphone to express his gratitude. "I must thank my coach, the greatest coach on this planet. I thank my teammates. Without their support, I could not have scored 66 points. And of course, I believe my greatest thanks should go to my brother Zhao Ke. Without him, perhaps the one standing here delivering this speech would be the great Shaquille O'Neal." Chapter 47. A magnificent season as the brief awards ceremony concluded. Everyone swiftly engaged in a spirited battle of Gatorade and champagne. Even Larry Brown, who is typically meticulous about his appearance, found himself drenched to the core. With a wound upon his head, Zhao Ke received special care from the entire team, entrusted with the responsibility of safeguarding the trophies. Embracing 2 grand trophies, Zhao Ke watched as his teammates frolicked in the locker room, their laughter reminiscent of children at play. The Philadelphia 76ers have triumphed in the championship 3 times in their storied history. The first victory came in the 1954 to 1955 season when they were known as the Syracuse Nationals, with their core player being the Hall of Fame center Dolph Chase, inducted in 1972. 12 years later, in the 1966 to 1967 season, Wilt Chamberlain, transitioning from scoring leader to assist leader, led the team to end the Celtics dynasty with an 8-game championship streak, preventing what could have been an 11-title run, and ultimately defeating the Golden State Warriors to secure their second championship. 16 years later, in the 1982 to 1983 season, Dr. J and the formidable center Moses Malone achieved an impressive record of 65 wins and 17 losses, dominating the league. Malone was awarded the regular season MVP title for his excellence. During the playoffs, the 76ers swept the Knicks, Bucks, and Lakers with resounding scores of 4-0, 4-1, and 4-0 respectively, culminating in a remarkable record of 12 wins and 1 loss, clinching the championship. 18 years later, in the 2000 to 2001 season, the 76ers finally reclaimed the championship title. This season brought a plethora of accolades for the team. Coach of the Year went to Larry Brown, with Allen Iverson achieving regular season MVP, All-Star Game MVP, Finals MVP, scoring champion, and steals leader. Dikembe Mutombo was recognized as the rebounding champion and the best defensive player, while Aaron McKie earned the title of best six-man Theo Ratliff. After playing 50 games with the 76ers before injury, was the shot-blocking champion. Such a formidable collection of awards surpassed even the legendary 72-win Bulls of the same season, where Michael Jordan swept the regular season, finals, and All-Star Game MVPs, securing his 8th scoring title. Dennis Rodman claimed his 5th rebounding title. Phil Jackson was named Coach of the Year, and Tony Kukoc was honored as the best sixth man. The Bulls lacked a steals leader, shot-blocking champion, and best defensive player. This season belonged to the 76ers, marking their greatest achievement, and it was undoubtedly Allen Iverson's most illustrious season, as he accomplished the remarkable feat of securing MVP titles across the regular season, All-Star Game, and Finals in a single year. In the annals of NBA history, only 3 individuals have achieved such a remarkable feat. The first was the illustrious Willis Reed of the New York Knicks. The 1969 to 1970 season marked the pinnacle of Reed's career, as he averaged 21, 7 points, 13, 9 rebounds, and 2 assists per game, ultimately securing the regular season MVP, All-Star MVP, and Finals MVP titles in one extraordinary sweep. Next, we have the legendary Michael Jordan, whose accolades are ever present. The 1995 to 1996 season heralded his return after a 2-year sojourn in the realm of baseball. Yet his unparalleled basketball prowess remained unscathed. Jordan averaged a staggering 34 points, 6 rebounds, and 3 assists per game, claiming the scoring title and achieving an unprecedented MVP trifecta. By the 1997 to 1998 season, he once again clinched the scoring title, becoming the sole player in history to capture all MVP honors in a single season twice. The third individual to reach this summit was Shaquille O'Neal. The 1999 to 2000 season represented the zenith of O'Neal's career as he dominated both ends of the court with averages of 29, 7 points, 13, 6 rebounds, 8 assists, and 3 blocks per game. He garnered the scoring title, regular season MVP, and Finals MVP, and shared the All-Star MVP with Tim Duncan. It is noteworthy that while Reed achieved the MVP trifecta, both Jordan and O'Neal accomplished it alongside the scoring title. Allen Iverson, however, transcended all precedents by securing the MVP trifecta, scoring title, and steals title. Undoubtedly, following this season, Iverson would ascend to the pinnacle of the league. The globally revered basketball deity, Michael Jordan, had retired 2 years prior, while the burgeoning superstars vied for popularity in the early 21st century. The era of shooting guards flourished, with the illustrious quartet of shooting guards, Sikma, East, Allen, and McGrady, rising to prominence. Nevertheless, McGrady and Kobe Bryant were still in the process of honing their craft. In 2001, McGrady had just emerged from his cousin's shadow, earning his first accolade, the Most Improved Player award for the 2000 to 2001 season. As for Kobe Bryant's popularity surged dramatically beginning with the Los Angeles Lakers' consecutive championships in 2001, reaching its first pinnacle after scoring 81 points in 2006, and attaining its zenith after securing back-to-back titles in 2009 and 2010. At this time, both players were still in their developmental phases, while Vince Carter and Allen Iverson had already reached their peaks. A month prior, In the Eastern Conference semifinals, Carter and Iverson engaged in a 7-game showdown, a contest steeped in heroism at the dawn of the century, where two prolific scoring machines showcased their boundless offensive prowess on the 28-meter court. One boasted that the hoop was as vast as Lake Ontario, while the other claimed it rivaled the ocean. Thus, the outcome was marked by Carter scoring 54 and 52 points in the second and fifth games respectively, while Carter countered with 50 points in the third game, leading to a relentless back-and-forth struggle until the climactic seventh game. With just 2 seconds remaining and the Raptors trailing by 1 point, Carter's last-second shot failed, resulting in a narrow defeat for Toronto. Carter's popularity rivaled that of Iverson. Despite being in the frigid city of Toronto, he garnered immense admiration through his victory in the 2000 All-Star Weekend Slam Dunk Contest and a legendary dunk over the French Center during the Sydney Olympics. He was the leading vote-getter for the All-Star Game for 3 consecutive years from 2000 to 2002. However, Iverson emerged as the definitive fan favorite of this era. Defiant and rebellious, he challenged the league and traditional norms, rejecting conformity and embracing individuality. He was the coolest answer. Iverson's life story is one of perseverance, ascending from the depths of society. With a stature akin to the average person, he embodies the basketball version of the American dream. Emerging from the struggles of a childhood marred by drugs and gun violence, he fought his way to become an NBA superstar, though not without flaws. He possesses a compelling bravery and resilience, his legendary journey filled with both tribulations and triumphs. He has faced defeat, yet has never surrendered. This man introduced the cornrow hairstyle to the NBA, was among the first to wear knee and arm sleeves, and set a precedent for players attending events without formal attire. Moreover, Iverson's intrinsic hip-hop essence, showcased through diamond earrings and oversized clothing, brought a vibrant individuality to the league, merging hip-hop culture with basketball. Iverson is a trailblazer. He embodies authenticity and encourages others to follow their own paths, proclaiming that aspiring to be a basketball star or an idol does not necessitate emulating Jordan. Rather, one must reveal their true self. Philadelphia, the city of freedom, aligns seamlessly with Allen Iverson as persona. Perhaps it was divine providence that Iverson devoted his prime years to Philadelphia. This season stands as one of the greatest in NBA history, dedicated to both the city and to Iverson. Chapter 48, Son of Philadelphia. Who, between Kobe and Iverson, truly embodies the essence of a son of Philadelphia? Kobe was born in Philadelphia and soon moved to Italy with his family. However, he later returned to Philadelphia for high school, attending Lower Merion High School, where he led his team to their first state championship in 50 years during his senior year, becoming a hero and a source of pride for the city. At that time, Kobe was indeed a true son of Philadelphia. After graduating from high school, he announced his intention to enter the NBA draft. Following this announcement, the Philadelphia media harshly criticized him, deeming him overly arrogant and lacking the capabilities necessary to compete in the NBA, a sentiment that Kobe held onto for quite some time. However, the real source of animosity between Kobe and his hometown stemmed from that year's NBA Finals. At that time, Allen Iverson led the 76ers to an impressive 2-0 lead against the Lakers in Los Angeles. And, as the series moved to Philadelphia, Kobe proclaimed to the media his intent to cut out their hearts. This statement left Philadelphia fans unable to forgive him. One fan expressed, "I always liked Kobe until he said he would cut out our hearts. He is excessively proud and arrogant. He could have simply stated that he wanted to win the game." Nevertheless, Kobe steadfastly refused to apologize, which further fueled the animosity of Philadelphia fans towards him. During the 3 finals games held in Philadelphia, whenever Kobe possessed the ball, the crowd of 20,000 would erupt in boos. In the 1996 NBA draft, Philadelphia selected Allen Iverson with the first overall pick. He was a prodigy, embodying all the hopes of the city's resurgence, fearlessly etching his mark with youthful tenacity. Iverson once stated, "I hope to win a championship for Philadelphia, as well as for myself." He succeeded. In the first game of the finals, Iverson hit a crucial shot during overtime, stepping over Tyronn Lue with an expressionless demeanor, exuding an unparalleled coolness. From that moment on, countless fans devoted themselves to Iverson, pledging loyalty for a lifetime. On the timeline well known to Zhao Ke, Iverson's peak occurred during the 2001 Finals against the Lakers. Thereafter, due to numerous injuries, his performance began to decline, and by the time Kobe reached his zenith, Iverson found himself without a team to play for. Yet, prior to 2001, Iverson had effortlessly overshadowed Kobe. For instance, in the rookie season of 1996 to 1997, the illustrious Allen Iverson, the first overall pick of the 1996 draft, averaged an impressive 23.5 points, 4.1 rebounds, 7.5 assists, and 2.1 steals per game, reaching the pinnacle of elite guard status and earning the title of Rookie of the Year. On April 8, 1997, against the Chicago Bulls, he scored 44 points. On April 10th, against the Atlanta Hawks, he netted 40 points. And on April 12th, against the Milwaukee Bucks, he again achieved 44 points. On April 13th, facing the Cavaliers, he erupted for 50 points alongside 5 rebounds, 6 assists, and 2 steals, continuing his streak of consecutive games scoring over 40 points. This marked the first occasion in his career that he surpassed the 50-point threshold, showcasing a dazzling array of skills. With deft fakes from beyond the arc, swift changes of direction, and fearless drives into the paint, he navigated through multiple defenders, deftly maneuvering his slight frame to deliver the ball into the basket. Following this remarkable achievement of scoring over 50 points, Iverson showed no signs of slowing down. On April 15th, in a home game against the Washington Bullets, he scored 40 points along with 6 rebounds and 5 assists, shooting 15 of 29 from the field in 45 minutes of play. Thus, he achieved a remarkable 5th consecutive game, scoring over 40 points, etching his name into the annals of NBA history during his rookie season. Such astonishing performances led the fervent media to draw comparisons between him and legends like Michael Jordan and others. Meanwhile, Kobe Bryant was still struggling on the bench, having played 71 games with only 6 starts, averaging 15.5 minutes per game and 7.6 points, a clear role player at that time. The undeniable core of the Lakers was, without question, the much-discussed superstar, who, with a 7-year, $120 million contract, became the savior of the franchise, basking in adoration as the portly figure who demanded 20 shots per game. Moreover, in his second season, 1997 to 1998, Iverson played 80 games, averaging 22.0 points, 3.7 rebounds, 6.2 assists, and 2.2 steals. His exceptional performance compelled the Philadelphia 76ers management to decisively center their rebuilding efforts around him. In contrast, Kobe played 79 games that season, starting only once, with minimal improvement, averaging merely 15.4 points, 3.1 rebounds, 2.5 assists, and 2.2 steals per game. Furthermore, in the third season, 1998 to 1999, Kobe finally emerged from the shadows, starting all 50 games and averaging over 15 shots per game for a total of 19.9 points. However, Iverson had already claimed his first scoring title with an average of 26.8 points, leading his team back to the playoffs for the first time in 8 years. Lastly, in the fourth season, 1999 to 2000, Kobe was the first to secure an elusive championship ring. Yet, the narrative remained focused on the fact that this season, the championship was won by Kobe alongside Shaquille O'Neal. The individual who secured the scoring title claimed the regular season MVP and crowned himself with an astonishing average of 38 points, 16.7 rebounds, 2.3 assists, and 2.7 blocks, unarguably ascended to the throne of Finals MVP, thus basking in unparalleled glory. Beneath the resplendent aura of the Great Shark, that season saw Kobe, who participated in 66 regular season games with 62 starts, averaging 22.5 points, 6.3 rebounds, and 4.9 assists, being overlooked. In all fairness, Kobe had already stepped into the realm of elite shooting guards that season. However, he still found himself some distance behind Allen Iverson, who averaged 28.4 points, 3.8 rebounds, 4.7 assists, and 2.1 steals, with the scoring title snatched away by O'Neal. In the 2000 to 2001 season, Iverson reached his zenith, achieving 17 games with more than 40 points, averaging 31.1 points to secure his second scoring title, while also claiming his first steals title with an average of 2.5 steals. Remarkably, he led his team to a stellar record of 56 wins and 26 losses, earning his first regular season MVP without question. He became the 5th player in NBA history to receive the MVP award as a guard, and he is also the shortest player to earn this honor. At that year's All-Star game, Iverson was also awarded the All-Star MVP, the trifecta of MVP, scoring title, and steals title. In the finals, Iverson averaged an astounding 42 points, second only to Michael Jordan's 41 points during the 1992 to 1993 season in NBA history. Throughout the entire playoffs, he matched Jordan's average of 34.5 points. In contrast, Kobe participated in 68 regular season games, starting all of them, and averaged 49 minutes, scoring 28, 5 points, 9 rebounds, and 5 assists, surpassing O'Neal in shot attempts with an average of 22. 2. While Kobe's statistics were indeed impressive, they paled in comparison to Iverson's. However, on that precise timeline, Iverson lost the finals that season, marking the beginning of his decline. He ventured time and again into the fray, giving his all for his team, yet ultimately left with a sense of regret, as history often favors the victor. Nonetheless, in this world, as years pass, the legend of Iverson's Grand Slam will forever endure. Philadelphia. There exists but one city hero, Allen Iverson. Chapter 49. The Fiery Philadelphia. Philadelphia, affectionately known as the City of Brotherly Love, served as the capital of the United States for a decade following the Declaration of Independence by founding Father George Washington. From a historical perspective, this land originally belonged to the Native Americans, later witnessing the establishment of a church by Swedish settlers. As the saying goes, towns do not come into existence without the frequent passage of people. Following various tribulations of blood and fire, Philadelphia once stood as the second largest metropolis in the nation. However, with the westward expansion, Philadelphia began its gradual decline, increasingly overshadowed by its successors. It now stands as the 5th largest city in the United States, trailing only New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, and Houston, with an urban population of 1.5 million and a metropolitan population exceeding 7 million. The long-awaited championship has made Philadelphia and the 76ers fans endure an 18-year wait, necessitating a grand victory parade to allow the fans to partake in the jubilation, aligning with the will of the people and alleviating their frustrations. A 28-year-old fan named Clinton expressed that he has been a devoted Warriors supporter since elementary school. From Dr. J to Charles Barkley, and finally to the singular answer, this championship brought tears of joy to his eyes. We have overcome numerous doubts this year, but ultimately, we cannot be stopped. However, organizing a championship parade is indeed a significant undertaking. The city government and the team must collaborate to devise a suitable route for the celebratory procession. The establishment of this route is of considerable importance. It must traverse the entire city, possess an appropriate length, and not disrupt the normal operations of the urban area. Additionally, arrangements must be made for necessary personnel, such as police officers, firefighters, and municipal workers to maintain order, set up the decor, manage unforeseen circumstances, and provide water, food, and souvenirs for the parade participants. Ultimately, the Philadelphia 76ers and the city government convened a press conference, announcing a preparation period of 3 days before the grand championship parade, urging the citizens to enthusiastically participate. The day after returning from Los Angeles, a bleary-eyed Zhao Ke was taken by Iverson to meet Philadelphia's finest tattoo artist, who inked on the back of Zhao Ke's neck, "Though thousands oppose, I shall proceed." Of course, the design was Zhao Ke's own creation, with the tattoo artist merely enhancing it appropriately. Zhao Ke remains apprehensive about these foreign barbarians, for there are countless sorrowful tales associated with tattoos of Chinese characters. On June 22, 2001, the Philadelphia 76ers held a grand championship parade, with over 1 million fans flooding the streets in jubilation, igniting the entire city of Philadelphia. The team arranged a separate float for Allen Iverson, who stood alongside his mother and Iverson and fiancée, Tawana Turner, while the two women cradled Iverson's children. Iverson proudly held the finals MVP trophy, a lit cigar perched between his lips, reveling in the adulation of the fans. Upon arriving at the celebration site, he leaped from the vehicle, vociferously addressing the crowd and exchanging high-fives with the ecstatic fans. Other players from the 76ers stood atop the double-decker bus, brandishing T-shirts, while Mutombo raised the championship trophy high, flashing his broad smile and intermittently waving to the fans, sharing in the triumph of victory. Confetti swirled through the air, enveloping the scene in a festive atmosphere. Head coach Larry Brown, impeccably dressed and gracious, had achieved a grand slam. He won the NBA championship as a player in 1969, claimed the title again as a coach this year, led college teams to NCAA championships in 1980 and 1988, and served as an assistant coach for the U.S. men's basketball team at the Olympics in 2000, securing a gold medal. He is the only individual to have represented the United States in Olympic basketball, both as a player and a coach. With the Grand Slam achieved, Larry Brown became more affable, his interviews filled with eloquence. "Firstly, how fortunate I am. In 1969, I won the championship with the Ducks while my son sat on my shoulders. In the blink of an eye, 32 years have passed. And now my grandson can play basketball. We participated in the championship parade together. It is a magical experience for my family and me. Today, Iverson donned a gray championship cap emblazoned with a familiar moniker answer, embodying the spirit of an orator. Everyone, players, coaches, owners, and fans, should relish this glory of victory. The journey to the championship was fraught with challenges. We never took it for granted. I am grateful to my teammates and my opponents. Thank you all for your support. We will undoubtedly return to this moment and bask in even more joy. Since entering the NBA in 1996, Iverson has witnessed the team's metamorphosis from a mere underdog to a champion, experiencing both joy and hardship. I have preserved those arduous moments in my basketball memory. The lows foster growth. I remember everything from before. I was once forced to take a break by April, yet this year, we're the last one standing, and we embrace it willingly. This fills me with gratitude and inspires me to become better. Allen Iverson's mother, Ann Iverson, also participated in the interview segment, cradling the finals MVP trophy as she addressed the reporters. Fans lining the streets unfurled a massive banner reading, and Iverson, you bore deity. Naturally, Zhao Ke garnered special attention, yet his response remained as lewd as ever. Winning the championship is merely a question, albeit a beautiful one. When your grandmother plays alongside Mutombo, she can secure a division title. When she plays with Iverson, she can claim the Eastern Championship. And when she plays under Larry Brown with both Mutombo and Iverson, not even the divine can prevent her from seizing the championship. Clearly, Zhao Ke's audacity and flattery have advanced alongside the victory. However, the fans wholeheartedly embraced him, showering him with ecstatic cheers. Thus, Zhao Ke continued in his unabashed mode. Back in March of this year, I was moving items in the supermarket's cold storage when a scout approached me. He said, "Join our team, and you can win a championship." I inquired, "Does your team have Iverson?" He replied, "No. How could one win a championship without Iverson? Only a team with a grandmother could possibly achieve that." Zhao Ke amused the fans to the point of hilarity, making even the sideline host reluctant to conclude his interview. This fellow, in his lewdness, proved to be quite the raconteur. Yet, Zhao Ke is not the sole jester in this tale. The most renowned buffoon of Philadelphia undoubtedly is the 76ers president, Pat Croce, who astonishingly arrived today in a fire-breathing armored vehicle, evidently a tractor repurposed for the occasion. His exuberance was palpable as he donned a Batman costume. Interestingly, during the speech segment after the parade, Pat Croce began to tease Allen Iverson and Larry Brown. I have witnessed the quarrels between Iverson and Brown, and throughout the ordeal, my head felt as if it were filled with ice water and chili peppers, buzzing and sparking with stimulation. Later, I presented Allen with a bag of rainbow candies and concocted a cup of coffee for Larry Brown, and they soon became thick as thieves again. Next season, I hope the board approves the installation of a candy vending machine in Iverson's locker room and a coffee machine in Larry Brown's office, so that this time next year, we can continue to jest at their expense. The throng of fans erupted in cheer. One more time. One more time. One more time. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive, never late. Chapter 50. Struck by the halo as the parade concluded, Zhao Ke did not partake in the ensuing revelry. With an injury on his head, he was unable to indulge in alcohol, and accompanying the nightlife would have been rather disheartening. Thus, Zhao Ke meandered leisurely through the streets of Philadelphia. However, it was not merely aimless wandering. Zhao Ke had been sentenced to a year of suspended judgment. Should the Lakers triumph in the championship, his fate would still be grim, necessitating careful planning. In a year, the 76ers would undoubtedly stand no chance against the Lakers. Uncle Moo had aged, and his performance would decline rapidly. Snow and McGee had not fully recovered from their injuries, and Iverson would sustain an injury before the playoffs, leading to an early exit. Zhao Ke reflects on his current inability to lead a team that has been eliminated in the first round of the finals. Furthermore, facing a formidable coach like Larry Rookie Brown raises doubts about his inclusion in the starting lineup. Thus, he finds himself in a position of reliance on others. The Nets are not a viable option, having succumbed to the Lakers with a disheartening 4-0 defeat, lacking any semblance of resistance. Consequently, one must question the reliability of all Eastern teams that have lost to the Nets. Could the answer lie in the West? Unfortunately, due to David Robinson's back injury, sidelining him for the entire playoffs, Duncan found himself without a robust interior partner, leading the venerable Spurs to an effortless 4-1 defeat against the Lakers. If even the Spurs cannot be considered dependable, it seems futile to discuss other first-round exit teams. Thus, The Kings, the unfortunate victims of the Western Conference Finals, appear to be the only remaining option. The 2002 Kings, a dazzling team known for their exceptional passing, tragically fell prey to the Los Angeles officiating crew in the Western Conference Finals. With clarity regarding his destination, Zhao Ke's spirits are finally lifted. This season, the Kings exhibit championship potential, clinching the regular season title with a remarkable 61 wins and 21 losses. They decisively overcame the Jazz 3-1 in the first round of the playoffs and triumphed over the Mavericks 4-1 in the second round. As they approached the Eastern Conference Finals, the series stood at 3-2, but in the 6th and 7th games, the Los Angeles officiating crew made their presence felt, resulting in a swift capitulation by the Kings. At present, Zhao Ke's abilities are most suited for teams that possess strength yet lack fortune. The influence of referees is non-existent. In the final 20 seconds, Zhao Ke can unleash his full potential, showcasing his skills reminiscent of this year's decisive Game 7 in the finals. Should he secure victory in the 7th match against the Kings and the Lakers, regardless of whether the Kings or the Nets emerge as champions, Zhao Ke would undeniably alter the course of history, without suffering a dismal fate. Of course, if the matchup between the Kings and the Nets were to result in an unexpected champion, the entire Kings team might as well consider retiring early. It is he. Indeed, it is he, the youthful hero, Little Neza. Zhao Ke was in high spirits, humming a tune while bouncing along. It was quite astonishing to see a nearly 2-meter-tall man leap and frolic in such a manner. Suddenly, a Rolls-Royce came to an abrupt halt in front of him. Zhao Ke hastily brought the vehicle to a halt. Should he collide with the individual, the potential damages could far exceed the 200 pounds he possessed. The car window gradually descended, revealing the disheveled visage of a drunken man. He was a Caucasian with long hair and a scruffy beard, resembling a drug addict. "Hey, Zhao Ke, how about playing some basketball in New York?" slurred the inebriated man. Zhao Ke paid him no heed, perceiving him as mad, and attempted to circumvent him. "I offer you the highest salary. I am James Dolan." Zhao Ke turned once more, bending down to scrutinize the head that had emerged from the window. Goodness, it truly is that fool. Zhao turned and fled. There was no other choice. The Sabonis aura of James Dolan is indeed contagious. Consider the greatness of Isaiah Thomas during his playing days. He thrived as the president of the Raptors, even selecting Tracy McGrady. Subsequently, he took on the role of coach for the Pacers, where he also found considerable success. Yet, upon arriving in New York and becoming ensnared by the Sabonis aura of James Dolan, he immediately devolved into a mere shadow of his former self, a decline that persisted for a decade, utterly tarnishing his legacy. Zhao Ke has fled, yet he cannot outpace a Rolls-Royce. James Dolan, inebriated, has taken to the wheel. Oh, how I implore the police to intervene. Once a person succumbs to the intoxication of alcohol, they metamorphose into a masterful driver, executing astonishing drifts and accelerations. Relentlessly corning Zhao Ke. In truth, Zhao Ke fears the dire consequence of inadvertently causing harm to James Dolan, for he could not bear the financial repercussions. Zhao Ke came to a halt and took a seat on the curb. James Dolan also alighted from the vehicle, settled beside Zhao Ke, and subsequently began to vomit. Zhao Ke, startled as if scalded by boiling water, leapt 3 feet into the air. He hurriedly rushed to procure some water, generously offering it to the nauseated drunkard, while also assisting him in wiping clean his face and garments. James Dolan, having purged himself this time, regained his clarity and, filled with indignation, reproached Zhao Ke, "Why the haste? I am not a thief." Zhao Ke, feeling quite awkward, remained silent. He certainly could not admit that he feared being struck by your absurd aura. Fortunately, James Dolan, after a brief bout of complaints, eventually relented. It turned out that he had also been present at the 7th game against the Lakers, witnessing Zhao Ke's remarkable performance in the final 47 seconds, and was momentarily awestruck, believing a heroic savior had emerged to rescue the New York Knicks. However, he lacked Zhao Ke's contact information, and naturally, the Philadelphia 76ers front office would not disclose it either. As Zhao Ke had become highly sought after, with all 29 teams in the league eager for his talents. Thus, James Dolan infiltrated the parade, mingling within the crowd and consuming a fair amount of alcohol, while the surrounding Philadelphia fans mistakenly assumed he was a diehard supporter of the 76ers. In truth, he was but a spy. James Dolan is known for his volatile temperament, often driven by his emotions, struggling with alcohol and substance abuse. When in good spirits, he might donate to Dikembe Mutombo's hometown, Yet when displeased, he could blacklist all media outlets covering the New York Knicks. His infatuation with Allen Houston was ignited by a last-second shot in the 1999 playoffs that secured a stunning upset against the Miami Heat. This year in August, he bestowed upon Allen Houston the Knicks' first-ever $100 million contract, 6 years for $100 million. Alas, Houston was soon sidelined due to injury. Come to the New York Knicks. I'll offer you the maximum salary. I won T. Why not? Your team is dreadful. We finished 4th in the Eastern Conference this year. How are we dreadful? Regardless, I refuse to join. With his stubborn disposition flaring, James Dolan seized Zhao Ke by the collar, demanding, "State your terms. Otherwise, you shan't leave." Zhao Ke gazed apprehensively at the furious James Dolan, fearing that he might suddenly draw an AK-47 and unleash a torrent of gunfire. One should never provoke a madman. Zhao Ke resolved to adopt a roundabout approach to salvation. "James, I shall outline my conditions. Should you fulfill them, I will undoubtedly travel to New York." Thus, Zhao Ke procured pen and paper, commencing to jot down his stipulations. First, the return of the formidable Patrick Ewing. Second, the dismissal of Scott Layden. Third, the replacement of the mid-range shooting king Allen Houston and the unpredictable Latrell Sprewell. Fourth, the acquisition of Rasheed Wallace, Ben Wallace, and Chauncey Billups. The first 3 demands were solely intended to vex James Dolan. Zhao Ke believed that not a single one would be realized. Inviting back the formidable Patrick Ewing, who had been unceremoniously cast aside a year prior, would surely amount to a resounding slap in the face. As for Scott Layden, he had just earned James Dolan's trust and was making significant strides as the Knicks' executive vice president and general manager. Thus, his dismissal was utterly improbable. Regarding Allen Houston, he was a personal favorite of James Dolan. Zhao Ke's intent to replace him would mean sacrificing Houston's role alongside Sprewell to form a formidable backcourt trio. Who did Zhao Ke think he was? The final stipulation was merely a precaution. In the event that James Dolan were to lose his senses and somehow manage to fulfill the first 3 demands, one would need to pilfer the championship roster of the Detroit Pistons. Chapter 51. The Devils training camp having dispatched the incessant James Dolan, Zhao Ke resolved to retreat and hone his unparalleled skills. Although his performance in the 7th game of the finals was nothing short of spectacular, Zhao Ke remained acutely aware of his shortcomings. His shooting percentage of 10 was in dire need of improvement. One must maintain a semblance of dignity. Which trainer should he select? Tim Grover, Cannon Beck, or Aidon Lavin? In terms of renown, Tim Grover was the obvious choice, since becoming Michael Jordan's exclusive trainer and aiding him in achieving 6 championships. His standing in the basketball community had soared, making him the most sought-after trainer in the NBA. Although a decade hence, one would encounter countless instructional discs from Cannon Beck and Aidon Lavin. Their prominence paled in comparison to Grover's current stature. Thus, Zhao Ke found himself with limited options. Despite Allen Iverson's attempts, he could not procure the contact information for Cannon Beck or Aidon Lavin, leaving him only with Tim Grover's details. Nevertheless, Tim Grover was likely the most suitable trainer for Zhao Ke. His expertise extended beyond enhancing Jordan's strength and competitiveness to aiding players in reclaiming their peak physical condition. Instances such as Jordan's triumphant return to MVP form, Kobe Bryant's tactical zenith during the 2009 to 2010 season, and Dwayne Wade's sole scoring title following a serious injury all bore testament to the scientifically efficient training provided by Tim Grover's team. Zhao Ke currently finds himself in a state emblematic of a spirit unable to command the flesh, reminiscent of the arduous recovery following a significant injury. A modest investment for comprehensive refurbishment seems prudent. As the adage goes, money can indeed move mountains. Initially, Tim Grover hesitated, contemplating sending an assistant to assess the situation. After all, Zhao Ke's market value was impressive, yet his skills were sorely lacking. In a moment of desperation, Zhao Ke resolved to throw money at the problem, spending without remorse. With an expenditure of $800,000, he entered Tim Grover's rigorous training camp for a 2-month intensive program. Following a thorough and systematic evaluation at the camp, Tim Grover acquired a fresh perspective on Zhao Ke. Aside from physical attributes such as strength, speed, and vertical leap, his performance in all basketball-related skills, dribbling, driving, shooting, defensive awareness, defensive technique, and tactical acumen, was woefully inadequate. Tim Grover was taken aback and felt compelled to convey to Zhao Ke, "You are the least skilled athlete I have ever coached." However, out of respect for the hefty sum involved, he refrained from expressing his frustration fully, leaving him with a lingering sentiment of indignation as he remarked, "In Game 7 of the finals, You were utterly clueless. Thus, aside from courses aimed at enhancing physical attributes, Zhao Ke was assigned to learn and practice every other aspect of the game. Each day began with an unending cycle of shooting, dribbling, driving, defending, and footwork. When exhaustion rendered Zhao Ke as limp as a noodle, the massage therapist and tactical instructor transformed into a dynamic duo, rapidly elevating his rudimentary tactical knowledge to a more competent level. Once immersed in the training camp, the depth of commitment became overwhelming. Zhao Ke, a person who had led a laid-back life for 30 years, found every ounce of his indulgent flesh imbued with lethargy. At this moment, the excess weight was shed, and the comfort of his previous life vanished. It was indeed a descent into a realm devoid of light. Zhao Ke had contemplated surrendering countless times. This hellish training camp was simply not a place for humans. Its diabolical nature lay not only in the relentless 24-hour-a-day demand for surpassing limits, but also in the ever-present tormentor lurking behind him. Tim Grover had, astonishingly, assigned a training assistant whose sole purpose was to unleash a torrent of verbal onslaughts. While Zhao Ke persevered through his rigorous training, the assistant incessantly informed him of the correct and incorrect postures, detailing precisely how each should manifest. At that moment, he resembled a darkened version of a compassionate monk, devoid of true malevolence. However, the instant Zhao Ke felt the weight of despair and contemplated giving up, this seemingly benign chatterbox would morph into a ravenous demon, hurling a barrage of vile, despicable, and frenzied words to belittle Zhao Ke's perceived weakness. Zhao Ke perceives that being threatened by a system through a particular method of demise constitutes the utmost limit of intimidation. However, when juxtaposed with this demon, he feels rather naive. Within the span of less than 10 days, he has been pulled back from the precipice of despair countless times, enduring a torment that renders existence more unbearable than death itself. Time and again, he senses that his mental fortitude is on the verge of shattering, akin to a taut steel wire stretched to its breaking point, where it suddenly narrows in the middle, ultimately snapping under the strain. Zhao Ke sensed that his nerves were reaching their thinnest moment. Yet at such times, vivid memories of his sweat-drenched moments on the American streetball courts would flood his mind, causing his nerves to thicken once more. Zhao Ke discovered that each time these fragmented memories flashed before him, his mastery over his body grew increasingly adept, as if he had always been meant to exist in this manner. Consequently, Zhao Ke began to relentlessly provoke his trainers, compelling them to push him to the brink of collapse time and again. Ultimately, with the assistance of a demonic presence, Zhao Ke's soul gradually merged with the physical form of the American Zhao Ke, blending seamlessly into one another. The basketball skills inherited from the American Zhao Ke manifested instinctively, akin to a natural knee-jerk reflex, allowing for their proper application without conscious thought. His remarkable progress eventually caught the attention of Tim Grover, prompting the training camp to conduct another assessment of Zhao Ke. This time, his dribbling, penetration, defensive awareness, and technique all received an A, a score indicative of all-star caliber. In the words of Tim Grover, the innate talent and skill displayed solely in defense were sufficient for him to qualify as a starting player on an NBA championship caliber team. However, his tactical awareness, positioning, and shooting still exhibited minimal improvement, revealing a stronger defensive than offensive game. Tim Grover advised that Zhao Ke should take approximately a week of rest to regulate his emotions and solidify his training achievements, while the training camp needed to swiftly devise a more targeted training regimen for him. Zhao Ke's shooting technique poses a significant challenge. Although his form has been largely corrected and his strength is aptly calibrated, his touch remains remarkably rigid. When he shoots from an open position, the ball invariably swishes through the net, but should it graze the backboard or the rim, it is destined to miss. Furthermore, Zhao Ke's tactical awareness and movement on the court leave the seasoned coaches at the training camp utterly astounded. Those fortunate enough to enter Tim Grover's training camp are either renowned stars facing a plateau in their skills or NCAA prodigies preparing for the NBA. These individuals, upon donning a suit instead of their training gear, could easily step into a coaching role for any team. In contrast, Zhao Ke possesses the remarkable ability to send training partners soaring during tactical drills. Chapter 52. Daydreaming emerging from the training camp. Zhao Ke inhaled deeply, savoring the freshness of the air and the brilliance of the sunshine. How wonderful it is to be alive. Zhao Ke gently touched a heart-shaped note hidden within his chest. Xiao, I have arrived. It remains uncertain whether it was the harrowing experience of the finals that left him trembling, the relentless torment of the grueling training camp that transformed his very essence, or perhaps the haunting remnants of the American Zhao Ke's fragmented soul at play. In any case, the Zhao Ke, who had always been timid and devoid of hope in matters of the heart, surprisingly found his courage this time. Zhao Ke took the most recent flight directly to Memphis. He was eager to meet Xiao. After lingering for quite some time at the entrance of the University of Memphis, he pretended to be a tourist exploring the entire campus. Yet he did not happen to encounter Xiao. Zhao Ke sat by the flower bed in front of the University of Memphis library, observing the scattered students passing by. After much hesitation, he finally dialed Xiao's number. The first attempt went unanswered, so he tried again. The second attempt also met with silence, prompting him to persist. When had his character transformed to possess such audacity? Fortunately, on the third attempt, the call was answered, and Zhao Ke let out a sigh of relief. Xiao's cool voice came through. "Hello, who is this?" Zhao Ke replied, the great star. What brings you to call me? I'm at the University of Memphis library, hoping to visit you. Where are you? Zhao, with a flushed face and a stout neck, speaks with remarkable courage. I'm at a Chinese restaurant, a place you cannot locate. Well, you stay put. I shall come and find you. Although Kirino's tone is rather calm, it resonates with a sense of warmth, more so than during that time in Philadelphia, exuding a comforting warmth rather than a chill. Zhao Ke stood there, foolishly grinning and utterly motionless, until Xiao approached him, clad in athletic wear and donning a baseball cap. Zhao Ke lifted his head, a grin spreading across his face, nearly drooling with delight. He had grown increasingly handsome. Xiao paid him no mind, questioning why he had only just now chosen to call her. Zhao Ke scratched the back of his head and candidly confessed, "If you do not call me, I dare not make the first move." Xiao glanced at him and, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "I do not have your number. Have you ever given it to me? It is my fault. I completely forgot," he admitted. Zhao Ke once again rubbed the back of his head while conversing with Xiao, inevitably turning himself into a bald man. "By the way, I have a matter that requires your assistance. Do you have a moment to spare?" Zhao Ke decided to be straightforward. Conversing was too mentally taxing and detrimental to her hair. She preferred brevity in her words. Early the next morning, Xiao accompanied Zhao Ke to visit the legendary Graceland, the home of Elvis Presley. Throughout the journey, Zhao Ke remained furtive, glancing about with keen interest. "What are you searching for?" Xiao, typically composed, found herself intrigued by Zhao Ke's peculiar behavior. "A lottery shop," Zhao Ke replied in a hushed tone, cautious not to alarm the heavens. "You traveled all the way to Memphis to find a lottery shop?" Xiao mused, questioning the sanity of this hefty individual. Perhaps it was the injury sustained during the 7th game of the finals that had affected his mind, she thought with pity. Casting a sympathetic glance at Zhao Ke, she ceased her inquiries and began assisting him in the search for a lottery shop. Memphis boasted a fair number of lottery outlets, with enthusiasts far exceeding those in our great China. They soon identified a relatively secluded shop devoid of patrons. Zhao took out paper and pen, inscribing 6 numbers, then revealed a sum of $20,000. Gazing at Kirino, he implored, "Do me a favor, purchase a ticket for this round of Powerball." "Why don't you do it yourself?" she inquired. "I have gained notoriety, and purchasing lottery tickets may not reflect well on my image." "Notoriety, you say?" A wry smile danced on her lips. Kirino was not easily deceived. Her eyes conveyed a subtle message. There will always be cunning individuals seeking to undermine me. Zhao Ke clasped his hands in a gesture of entreaty, silently acknowledging the unspoken truths, for life is indeed fraught with challenges. Xiao cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Ke before proceeding towards the lottery shop, money in hand, yet refraining from taking a ticket. Zhao Ke gazed longingly at the lottery store until Xiao emerged, tossing him a lottery ticket. Zhao Ke hurriedly seized the lottery ticket, meticulously cross-referencing each number with a note in his hand. "Do not treat it as if you are claiming a prize. You haven't won yet," Xiao remarked disdainfully, observing Zhao Ke, who had indeed been rendered foolish by the collision. Zhao Ke had completed the verification of the numbers, exhaling a sigh of relief as he handed the lottery ticket to Xiao. When assisting others, one should see it through to the end. Deliver the Buddha to the West. Once you finish, could you help me claim the prize? It's quite a trek for me. Xiao reached out to accept the ticket, feigning ignorance to the request. What a peculiar dream this is, he mused. Xiao, do you have a nickname? Yes, but you mustn't call me that. All right then. Shall I refer to you as Big Xiao or Little Xiao? Little Xiao. Why is that? Because Little Xiao is younger. Well, that reasoning is quite compelling. Little Xiao, I am about to enter a rigorous training camp and shall not emerge until the end of October, after you claim the prize. There is something I need to ask of you. Xiao Rano felt a throbbing in his temples. This eccentric individual was becoming even more animated. Zhao Ke paid no heed to the agitated Xiao Rano, continuing his monologue. As an athlete who has resided in Philadelphia for an extended period, I have never dabbled in lotteries. Yet, I suddenly find myself in Memphis, purchasing 20,000 tickets and miraculously winning. Do you think the FBI would come after me, locking me away for life? The mere thought of the FBI pursuing him elicited a bemused chuckle from Xiao Rano. Indeed, in America, the FBI is as omnipresent as the genuivore. They would undoubtedly suspect me. Zhao Ke wore an expression that conveyed his sincerity. Xiao Rano felt an overwhelming urge to kick this daydreamer, who was feigning seriousness, into the next county. Before Xiao Rano could explode, Zhao Ke began to ramble on about practical matters. When you go to claim your winnings, you must opt for a lump sum. Although the taxes may be steep, you can always invest it. The installment option is rather lacking in ambition. It is more suited for the elderly. Xiao Rano rolled his eyes and walked ahead, thinking that remaining in the presence of this fool for even a moment longer would surely drive him mad. Xiao, wait for me. I haven't finished. Zhao Ke hurriedly caught up to Xiao Rano. You are not allowed to utter another word about the lottery. Xiao Rano retorted angrily. Just one more thing, just one. Zhao Ke pressed, clasping his hands in a pleading manner. Xiao Rano brandished the lottery ticket, feigning an intention to tear it apart. Oh no, please don't. I promise I won't say a word. Just put it away quickly. Xiao Rano bit his lip, shooting a fierce glare at Zhao Ke before reluctantly stowing the ticket in his wallet. Zhao Ke indeed refrained from mentioning the lottery again. Instead, he engaged Xiao Rano in a conversation about Elvis Presley, which was far more fitting for their banter. This was a topic that piqued Xiao Rano's interest, and the two ventured into the Elvis Presley home, continuing their discussion for quite some time on the street. Of course, Zhao Ke played the role of a listener. It seemed that Xiao Rano, perhaps stimulated by Zhao Ke's eccentric behavior, became somewhat animated, her words flowing freely, contrasting sharply with the cold demeanor of the statue in Philadelphia. As they parted ways, Zhao Ke gazed into Xiao Rano's mesmerizing eyes and earnestly said, Little Xiao, there is something I wish to convey to you. Xiao Rano lowered her head, her toes drawing gentle circles on the ground, prompting him to continue. You must not go to New York in September. Furthermore, when you accept your award, ensure you use your own identity and refrain from mentioning me. Otherwise, the FBI will undoubtedly come after me. Slowly, Xiao Rano lifted her head, her lips slightly parted. Get lost. Chapter 53. The answer to marriage. Upon disembarking from the plane, Zhao Ke received a call from Iverson. Brother, I'm getting married. Congratulations, congratulations. Gifts are on their way, along with the monetary contributions. Zhao Ke swiftly halted the conversation, leaving Iverson momentarily bewildered. What did you just say? Iverson inquired. Alan, you must have misheard me. I meant to ask where the location is. Zhao Ke hastily redirected the topic. It's a secret. Iverson chuckled heartily. Clearly this was not his first wedding invitation call. Others had already provided him with ample amusement during the secrecy phase. And before Zhao Ke could fully react, Iverson was laughing uncontrollably. Wait for us at the First Alliance Center Arena tomorrow morning, and you'll send a bus to pick us up? How on earth do you know that? Did McGee tell you? Iverson asked, astonished. I am your fan, Idol. Whatever you think, I am certainly most aware of it. Zhao Ke replied with an exaggerated tone. Through the radio, can you not sense the connection between our hearts? Iverson was indeed disgusted. Zhao Ke, you little rascal, I've decided not to invite you. Iverson's disdainful voice came through the receiver. Alan, are you truly prepared? Prepared for what? Iverson assumed Zhao Ke was referring to his decision not to invite him. Prepared to be Tavana's husband. What is there to prepare? I've already fathered 2 children with Tavana. In conversing with Iverson, Zhao Ke's sanctity lasted less than 3 seconds. Alan, you are now the premier player in the league, the brightest star in the NBA. Marrying you will require Tavana to make sacrifices that you cannot possibly imagine. Do you understand? Iverson was somewhat taken aback. How could there be a downside? I don't know, brother. The media will magnify any conflicts between you, and your female fans will fiercely attack Tavana. Everyone is hoping for your divorce. That's an exaggeration, brother, Iverson retorted, skeptical. Alan, when you're feeling low, like after a loss, or a quarrel with Larry Brown, or a fallout with management, you might argue with Tavana pointing a gun at her head, stripping her, and throwing her onto the street. "What the hell are you saying? I would never point a gun at Tavanna or throw her onto the street." Iverson was furious. "Are you here to attend the wedding or to stir up trouble?" "Alan, I was merely hypothesizing. I certainly believe you would never do such a thing." "Humph, you're sensible enough. All right, Alan, go invite others. I'm on a chatterbox. That's where we differ, fuck." Iverson hung up the phone. He detested lectures, for excessive talking often had the opposite effect. In Zhao's heart, there lies but a singular seed of hope, wishing for their love to endure through time. Allen Iverson and Tawana present a relationship that evokes both admiration and sorrow. In 1991, at Bethel High School, Iverson, the undisputed linchpin of both the football and basketball teams, basked in the limelight, while the undeniably captivating Tawana, merely 16, reigned as the school S-belle. Engaged in student council activities, she always presented herself with impeccable attire and a meticulously styled hairdo. Their romance blossomed effortlessly, akin to a fairy tale of a prince and princess. By 1995, while attending Georgetown University, Iverson and Tawana welcomed the fruition of their love, their first child, a daughter named Tina. Early marriage and parenthood, coupled with the grave illness of their 3-year-old daughter Lisa, prompted Iverson to relinquish his college aspirations and enter the NBA, shouldering the responsibility of family support. During the nascent stages of his professional career, Tawana remained steadfastly by his side, giving birth to a son, Alan II, in 1997. From their romantic inception in 1991 to their nuptials in 2001, Iverson and Tawana traversed a decade-long journey of love. Despite Iverson's frequent travels for games limiting his time with their children, Tawana adeptly organized their household. However, from 2002 onward, the team's performance plummeted, Larry Brown departed, and chaos ensued within the organization. With championship dreams fading, Iverson succumbed to nightlife, alcoholism, and an increasingly volatile temperament. Arguments with Tawana became frequent, culminating in moments of doubt regarding her fidelity. In a particularly tumultuous episode, Iverson, in a fit of rage, expelled Tawana from their home while she was unclothed. Even after she sought refuge in a hotel, Iverson, consumed by fury, relentlessly pursued her, brandishing a firearm and causing alarm at her cousin Charles Jones's residence, prompting a call to the authorities. Throughout their disputes, the intricate tapestry of their love story continued to weave itself, resulting in the birth of 3 more children. Ultimately, in 2010, this once adoring couple parted ways. Yet even after announcing their divorce, they continued to express admiration for one another in various settings. Iverson, during his jersey retirement ceremony, reflected, "I must thank my wife. She has shaped me into a man, cared for me throughout my career, and loved me unconditionally. She will forever remain the love of my life." As tears welled in his eyes, memories of cherished moments with Tawana surely flooded his mind. Some relationships are best left unacknowledged, fading into obscurity. However, the bond between Iverson and Tawana is not such. Their love persists despite their separation, which is indeed a lamentable circumstance. The flamboyant Iverson, while maintaining a low-key and enigmatic approach to marriage, crafted an intriguing invitation. "Love brings us together. Faith and passion will forge our tomorrow, while trust and commitment will eternally bind us." Thus, Tawana and Alan unite as one, cordially inviting you to share in their joy. Yet, one cannot help but wonder, is something amiss? There are no details regarding the date and location. My friend, where shall we feast? It turns out that Allen Iverson was concerned about the intrusion of paparazzi on the most significant day of his life, which is why the wedding planning was kept entirely confidential, with even the planning company signing a non-disclosure agreement. It was only on the eve of the wedding that Iverson informed the guests were to assemble for the bus to the reception, an aspect that Zhao Ke deemed most crucial. On the morning of August 4th, 2001, following Iverson's instructions, Zhao Ke went to the First Union Center to await the bus. However, the bus driver was also unaware of the wedding location, until the charter bus departed from the heart of Philadelphia, aimlessly traversing the roads. Iverson meticulously directed the driver via radio communication to the wedding venue, a quaint town, Villehays, located 500 kilometers from Philadelphia. Iverson expressed that this concept was intended to convey to all guests that marriage is a milestone in a love story, hoping that they would sit on the bus envisioning a splendid future, cherishing dreams of a fairy tale existence akin to that of a prince and princess. The bus culminated its journey at a secluded estate, where Pat Croce, the president of the 76ers, general manager Billy King, head coach Larry Brown, and all of Iverson's teammates had gathered. Iverson's relatives and his close-knit circle of street friends cheered and applauded for him like fervent fans. Arriving in a Rolls-Royce, Iverson was accompanied by his children, who held up their mother's wedding gown as the family received the blessings of the pastor. At this juncture, Zhao Ke's memories halted, having been intoxicated by the celebratory libations poured upon him by his teammates. Chapter 54. The Prophet's Joy and Sorrow. On September 23, 2001. Zhao Ke emerged from Tim Grover's training camp, returning home as if awakening from a distant dream. Since attending Iverson's wedding, Zhao Ke had been thrust into the training camp by Tim Grover, enduring an intensive regimen for 50 consecutive days. Each day mirrored the last in perfect repetition, shooting from fixed spots without interference, shooting under duress from fixed points, mid-range shooting during tactical positioning, mid-range shooting with defensive pressure, shooting against double teams, shooting after being fouled, and even dreaming of shooting. After a considerable amount of repetitive practice, Zhao Ke's shooting accuracy experienced a significant enhancement, alleviating his previously rigid touch, allowing him to reclaim the silky feel characteristic of his ethnicity. The training camp ultimately provided the following technical statistics: mid-range shooting under defensive pressure, 32, shooting against double teams, 27, shooting after being fouled, 22. Tim Grover assessed Zhao Ke's shooting capability as AB, indicating that he had reached the average level of an NBA shooting guard. In comparison to the shooting percentages from the 2016 Western Conference Finals, where Deng exhibited an open shot accuracy of 41.86 and a contested shot accuracy of 41.07, and contrasting with the dismal performance of Tiza, who recorded an open shot accuracy of 21.88 and a contested shot accuracy of 31.58, it was evident that Deng performed similarly well regardless of defensive pressure, while Tiza was an anomaly, failing to shoot effectively without defensive presence. Statistically, Zhao Ke appeared to be on par with Tiza, qualifying as a somewhat competent 3D player. However, Zhao Ke's physique was notably robust. The myriad of fouls committed by trainers, including pushing, eye pokes, and groin strikes, only marginally reduced his shooting percentage by 10 points. The prospect of a 3-1 scenario was tantalizing. Should he harness the shooting prowess akin to that of a celestial being, even with the lowest baseline of 10? Zhao Ke would undergo a magnificent transformation from Tiza to Deng. The mere thought of it brings forth a sense of joy. La la la, planting the sun. La la la, planting the sun. It seems that Zhao Ke possesses quite a repertoire of children's songs. While indulging in his silly joy, he retrieves his phone, which had been locked away for 50 days. He connects it to the charger, and it hums to life. Zhao Ke's mobile phone transformed into a vibrator. How intriguing to discover such a hidden feature. Zhao Ke emitted a sly grin as he produced a freshly purchased newspaper, only to suddenly freeze in his movements, allowing the paper to slip from his fingers. The blackened page was entirely dominated by the bold digits, 9/11. This catastrophe belongs to all of humanity. Beneath the ruins of the World Trade Center lie not only Americans, but also Chinese. Zhao Ke once contemplated the noble act of rescuing over 3,000 lives. However, he was beset by the fear of death. Years later, a more prevalent narrative emerged, suggesting that the White House orchestrated the events of September 11th. In truth, whether it was the planning by or the machinations of the White House, had Zhao Ke forewarned the U.S. government, his fate would have remained unchanged. The White House's scheming would lead to Zhao Ke's apprehension by the FBI, resulting in his silencing. Should it be the planning by, Zhao Ke would similarly be seized by the FBI, suspected as an accomplice of terrorists, subjected to relentless interrogation, and ultimately meet an undignified demise at the conclusion of the 2002 NBA Finals. After Zhao's intervention, the outcome of the disaster remained unchanged. The White House orchestrated the plan, and Zhao leaked the information. However, an excuse for deploying troops to Afghanistan was imperative, thus postponing the event, transforming September 11th into October 11th. Even though the meticulous planning and Zhao's disclosure occurred, the retaliatory actions by extremist organizations against American imperialism had to persist, leading to the same date shift. There's a saying that one can only steal for 1,000 days, but one cannot guard against theft for 1,000 days. Over time, there will inevitably be moments of negligence. Surviving is a daunting challenge. At the very least, one must endure until 2008, when the trials of fortitude and resilience will be tested. Zhao Ke bowed towards the direction of New York and expressed, "I apologize, everyone. I am terrified." At last, his phone ceased its incessant vibrating, overwhelmed by more than 100 messages, nearly causing it to malfunction. Every acquaintance of Zhao Ke had reached out on the fateful day of September 11th, inquiring about his safety. Xiao Rano, Iverson, Uncle Moo, Scarlett Johansson, the frightened teen physician, and James Dolan. Zhao Ke felt a warm glow in his heart as he tirelessly responded to each message. For a full hour, a smile graced his lips, and his thumb danced across the screen with fervor. Suddenly, the phone rang, an incoming call from Xiao Rano. The wealthy patron has arrived to collect his dues. Xiao Rano's voice lazily drifted from the receiver. Let us refrain from idle chatter. Let us discuss this in person. Zhao Ke promptly concluded the conversation. Following the events of September 11th, the U.S. government enacted the Patriot Act, granting law enforcement the authority to search telephone communications, emails, medical records, financial documents, and various other types of records. However, prior to the enactment of this legislation, such actions had already been conducted. Zhao Ke, wary of the possibility of his phone being tapped, feared for his life should Xiao Rano suddenly inquire, "How do you know you cannot go to New York in September?" Similarly, if Xiao Rano were to ask, "How do you know the winning numbers for this round of Powerball?" Zhao Ke would find himself in dire straits. Furthermore, he had yet to devise a clever ruse to deceive Xiao Rano. The truth of the matter is as follows. In 2013, while aimlessly browsing the internet, Zhao Ke stumbled upon a tale reported by the Daily Mail on December 3rd. It recounted the story of David Lee Edwards, the winner of the Powerball Lottery's grand prize in the United States in 2001, who passed away on November 30th in a hospice in Kentucky at the tender age of 58. Hailing from Ashland, Kentucky, Edwards was once a notorious felon convicted of armed robbery, serving decades behind bars. In August 2001, after borrowing money from a friend to settle his water bill, he used the remaining funds to purchase a pizza and a 7 lottery ticket. To his astonishment, he won, sharing a staggering $280 million jackpot with 3 others. His personal share of $41 million, after opting for a lump sum cash payout and tax deductions, amounted to $27 million, instantly elevating him to the status of a millionaire. However, his extravagant lifestyle led him down a path of addiction, and both he and his ex-wife contracted pneumonia due to substance abuse. Within 5 years, he squandered his entire fortune and, at the time of his passing, still owed several $1,000s to friends. The tale concluded there. But during a particularly intense session at Tim Grover's The Beast training camp, this memory resurfaced with vivid clarity. Indeed, Zhao Ke remembered the numbers from that particular draw. With a prize pool of $280 million, divided among 4 individuals, Edwards' 7 investment yielded a remarkable $41 million. Thus, the total wager by the 4 amounted to 48. With each Powerball ticket costing 1, Zhao Ke resolutely decided to purchase a larger quantity, aiming to dilute Edwards' bonus, lest he squander his wealth recklessly. Consequently, Zhao instructed Xiao Rano to acquire $20,000, while the bonuses of the other 4 individuals were diluted to 24, amounting to approximately $672,000. Edwards would consequently receive $98,000. Thus, it seemed that Edwards would not deplete his finances excessively. Saving a life is indeed worth more than erecting a grand pagoda. The shameless Zhao Ke found solace in this self-justification. The total prize money of $280 million is subject to taxation. Tennessee's tax rate stands at 7%, the federal rate at 25%, and the personal income tax rate at 38%. 6. The federal government would seize 25%, leaving $210 million. Tennessee would take 7%, reducing it to $195.3 million, after deducting the personal income tax of 38%. 6. A mere $120 million remains. The avaricious system of the United States. Zhao Ke scratched his head, pondering how to convey his situation to Xiao Rano. Should he confess that he hails from 2018, a mere figment of a dream, or that he possesses the ability to calculate? Perhaps it is best to refrain from such revelations. As Jean Daxiao once remarked, the more beautiful a woman is, the more adept she is at deception. In the presence of someone of Xiao Rano's caliber, Zhao Ke felt utterly outmatched, which was truly distressing. To be a prophet is no easy task. It exacts a toll on one's lifespan. Chapter 55. Digging a pit and burying some soil in front of the flower bed at the University of Memphis Library, Zhao Ke encountered Xiao Rano once more. The myriad of deceptions meticulously crafted by Zhao Ke proved utterly futile, as Xiao Rano posed no inquiries and merely handed him a bank card, ready to depart. This left Zhao Ke profoundly disheartened, akin to a punch landing upon cotton. ineffective and devoid of impact. Little Xiao, the lottery was purchased by you, the prize was claimed by you, and the name on the bank card is yours. Thus, all this wealth rightfully belongs to you. What are you planning, Zhao Ke? Xiao Rano inquired, her hands nestled in her pockets, tilting her head to regard him with a look that seemed to convey the sentiment that all men are equally flawed. I wish to acquire an NBA team. However, team owners are prohibited from participating in the game themselves. Might you assist me? Absolutely not, Xiao Rano replied succinctly, her refusal unwavering. Let me rephrase. I wish to employ you to manage this fortune on my behalf. Would that be acceptable? Zhao Ke continued to implore. Not a chance, Xiao Rano asserted, resolute in her belief that Zhao Ke harbored ulterior motives. Wealth cannot corrupt, poverty cannot sway, and power cannot subjugate. Zhao Ke awkwardly retrieved his card, touching his face, wondering if he had the appearance of a university student reliant on a benefactor. Xiao, have you traveled anywhere? Zhao Ke clumsily shifted the subject. No, I plan to go to Indiana. Would you like to join? Not going, Xiao Rano rejected Zhao Ke from a distance of 1,000 miles. Lonely. Zhao Ke embarked on his journey to Indiana, seeking the elusive 13-year-old prodigy, Greg Oden. This was a revelation that had just crossed his mind. Greg Oden, the first overall pick in the 2007 NBA draft, had once been awarded the title of Mr. Basketball in 2005, making him the only high school senior to receive this honor after LeBron James. In 2006, he was selected for the McDonald's All-American team, earning the moniker the Emperor Oden. During the draft, he was unanimously regarded as possessing the agility of David Robinson, the skyhook of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and the dominance in the paint akin to Shaquille O'Neal, with comparisons drawn to either O'Neal or Robinson. However, the Portland Trail Blazers, often referred to as the graveyard for centers, chose Oden, who began his rookie season plagued by injuries, resulting in continual season-ending setbacks. After enduring 5 knee surgeries, he played merely 105 games over 7 years before quietly retiring, earning the reputation of the most disappointing first overall pick in history. How could a powerful center, reminiscent of a prehistoric beast before the draft, so swiftly transform into a fragile figure upon entering the NBA? The blame lay squarely on the shoulders of the Portland Trail Blazers, who had never evaded scrutiny. It was not until 2015, when Oden ventured to the CBA for financial gains, that the mystery unraveled. The Jiangsu Kintier Club, which signed him, assembled a formidable team of traditional Chinese medicine experts to conduct a thorough and professional examination of Oden. This team included rehabilitation specialist Yuan Peng from Jiangsu Institute of Sports Science, who had previously assisted Hu Xiefeng in his recovery, enabling him to excel on the court. Dr. Wang Ning from Nanjing University of Traditional Chinese Medicine, whose father, the renowned traditional physician Wang Peihua from Hebei Province, was a 6th-generation practitioner, and Zhang Pu, the 8th-generation heir of Zhang's bone-setting hospital in Nanjing. These skilled physicians ultimately unveiled the truth behind Oden's fragility. He had undergone surgery on his hip during childhood, which had not healed correctly, resulting in muscle atrophy on one side. This imbalance led to severe consequences, including asymmetrical muscle development along his back and a significant leg length discrepancy, with his right leg measuring 2 centimeters shorter than his left. The intensity of NBA games far surpassed that of the NCAA, and Oden, as a heavily monitored interior player, faced fierce and frequent physical confrontations. However, due to the disparity in leg lengths and asymmetrical musculature around the waist, each instance of normal confrontation or collision subjected Oden's knees to uneven torsion. Even a mildly intense impact could potentially tear the soft tissues in his knees, which lies at the heart of his 5 significant injuries. To salvage Oden's professional career, a team of specialists designed a customized arch support, which was placed in the shoe of his right foot to facilitate balance pressure across his legs. Additionally, they formulated a detailed training regimen tailored to his physical condition and capabilities. Yet, these revelations and interventions came too late. By that time, Oden was already 27 years old, and he himself lacked confidence in the ability of his beleaguered knees to regain vitality. Consequently, 1 year later, Greg Oden officially announced his retirement and took up the role of assistant coach for the Ohio State University men's basketball team, a powerhouse center comparable to Shaquille O'Neal. He streaked across the NBA's firmament like a meteor, leaving no trace behind. In times of adversity, one seeks to preserve oneself. In times of prosperity, one strives to benefit the world. Zhao Ke, now affluent, naturally desires to indulge in extravagance and set out to capture the elusive Odin. He digs a pit, buries some soil, and counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then, he reaps a magnificent prize, the great Emperor Odin. It evokes a sensation akin to that of the venerable seller of cakes, a desire for brilliance. At this moment, Odin is likely engrossed in his studies at Sarah Scott High School. Zhao Ke intended to inquire about the directions to Sarah Scott High School when a tall, slender young man approached him. "Hey there, mate. Do you happen to know?" Suddenly, Zhao Ke faltered in his query. Was this LeBron James? It couldn't be. James was not this thin. Well, if he appeared even more anxious than James, that must be Greg Odin. To stumble upon the very person he sought while merely asking for directions? If this were in the company of the two revered saints of the West, one would surely exclaim, "You and I share a profound connection." The Odin family warmly welcomed Zhao Ke, particularly after he presented them with a sum of $2 million. Zhao Ke solemnly admonished Odin's parents, stating that the $2 million could be spent freely, yet it was imperative to ensure that Odin's rehabilitation treatment remained uninterrupted. At that moment, Odin's parents had not yet recognized his potential athletic prowess in basketball, and the surgery performed a year prior had merely taken place at the hospital in Trainer. As for the subsequent rehabilitative care, the doctors had not provided guidance, and no one had deemed it significant. Now, as Zhao Ke warned of severe consequences requiring treatment, they simply agreed to proceed with it. The family's nonchalance made Zhao Ke wary. They were just an ordinary family among the 100,000 residents of Trainer, lacking both income and insight. What did they know about sports medicine? Thus, Zhao Ke took it upon himself to escort Odin to the Hermann Memorial Hospital in Houston, the nation's premier institution for sports medicine. During Zhao Ke's anxious wait, Hermann Memorial conducted comprehensive examinations on Odin's symptoms, yielding relatively optimistic results. Fortunately, the time since Odin's surgery was still short. The muscles in his hips exhibited only slight atrophy, while the muscles in his lower back remained robust, and the skeletal structure of his legs showed no abnormalities. After meticulous observation and research, Hermann Memorial devised a tailored 5-year follow-up treatment plan specifically for Odin's growth and development. It was only upon seeing the substantial treatment proposal that the young Odin began to believe that Zhao Ke's earlier warnings were not mere exaggerations. With worry etched upon his brow, the young Odin inquired, "Mr. Zhao, will I still be able to play basketball in the future?" "Trust me, Greg. You will undoubtedly become a legendary superstar, akin to Bill Russell." Chapter 56. Surprise and Unexpectedness. As Zhao Ke exited Hermann Memorial Hospital with Odin, his phone suddenly rang. To his astonishment, it was James Dolan, and an ominous premonition washed over him. "Zhao Ke, why have you been unreachable for 50 days? Are you reconsidering? Are you toying with me?" The moment the call connected, James Dolan's frantic roar burst forth from the receiver. Zhao swiftly removed his phone from his ear, allowing the roar to reverberate for a moment. "Hello, hello, hello. I can't hear you. Oh, the signal is poor." Zhao Ke hung up the phone, and the previously downcast outing wore a mischievous grin as he gazed at Zhao Ke. This was not the intended course of events. The Great One had no plans to journey to New York. His true mission was to rescue the sorrowful city of Sacramento. If he was to cling to someone's coattails, it seemed Zhao Ke was becoming increasingly brazen. Zhao Ke prepared to vanish, abruptly shutting down the device. Suddenly, a familiar sensation washed over his mind, and an unexpected message materialized, a gentle reminder, except for the first season, to uphold the honor and dignity of this system. The host must accomplish the following 2 objectives. 1. Become the sole core of the team. 2. Attain the title of Data King in at least 2 categories, such as scoring champion and block leader. Failure to meet these conditions by the conclusion of the regular season. This system is utterly insidious. Zhao Ke's complexion was ashen. Clinging to the powerful was no longer a viable option. He must seek to lead a weaker team instead. Zhao Ke suddenly realized, the dog system, James Dolan was arranged by you, wasn't he? Surprised, aren't you? Unexpected, isn't it? A fragment of information flitted through his mind. Zhao, feeling helpless, picked up his phone and turned it on. Indeed, James Dolan had called again. This time his mania seemed to have subsided, and he weakly stated, "Mr. Zhao, we have fulfilled your 4 conditions. Could you come to New York to sign the contract?" Zhao Ke, equally disillusioned, remarked, "I shall soon arrive in New York." The mere thought of having to serve as a subordinate to the formidable Rasheed Wallace and the towering Ben Wallace filled him with a persistent discomfort in his stomach. Would these 2 beasts not simply rend me apart? How foolish of me to have included these 2 brutes in the conditions. Suppressing these anxieties deep within, Zhao Ke began to succumb to a melancholic reverie. Although he had previously intended to ingratiate himself with the king, the journey had yet to commence. And now that his departure for New York was imminent, he felt an unsettling pang. Leaving the 76ers was indeed a source of regret, for he could no longer assist his idol in securing additional championships. However, the 76ers' prospect for the next season appeared bleak. President Pat Croce believed that his 5 years of contribution to the team warranted a greater shareholding, yet the miserly board refused to grant him even a penny more. In a fit of rage, Pat Croce resigned, resulting in a breakdown of the relationship between Iverson and Larry Brown, leading to mutual strife. Coupled with a wave of injuries and a rapid decline due to aging, the 76ers swiftly fell from grace, their championship aspirations extinguished. Fortunately, the system now offered Zhao Ke a means of escape. Before Iverson, Zhao Ke was resolutely unwilling to assume the mantle of leadership, yet the alternative seemed dire. With a slight sense of relief, he prepared to call Iverson to provide an update. "Alan, have you emerged from training camp? How do you feel?" Iverson was the only person, aside from Jordan, who was aware of Zhao Ke's secluded training, having recommended the trainers himself. "I feel fantastic. I believe I could easily outplay you now, Alan." "Huh, even if you trained for another decade, you would still not be my match." Iverson, ever the provocateur, continued. "By the way, brother, there's some unfortunate news. Pat has resigned, and the newly appointed Billy King, the so-called superstar, shockingly did not include you on the re-signing list." His justification? "You repeatedly ignored his calls." Iverson's voice brimmed with indignation. "I apologize, my friend. I did make an effort, but to no avail." Guilt lingered in Iverson's tone. As the team's star and a future luminary of the league, he felt the weight of failing to secure his prodigy's place. Zhao Ke, now a free agent and the pivotal figure in a breathtaking Game 7 comeback, was coveted by the remaining 28 teams in the league. How could Billy King, blind to such talent, exclude Zhao Ke from the re-signing list? Beyond the system, who else could be responsible? With clarity of mind, Zhao Ke interrupted Iverson's continued explanation. "Alan, no matter which team I join, I shall forever be your fan. However, when we meet next, we shall be adversaries, and you must exchange jerseys with me. I shall not exchange jerseys with someone of your insignificant stature." After a brief conversation with Iverson, Zhao Ke remained seated on the curb, wallowing in self-pity. He sent young Odin to procure all the newspapers related to the NBA for the month, isolating himself for 50 days, as though abandoned by the entire world. The headline read, "Jordan's Comeback. A tarnished legacy indeed, a tarnished legacy." Zhao Ke sighed and continued to read. "The Knicks have dismissed Scott Layden, and the smiling assassin takes the helm in New York." Zhao Ke felt a sudden stiffness. The capabilities of a certain system were insufficient. The formidable duo of the smiling assassin and James Dolan had inevitably joined forces, casting a shadow over the future. The Knicks welcomed back the legendary Patrick Ewing. Knicks fans are a peculiar breed within the NBA, exemplified by the loyal Spike Lee, a renowned African-American director, who has steadfastly cheered for the Knicks through thick and thin, occupying his devoted seat regardless of the team's fortunes. However, more bizarrely, among these fans exists a plethora of nitpickers who will boo the home team. Should the team falter, they unleash a torrent of jeers. Even in victory, if the performance lacks flair, they are quick to criticize. If a player underperforms during a splendid victory, they will mercilessly target that individual. Patrick Ewing, the legendary center, was ultimately driven away by this cacophony of discontent. During the 1997-98 season, Ewing suffered a wrist fracture, limiting him to just 26 games. The following season, a knee injury forced him to miss the finals. The consecutive injuries led to a noticeable decline in his performance, impacting his tactical role as the Knicks began to lean towards the lightning-quick guards Allen Houston and Sprewell. The nitpicking fans booed Ewing relentlessly, claiming his sluggish pace hindered the team's offensive rhythm, branding him as a liability. This misled Ewing regarding his future. He felt insulted, believing that all New Yorkers despised him and that the fans no longer welcomed him. This perception shattered the heart of the King of New York, who had fought valiantly for the city for 15 years, prompting him to request a trade from management. On September 20th, 2000, a 4-team trade was concluded, sending Ewing to the Seattle Supersonics. James Dolan exerted considerable effort to persuade Ewing to return, even going so far as to dismiss Scott Layden to demonstrate his commitment. He enlisted Jeff Van Gundy to play the sympathy card, ultimately luring the legendary center back to New York. Chapter 57. The frenzied trade. Zhao Ke continued to peruse the newspaper. The Knicks have initiated a 4-team trade involving the Knicks, Timberwolves, Pistons, and Trailblazers. resulting in an 8-player transaction. The Knicks dispatched Latrell Sprewell and Allen Houston, acquiring Ben Wallace, Rasheed Wallace, Chauncey Billups, and $3 million in cash in return. The Trail Blazers relinquished Rasheed Wallace, receiving Allen Houston and the Pistons' first-round draft pick from 2002. The Timberwolves offered Chauncey Billups, Kevin Garnett, Wally Szczerbiak, and $3 million, securing Latrell Sprewell in exchange. The Pistons sent away Ben Wallace, this year's 9th overall rookie pick Rodney White, along with a first-round pick from 2002, to obtain Kevin Garnett and Wally Szczerbiak. Allen Houston's salary for the upcoming season will reach $12.75 million, while Latrell Sprewell's stands at $11.25 million. It is clear that the Knicks cannot offload both of these exceptional players in one go. However, the newly appointed Isaiah Thomas, armed with extensive connections, managed to orchestrate the participation of 3 teams in this elaborate endeavor. Rasheed Wallace of the Trail Blazers will earn $14 million next season, prompting them to acquire Allen Houston while also absorbing the Pistons' first-round pick from 2002 to balance the trade. The financially constrained Timberwolves, eager to please Garnett, made considerable efforts to secure Latrell Sprewell, ultimately parting with Chauncey Billups, $48 million, Kevin Garnett, $24 million, and Wally Szczerbiak, $31 million. Tragically, lacking draft picks, they had no choice but to part with an additional $2 million to avoid relinquishing more players. Ben Wallace, at $4 million, was a delightful surprise for the Pistons last season, effectively guarding Detroit's paint alongside the multiple-time all-defensive second-team member, Clifford Robinson. Initially deemed untouchable, he succumbed to Isaiah Thomas's persuasion, leveraging his status as a Pistons legend, especially given the enticing assets offered by the Timberwolves. Notably, the second-year player Wally Szczerbiak exhibited the potential to evolve into an all-star, averaging 14 points, 5 rebounds, and 2 assists last season. The Timberwolves, devoid of draft picks, require immediate contributors to assist Garnett in achieving success and attracting free agents. They cannot afford to wait, leading to the decision to part with Szczerbiak. Dean Garnett, with a valuation of $24 million, was acquired to fill the void left by the departure of the illustrious Ben Wallace. While his capabilities may pale in comparison to those of Wallace, the exchange for a first-round pick was more than adequate. In the eyes of the spectators, this trade saw the Portland Trail Blazers part ways with the league's technical foul record holder, Rasheed Wallace, in exchange for the miraculous Allen Houston from the Big Apple. The Minnesota Timberwolves, in a strategic move, traded a promising rookie and an inconsequential bench player to secure the immediate perimeter scoring prowess of the dynamic Latrell Sprewell, while the Detroit Pistons exchanged a rough-and-tumble blue-collar muscle player for the highly promising rookie and MVP of the Rookie Challenge, Wally Szczerbiak. However, the New York Knicks, in a rather disheartening turn, relinquished their core backcourt duo, who averaged over 40 points collectively, in return for a muscle-bound player, a technical foul machine, and a lackluster lottery pick. In this four-way trade, 3 parties seemingly reaped their rewards, while the Knicks appear to be embarking on a path of reconstruction. The New York Knicks player clearance sale was officially announced, prompting several teams to seize the opportunity to acquire talent. Initially, the Los Angeles Clippers, alongside the Sacramento Kings, pilfered the Knicks' esteemed guard Charlie Ward in a 3-way transaction. The Knicks sent out Charlie Ward $11 million and received Gerald Wallace, $800,000, Corey Maggette, $45 million, along with first-round picks from the Clippers for 2002 and 2003. The Clippers dispatched Corey Maggette and Quentin Richardson, $1 million, along with the aforementioned picks to obtain Charlie Ward. The Kings, for their part, sent Gerald Wallace to acquire Quentin Richardson. The decision to part with the starting point guard seems aimed at clearing space for Chauncey Billups. However, the returns, a bench warmer and a last-place rookie, plus 2 future draft picks, appear somewhat indicative of a hasty clearance. Subsequently, the Chicago Bulls acquired the newly minted starter Ron Artest, $24 million, along with some cash and a 2003 draft pick, in exchange for one of the Texas trio, Othella Harrington, $48 million. Harrington has gained considerable fame, having made a name for himself with the Grizzlies last season, averaging 6 rebounds and 11 points per game. Midway through the season, he was traded to the Knicks in exchange for the once promising Artest, who has since lost his luster with the Bulls. Even the defending champions, the Philadelphia 76ers, made a move, trading the injured Matt Geiger, $14 million, for the 1997 All-Star MVP Glenn Rice, $8 million. Consequently, the the New York Knicks underwent a substantial overhaul. Aside from the returning Patrick Ewing, they acquired 7 players from other teams. The only remaining veterans from the previous season are the 36-year-old point guard Mark Jackson, the 34-year-old shooting guard Chris Childs, the injury-plagued Larry Johnson, who was almost ready to retire, the 33-year-old backup center Felton Spencer, and the defensively adept yet gritty Kurt Thomas. Among these 5, only Kurt Thomas seems poised to continue playing, while Mark Jackson remains to safeguard Chauncey Billups. Larry Johnson, Chris Childs, and Felton Spencer appear to be retained more for sentimental reasons, perhaps to secure a championship ring before retirement. Has the New York Knicks become so confident? They lack a core player, with only the injury-prone Patrick Ewing remaining, and not a single all-star in sight. Where does this misplaced confidence stem from? The Knicks' lack of self-assurance reflects a certain system's overconfidence. With Isaiah Thomas at the helm, it is evident that he struggles to navigate these trades. In 2001, this series of major trades seemed to be a significant loss for the Knicks, but viewed from a decade later, who among the acquired players isn't an all-star? On September 2, 2001, former NBDL first overall pick Chris Anderson joined the New York Knicks as a free agent. The Knicks' 15-man roster still required one more player, leaving everyone curious about whether this late addition would be a savior or merely a filler. On September 28, 2001, the Knicks held a press conference to announce the signing of Zhao Ke, with team owner James Dolan, former Knicks star Patrick Ewing, head coach Jeff Van Gundy, and general manager Isaiah Thomas in attendance. A 2-year, $18 million contract was signed, with the second year being a player option. After much anticipation, it was indeed Zhao Ke. Chapter 58. The provocation begins as soon as the finals concluded. General managers from 29 NBA teams, including the Philadelphia 76ers, issued a strikingly unanimous directive: bring Zhao Ke back. However, following the championship parade, Zhao Ke seemed to vanish into thin air, eluding all attempts to locate him. He did not answer any calls, not even from 76ers GM Billy King. And without an agent to assist him, the 29 general managers found themselves in a quandary. Zhao Ke's performance in the final moments of Game 7 of the championship was nothing short of phenomenal. However, the miserly Philadelphia 76ers management only offered him a meager $500,000 to sign for the remainder of the season. Quite the predicament, isn't it? For the general managers of the other 28 teams. As long as Zhao Ke does not renew his contract with the 76ers, there is reason to celebrate. Serves you right. Now, Zhao Ke has surprisingly signed with the New York Knicks. The others have settled down, recalling their private investigators, hastily summoning them back. In hindsight, the Knicks' earlier drastic roster overhaul makes sense. Yet, has the Knicks taken a gamble too far? Given this trajectory, it seems the New York Knicks are poised to cultivate Zhao Ke as their sole core player. But despite his astonishing performance in the final 47 seconds of the championship, Zhao Ke is merely a rookie who averaged less than 10 minutes of playing time last season. Is his talent merely a fleeting phenomenon? Time will inevitably reveal the truth. Such a hasty roster purge to establish a foundational core can only be described as a high-stakes gamble. The fans of the New York Knicks have erupted in outrage. They tolerated the dismissal of Scott Layden. After all, he was rather incompetent. He parted ways with the king of New York, Patrick Ewing, which was a grievous sin. But even more infuriating was the pile of garbage he received in return, leading to the Knicks' swift decline after Ewing's departure. They also accepted Ewing's return, garnering support from a majority of reasonable fans. With Ewing, the Knicks are a championship-caliber team. Without him, they merely contend for playoff tickets, a stark contrast indeed. As the team undergoes this extensive overhaul, the critics are vocal, while other fans maintain their composure. This pure cleansing is evidently a harbinger of a superstar's arrival. Could it be the recently revived Michael Jordan? The thought alone brings joy. However, the ideal is grand, yet reality is painfully stark. Where is Michael Jordan? What does it mean to summon a deity for a mere 47 seconds? All fans have begun to fervently attack James Dolan and Isaiah Thomas, scrutinizing how these two have conspired to dismantle the team. Zhao, unfortunately, cannot escape his fate. The glory of the finals still lingers, yet proves ineffectual. Fans are notoriously forgetful. Now they yearn for a Jordan to rescue the faltering New York Knicks, and Zhao is not that savior. The discerning New York fans are irate, ready to usher this rookie out of their city. Zhao Ke, far from feeling anger, maintained a remarkably humble disposition after achieving a remarkable turnaround from a mere water dispenser guardian. He resolved to adopt the patient outlook, akin to riding a donkey while perusing a songbook. Outside, the atmosphere was fervently lively, while inside the office, head coach Jeff Van Gundy and assistant coach Tom Thibodeau, both scratching their bald heads, their hairlines receding, scrutinized a sheet of paper, eager to discern its nuances. This document contained their preliminary roster of players: point guards, Chauncey Billups, Mark Jackson, Chris Childs, shooting guards, Zhao Ke, Gerald Wallace, small forwards, Ron Artest, Corey Maggette, power forwards, Rasheed Wallace, Kurt Thomas, Chris Anderson, Larry Johnson, centers, Ben Wallace, Patrick Ewing, Matt Geiger, Felton Spencer. It was indisputable that Ben Wallace, Rasheed Wallace, and Ron Artest would be the starters, having consistently demonstrated their prowess. However, the underperforming rookie Chauncey Billups and Zhao Ke elicited some uncertainty, albeit both had received special attention from the owner. Why not give a shot in the preseason? On October 1st, 2001, Zhao Ke stepped into the hallowed grounds of Madison Square Garden for the first time, his heart racing with anticipation. He aimed to seize the top position, yet his sole ally, Matt Geiger, lay incapacitated in the hospital. Faced with overwhelming odds, what was to be done? Scanning the scene, he spotted veterans Patrick Ewing, Mark Jackson, Chris Childs, Larry Johnson, and Felton Spencer engaged in conversation with coach Jeff Van Gundy. Their ages were comparable to Van Gundy's, who seemed disinclined to exert himself with these aging players, whose roles resembled those of part-time assistant coaches. Meanwhile, 8 imposing, muscular figures practiced shooting under the guidance of Tom Thibodeau. Zhao Ke hurriedly jogged over to shake hands with head coach Jeff Van Gundy, followed by embraces with 5 senior players. After enduring a playful pat from the gorilla, Zhao Ke proceeded to greet the assistant coach with a handshake. He then confidently approached Rasheed Wallace, declaring, "Wallace, let's engage in a duel." Last season, Rasheed Wallace averaged 19, 2 points, 7, 2 rebounds, and 1.8 blocks per game with the Portland Trail Blazers, leading the team in scoring, blocks, playing time, and shooting percentage. Had it not been for the presence of veteran player Pippen, he would have considered himself the cornerstone of the franchise. Now traded to the New York Knicks, Wallace initially believed he would assume a leadership role, only to encounter the audacious Zhao Ke challenging him. While Wallace could tolerate certain provocations, this was a step too far. He bellowed at Zhao Ke, "Kid, do you comprehend what you're saying? I will tear you apart." Among the 8 players present, Chauncey Billups had endured 3 years of being labeled a disappointing lottery pick. Securing a starting position was already a commendable feat, and he chose not to engage in the battle for the starting role. Gerald Wallace, a rookie, exercised caution, navigating the situation with utmost care. Cortez Thomas and Corey Maggette were merely role players, floating between starters and substitutes, grateful to be on the court, questioning the need for further ambition. Ron Artest, a loose cannon, might leap into the fray if incited, yet his low standing within the team rendered him ineffective. As for Chris Anderson, his presence was so minimal that everyone wondered how the general manager even discovered and signed him. Finally, there was Ben Wallace, a true warrior on the court. Yet his academic background was in criminal justice, with a hobby in barbering, a stark contrast to his fierce persona. This dissonance between his soul and physique left Zhao Ke feeling uncertain, prompting him to reconsider his approach. Thus, shall he provoke Rasheed Wallace? Zhao Ke offered a faint smile and called out, "Rasheed, come here and face me in a duel." Rasheed Wallace was instantly infuriated, exclaiming, "Hey, does anyone have control over this? This kid is getting out of hand." Chapter 59. Words manifest power in a fit of rage. Rasheed Wallace swiftly closed the distance between them, taking 3 steps to confront Zhao Ke and push him with one hand. Yet, to his astonishment, there was no reaction. The anticipated scene of Zhao Ke being toppled did not unfold. The towering Rasheed Wallace, standing at 2.08 meters, found his hand resting against Zhao Ke's chest, who remained utterly unmoved. Rasheed was taken aback, wondering what had transpired. "Rasheed, doesn't my chest feel incredible?" Ben Wallace, observing from the side, was nearly breathless from laughter. As the powerhouse of the NBA, witnessing Rasheed Wallace's struggle brought him immense joy. As he mused, in terms of strength, "Everyone here is far more feeble than I had anticipated." Rasheed Wallace's face turned a shade of purple. He took 2 steps back, preparing to unleash a left hook to bring this audaciously grinning opponent to his end. Zhao Ke stepped forward, diminishing the distance of Rasheed Wallace's punch, and with his head held high, he bellowed, "A bullfight, 5 balls, and the victor shall be the boss. Do you dare?" Rasheed Wallace, still engulfed in fury, thought little of the challenge, his colossal fists ready to demonstrate the reason behind the blooming of flowers. For a moment, He remained silent. However, Zhao Ke, ever audacious, seized upon Rashid Wallace's hesitation and provocatively declared, "Since you are indecisive, let be confined to the court. There, you shall call me the boss." Zhao Ke maintained a faint, mischievous smile, his eyes glinting with scorn. "How absurd! Hesitation is not an option. You shall address me as your leader in any circumstance." The fury clouded one's judgment, lamentably exemplified by Rashid Wallace. A deal was struck. Zhao Ke's cunning plan had succeeded. Tom Thibodeau, along with his team, cleared the area, eagerly allowing Rashid Wallace the opportunity to gauge Zhao Ke's prowess, much to the delight of the unexpected basketball coaching staff. "You go first." Rashid Wallace tossed the ball to Zhao Ke and retreated to the basket, poised to thwart Zhao Ke's advance. Zhao Ke did not hold back. With one hand grasping the ball and the other pointing towards the apex of the three-point arc, he mimicked Larry Bird's tone, declaring, "I shall take this three-pointer. Come forth and defend." Rashid Wallace, infuriated to the point of enlightenment, hesitated momentarily but ultimately complied, positioning himself defiantly before Zhao Ke, determined to block this audacious young lad with a resounding rejection. "I am about to shoot." Zhao Ke leapt lightly, executing a textbook-perfect shot. As he observed Rashid Wallace's large hand approaching, he deliberately heightened the arc of his shot and met it head-on, silently invoking a 100-point bonus. With a sharp crack, Zhao Ke's wrist visibly swelled in crimson, yet the basketball evaded Rashid Wallace's grasp, tracing a lofty parabolic arc before swishing through the net. The onlookers quickly discerned Zhao Ke's intent. He was clearly aiming for a 3-1, purposefully presenting his wrist for Wallace to swat at. "Such audacity!" Rashid Wallace bellowed. "Bring it on. This time I will use my left hand, still from the spot." Zhao Ke's expression remained impassive as he pointed to the ground, as if the swollen wrist was not his own. Rashid Wallace was on the verge of madness. Had this young lad been possessed by Larry Bird? The more vitriolic his words, the more effortlessly he sank the ball. "Listen up. I intend to send you and the ball all the way to the Pacific," he bellowed, fury causing his hair to stand on end, spittle flying from his lips, yet it proved futile. This time, Zhao Ke employed a meteor-like maneuver, distinctly extending his wrist for Rashid Wallace to strike, then, in a state of imbalance, awkwardly tossed the ball. Miraculously, it swished through the net. Nothing but net. Even the onlookers could no longer remain indifferent. They had initially remarked on the divine nature of his shot, but what about this one? It seemed that those 3-3-1 plays in the finals were not mere flukes. Now, it was your turn to attack. I have been scoring uninterrupted, leaving you with no opportunity. Zhao Ke, with a calm demeanor, gracefully allowed the ball to pass. Rashid Wallace, gritting his teeth, thought to himself that a wise man does not seek immediate victory, and with a grim expression, moved beyond the three-point line. "For the first shot, I shall intercept it. Do be cautious." With a subtle smile, Zhao Ke gently reminded. Upon hearing this, Rashid Wallace immediately altered his strategy, preparing to use his substantial physique to push against Zhao Ke, attempting to create distance between him and the ball. However, the moment he turned around, the ball had vanished. The phantom move proved to be remarkably effective. Rashid Wallace failed to react in time, and the spectators on the sidelines were equally oblivious, as Zhao Ke had already sprinted beyond the three-point line, clutching the ball. Zhao Ke continued to pass the ball to Rashid Wallace. "This time I blocked him." Rashid Wallace made a three-step layup. Zhao Ke cleared the path and did not interfere. However, at the moment Rashid released the ball, Zhao Ke executed a volleyball-style block, sending the basketball soaring away. Rashid was left bewildered, wondering what had just transpired. Are today's guards capable of such remarkable blocks? He stared in astonishment as Zhao Ke approached the basket, came to a halt, and with a cheeky grin said, "For this last shot, why don't you try to dunk on me? I'll still block it." Rashid Wallace thought Zhao Ke must be out of his mind and instinctively asked, "Are you sure you want to do this? I stand at 2.08 meters and weigh 230 pounds. You could get hurt." It seemed that Zhao Ke's earlier performance had earned him a measure of respect, as this furious giant began to express concern for his opponent's well-being. Zhao Ke pounded his chest with his fist and declared, "Come on, finish with a magnificent windmill." Rashid Wallace licked his lips, "As you wish." He took a running start, leaped, swung his arm in a sweeping arc windmill. Wham! Rashid Wallace, along with the ball, was sent crashing to the ground by Zhao Ke's block. The perverse system rewarded him with an additional use of the no-fly clause in the finals. Zhao Ke's anticipation of the Meteor X2 was dashed. The system seemingly aimed to craft a defender fond of swatting shots. Madison Square Garden fell into an eerie silence, with everyone gaping at Zhao Ke in astonishment. What does a deity resemble? No one has ever seen. The deity once proclaimed, "Let there be light," and thus, light emerged. Everyone felt that if the deity truly uttered such words, the manner in which he spoke them must have resembled Zhao Ke's calm declaration of the final play. "Go ahead and dunk on me. I shall still block you." Such was the power of his words. "Zhao Ke, the esteemed deity, please accept our humble submission." Rasheed Wallace lay dazed beneath the basket, the events that had just transpired replaying endlessly in his mind. A pair of hands appeared before him, urging him to rise. "Come on, it was merely a jest. The wager does not count." Grasping Zhao Ke's hand, Rasheed slowly ascended, his gaze toward Zhao Ke laden with complexity. "No, my friend, the wager stands. Yet I contest it. I am not in my prime today. Let us resume this tomorrow." Without a backward glance, Rasheed Wallace exited the arena, eager to find a crevice to retreat into. "Very well, tomorrow it shall be." Zhao Ke chuckled softly, relishing the thought that defiance was acceptable. Armed with a skill set, he would compel submission. Chapter 60, A Lesson for Atai. Jeff Van Gundy did not hinder Rasheed Wallace from departing the arena. Poor lad. Even Van Gundy felt that what he had just endured was somewhat too tragic. The bullfighting bout between Zhao Ke and Rasheed Wallace had significant repercussions, as it not only embarrassed Rasheed Wallace on the spot, but also severely disrupted the training regimen of the other 7 robust gentlemen who had previously been spectators. Particularly, the novice players Gerald Wallace and Chris Anderson flanked Zhao Ke on either side, desperately seeking to absorb a fraction of his brilliance in hopes of rapidly enhancing their own skills. Chauncey Billups candidly expressed his enthusiasm. The arrival of the formidable Zhao Ke was met with warm welcome. Having an unstoppable scoring guard who simultaneously instills despair in opponents on the defensive end is a splendid prospect for any backcourt partnership. As for the identity of the team leader, that was a matter for Rasheed, Ben, and Zhao Ke. It was not something Billups needed to concern himself with. Ultimately, the one who proves stronger shall assume the leadership role, which seems perfectly reasonable. Corey Maggette and Kurt Thomas, both muscular figures, displayed their keen insight by promptly aligning themselves with Billups. Ben Wallace observed Zhao Ke with keen interest, seemingly contemplating crafting a rather avant-garde hairstyle for him. He remained non-committal, and Zhao Ke did not provoke him either. However, Ron Artest was unable to contain his eagerness to intervene. At times, he indeed exhibited a certain folly and struggled to discern friend from foe. Just a month prior, Artest had inadvertently fractured 2 of Jordan's ribs during a secret training camp with the Bulls, an incident triggered by Jordan's mockery. It is essential to note that this was a clandestine training camp exclusively arranged for the legendary Air Jordan, a privilege that many stars could not attain through connections. Yet, shortly after the camp commenced, he ended up sending the basketball icon to the hospital, resulting in a hasty return for Jordan, who appeared noticeably heavier and far from his optimal condition. Initially, Artest was quite pleased about being traded to the New York Knicks. Hailing from the borough of Queens in New York City, he had achieved considerable fame in high school, earning the moniker True Warrior. In his graduation year, he led his team to an impressive record of 27 wins and no losses, was selected for the McDonald's All-American team, and was named New York's best player that year. During the 1999 draft, Artest aspired to join the Knicks. However, the Knicks general manager, Ed Tapscott, made a profoundly misguided choice by selecting the injured French player F.R.D. Rick Weiss with the 15th pick, passing over Artest. Consequently, Artest was acquired by the Bulls with the 16th pick. He became a starter for the post-Jordan Bulls, averaging 12 points per game. Now, returning to play in his hometown, he vowed to become an all-star. However, Zhao Ke's presence irked Artest, who brazenly provoked Rasheed Wallace and managed to outplay him without seeking Ron's consent. Thus, anger surged within him, and he boldly challenged, "Hey kid, shall we play a few games? Do you dare?" Ron, Zhao Ke's wrist has sustained an injury, rendering today unsuitable for him. The timely intervention of Jeff Van Gundy effectively curtailed Artest's actions, prompting Zhao Ke to silently commend him in his heart. In a hurried manner, the team physician, dragged along by Tom Thibodeau, approached Zhao Ke to conduct a meticulous examination of his visibly swollen wrist. The prognosis was exceedingly optimistic. A mere application of spray and a brief period of rest would soon have him back to his lively self. Consequently, Jeff Van Gundy swiftly concluded today's practice, dismissing the players who had gathered to indulge in a nutritious meal, and pulled Tom Thibodeau into the office. This Zhao Ke appears rather eccentric. Determining the best approach to utilize him is a complex conundrum. two workaholics in a monotonous office. Do not depart. Let the battle continue until dawn. After a 3-day respite, Zhao Ke awoke at his leisure. On the 4th day, he sauntered into Madison Square Garden. As soon as he entered, he was met by the exuberant artist, who, having not seen him for 3 days, rushed over at lightning speed. Zhao Ke, why have you been absent from training? Are you avoiding me? Are you afraid? Zhao Ke, indifferent to the antics of the overly dramatic youth, waved dismissively at Rashid Wallace. Initially inclined to feign ignorance, Rashid awkwardly smiled and approached. Boss, is there something you need? He inquired in his characteristic deep voice. You mentioned wanting a rematch the other day, didn't you? Zhao Ke teased him deliberately. No, you must have misheard. Rashid quickly refuted. I was merely jesting. Such a wickedly bizarre and terrifying showdown is sufficient after just one. Hey, are you even listening to me? Iverson shouted in Zhao Ke's ear. Ron, I accept your challenge. Shall we play a few rounds? Zhao Ke turned away, striding towards the basket as he spoke. 5. Just like Rashid, this fool truly had no sense of decorum. However, Rashid Wallace chose not to dwell on the matter, casting a sympathetic glance at Iverson before promptly taking a seat on the sidelines, appearing as if he were settling in to enjoy the spectacle. Zhao Ke advanced with determination. This time he did not hold back. Pointing to a spot just beyond the three-point line at the top of the arc, he declared, I shall attempt a three-pointer from here. Pay close attention. This time I will not draw a foul. I will execute a step-back jumper. As Zhao Ke vividly described the scenario, Rashid Wallace felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were reliving the moment. At this juncture, Idester was closely pressed against Zhao Ke, his hands swiftly attempting to interfere. Yet, Zhao Ke remained unfazed. He gently collided with Idester's chest, leveraging the momentum to withdraw, then leapt back, achieving an impressive 80 shooting accuracy. Idester was a beat too slow, helplessly watching as the basketball slipped from Zhao Ke's fingertips, arcing gracefully through the air before finding its home in the net. You were too slow. Your defensive retreat and jump shot must be synchronized, Zhao Ke remarked. For the second shot, I will execute a back turn followed by a fadeaway jumper. Take heed, my strength is considerable. Idester, however, paid little mind, for he too possessed substantial power. Zhao Ke leaned against the tester, leisurely dribbling the ball. Suddenly, he made a swift backward shove, causing a tester to stumble precariously. By the time a tester regained his balance, Zhao Ke had executed a back turn and a leaning jump shot, enhanced by a remarkable 70 accuracy bonus. The ball swished through the net, and Zhao Ke continued his assault, striding to the midcourt with the ball in hand. I shall take a shot from here. Do your utmost to interfere, he declared. This time, a tester closely adhered to Zhao Ke, even pressing his arm against Zhao Ke's shoulder. This was already tantamount to a foul. Yet Zhao Ke remained undeterred, effortlessly tossing the ball from beneath the tester's armpit, achieving an impressive 90 accuracy bonus. The tester, exasperated, gaped at the ball as it sailed through the hoop. Can it truly go in like that? He thought. I shall raise the stakes. Zhao Ke positioned himself beneath the opposing basket, while a tester, flushed with embarrassment, clung to him without a shred of shame. Zhao Ke leaped alongside Arteist, forcefully propelling the ball forward, benefiting from a perfect shooting percentage. The basketball soared across the court, ultimately grazing the backboard before finding its mark. Chapter 61. The Knicks Shot Blocking Brigade. Arteist vigorously rubbed his face, followed by a fierce thump on his left chest, exclaiming, one more, bring it on. He prepared to continue his tenacious pursuit of Zhao Ke. Zhao Ke cast a glance at him, disdain evident in his voice as he remarked, You are far too feeble. I could accomplish it with my eyes closed. With that, he shut his eyes, turned his back to the hoop, and, adopting a posture reminiscent of a discus thrower, launched the basketball. It soared like a meteor. The ball struck the backboard with great force, rebounded heavily into the rim, spun twice, and ultimately nestled within the net. A stunned, Adis stared at the hoop, muttering in disbelief, I have lost. Zhao Ke gently nudged the tester, urging him to take his turn on the offense, still aiming for 5 points. Holding the ball, a tester hesitated as Zhao Ke remarked, choose between a steal or a block. A tester, drenched in sweat, pondered deeply before deciding on a steal. Yet, before he could articulate his intention, he prepared to shoot, hoping to catch Zhao Ke off guard. How naive! Could mere mortals evade such skills? A tester executed the shooting motion, but the basketball vanished. None could discern when it had been taken. Zhao Ke gently tossed the ball, urging for another round. In the next moment, Arteist lay on the ground in a state of utter despair, the basketball bouncing and rolling away into the distance. Not far off, Rasheed Wallace covered his face, unable to bear the sight. Artist pounded the floor with great force, exclaiming, "I'm done. I'm retiring." "Zhao Ke, you monstrous aberration." Zhao Ke grasped Atesha's arm and vigorously pulled him up. "Ron, we are teammates, after all. During the match, I 1T block your shots or intercept your plays. The real concern should be our opponents. Why are you causing a fuss about retiring?" The adolescent pondered for a long time before replying. "Zhao Ke, you make a valid point, but may I refrain from calling you boss?" Zhao turned and walked away, saying, "We shall continue tomorrow," still aiming for 10 goals. Arteus stiffened momentarily before hastening after him, exclaiming, "Boss, let us discuss this amicably. Please don't leave." On October 8, 2001, the NBA preseason for the 2001 to 2002 season officially commenced. The New York Knicks faced formidable opponents, each eager to seize the opportunity to exploit the Knicks as if they were mere soft fruits. This pleased the coaching staff immensely, as it provided an ideal occasion to assess whether this group of hefty players were truly worthy of their reputation. On that day, the New York Knicks were set to challenge the Milwaukee Bucks, who had finished as the second seed in the Eastern Conference last season. In a riveting encounter, Zhao Ke faced off against the esteemed gentleman, Ray Allen. Zhao transformed into a veritable shot-blocking aficionado, spending 26 minutes on the court and executing an impressive 4 blocks against Allen. However, this prowess came at a cost, as he accumulated 6 fouls and was thus disqualified. Ray Allen attempted a total of 12 shots in Zhao's presence, failing to convert any. This included 4 attempts blocked, 6 fouls drawn, and 2 shots altered off course. Once Zhao departed the game, Allen found himself matched up against the even more tenacious Gerald Wallace. Coupled with the throbbing bruise on his wrist inflicted by Zhao, Allen struggled further, going 0 for 5 in the remaining minutes. Ultimately, Ray Allen concluded the game with a dismal 0 for 17 shooting performance, managing to score 8 points solely through free throws. In stark contrast, Zhao's statistics were nothing short of remarkable. He achieved a stunning 7 out of 12 from beyond the arc, accumulating 21 points alongside 2 steals and 4 blocks. The scoring prowess of Zhao Ke simultaneously activated another player, Chauncey Billups. Every shot he made was a result of Billups's passes, as he received the ball and shot without hesitation. Consequently, Billups racked up 7 assists solely through his connection with Zhao Ke. Ultimately, Billups achieved a remarkable tally of 16 points and 13 assists. Rasheed Wallace seemed to be invigorated by Zhao Ke's performance, exhibiting an extraordinary zeal for blocking shots, and similarly fouled out with 6 fouls, contributing 15 points, 6 rebounds, and 3 blocks. No game of blocks would be complete without the formidable Ben Wallace, with no-fly zone inscribed on his wristband, amassed 10 points, 15 rebounds, and 4 blocks. With Patrick Ewing resting, his substitute Chris Anderson had a commendable 10 minutes on the court, yielding 4 points, 4 rebounds, and 2 blocks. The Knicks collectively delivered 15 blocks to the Bucks, rendering the latter a team reliant on jump shots, with their overall shooting percentage plummeting to 31. In the end, the Knicks triumphed over their opponents with a score of 86-73, marking their first victory in the preseason. The Knicks blocking squad began to gain notoriety, particularly Zhao Ke and Rasheed Wallace, who were solely focused on accumulating blocks, even at the cost of fouling out. On October 10th, the Knicks are set to face the Miami Heat, last season's Eastern Conference 3rd seed. Zhao Ke proactively sought out the Heat's perimeter linchpin, Eddie Jones, successfully achieving 5 blocks while accumulating 6 fouls and scoring an impressive 24 points on 8 of 10 shooting. The Knicks blocking brigade once again bestowed upon their adversaries a staggering 11 rejections, ultimately securing a decisive victory at 91-72. On October 12th, the Knicks faced off against the Dallas Mavericks, last season's Western Conference 4th seed. This time, Zhao Ke not only blocked Michael Finley but also denied Steve Nash. Rasheed Wallace, unwilling to be outdone, blocked both Dirk Nowitzki and Juwan Howard. Together, this duo of foul machines amassed 9 blocks as they exited the game. Meanwhile, Ben Wallace dominated the paint for the Mavericks, collecting a remarkable 19 rebounds. Confronted with a Mavericks team that offered little defensive resistance, Zhao Ke once again shattered his career scoring record, sinking 9 of 12 three-point attempts for a total of 27 points. The Mavericks, who typically averaged 105 points this season, were overwhelmed by 17 blocks in this matchup, resulting in a lackluster performance from Finley, the driver, and Nash, who collectively managed only 85 points while conceding 97 to the Knicks. On October 15th, the Knicks were set to face the Phoenix Suns, last season's 6th seed in the West. Zhao Ke once again bullied Commissioner Ma and BNC, while Marion was nearly driven to the brink of vomiting blood by the relentless trio of Wallace. Ultimately, the three managed to score a combined total of 19 points, leading the Knicks to yet another victory. On October 17th, the Knicks faced off against the Utah Jazz, last season's 5th seed in the Western Conference, succumbing to a score of 88-96. The seasoned duo from Utah reminded the young Knicks that experience still reigns supreme, as the cunning Stockton limited Zhao Ke to a mere 18 minutes on the court. As the 5 preseason games concluded, the Knicks presented a striking impression. The most formidable shot-blocking team in history was on the rise. The statistic for blocks only began to be officially recorded in the 1970s, rendering the legendary Wilt Chamberlain's 76ers and Lakers, as well as the Celtics featuring another Titan, Russell, unquantifiable within this framework. Previously, the title of the most proficient shot-blocking team belonged to the 1984-85 Utah Jazz, averaging 8.9 blocks per game, bolstered by Mark Eaton's impressive average of 5.6 blocks. Following closely were the 1985-86 Washington Bullets, averaging 8.7 blocks, with Manu Ginobili contributing an average of 5 blocks, and the 1993-94 Denver Nuggets, averaging 8.4 blocks, with the peak of Dikembe Mutombo, averaging 4.1 blocks. However, none could rival the remarkable performance of this year's New York Knicks. Ben Volotse Evrind Hormodik, 6 blocks, while the influenced Rasheed Wallace averaged 3.4 blocks, and Zhao Ke boasted an average of 4.2 blocks. Under Zhao Ke's frenzied pace, even with his reckless 6 fouls leading to an early exit, the Knicks took pride in their collective no-block shame, with even Billups managing to achieve a meager average of 0.4 blocks. Thus, the Knicks shot-blocking brigade, through 5 preseason games, averaged an astounding 13.6 blocks, standing tall above the entire league. Chapter 62, Greetings His Airness. With a preseason record of 4 wins and 1 loss, the Knicks coaching staff, who had been on edge, finally breathed a sigh of relief, as the shot-blocking brigade turned out to be an unexpected delight. Prior to this, the coaching team had agreed to adopt a laissez-faire approach, allowing players to express themselves freely during the preseason to better observe each player's technical characteristics. With so many new players this season, how could they devise strategies without familiarity? Well, they granted you the freedom to fly, but perhaps you took a bit too far. After 5 games, they had attained both what was expected and what was not. While the Knicks' depth of roster was the envy of other teams, they often found themselves losing 2 key players, Zhao Ke and Rasheed Wallace, to fouls in the middle of each game. Yet, the intensity of their defense remained unwavering, although the substitutes, Gerald Wallace and Kurt Thomas, fell short offensively compared to their starters. Their defensive prowess was equally relentless and fervent. In addition to the exuberantly energetic Chris Anderson, the Knicks bench boasts remarkable depth in terms of defense. Furthermore, Chauncey Billups has truly emerged, averaging 12.7 points and 13.2 assists per game, with at least 7 of those assists directly benefiting Zhao Ke, thus dispelling any notions of him being a lackluster draft pick. His chemistry with the backcourt partners and the muscular presence in the front court is commendable enough to warrant a starting point guard position. Speaking of Zhao Ke, one cannot help but feel elated. He scores an impressive 23.7 points on merely 10.7 attempts per game, with a staggering 3-point shooting percentage of 74. While it is certain that, as his shot attempts increase and teams become more familiar with his play, this percentage will inevitably decline. It does not dampen the Knicks coaching staff's delight. 1 blocks per game. And speaking of blocks, one cannot overlook the prowess of Ben Wallace, who averages 3.7 blocks with only 2 fouls, demonstrating true skill. In contrast, Zhao Ke's 4.1 blocks, alongside Rasheed Wallace's 3.4, are largely a product of foul accumulation. Wouldn't you agree? What further perplexes Jeff Van Gundy and Tom Thibodeau, 2 Mediterranean gentlemen, is that the Knicks have now become the team with the most fouls in the league. Last season, the Knicks averaged 22.7 fouls per game, but after just 5 games this season, they have astonishingly accumulated 33.6 fouls per game. The excessive fouling is undoubtedly linked to Zhao Ke and Rasheed Wallace's aggressive play. But as the regular season commences, it is expected that they will temper their approach, leading to a natural decline in fouls. Consequently, the block statistics, which correlate with fouls, will also see a significant reduction. Jeff Van Gundy and Tom Thibodeau observe their receding hairlines with concern. enduring sleepless nights in the office as they prepare tirelessly for the challenges ahead. The New York Knicks have commenced rigorous training camps, with less than half a month remaining until the regular season begins. Jeff Van Gundy's substantial playbook is finally being put to use. Thanks to the exceptional results from the grueling training camp, Zhao Ke has finally caught up with the team's tactical lessons, showcasing his impressive off-ball movement that has genuinely astonished the coaching staff. However, this brilliance is limited to his off-ball play, as Zhao Ke's passing vision leaves much to be desired. When he possesses the ball, he transforms into a black hole, either retreating for a jump shot or driving straight in, completely overlooking his teammates' movements. One cannot even speak of strategy in such instances. Given Zhao Ke's extraordinary three-point shooting percentage and his relentless training regimen, which includes an unwavering commitment to practice an additional 1,000 three-pointers after each session, the pressure does not stem from others being superior, but rather from those who are superior putting in even more effort. Thus, a delightful phenomenon soon unfolded for Jeff Van Gundy. Initially, it was merely Gerald Wallace and Chris Anderson who observed, eagerly awaiting the moment when Zhao Ke would complete his 1,000 shots. Subsequently, Gerald Wallace began shooting from the opposite end of the court, mirroring Zhao Ke's pauses with his own. As time progressed, both Chauncey Billups and Ron Artest joined in. Ultimately, aside from the 5 veterans, the rest of the team participated in Zhao Ke's shooting camp, dedicating extra time to perfecting their three-point shots after the regular training sessions concluded. In a starting lineup featuring Zhao Ke, Billups, Artest, and Rasheed Wallace, Zhao Ke employed Tim Grover's rigorous training regimen, subjecting the others to considerable torment. Meanwhile, another group consisting of Gerald Wallace, Corey Maggette, Court Thomas, and Chris Anderson transformed three-point shooting drills into rebounding exercises. Ben Wallace sat quietly on the sidelines, accompanying the practice for as long as it lasted, occasionally lifting the most intimidating weights from the strength room. While he could no longer perfect his three-point shot due to a failed carpal tunnel surgery in 1998, which left his wrist stiff, he crafted a protective wristband inscribed with NFC, no-fly zone. This rigidity affected his ball handling, dribbling, and shooting, ultimately stifling his offensive prospects. With no future in offense, Ben honed his defensive prowess, showcasing exceptional rebounding and shot-blocking skills during the previous season with the Pistons. And he was destined to earn accolades as a rebounding and shot-blocking champion, as well as a 4-time Defensive Player of the Year. The deity of American basketball, at times, seemed rather bored. He crafted extraordinary beings like O'Neal and Ben, yet deliberately impaired their wrists to maintain balance in the game. Time flowed quietly amidst Van Gundy's hair loss, Zhao Ke's shooting practice, and Ben's weightlifting. On October 30th, 2001, Madison Square Garden hosted the inaugural game of the 2001-2002 regular season, pitting them against the Washington Wizards, led by the legendary Michael Jordan. The aftermath of the September 11th attacks cast a profound pall over the United States, with a somber atmosphere enveloping the nation, causing unrest and economic turmoil across various sectors, including the NBA, which faced a significant downturn. To revive the NBA's fortunes, the veteran commissioner personally invited Jordan to return. As the greatest hero in American basketball history, Jordan chose to make his comeback in the capital, Washington, inspiring fans to return to the arenas, thereby alleviating, to some extent, the collective anxiety and distress following the attacks, a commendable act of goodwill. In honor of the hero, the glory, the league, and the community, David Stern selected Madison Square Garden, the hallowed ground of basketball, as the stage for Jordan's return, organizing a grand welcome ceremony beforehand. Subsequently, musician Kanis performed God Bless the USA, inciting a rousing chorus from the audience. As the ceremony concluded and Jordan made his entrance, Madison Square Garden erupted in a thunderous cheer. The arena, filled to capacity with 20,000 fans, many adorned in Jordan's iconic number 23 jersey from his Bulls era, transformed the visiting venue into a home court. The fans brandished enormous banners proclaiming, "Hello, Jordan. Welcome back, the air god of basketball." Chapter 63. The Jordan Rule, Part 1. Zhao Ke had also prepared a Jordan Bulls jersey, number 23. As soon as the welcoming ceremony, presided over by David Stern, concluded, he hurriedly dragged a reluctant Artest towards his airness. "Michael, I sincerely apologize for the training camp incident." Artest humbly offered his apology to Jordan, clearly under Zhao Ke's coercion. Jordan graciously responded, "It's nothing. I have high hopes for you." Artest swiftly made his exit. Zhao Ke then presented his jersey, requesting the illustrious Air Jordan to inscribe his signature. Jordan smiled and remarked, I recognize you. You remarkable little fellow. The future is destined to be yours. Zhao Ke also succumbed to defeat, a situation both dire and disheartening, having not even played a single regular season game, yet already falling victim to the infamous curse of the future. Thus, the grand opening of Madison Square Garden commenced with an air of merriment. Everyone understood that this was a spectacle meant for Jordan. However, Jeff Van Gundy harbored an obsession with victory upon becoming a commentator. He even jested that his coaching career was marked by unhappiness, for who does not experience defeat? Even the formidable Bulls led by Jordan managed a mere 72 wins in a season, suffering 10 losses along the way. Yet, the agony of defeat was a torment for him, prompting Van Gundy to resolve against losing. He aspired to implement the second Jordan rule, allowing Jordan to achieve impressive statistics while securing a victory for the Knicks, thus accomplishing two objectives simultaneously. The essence of the Jordan rule rests upon two seemingly contradictory principles. 1. Rigidly defend against Jordan, employing multifaceted strategies and means to disrupt his offensive rhythm and sever his connection with teammates. 2. If unable to contain Jordan, permit him to score freely while staunchly defending other key players, ensuring that no matter how many points Jordan accumulates, victory remains elusive. Evidently, Wizards coach Doug Collins was adept at navigating interpersonal dynamics. To accentuate Jordan's performance, he deliberately relegated the primary point guard, Chris Whitney, to the bench, opting instead for the inconspicuous backup shooting guard, Courtney Alexander, to temporarily assume the role of point guard. This resulted in a rather peculiar starting lineup: point guard, Courtney Alexander shooting guard, Richard Hamilton small forward, Michael Jordan power forward, Jahidi White center, Christian Leitner thus. Although Jordan was nominally positioned as a small forward, the Wizards' backcourt now featured three shooting guards standing at 198 meters. Once Courtney Alexander advanced the ball past half-court, Jordan would seize control, dictating his position according to his whims. Jeff Van Gundy repeatedly instructed Artest, "Do not guard Jordan, do not guard Jordan, do not guard Jordan." The repetition underscored the importance of the command. This was a young man prone to impulsiveness, and should he err, there was a risk he might inadvertently injure Jordan, jeopardizing the Knicks' prospects of receiving favorable calls at home for the remainder of the season. Ultimately, Artest was assigned to the indefatigable Hamilton, and he certainly had his hands full. Zhao Ke was tasked with shielding Jordan, as Van Gundy had already prohibited him from blocking Jordan's shots to avoid harming the airborne monarch. Zhao Ke was also responsible for providing help defense against the Wizards' makeshift point guard, Courtney Alexander. Recognizing that Billups would struggle against Alexander's height, Zhao Ke could easily overpower Alexander, rendering him unrecognizable to his own mother. The starting lineup for the New York Knicks is as follows: point guard, Chauncey Billups, shooting guard; Zhao Ke, small forward; Ron Artest, power forward; Rasheed Wallace, center; Patrick Ewing. It is only fitting that Patrick Ewing retains his place as the starting center, as this honors the legacy of the King of New York, the #1 draft pick of 1985. Ewing has been the cornerstone of the franchise since his rookie season and has never played as a substitute throughout his career, due to injuries. It is certain that this season will mark his retirement, and Coach Van Gundy wishes to ensure that Ewing departs with dignity. A man of considerable stature possesses immense wisdom, and Ben Wallace has expressed his profound understanding and support for this situation. The Big Ben stated that his guiding figure was Ewing's esteemed partner, Charles Oakley, and that Ewing has always been his idol. For the sake of his idol, he willingly chose to step back from the starting lineup. As anticipated, the Wizards' initial play was indeed entrusted to Jordan for a one-on-one, with the other players strategically spaced out, allowing Jordan the opportunity to execute a breathtaking dunk. Zhao could gently approach Jordan, observing his leisurely dribbling, and whispered in his ear, "Michael, this ball holds sentimental value. Would you consider a dunk?" Jordan cast a sidelong glance at him, executing a series of swift crossovers. When Zhao Ke stumbled, unable to keep pace, Jordan suddenly surged towards the unguarded basket. Zhao Ke chose not to pursue. From just inside the free throw line, Jordan leaped, his arms sweeping in a magnificent windmill motion. Indeed, a legend remains a legend. The airness reigned supreme. Madison Square Garden erupted in fervor, with fans chanting in unison, "Air Jordan! Air Jordan! Air Jordan!" Zhao Ke experiences a twinge of envy, pondering when the Knicks fans might chant his name with such fervor. Alas, the comparison of men often leads to despair. Even now, the Knicks' fervent supporters tirelessly criticize Zhao Ke. As the Knicks seize the opportunity to attack, Ewing positions himself skillfully against Christian Leitner, while Billups swiftly delivers the pass. Ewing, turning with finesse, executes a jump shot that finds its mark. Since his Achilles injury in 1999, Lintner has struggled to keep pace with most interior players, including the aging gorilla. Madison Square Garden erupts with enthusiastic cheers and applause for the returning king of New York. It is a common truth that we only learn to cherish what we have lost, yet the hero's prime has long passed. Both team stars have begun to shine, marking the official commencement of the game. With the Wizards now in possession, Jordan assumes the dual role of father and mother, transforming into the point guard, penetrating the defense and distributing the ball to a newly freed Hamilton. Hamilton, endowed with legs blessed by the legendary flying general, exemplifies textbook off-ball movement. While Artest underestimates his opponent, frustration brews within Artest, who believes it a gross misallocation of talent to assign a defensive specialist like himself to guard a seemingly frail adversary. In a sudden burst of agility, the slender figure eludes Artest, receiving the ball and launching a shot. Fortunately, Zhao Ke remains vigilant. As Jordan drives, he refrains from following, opting for a complete concession. Kindness begets kindness. Although Hamilton has evaded Artest, he is not far from Zhao Ke, who expends a skill pack to deny him the opportunity. Hamilton crashes to the floor, while Billups seizes the ball for a swift transition layup, securing 2 points. Gazing at the fallen Hamilton and the swiftly departing Billups, a powerful sense of unreality engulfs Zhao Ke, alongside Rasheed Wallace at his side and Ben Wallace on the bench. Zhao Ke shook his head, asserting that history is malleable. This is the very essence of his existence. Zhao Ke approached Adestur, who responded with an awkward smile. If Hamilton scores in double digits during this match, I shall accompany you in shooting 10 balls every day, with you on offense and me on defense. Zhao Ke whispered fiercely into Atester's ear. Atester's smile quickly froze on his face, taken aback by the intensity of Zhao's statement. Chapter 64. The Jordan Rule, Part 2. Courtney Alexander diligently advanced the ball past half court and, upon passing it to Jordan, swiftly created space. Jordan was poised to deliver an answer ball to his younger teammate Hamilton. He swayed left and right in front of Zhao Ke, repeatedly dribbling between his legs, attempting to deceive Zhao. Yet, Zhao had no intention of defending. He rested his hands on his knees, observing Jordan's every move, marveling inwardly. Truly, he is the basketball deity. Witness his feints and directional changes. How remarkable! As Jordan pondered the formidable nature of Zhao Ke, who was impervious to his fakes, he suddenly noticed a peculiar glint in Zhao's eyes. He seemed distracted. A flush crept across Jordan's face as he quickly sprang into action, breaking past Zhao on the right side and concluding the awkward offensive play with a layup. The New York Knicks continued their offensive, with Billups confidently controlling the ball and moving it forward. Jordan, still feeling a bit embarrassed, contemplated for a moment before running over and placing an arm around Zhao's shoulder. "Young man, why aren't you defending properly? Do you think I'm getting old?" Zhao vehemently denied. No, you are Michael. Even at the age of 38, you can effortlessly score 50 points. Zhao Ke speaks the truth. On December 30th, 2001, the Wizards triumphed over the Charlotte Hornets with a score of 107-90. On that day, the then 38-year-old Michael Jordan achieved the remarkable feat of scoring over 50 points for the last time in his illustrious career, shooting 21 out of 38 attempts and concluding the game with 51 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, and 3 steals. Youngster, you make a valid point. You possess some insight. Even the legendary Jordan appreciates sweet words. However, why not focus on defense? While he enjoys compliments, he is not easily deceived. Zhao directed a subtle gesture towards the coaching bench, indicating that the arrangement was dictated by the coach. Your teammates are woefully inadequate compared to defending against you. It is far easier to defend against them. Thus, we are poised to implement the second tactical variant of the Jordan Principle, suffocating your teammates to allow you to score 100 points. The Jordan Principle is a well-known strategy that has been scrutinized by teams for over a decade, yet aside from the legendary Bad Boys of Detroit, few have successfully executed it. Jordan chuckled, retorting, "You insolent brat, I am not Wilt Chamberlain, and at the age of 38, how could I possibly score 100 points? Suddenly inspired, Zhao Ke provocatively remarked, "Michael, I doubt you'll score a perfect 100 today. It's my debut with the Knicks. I aim to surpass 40 points. Do you believe you can outscore me by just a little?" The seasoned Jordan saw through Zhao Ke's bravado, retorting, "Kid, you needn't provoke me. I'm nearing 40. Spare me your tricks. However, I relish this challenge. Let us see if you can indeed surpass me." After delivering his bold statement, Zhao Ke scampered to the arc, Yet his languid stance betrayed no intention of scoring 40 points. Billups cast a sidelong glance at him, muttering, "What trickery is this?" He then passed the ball to Rasheed Wallace, who caught it and effortlessly executed a signature straight-arm shot. Swoosh, it was in. As possession changed, Jordan refrained from concluding the play himself, opting instead to pass to Hamilton. Yet Hamilton's offensive prowess faltered under Artea's tight defense, barely managing a shot that clanked off the rim. Ewing secured the ball, leaving one to ponder whether it was a pass or a rebound. The New York Knicks called for a timeout. Jeff Van Gundy, who had served as an assistant coach since 1989, had collaborated with Patrick Ewing for 12 seasons, fostering a bond of mutual trust and camaraderie. He was the one who understood Ewing best and the one Ewing trusted most. This was a brief interlude for substitutions. Ben Wallace entered the game while Patrick Ewing donned his training attire, marking the end of his participation as per Van Gundy's agreement. The knees of the King of New York could no longer support the physique of a hero. The game resumed, and Zhao Ke embarked on a fervent spree of off-ball movement. Jordan chose not to engage with the frenetic energy of a young player, beckoning Hamilton to follow Zhao Ke's lead. Billups raised his hand for a three-pointer, but alas, the arc was too low. Thud! Ben Wallace executed a sönderungsdunk. It was a spectacular alley-oop. The alley-oop, a signature move taught by Zhao Ke to Ben and Billups, was a testament to Ben's keen sense for rebounds coupled with Billups' precise passing. To forego such a play would be a travesty. Indeed, the fans adored the alley-oop, and this airborne display ignited Madison Square Garden, with deafening cheers and screams echoing through the arena. This moment also stirred the competitive spirit of his airness, who, undeterred by Zhao Ke's defensive efforts, launched a high-angled fadeaway jumper that found its mark. Thereafter, Zhao Ke found few opportunities, while Ben Wallace contributed two more alley-oops, one for Billups' assist, and the other a deceptive pass from Rasheed Wallace. Jordan remained formidable, exiting the game with 3 minutes and 35 seconds left in the first quarter, having scored 14 points on 7 of 12 shooting. Zhao Ke is a deceiver, having yet to take a shot by the end of the first quarter, where the promised 40 points. Currently, he remains with a dismal record of 0 points and a single block, while the Knicks maintain a 5-point lead at 21-16. Billups has scored 4 points, Ben Wallace 6, Rasheed Wallace 6, Artea's 3, and Patrick Ewing 2. Apart from Jordan, the Wizards have only seen Christian Leitner contribute 2 points. As Jeff Van Gundy's strategic implementation of the Jordan rules in this second game has been executed with remarkable precision. In the second quarter, Jordan played for 6 minutes, making 5 of 7 attempts for a total of 10 points, and he intercepted Billups twice, swiftly tempering the exuberance of the latter, who had reveled in his 5 assists from the first quarter. Despite not securing any assists himself, Jordan's teammates struggled, and the Knicks collectively adhered to Van Gundy's tactics, opting to commit fouls rather than allow Jordan to orchestrate the team's dynamics. Zhao Ke remains scoreless, yet he has managed to achieve a steal and 2 blocks against Chris Whitney, who is poised to seize points as the quintessential sixth man. The New York Knicks concluded the first half with a 12-point lead at 43-31, while Jordan's countenance reflected his discontent. He found himself benched with 5 minutes and 44 seconds remaining in the second quarter, and subsequent attempts to re-enter the game were met with refusal from head coach Doug Collins. At the age of 38, Collins is keen to prevent Jordan's second comeback from being marred by injury. Thus, he exercises utmost caution in both lineup adjustments and playing time. The loss in the first game holds little significance. For as long as Jordan is able to play, the Washington Wizards maintain hope, and the NBA continues to thrive. Doug Collins was Jordan's initial coach upon his entry into the league, guiding him from a rookie to a superstar. After 1998, Collins enjoyed a successful career as a commentator for TNT, relishing the experience. However, following Jordan's acquisition of a minority stake in the Wizards, he was repeatedly invited back, leading Collins to set aside his microphone and reclaim his coaching role last season. This bond of gratitude renders Jordan unable to refuse his requests. Chapter 65, The Ageless Legend of Madison Square Garden, Part 1. As the team struggles and he remains sidelined, the fiercely competitive Jordan grapples with inner turmoil. This anguish transforms into an overwhelming fury, rejuvenating him by a decade. Upon entering the third quarter, he swiftly intercepted a pass from Billups intended for Rasheed Wallace, launching a fast break that culminated in a thunderous dunk. After the dunk, Jordan raised his gaze to the heavens and proclaimed, "NBA, I am back." With 11 minutes and 46 seconds still on the clock, the score stood at 43-33, heralding the onset of Jordan's scoring surge. At 11 minutes and 32 seconds, Artey's layup was emphatically swatted away by Jordan. The disparity between Artey's leaping ability and his other physical attributes was almost laughable. This slow and short layup was forcefully denied by Jordan. The rebound, seized once more by the rampaging Jordan, could be deemed an incoherent block. Humiliated, Artey's was on the verge of exploding, prompting Zhao Ke to intervene, exclaiming, "Do you not realize this is merely an exhibition game? Who are you trying to impress? Can't you see the referee is already approaching with a sharp eye?" After much persuasion, Zhao managed to steer Artey's towards Billups to cool off. This time, Jordan opted against a fast break, slightly winded. He passed the ball to Hamilton. However, Hamilton, overwhelmed by Artey's pent-up fury, struggled to maintain control and was compelled to return the ball to Jordan. With little time left on the shot clock, Jordan unleashed a long-range jump shot from beyond the arc. At 11 minutes and 9 seconds, with a score of 43-36, his airness, Michael Jordan, secured 29 points. The Knicks initiated their offense, but Rasheed Wallace's shot went awry. Christian Leitner seized the rebound and passed it to Chris Whitney, who, after a penetrating drive, dished the ball back to Jordan. Jordan had already discerned that Zhao Ke's defense was lacking, yet with the team trailing, he could afford no further hesitation. The 38-year-old basketball legend backed down the 18-year-old Zhao Ke, who was as feeble as a strand of noodles and was effortlessly pushed down to the basket. With a seamless spin and jump shot, he secured another 2 points. Savoring the sweet taste of success, the cunning veteran unleashed his predatory instincts, relentlessly exploiting Zhao Ke's frailty with backdowns, drives, and fadeaway jumpers. As the third quarter concluded, Jordan had achieved an impressive 13 out of 18 shooting, amassing 27 points for the quarter, totaling 51 points across the first 3 quarters, marking the 39th occasion in his illustrious career that he had surpassed the 50-point threshold. Thanks to Jordan's extraordinary performance, the Washington Wizards finally overtook the New York Knicks with a score of 65-61. Zhao Ke still failed to score, having blocked Hamilton once more, accumulating 3 fouls. In the fourth quarter, with the team in the lead, the perspiring Jordan, feeling utterly drained, was finally able to sit down and rest contentedly. Replacing Jordan on the court was the legendary figure of the 10 ugliest men, the notorious Popeye Jones. However, despite his looks, he proved to be quite effective. Upon entering the game, he swiftly made his mark by executing a mid-range jumper after a screen set by Christian Leitner at the free throw line. As the Knicks initiated their offense, Billups attempted to pass the ball to Zhao Ke. In the previous 3 quarters, Zhao Ke had promptly returned such passes, seemingly disinterested in taking a shot. However, this time, Zhao Ke exhibited no hesitation. He caught the ball and immediately launched a 3-pointer, which found its mark. Billups gave a thumbs up, appreciating Zhao Ke's style, efficient yet unselfish. Oh no, not just efficient, but also unselfish with the ball, contributing to the team's scoring while enhancing his own assist tally. After Jordan's departure, the Washington Wizards swiftly descended into a different tier of performance. Under the Knicks' impenetrable defense, they floundered, passing the ball frantically, with no one daring to drive into the Knicks' no-fly zone. Ultimately, Hamilton, with Artey's closely guarding him, managed to force a jump shot that miraculously went in. Artey's, wearing a grim expression, resolved to teach Hamilton a memorable lesson next time. Meanwhile, he berated Zhao Ke internally, lamenting that despite the directive to prevent Hamilton from scoring in double digits, Zhao Ke himself had unwittingly gifted Hamilton 6 free throws, truly a case of double standards. As Zhao Ke dashed past the towering attester, the latter mistakenly assumed that Zhao was once again attempting to intimidate him and promptly fled. In a twist of fate, he collided with the relentless BDI, who was hot on Zhao's heels. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao skillfully received a swift pass from Billups, and with a decisive flick of his wrist, he sank yet another 3-pointer. The Wizards called a timeout. They could not allow Zhao to snatch away their hard-won lead with a barrage of 3-point shots. Indeed, the true point guard, Chris Whitney, returned to the court. Although he had been blocked by Zhao twice and had suffered a theft at his hands, the Wizards had no more reliable options in the backcourt. Surely, they could not revive his airness, Michael Jordan, for this task. At 38 years of age, having already scored 51 points, what more could he possibly achieve? Yet, Zhao was harboring a mischievous intent. After remaining scoreless for the first 3 quarters, he unleashed a torrent in the fourth, attempting 16 3-pointers within the first 6 minutes and successfully landing 8 of them. This delighted Billups, who racked up an additional 8 assists, as he approached the remarkable milestone of 20 assists in his debut, reveling in the triumph. Zhao Ke utilized the 10 to 50 shooting percentage bonus from his initial 5 three-pointers, successfully making 4. Subsequently, his performance of 11 three-point attempts reflected his true capabilities as he managed to sink only 4. With 5 minutes and 43 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, the Wizards trailed by 6 points, the score standing at 79-85. In a surge of fervor, Jordan abruptly rose from his seat, flinging his towel to the ground, exclaiming with youthful exuberance, "Coach, let me play." Collins retorted with a hint of sarcasm, "Michael, it seems you can hardly run anymore. I'm only 38, not 40. I'm not old yet." Jordan's eyes blazed with an intense fire. This time, Collins refrained from deterring Jordan, sensing that the legend was poised to accomplish something extraordinary that day. "Michael, welcome back." Zhao Ke greeted him with a playful grin. Jordan disregarded him, receiving a pass from Chris Whitney, and swiftly executed a 3-step layup over Zhao Ke, securing 2 points with ease. Billups pushed the ball down court and, just past half court, passed it to Zhao Ke, who awaited at the right side 45-degree three-point line. With Hamilton leaping to obstruct his view, Zhao Ke remained unfazed, executing a pull-up shot that benefited from a 60 shooting percentage bonus, and the ball swished through the net. Zhao Ke once again approached Master Chiao, exclaiming, "Michael, there are 47 points remaining to reach 100. Let us go." Jordan immediately felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, retorting, "Kid, which side are you really on? I'm on your side. Just look at the more than 20,000 fans at Madison Square Garden today. They're all on your side." Zhao Ke replied, gazing towards the stands. Jordan found himself unable to comprehend the mindset of the current youth, so he ceased speaking and continued pushing Zhao Ke to drive towards the basket, culminating in a successful layup. "Only 45 points left. Keep it up." With gritted teeth, Jordan executed a fadeaway jump shot, scoring 43 points remaining. "Let us go." Jordan furrowed his brow and made another layup. Time slipped away gradually amidst Zhao Ke's encouragement, and Jordan felt increasingly fatigued, his movements slowing. Unbeknownst to him, at some point, the entire crowd of over 20,000 fans had risen to their feet, young fans flushed with excitement and older fans with tears in their eyes. The collective chant resonated, "Air Jordan MVP! Air Jordan MVP! Air Jordan MVP!" On the basketball court, youth never fades. Legends remain eternally vibrant. Chapter 66, The Ageless Legend of Madison Garden, Part 2. With merely 26 seconds remaining in the game, the score stood at 95-103, the Wizards trailing by 8 points. Jordan could barely move, resting his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. After entering the game, he had made 8 of 12 shots, scoring 16 points. Yet he was utterly exhausted, his shooting touch significantly diminished. Otherwise, given Zhao Ke's defensive intensity, Jordan could have achieved a perfect shooting percentage. Zhao Ke successfully made 6 out of 10 three-point attempts, achieving a remarkable accuracy rate. The successful shots were meteor 100, 90, 80, 70, and 60, each contributing to the enhancement of his shooting percentage. However, the 4 attempts made without skill were all unsuccessful. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades must continue to strive for excellence. Zhao Ke's scoring maintained the New York Knicks' relentless pressure, keeping them approximately 10 points ahead of the Wizards. This relentless pursuit prevented the obsessive Jordan from finding a moment's respite, as the two players monopolized their respective teams' shooting attempts in the final 6 minutes. Zhao Ke has already scored 42 points, fulfilling his promise. However, the fact that his scoring was concentrated in the fourth quarter poses a bit of a dilemma. It is akin to granting unlimited firepower after the fact. Jeff Van Gundy did not oppose this strategy, believing Zhao Ke to be excessively clever. In Van Gundy's eyes, Zhao Ke possessed the ability to dominate the game in the first quarter, transforming the subsequent 3 quarters into mere garbage time. Such an approach would allow Zhao Ke to bask in the limelight. Yet the Wizards, in an effort to uphold Michael Jordan's dignity, might refrain from letting him play for the remainder of the game, thereby indirectly undermining the majesty of his airness return. Contrarily, Zhao Ke chose a different path. He refrained from scoring in the first 3 quarters, keeping the Wizards in suspense, believing they could win, thus allowing Jordan to play the game properly. In the fourth quarter, however, he unleashed a flurry of points, compelling Jordan to join in the scoring frenzy. With this in mind, Jeff Van Gundy signaled for an offensive strategy centered around Zhao Ke. Consequently, Rasheed Wallace and Artis diligently took turns setting screens for Zhao Ke, while Ben Wallace monopolized the paint, thumping his chest and reassuring Zhao Ke, "Rest assured, shoot away. They won't out-rebound me. If you miss, I'll just claim it as my rebounds." As Zhao Ke leads the rhythm, Jordan has unknowingly amassed 67 points, just too shy of his personal single-game scoring record. Michael Jordan's individual record stands at 69 points, achieved on March 28, 1990, during a matchup between the Bulls and the Cavaliers. In that game, he shot 23 out of 37 from the field and converted 21 of 23 free throws, accumulating 69 points along with 18 rebounds, 6 assists, 4 steals, and 1 block. This presents a splendid opportunity to set a new record. Despite Jordan nearing exhaustion, Doug Collins refrains from substituting him, knowing that if Jordan wished to rest, he would call for a timeout himself. Preventing him from playing, however, might deprive Jordan of this rare chance. Collins prefers not to be the villain. At 38 years old, with recently fractured ribs, he is yet to regain his full form, and his stamina is nearly depleted, having scored those previous baskets with barely any effort. Nonetheless, a little more effort could yield extraordinary results. Will this night herald a miraculous record-breaking achievement? Zhao Ke rushed to Jordan's side and whispered in his ear, "Michael, give it your all. Strive to score another basket and surpass your own record." Jordan glanced at the timer, exhaling deeply. There's no time left, and I can barely move. "Michael, remember your legendary battle against the flu? You could hardly stand, yet you persevered for 44 minutes, scoring 38 points, grabbing 7 rebounds, and delivering 5 assists, leading the Bulls to a crucial victory. But just a few years later, you've succumbed to despair." "Bah!" Jordan spat, shaking off Zhao Ke's hand from his shoulder and staggering forward. Chris Whitney approached, handing the ball to Jordan. Zhao Ke sprinted back, supporting Jordan's back, and whispered, "Michael, back down." With gritted teeth, Jordan dribbled the ball, leaning on Zhao Ke as they maneuvered toward the basket. Though in truth, it was Zhao Ke who guided Jordan slowly to the hoop. Summoning all his strength, Jordan launched the ball toward the rim. It delicately kissed the edge before wobbling and falling into the net. The roar of fans erupted like an explosion. With 10 seconds remaining, Artist ran to the baseline to inbound the ball, eyeing Billups, who was leisurely dribbling, deliberately wasting precious time. Zhao Ke suddenly shouted at Christine Leitner, who was not far from him, "Christine, quickly commit a foul against me. Hurry." Christine Leitner was taken aback, pondering, "Why should I commit a foul? What is this fellow up to?" Zhao Ke quietly cursed the fool. Despite his handsome features, he was remarkably dense. Fortunately, there were astute players on the court. Hamilton had already committed a foul against Big Ben, leaving 8 seconds on the clock. Ben Wallace, however, missed both free throws with disarming simplicity, and this time, Christian Leitner redeemed himself by securing the rebound without contest from others. Upon witnessing Leitner's acquisition of the rebound, Zhao Ke instinctively embraced Jordan. The referee's whistle blew promptly, indicating 7 seconds remained. Jordan stood at the free throw line, aware that each point he scored would etch a new record. He dribbled the ball lightly twice, raised his hand, and released it. Swish, it slipped through the net effortlessly. He repeated the motion, maintaining the same rhythm and achieving the same result. Fatigue had not dulled his touch. The cadence and mechanics of his free throws were ingrained in his very bones. Possession returned to the Knicks, and Hamilton continued to exploit his size advantage, sending Ben Wallace back to the free throw line. Wallace held little hope for himself, especially with his team leading by 4 points. So he tossed the ball gently, allowing it to glide smoothly into the hoop. A broad grin spread across his face, a delightful surprise indeed. However, his second attempt clearly bore the influence of his buoyant mood. He overexerted, causing the ball to strike the back of the rim with force and bounce high. This presented a considerable challenge for Christian Leitner, the only player interested in the rebound, who leapt only to realize he could not reach it. Fortunately, he was unchallenged, and after a second jump, he finally secured the basketball. Once more, Zhao Ke threw himself recklessly onto Jordan, but this time after the referee blew the whistle. He raised both fists toward Zhao Ke, as if to bestow him with a diploma. Zhao Ke was quite familiar with this gesture. He had recently celebrated his graduation multiple times. After embracing Jordan once more, he whispered, "Michael, strive to surpass David Robinson's record. You can do it." Jordan patted Zhao Ke's back with vigor, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you for everything." The great Air Jordan's heart was as clear as crystal. Once again, Jordan stood at the free throw line, having already amassed 71 points, placing him in a tie for 7th place on the NBA's all-time single-game scoring list alongside Elgin Baylor and David Robinson. Apart from David Thompson's remarkable 73 points, the top 6 were all held by none other than Zhang Liangwan. The referee solemnly tossed the ball to Jordan. This was a pivotal moment. Jordan maintained his rhythm, dribbled twice, released the ball, and scored. His 72nd point officially surpassed David Robinson, making him the record holder for single-game scoring among active players. However, for his second free throw, he forcefully slammed the ball against the rim, causing it to ricochet beyond the three-point line. Madison Square Garden erupted with deafening cheers as fans tossed their jerseys into the sky, frantically rushing towards Jordan. Chapter 67. The New Mad Scientist. Part 1. Jordan's 72-point performance sparked fervent discussions for days, with no signs of diminishing interest. As promotional posters for Air Jordan 72 proliferated everywhere, it seemed that this topic would dominate the upcoming NBA season. In truth, Zhao Ke had also shattered numerous records. For instance, he set the individual single-game three-point record. The record for the most three-pointers made in a single game in NBA history was established by Dennis Scott of the Orlando Magic on April 18, 1996, during a match against the Atlanta Hawks, where he achieved an impressive 12 out of 20 shooting overall, including 11 out of 17 from beyond the arc, totaling 35 points. Zhao Ke has shattered the record by achieving an astonishing 14 three-pointers in a single game, simultaneously becoming the record holder for the most three-pointers in a single quarter and the second half. Furthermore, Zhao Ke's remarkable 42 points in one quarter has eclipsed the long-standing record of 33 points set by George Gervin 23 years ago, during the 1977 to 1978 season. The fierce competition for the scoring title between George Gervin and David Thompson reached its zenith, reminiscent of the rivalry between Shaquille O'Neal and David Robinson in the 1993 to 1994 season. Prior to the final regular season game against the Utah Jazz, Gervin was informed that Thompson had scored 73 points in his closing match, and to retain his title as the scoring champion, he needed to surpass 58 points. Most considered this feat unattainable, and the media overwhelmingly favored Thompson for the crown. However, this underestimation ignited a fire within Gervin. Despite failing to score in the first half of the opening quarter, he gradually found his rhythm with the guidance of his coach and the support of his teammates, embarking on a scoring spree. He tallied 20 points in the first quarter and an impressive 33 points in the second, breaking Thompson's newly set record of 32 points in a quarter just 7 hours prior. In the second half, Gervin managed only 10 points, yet his total of 63 points was more than sufficient for him to reclaim the scoring title. This record is extraordinarily challenging to surpass. Even the formidable Shaquille O'Neal has only achieved 27 points in a single quarter, while the legendary Michael Jordan has reached a maximum of 28 points in one quarter. The remarkable feat of Zhao Ke scoring 42 points in a single quarter is likely to endure for quite some time, perhaps until the Splash Brothers reach maturity. Yet, such an extraordinary record has been overshadowed by the monumental debut of a basketball deity. There must be a scheme at play here. For an individual of Asian descent, an undrafted player, achieving success in the NBA is far more intricate than one might envision. Zhao Ke remains obscure, while the contrarian fans continue to shun him, even accusing him of treachery for his intentional foul against Jordan in the final moments, perceiving it as a betrayal of the New York Knicks. This has left Zhao Ke quite vexed, allowing him to fully comprehend why Ewing chose to depart to the Supersonics last year. Following the season opener, the Knicks, lacking time for a proper training session, must head to Charlotte to confront the Hornets, facing a grueling stretch of 3 consecutive away games. The coaching staff remains perplexed regarding the utilization of Zhao Ke. Both Jeff Van Gundy and Tom Thibodeau seem ill-equipped to deploy a prolific scorer effectively. Their approach to such talents appears to be, since you possess the ability to score, simply remain on the court longer. Much like Tracy McGrady and Derrick Rose, who never attained the accolade of scoring champion under the guidance of these Mediterranean giants, they have not experienced the bespoke offensive strategies tailored for them. Akin to the level of support Curry receives, such as screens, double screens, or elevator plays, such concepts are dismissed. Consequently, we witness McGrady's incessant jump shots and Rose's relentless drives, leading to their swift decline. Zhao Ke contemplated this and believed he could salvage his situation. He resolved to pay homage to these two defensive juggernauts, hoping to cultivate a rapport that might facilitate the establishment of a screening strategy for himself. At this juncture, Tom Thibodeau has garnered a reputation for crafting exceptional defensive systems. He is the type who derives pleasure when witnessing opponents' shots rattle off the rim. This sentiment resonates well with Jeff Van Gundy, as both hold a mutual admiration for each other's coaching philosophies and personal integrity. Together, they transform the Knicks into a defensive powerhouse that has become a source of dread for teams across the league. achieving an extraordinary feat during the regular season by limiting opponent scores to single digits for 33 consecutive games, thus shattering the then-existing NBA record. Zhao Ke's defensive prowess is undoubtedly commendable. Since the awakening of his instincts during training camp, his defensive awareness and techniques have significantly improved. Presently, a defensive system centered around Zhao Ke and Ben Wallace, combining both interior and exterior strengths, is beginning to take shape. However, Zhao Ke's offensive capabilities do indeed require the support of his teammates. Zhao Ke's initial 6 attempts, comprising both the meteor shot and the first 5 from the arc, undeniably defied defensive efforts, boasting an astonishing accuracy. However, achieving a flawless 6 for 6 remains elusive. Zhao Ke, a man determined to seize the title of scoring champion, aims for an average of over 36 points per game. This season, Iverson has been formidable, averaging 31.4 points, with McGrady and Kobe closely trailing behind. The remarkable 72 points scored by Jordan in the season opener may serve as a catalyst for these 3 scoring prodigies. Zhao Ke believes that to secure the scoring title, he must surpass Iverson by at least 5 points. To reach an average of 36 points, he must successfully land 12 three-pointers. As Zhao Ke categorically refuses to attempt 2-point shots, he is confident in making at least 6 of those. But the remaining 6 will either depend on increased shooting opportunities through missed attempts or on securing high-quality screens. However, excessive attempts could infringe upon his teammates' shooting opportunities, which is not Zhao Ke's intention. Within the current Knicks roster, players like Artest and Rasheed Wallace are capable of contributing over 20 points at their peak, while the previously struggling Billups requires the ball to regain his confidence. A good player requires the support of others, and Zhao Ke needs their assistance without sacrificing their opportunities. In the championship-winning Pistons team, Hamilton averaged 15 attempts, while both Billups and Rasheed Wallace averaged 13, and Prince and Ben Wallace averaged 9. This was still hailed as team basketball. Yet, it is evident that both Rasheed Wallace and Prince sacrificed their shots, as demonstrated by Rasheed Wallace's scoring plummeting from over 19 points with the Trailblazers to just 13. The current Knicks operate at an even slower pace than that Pistons team, averaging only 76 attempts per game. Should Zhao Ke average over 25 attempts, it would mean he is executing the Jordan principle, potentially undermining his teammates and leading to dire consequences. After much contemplation, he resolves to plead with the coach to devise a strategy akin to Curry's 3-point tactics, as he prepares to depart for Charlotte. An anxious Zhao Ke hastens to Jeff Van Gundy's office late at night, knowing his good friend Tom Thibodeau will also be present. The two are interrupted in their tactical discussions, looking up in surprise at Zhao Ke, their expressions conveying an urgent need for him to speak swiftly and depart quickly. "Coach, I have conceived an offensive strategy and would like your analysis on its feasibility," Zhao Ke boldly states, silently praying that Steve Kerr, who is languishing with the Trailblazers, has not yet conceived this tactic. Amen. Chapter 68. The New Mad Scientist, Part 2. "Oh, that sounds wonderful. Come, sit down and elaborate," Jeff Van Gundy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. He held great confidence in Zhao Ke's basketball acumen, believing that this young man might indeed be harboring something remarkable. Zhao Ke picked up a marker and sketched the simplest elevator door tactic on the tactical board in front of Van Gundy's desk. Before uttering a word, Tom Thibodeau sprang up, slapped his forehead, and lamented, "How could I have missed this? Has this tactic already been registered so early?" Zhao Ke gazed incredulously at Tom Thibodeau. This tactic had previously been employed by the Bulls, but the final executor opted for a mid-range shot near the free throw line rather than extending it to the 3-point arc. Van Gundy succinctly explained the situation to the bewildered Zhao Ke, then turned to Tom Thibodeau, saying, "Tom, our thinking has been constrained. We have not had a player as inclined to shoot 3-pointers with such a high success rate as Zhao Ke." "Indeed, Zhao Ke, how did you come up with this?" Tom Thibodeau immediately forgave himself for his oversight. "In prior games, I had several shooting opportunities but made poor choices, resulting in a low shooting percentage against defenders." Van Gundy and Thibodeau exchanged a knowing smile. Only Zhao Ke could bemoan a shooting percentage of 14 out of 26 from beyond the arc. As Zhao Ke observed that the prominent figures remained silent, he continued, "In order to enhance our accuracy, I contemplated how to rely on the cover provided by my teammates. Whether through a single screen or a double screen, it struck me as I approached the elevator that this tactic could be pivotal. I believe the essence lies in utilizing a motion akin to the closing of an elevator door to create a fleeting opportunity for the player confronting the elevator's terminator. Thus, I have dubbed this strategy the elevator door tactic. However, this tactic has already been preemptively deployed. We must secure the naming rights. That is indeed an apt and vivid name, acknowledged Van Gundy. Nonetheless, Ben Wallace lacks shooting threat. He cannot retreat to the corner to help create space, necessitating further refinement of this strategy. Suddenly, Tom Thibodeau furrowed his brow and remarked, however, if Ben Wallace remains under the basket instead of retreating to the corner, he can ensure offensive rebounds and second-chance opportunities. This way, we need not gamble on the Terminator's shooting touch. Thibodeau shifted into a productive mode, seizing a marker to sketch on a tactical board, while murmuring to himself, "What should we do?" Jeff Van Gundy signaled to Zhao Ke with a glance, suggesting he could take his leave. Yet, Zhao Ke did not depart. Instead, he picked up a pen and inscribed 3 equations in Van Gundy's tactical notebook. Mid-range shots, 240. 8 3-point shots, 330. 9 low-post attacks, 251. Coach, consider this. Compared to 3-point shots and low-post attacks, mid-range shooting proves to be the least efficient. Zhao Ke endeavored to unveil Pandora's box. In this era, mid-range shooting reigned supreme, with sharpshooters like Allen Houston and Larry Hughes securing lucrative contracts. Even 3-point specialists like Reggie Miller and Ray Allen averaged fewer than 6 attempts per game, with a significant portion of their shooting prowess squandered on mid-range attempts. After a prolonged silence, Van Gundy gazed at Zhao Ke and inquired, "So you only shoot 3-pointers?" Zhao Ke awkwardly touched his nose. Even when the touch felt lacking, "I would still push forward, for the closer one is to the hoop, the greater the assurance of success. And it also poses a greater threat to the opponent's interior defense. You may return for now. I need to engage in a thorough study with Tom." Today, Zhao Ke delivered 2 lessons, leaving the veterans somewhat discomfited, and they issued a dismissal order. I wonder if Zhao Ke's presence has prematurely unleashed the eccentric tendencies of Jeff Van Gundy's character, often criticized for his rigidity and lack of adaptability during his coaching days. He has since transformed into a more liberated, agile, and eloquent commentator. Upon arriving in Charlotte, Van Gundy announced new tactical requirements during practice. In the game against the Charlotte Hornets, no player is permitted to take mid-range shots, with only 2 methods allowed to conclude an offensive play. First, attacking the rim for dunks or layups. Second, shooting 3-pointers. Furthermore, players with a 3-point shooting percentage below 30 are prohibited from attempting 3-pointers during post-practice tests. Everyone was taken aback. Was Van Gundy losing his mind? If not for his 12 years of diligent service with the Knicks, which had earned him considerable respect, the players might have revolted. Tom Thibodeau, for the first time in his career, found himself at odds with Jeff Van Gundy. He deemed this approach too reckless and contrary to tradition. Yet, as merely an assistant coach responsible for defense, his authority was limited. After his advice fell on deaf ears, he coined a nickname, the new mad scientist for Van Gundy. This moniker quickly spread, as the new tactical demands significantly impacted everyone. Aside from Zhao Ke and Ben Wallace, who is incapable of mid-range shots, and Zhao, who scorns them, others voiced their grievances against Van Gundy. Notably, Rasheed Wallace, whose primary weapon is the straight-arm mid-range shot, felt his effectiveness severely diminished. Additionally, Artest and Billups relied heavily on mid-range shots as well. It was akin to practicing a self-destructive technique. On November 2, 2001, the New York Knicks faced off against the Charlotte Hornets on their home turf. The Knicks, with the exception of Zhao Ke and Ben Wallace, were all deeply troubled, as they had been stripped of their shooting rights. Van Gundy was quite malicious. The previous day's 3-point test had shockingly assessed shooting accuracy under defensive pressure. Even more deranged was the fact that the defender was Ben Wallace. Consequently, only Zhao Ke surpassed the 30 shooting threshold. The rest were left with no option but to drive to the basket. Was this a covert way of granting Zhao Ke unlimited shooting privileges? From the outset, the Hornets recognized that the Knicks had gone mad. All players defended with the fervor of rabid dogs, yet their offense was utterly chaotic, resembling a rampage towards the hoop. They refrained from outside shooting, charging toward the basket like they were carrying explosives, either executing dunks themselves or passing to the interior for a slam. P.J. Brown, the Hornets starting center, was no slouch. He frequented the all-defensive second team and recorded 4 blocks in the first quarter, yet he himself was dunked on 3 times. In a remarkable display of aerial prowess, 3 players executed spectacular alley-oops. Ben Wallace once, Rasheed Wallace once, and Chris Anderson once, akin to a routine of dining, slumbering, and dunking upon P.J. Brown. Infuriated, P.J. Brown's fury reached a boiling point, and when Chris Andersen attempted yet another emphatic dunk over him, he unceremoniously yanked the young Birdman down, sending him crashing to the floor. Beside them, Rasheed Wallace's eyes flared with rage, instantly transforming him into a roaring titan. The pent-up frustration within him erupted violently, propelling him towards the scene of the incident, intent on teaching P.J. Brown, the wretched perpetrator, the reason behind the blooming of such vibrant flowers. Chapter 69, The New Mad Scientist, Part 3, Zhao Ke hurriedly embraced the frenzied individual. As Ben Wallace joined in to assist, the two of them escorting Rasheed Wallace towards the sidelines. Fortunately, Chris Andersen, with his naturally robust physique, appeared unscathed despite his heavy fall. After performing 3 push-ups on the spot, he promptly rose to calm Rasheed Wallace, while the 3 muscular men shielded the referee's view, narrowly averting the season's inaugural technical foul from the enraged deity of thunder. P.J. Brown was assessed a flagrant foul and was subsequently benched by the coach for a moment of contemplation. With P.J. Brown absent, the Hornets were left with only Eldon Campbell to defend the paint. Meanwhile, both Billups and Arteist, who had previously been thwarted with 2 blocks, returned to full vigor, gritting their teeth and charging forward. On the defensive end, the frustrated Knicks assembled a formidable no-fly zone, with even Billups swinging his arms in a bid for vengeance, compelling the Hornets into a barrage of jump shots. Remarkably, while others hesitated to shoot, Zhao Ke refrained from being reckless, opting to pass to Billups if he was not in an open position, continuously repositioning himself and seeking the opportune moment. Ultimately, the Knicks triumphed over the Charlotte Hornets with a score of 88-73, marking their second consecutive victory. Zhao Ke excelled with an impressive 10 out of 13 shots, amassing 30 points. On November 3, 2001, the Knicks hurriedly made their way to Chicago to challenge the Bulls. With no time for a second assessment, Jeff Van Gundy adhered to the strategy from the previous game, granting shooting privileges solely to Zhao Ke. The Bulls' starting lineup included point guard Greg Anthony, shooting guard Fred Hoiberg, small forward Ron Mercer, power forward Charles Oakley, and center Brad Miller. The 2 guards stood at heights of 183 and 191 while the 2 forwards measured 201 and 203 although Brad Miller at 211 was a ground-bound player, in a lineup where no position held a height advantage. Was this not precisely what the Knicks' aerial squad relished? Thus, commencing with Ben Wallace's favorite alley-oop, the season's most electrifying dunk exhibition unfolded. After Ben's dunk, it was Rasheed's turn, followed by Arteist, and finally, Zhao Ke took flight. The Bulls' hoop was never quiet for a moment, ultimately succumbing to the relentless scoring. In response, the Bulls began to tighten their defense, allowing the cunning Zhao Ke to resume his 3-point barrage. At the end of the first quarter, the Knicks boasted astonishing statistics. Ben Wallace and Chauncey Billups executed 3 alley-oops, accumulating 6 points. Rasheed Wallace was on fire today, dominating with explosive dunks, achieving 4 for 4 and securing 8 points. Ron Artest also contributed 2 dunks, alongside a clever backdoor layup to score 2 points, totaling 6 points. Billups, the floor general, seized opportunities to score 2 points while his teammates soared above, breaking past his earlier scoreless stint with an impressive 13 assists in the quarter. He shattered the record previously held by Magic Johnson for the most assists in a single quarter, marking an unprecedented achievement in NBA history. Billups owed much to Zhao Ke, whose scoring came from Ben, 3 assists, and Zhao Ke, 10 assists. Benefiting from the Bulls' complacent defense, Zhao Ke astonishingly hit 10 three-pointers without a miss, adding a dunk to tally 32 points for the quarter. The Knicks maintained an astonishing shooting percentage of 100 in the first quarter, amassing 54 points while handing the Bulls 9 blocks, leaving them bewildered with only 16 points. The first quarter had effectively dismantled the Bulls, leaving them in a 38-point deficit. If not them, who else would suffer such a fate? Thus, as the second quarter commenced, the Knicks starters clocked out, replaced by an all-bench lineup. Point guard, Mark Jackson. Shooting guard, Gerald Wallace, small forward. Corey Maggette, power forward. Quartet Thomas, center. Chris Andersen. In the previous 2 games, the starters had performed splendidly, and Jeff Van Gundy, having fallen into his old habit of reluctant substitutions, finally allowed the bench to showcase their skills with a lead nearing 40 points. However, Van Gundy did not anticipate that his perceived bench would maintain the 40-point lead until the final whistle. This was a delightful surprise, especially with Gerald Wallace contributing 18 points and Corey Maggette 20 points, one charging fearlessly to the basket and the other drawing fouls, leaving the Bulls in disarray. These two seemingly inconspicuous muscle-bound players clearly possessed starting-caliber talent. The Knicks triumphed over the Bulls with a resounding score of 117-76, a staggering 41-point victory. Despite the starters playing merely one quarter, Bulls fans were left in tears, questioning if this was an act of vengeance. After Jordan scored 72 points on their home turf, they returned to annihilate the Bulls in such a manner. Why not take on the Wizards instead? Ashamed to face their supporters, the Bulls promptly dismissed head coach Tim Floyd postgame, as they could find no scapegoat. The Knicks' 3-game winning streak propelled Zhao Ke to earn his first career accolade, Eastern Conference Player of the Week for the first week of the 2001-2002 season. Zhao Ke faces two formidable rivals. One is Jordan, who scored an impressive 72 points in his debut, and the other is Ray Allen, who has also triumphed in all 3 of his matches. Following a loss to the Knicks in his first game on November 1st, Jordan led his team to a 98-88 victory against the Atlanta Hawks, securing 30 points. Truly remarkable stamina. On November 3rd, he triumphed again, defeating the 76ers, who were missing Iverson and Snow, with a score of 90-76, earning another 20 points. Such good fortune. With 2 wins and 1 loss, he averaged 46 points per game. Ray Allen's Bucks have also secured 3 victories, with an average of 31.7 points per game. Yet Zhao Ke surpasses him with an average of 34.6 points. Thus, by outscoring Allen and achieving more wins than Jordan, Zhao Ke has fortuitously garnered this minor accolade. A new insight gained from the game against the Bulls sparked numerous thoughts in Jeff Van Gundy's mind, akin to a child discovering new ways to play with a toy, leading to an unstoppable wave of ideas. In the subsequent 5 matches, Van Gundy issued a strict directive. The starters would only play the first quarter, as he sought to evaluate the quality of his bench players. The instinct for survival compelled Zhao Ke to exert every effort in the first quarter of these 5 games, consistently achieving high scores while also delivering impressive blocks, unperturbed by the prospect of accumulating fouls, knowing he would not return to the court. The opponents in these 5 games were the Timberwolves, Cavaliers, Pacers, Warriors, and Trailblazers. Zhao Ke averaged 11 shots, making 9.2, and scored an average of 27.6 points along with 3.4 blocks. The Knicks often amassed over 40 points in the first quarter, while their defense kept opponents below 20 points, resulting in a delightful margin for the bench players. However, the Knicks concluded these 5 games with only 3 victories and 2 losses, as the Timberwolves and Pacers refused to succumb to the Knicks bench, in Van Gundy's steadfast decision to bench the starters. Both the Timberwolves and Pacers gradually filled the deficit created in the first quarter during the remaining 3 quarters, ultimately achieving hard-fought comebacks. Chapter 70, The New Mad Scientist, Part 4. After 5 games, Van Gundy attained the results he desired. Among the 5 substitutes, Mark Jackson and Kurt Thomas were familiar faces from the previous season, while Van Gundy meticulously recorded statistics that even they were unaware of. The 3 players under close scrutiny each possessed distinct characteristics. Gerald Wallace and Corey Maggette shared similar physiques as muscular powerhouses, though Maggette appeared more robust. Their playing styles were also alike, both engaging in aggressive assaults on the rim, yet differed in their approaches. Wallace charged towards the basket with relentless determination, forcefully dunking the ball before crashing to the ground, embodying passion and intensity. Maggette, on the other hand, targeted the defenders, seeking to draw fouls, epitomizing the art of flopping. The alternating assaults on the hoop by these 2 players ignite a fervor among spectators and drive their opponents to the brink of madness in the 5 recent games. Corey Maggette averages a remarkable 15 free throws per match. Both athletes consistently maintain an impressive average of over 15 points, showcasing the potential to secure a position in the starting lineup. While their offensive capabilities are evenly matched, Maggette possesses a superior ability to penetrate the opponent's interior defense. However, a significant disparity exists on the defensive end. Over 36 minutes of play, Gerald Wallace delivers an average of 2 steals and 2 blocks, while Corey Maggette fails to register even a single defensive statistic, not due to a lack of effort, but rather an apparent delay in his reactions, which often causes him to lag behind. This flaw is skillfully masked on the offensive side, but is magnified defensively. Jeff Van Gundy finds himself in a quandary. He desires Maggette's knack for drawing fouls while equally yearning for Wallace's defensive prowess. If only these 2 could be seamlessly combined, they would undoubtedly form a phenomenal 6th man. Meanwhile, Chris Anderson, who also requires evaluation, has not posed a challenge for Van Gundy. His strengths lie in his boundless energy, tenacious defense, boxing out, rebounding, and shot blocking. However, his penchant for leaping often leads to being duped into fouls, and his offensive skills are rudimentary at best, primarily limited to dunking. He is truly a quintessential bench player. Who else could fill that role? With a sense of fulfillment. Jeff Van Gundy finally announces the conclusion of the observation period for the bench players, signaling the commencement of the second phase of tactical training. The elevator play. This strategy, meticulously refined over 2 weeks by Van Gundy and Tom Thibodeau, comprises a substantial tome containing over 30 variations. Unlike the version used by the Warriors, Ben Wallace assumes the role of the tactical linchpin, remaining stationed in the paint rather than retreating to the corners. Prepared to collaborate with the other 4 players in aerial relay attempts or to secure offensive rebounds for second-chance opportunities. While the concept appears straightforward, its execution proves to be challenging. The first training session, particularly humiliating, saw the bench unit assigned to a different group, under the seasoned guidance of Mark Jackson, implement the Jordan rules as their primary strategy. They employed relentless double-teaming on Zhao Ke, disregarding the movements of others, willing to allow easy scores to opponents rather than leaving Zhao Ke unguarded. This strategy effectively thwarted the coaching staff as hopes of utilizing the elevator play to boost Zhao Ke's scoring, prompting Van Gundy to angrily toss the tactical board and rush off to revise the strategy. Zhao Ke was indeed mistaken. This is the authentic version of the encounter between Li Gui and Li Kui. The elevator door tactic was meticulously crafted for Curry by Mark Jackson during his tenure as the head coach of the Warriors, and it was subsequently elevated to prominence by his successor, Steve Kerr. Despite training obstacles, the games must go on. In the forthcoming matches, Van Gundy finally commenced a proper rotation, with Rasheed Wallace first surpassing the pre-game shooting percentage challenge, thereby securing the team's second shooting opportunity. Over the past fortnight, he has practiced his three-point shooting with more dedication than Zhao Ke. How could he not be diligent? With mid-range shots being prohibited, Rasheed Wallace's offensive prowess rendered Kurt Thomas ineffective, a source of internal strife for him. In the remaining 8 games of November, the Knicks' adversaries are the Heat, the Nets, the Clippers, the Warriors, the Suns, the Bulls, the Hawks, and the Hawks once again. The Knicks, having returned to form, exhibited remarkable defensive efficiency in these 8 contests. Not a single opponent managed to score beyond 80 points, while the Knicks averaged 102 points per game. The attempts made by Zhao Ke have not significantly increased. The season has only just commenced, and his teammates all require possession of the ball. Some seek to enhance their statistics to secure a more favorable contract. Like the $1 million salary of artist, others need to refine their shooting touch, such as Rasheed Wallace, who has only recently gained the opportunity to shoot. And some are striving to build their confidence, like Chauncey Billups, who spent 4 seasons as a disappointing 3rd overall pick. Zhao Ke continues to excel, exclusively taking open 3-point shots, averaging 14 attempts and successfully sinking 11.5, thereby amassing an impressive 34.5 points per game. Chauncey Billups contributes with an average of 16 assists, while Ben Wallace secures 14 rebounds per game. The newly liberated Rasheed Wallace, now proficient in 3-point shooting, commands the team with the highest number of attempts, averaging 16 shots and scoring 23.5 points, hitting 4 out of 9 from beyond the arc. Under the guidance of this formidable roster, the team triumphs over their opponents by more than 20 points in every match, effortlessly securing 8 victories. Following a prior defeat to the Trail Blazers, they have since vanquished both the Warriors and the Trail Blazers, achieving the longest winning streak in the league this season with 10 consecutive victories. With a record of 14 wins and 2 losses, they proudly stand at the top of the Eastern Conference, 2nd in the league. The league's frontrunner is the Los Angeles Cosmos, who initially secured 7 consecutive wins, only to inexplicably succumb to the weaker Suns, before rallying to achieve another 8-game winning streak, boasting a record of 15 wins and 1 loss. The Knicks' astonishing performance and Zhao Ke's extraordinary shooting accuracy have finally captured the attention of NBA executives, who bestowed upon the previously underestimated Zhao Ke the title of Eastern Conference Player of the Month as a form of recognition. In reality, Zhao Ke's averages of 30.5 points, 3.8 rebounds, 1.7 steals, and 3.6 blocks far surpass those of his competitor, Jason Kidd, who averages 13.3 points, 7.6 rebounds, 9.6 assists, and 1.8 steals. Additionally, the team's performance is significantly superior, as Kidd's Nets hold a record of 10 wins and 5 losses. Zhao Ke's prowess alone justifies his claim to the Eastern Conference's best player title, with his scoring exceeding that of the Western Conference's best, Kobe Bryant, who averages 27.6 points. At last, Zhao Ke has emerged into the limelight of various media outlets, though the news is far from favorable. Speculation abounds regarding when Zhao Ke's shooting percentage will inevitably decline. A player averaging over 30 points per game, yet taking fewer than 15 shots per outing. When did scoring in the NBA become so effortlessly attainable? This must be a fleeting circumstance. It simply cannot be sustained. Under the influence of the media, Knicks fans have grown discontented. Their disdain for Zhao Ke was apparent from the outset. They perceive him merely as a player with yellow skin, frequently lingering on the perimeter to launch three-pointers, devoid of any explosive flair. As for his shooting accuracy and scoring, they attribute it to a mere stroke of good fortune. Who doesn't he indulge in a feast during the new year? Yet this feast seems to have lasted a month. Consequently, their disappointment extends to Coach Van Gundy, whom they believe is leading the team into instability with a fluctuating style of play. The starting lineup receives less court time than the substitutes, leading them to conclude that Van Gundy is on the verge of dismantling the team. During a home game against the Hawks, some fans even brandish banners calling for Van Gundy's dismissal, provoking his ire. Had it not been for Tom Thibodeau's persuasive counsel, he might have impulsively initiated a second wave of substitutions. Chapter 71. The Wind-Chasing Youth, Part 1. In the face of media skepticism and fan resistance, the entire Knicks roster resolved to channel their frustration into determination. No fear, only action. Thus, throughout December, the New York Knicks decisively triumphed over the Pistons, Rockets, and Bucks, avenged their earlier loss to the Pacers, completed a double victory over the Pistons, Nets, Hornets, and Cavaliers, and swept the Wizards. They continued their onslaught by defeating the Celtics, Grizzlies, Raptors, and Magic, successfully extending their winning streak to 24 games. Surpassing the Milwaukee Bucks' 20-game streak from a 1970 to 1971 season and trailing only the Los Angeles Lakers' 33-game streak from a 1971 to 1972 season. The Knicks' schedule this season has been exceptionally favorable, facing only the Timberwolves, Rockets, and Grizzlies, three weaker Western teams, during November and December, while encountering exclusively Eastern Conference teams otherwise. In this era of Western dominance, where the fifth-best record in the West matches the top record in the East, the Knicks have proven invincible against their Eastern rivals, now relying solely on the Western powerhouses like the Lakers, Spurs, and Kings to potentially halt their winning streak. In December, Zhao Ke averaged 13 three-point attempts per game, successfully making 8 of them alongside 29 for points, 3, 6 rebounds, 1, 6 steals, and 8 blocks. He was once again named the Eastern Conference Player of the Month, showcasing an extraordinary performance. Despite commendable efforts from Paul Pierce and his partner, Antoine Walker, their achievements paled in comparison to the Knicks, whose record eclipsed that of any other team in the league. On January 3, 2002, the New York Knicks hosted the formidable Western power, the Dallas Mavericks, at Madison Square Garden. Zhao Ke finally encountered the legendary wind-chasing youth, Wang Zhizhi. At the age of 24, Wang appeared rather bashful, quietly seated at the end of the bench, seemingly immersed in another realm. A world not particularly kind to him amidst the cacophony of chirping birds. He is arguably one of the most lamentable prodigies in the annals of Chinese basketball history. Since joining the Bai Rockets in 1996, he has been instrumental in the team's dominance, securing all league championships from 1996 to 2001. Selected for Coach Gong's national team in 1996, he embarked on an expedition to the Atlanta Olympics, where the 19-year-old Wang shone brightly, even delivering a resounding rejection to Admiral David Robinson. During the Atlanta Olympics, 6 collegiate teams extended invitations for him to join, yet both Bai and the national team refused to release him. In June 1999, during the NBA draft, Wang was selected as the 7th pick in the second round by the Dallas Mavericks, but once again, Bai and the national team withheld his release. It was only after Bai achieved the remarkable feat of 6 championships in April 2001 that Wang was permitted to join the Mavericks in America. However, by then, Wang was already 24, and his prime youth had not been showcased on the grandest stage. In April 2002, Wang was once more called up to the national team, but soon thereafter, he faced a life-altering incident of no return. Subsequently, he journeyed through the Los Angeles Clippers and the Miami Heat, yet failed to make a significant impact. On April 26th and 27th, 2006, Wang submitted profound written reflections and accepted criticism from both the Bai team and the Chinese Basketball Association, leading to his reselection for the national team. However, by this time, circumstances had drastically changed. The leading figure of Chinese basketball had shifted from Wang Zhizhi to his former fan, Yao Ming. Once hailed as a once-in-50 years talent, the envoy for China's Olympic aspirations, the once flamboyant, wind-chasing youth had transformed into a figure of humility, restraint, and silence. In truth, the so-called incident of no return is a complex narrative. It is not solely anyone's fault. The nation has its own predicaments, the military has its considerations, and Wang Zhizhi has his own dilemmas. At the heart of it all lies the dignity and vitality of a man. Much like the legendary Shi Chu overlord who resolutely faced the surging Wu River and chose not to cross, despite the futility of victory. The more immediate reason was, after leading 8,000 soldiers across the river, none returned alive, leaving him with no face to confront the elders of Jiangdong. Wang Zhizhi is a phenomenon in the CBA, leading the Bai Rockets to 6 championships as an interior linchpin, undefeated in domestic competitions, and bearing the heavy expectations of the nation as the first Asian player to enter the NBA. However, his time with the Dallas Mavericks did not yield success. His playing style mirrored that of the team's core, Dirk Nowitzki, while factors such as inadequate defense and language barriers resulted in him coming off the bench 55 times, averaging a mere 5.6 points and 2 rebounds. How could he face returning home? How could he explain himself to his fellow countrymen? At 24, Wang was in the throes of youthful passion, possessing his own dignity and resolve, much like the iconic advertisement, "If I cannot succeed, I shall not return." Yet this world has never treated him with much tenderness. Despite his struggles, he returned, bowing his head for the sake of home and country. Zhao Ke approached Wang Zhizhi, who still bore a hint of youthful roundness. "Big brother, it has been quite some time." Wang Zhizhi, taken aback, had assumed that the recently popular Zhao Ke was merely a banana man. Can this lad actually speak Mandarin? He pondered. "Zhao Ke, have we met before?" Wang Zhizhi rose and extended his hand toward Zhao Ke. "We've seen each other on television." "Haha." Zhao Ke responded, referring to the 2018 drama, The Young Marshal, a reference that was likely lost on Wang. Zhao Ke seized Wang Zhizhi's hand, pulling him into a hearty embrace. Wang Zhizhi patted Zhao Ke on the back, teasingly remarking on his strength. "Can you spare a little for the center?" "Brother Daji, could I perhaps request a leave from old Nelson after the game? It has been 18 years since I last saw our homeland. We must gather." Wang Zhizhi chuckled and nodded, finding this young fellow rather amusing. Upon returning to the Knicks, Jeff Van Gundy jested, "Off to see your compatriots? Do you require my permission for unlimited shooting privileges to score 50 or 60 points and save face?" "At your command, sir. I shall accomplish the task." Zhao Ke replied with enthusiasm. Van Gundy awkwardly glanced at Tom Thibodeau, who shrugged, indicating that Zhao Ke was responsible for his own words. With a sweeping motion, Van Gundy summoned his players, who gathered around him like stars orbiting a planet, their impressive record enhancing the coach's stature. This mischievous Van Gundy audaciously suggested a vote to determine whether Zhao Ke should indeed be granted shooting privileges for the day. Over the past 2 months, it had become evident to all that Zhao Ke had been restraining and sacrificing his attempts. Otherwise, with his remarkable shooting percentage of 75, any other player would eagerly shoot 100 times per game. Having received favors, it was now time to reciprocate. The entire Knicks team unanimously approved this proposal. However, Zhao Ke humbly declined, stating that his earlier comments had merely been in jest, prompting the group to disperse. Billups had just passed a 3-point shooting test, and this game could have marked him as the 3rd player to acquire shooting privileges in the past 2 months. Zhao Ke did not wish to dampen his spirits. In truth, Zhao Ke intended to conceal his talents. His optimal shooting percentage occurred when he attempted around 11 shots. The more he shot, the more his accuracy would diminish. Currently, no one was aware of this, and Zhao Ke planned to maintain this fade, allowing everyone to believe his shooting percentage was consistently high, thus enhancing his intimidation factor. Chapter 72. The Wind-Chasing Youth, Part 2. Before the match, Zhao Ke approached Ben Wallace and Rashid Wallace, stating, "Brothers, I have a favor to ask. Let us join forces to neutralize that German player on the opposing team." Ben Wallace responded with an understanding expression. Indeed, the big man possessed great wisdom. The ancients truly did not deceive me. Zhao Ke gestured with 2 thumbs up, while the Wallace brothers patted their chests and assured, "Leave it to us, have no worries, dear sir." The starting lineup of the Mavericks featured center, Dirk Nowitzki, power forward, Juwan Howard, small forward, Michael Finley. Shooting guard, Greg Buckner, point guard, Steve Nash. The Knicks starting lineup remained largely unchanged. except that Ben Wallace was once again a faux substitute. In every home game, Van Gundy would allow Patrick Ewing to start for a minute or two, basking in the adulation of the fans. The Mavericks lacked a formidable center. Nowitzki was indeed more suited to the power forward position, yet he played more like a small forward, though not an exceptional rim protector. Nowitzki possessed an exquisitely soft shooting touch, with a shooting range that extended seamlessly from beneath the basket to beyond the three-point line. He exhibited nimble footwork and adept ball-handling skills. This season, he averaged 23 for points per game, but today, the Wallace duo was determined to provide him with staunch protection. The young lad was in for a challenge. The interior combination of Rasheed Wallace and Ben Wallace had stood the test of time, hailed as one of the most harmonious front-court pairings in history. Rasheed was taller, yet lacked the brute strength of Big Ben, who, though somewhat shorter, possessed remarkable elasticity and a robust physique. Their speed and agility complemented one another beautifully, making them incredibly effective in both individual and help defense, while also providing timely screens and support, a flawless synergy. Thus, the young driver faced the toughest defense of his career. Although the signature fadeaway jumper of the driver brand was famously difficult to block, it proved no challenge for the Wallace brothers. They took turns defending Nowitzki, with one circling to the side or even behind, poised to swat the shot. Not only did Ben Wallace block him 3 times, but Rasheed Wallace also managed to thwart him once, and even Zhao Ke, in a moment of frenzy, blocked him twice. Nowitzki found himself overwhelmed, having faced 6 blocks in total, leaving him dazed and bewildered. Despite this, the seasoned Nelson refused to substitute the poor lad out, rendering Zhao Ke's efforts futile. Nelson held high hopes for Nowitzki, believing he would lead a transformation in the world of basketball. With deep affection comes high expectations. Nelson wished for Nowitzki to conquer his own frailties and embrace the responsibilities of being a cornerstone for the team. Thus, he kept Nowitzki on the court, hoping he would emerge from this crucible as a transformed champion. Zhao Ke was aware that it would take 8 years for Nowitzki to emerge from his cocoon, as his confinement was rather firm, requiring 8 long years to break free. Throughout the match, Nowitzki struggled, shooting 4 for 20 and making only 1 out of 10 three-point attempts, accumulating a mere 9 points and 7 rebounds. While the Dallas Mavericks succumbed to a defeat of 80-108, Nowitzki played the entire game, leaving Wang Zhizhi with no opportunity to step onto the court. Infuriated, Wang did not even bother to exchange pleasantries post-game and instead accompanied Zhao Ke to Chinatown for some skewers. Chinatown in New York boasts a history of over a century, and as the two strolled through the old district, they engaged in light-hearted banter, quickly becoming as close as brothers, joyfully singing while enjoying hot pot. "Brother Daji," Zhao called. "Referring to you this way feels rather effeminate," Wang Zhizhi remarked, chewing on spicy beef, his breath visible in the cool air. "Very well, Daji. I fear this season may be a tragic one for you." Zhao Ke hesitated for a moment before setting down his skewer, his expression turning serious. What did you expect? It's all rather dramatic. This season is destined to be a tragedy for me," Wang Zhizhi confessed with remarkable calmness, chewing fiercely on the beef as if it were old Nelson. "And what are the reasons?" Zhao inquired. "Firstly, the language barrier. My friends simply cannot comprehend the nonsensical ramblings of old Nelson. Secondly, the assurance of playing time is non-existent. You saw it yourself. Even if Nowitzki, that timid fellow, misses 16 shots, I still won't see a chance to play." Wang Zhizhi expressed his indignation. Zhao Ke perceives that Wang Zhizhi still carries burdens and harbors issues with his mindset. The 2 reasons he cites are objective, failing to introspect on his own shortcomings. However, Zhao Ke hesitates to express this directly. Let me illustrate with an analogy. For instance, at the onset of last year's CBA season, Coach Wang Fei abruptly integrated an African player into the team. This individual struggles with Mandarin, possesses a physique akin to yours, and employs a similar playing style. Yet his physical attributes are inferior, and his strength is lacking. How, pray tell, can this young man possibly thrive within the Bai Rockets? Zhao Ke meanders through his point. "I cannot afford a substitute who cannot survive, and I suspect my teammates would ostracize him," Wang Zhizhi asserts resolutely, then takes a sip of beer, only to expel it hastily. "What the hell are you insulting me?" Daji, having consumed some alcohol, exhibits a delayed reaction. To say it plainly, is this not the case? Zhao Ke gazes intently at Wang Zhizhi, speaking earnestly. "It seems to be accurate, but what should I do?" Daji sets down his beer. Resting his forehead in his hand, his demeanor despondent. Zhao, you are a king in the CBA, yet now you must commence from the ranks of the bronze. What? Bronze? I'm in as a substitute. Do not fixate on the minutiae. Wang Zhizhi is not your typical power forward. He bears resemblance to Dirk Nowitzki. However, fortune smiled upon Nowitzki, as from the moment he was spotted by the elder Nelson at the age of 19, he was groomed as the cornerstone of the Dallas Mavericks. During the draft, the elder Nelson, fearing other teams might snatch him up, even advised Nowitzki against trying out for other teams. In stark contrast, Wang Zhizhi's fate is less favorable. Had he been able to attend the NCAA in 1996 or enter the NBA in 1999 with the vigor of youth, he could have contested with Nowitzki for prominence. Now, however, they exist in disparate realms. After a night of heartfelt discourse with Zhao Ke, Wang Zhizhi ultimately resolves to temporarily set aside his flamboyant offensive repertoire and transition into a blue-collar power forward, dedicating himself to tenacious defense and rebounding. This is not mere talk. The following morning, Wang Zhizhi receives a call from the illustrious NBA trainer Tim Grover. He claims to be referred by Zhao Ke, offering to assist Wang Zhizhi in enhancing his physical conditioning, strength, defense, rebounding, and various basketball skills, all at a drastically reduced rate of $30,000 for the year. Courtesy of Zhao Ke. This cannot possibly be a scam, can it? Wang Zhizhi immediately contacts Zhao Ke for confirmation. Though he has never personally experienced such a situation, he has certainly witnessed it. Wang Zhizhi's contract for the season amounts to $470,000. Yet, as a military personnel within the system, he is uncertain how much he will retain. Although he is married to a wealthy woman, given his character, he would never ask her for assistance in hiring a trainer. However, Zhao Ke is affluent, exceedingly so. Zhizhi, how could I deceive you? This summer, Tim Grover signed a 3-month training agreement with me, but the time proved insufficient. Yet I paid him in full. Thus, he owes me a favor, and since you lack the time to attend his training camp, they merely send someone to provide guidance. So why the exorbitant fees? Zhao Ke, drenched in sweat, pondered that a single lie requires a multitude of others to conceal it. In truth, Zhao had prepaid Tim Grover $3 million, as that vampire fervently assured him that he would transform Wang Zhi into a competent NBA starting power forward. The sole source of joy was that Wang Zhi was about to endure the same grueling training as Zhao Ke, which filled him with immense delight. Zhao resolved that during the next away game against the Dallas Mavericks, he would first visit the beleaguered Wang Zhi, who would be training like a weary dog. Following their victory over the Mavericks at home, the Knicks decisively triumphed over the Celtics, extending their winning streak to 26 games. On January 7, 2002, the Knicks faced off against the San Antonio Spurs on their home turf. This marked the first formidable challenge the Knicks had encountered in 2 months, with the media predicting the end of their winning streak on this day. Upon seeing the Spurs starting lineup, Zhao Ke felt a sense of dread wash over him. The center was David Robinson, the power forward Tim Duncan, the small forward Steve Smith, the shooting guard Bruce Bowen, and the point guard Tony Parker. It was particularly the presence of Bruce Bowen at the shooting guard position that instilled anxiety in Zhao Ke, for he was known as Uncle 3, a man of few words but fierce demeanor. Let us review his track record. In April 2000, after Vince Carter completed a shot, he landed on Bowen's foot, resulting in a severe injury. In February 2004, Carter once again found himself stepping on Bowen's foot, leading to his exit from the game. In February 2005, Carter faced Bowen's treacherous foot for the 3rd time, narrowly escaping injury, but he pursued Bowen relentlessly across the court, only to be restrained by the referees. In 2002, when Elge attempted a shot from beyond the arc, Bowen suddenly emerged, thrusting his foot into Elge's face midair, causing the latter to collapse in pain. In March 2006, it was Ray Allen who fell victim to Bowen's antics. The usually serene gentleman was driven to fury as he sought to confront Bowen, though he was unsuccessful. In November 2006, Francis stepped on Bowen's treacherous foot, resulting in a season-ending injury. Following this incident, Francis's performance deteriorated, ultimately leading to his disappearance from the NBA. In the first round of the 2007 playoffs, Allen Iverson assisted the Nuggets in reaching the postseason. During a defensive play against Iverson, Bowen strategically placed his foot in Iverson's path, causing the latter to twist his ankle and leading to the Nuggets' defeat at 1-4 against the Spurs. In the second round of the 2007 playoffs, when the Spurs faced the Suns, Bowen, while assisting against the taller Stoudemire, employed his foot rather than his hands, frequently kicking at Stoudemire's left Achilles tendon, resulting in lingering pain even days after the game. When defending against Nash, Bowen even struck below Nash's waist, causing him to collapse in pain. In March 2008, Chris Paul was the victim of a similar foul, but in a fit of anger, he confronted Bowen and received a technical foul. Recalling these nerve-wracking encounters, Zhao Ke grew increasingly anxious, contemplating whether to switch to a more conservative playing style, prioritizing his well-being over aggressive tactics. Zhao Ke was beset by worry when the seemingly innocuous figure of Bruce Bowen appeared before him. Welcome to the NBA, Navi Young One. As an undrafted player, Bruce Bowen shamelessly secured a starting position as the shooting guard for the three-time champion Spurs, boasting a meager scoring average of less than 8 points. His defensive prowess, undoubtedly, must have reached a level that could astonish the heavens and move the spirits. Aside from being a liability, could Bruce Bowen, in terms of conventional defensive techniques, even be considered elite? With the game barely underway, Bruce Bowen delivered a menacing foul to Zhao Ke. At that moment, Zhao Ke was engaged in a spirited dash, having received a pass from Chauncey Billups following a screen set by Ron Artest. Observing that Bowen had not approached to interfere, Zhao Ke launched into a jump shot. However, just as he ascended, the scheming Bowen executed a blatant sliding step, positioning his foot directly beneath Zhao Ke's landing spot. Fortunately, Zhao Ke's persistent anxiety proved beneficial. He had anticipated Bowen's treacherous maneuver and maintained an acute vigilance. Casting a sidelong glance at Bowen's legs as he took off, he was startled enough to hurriedly perform a scissor kick in midair, allowing him to clumsily evade the impending threat of Bowen's infamous foot upon landing. Zhao Ke stumbled to the ground, and the basketball naturally soared into the air. Bowen stepped forward and, lowering his voice, said, "Kid, next time I shall be more discreet. You won't be so fortunate. Goodness, this is an overt threat. Is this America still a society governed by the rule of law? Where are the police? Where are the referees?" Zhao Ke possesses a rather timid disposition, yet deep within, he is one who succumbs to gentleness rather than aggression. While it would have sufficed for Bruce Bowen to remain silent, now that he has spoken, it is imperative to stir up some excitement. When it was the Knicks' turn to attack, Zhao Ke boldly signaled to Bowen for the ball. Such assertiveness is rare for him. Typically, he waits for Chauncey Billups to find him after creating space. However, Billups still opted to pass, and Zhao Ke's demeanor shifted subtly. Upon receiving the ball, Zhao Ke provocatively addressed Bowen. "Come on, try to trip me. If you don't, you're a coward." He then raised his hand and shot without even jumping, benefiting from an immaculate shooting percentage, and the ball swished through the net. Bowen found himself helpless against the stationary Zhao Ke. "Coward, where's your trip? Where's your defense?" Zhao Ke mused, contemplating whether to inform Coach Popovich to substitute Bowen, lest he accumulate an astounding 72 points. Seizing the moment to retaliate, Zhao Ke's trash talk, reminiscent of Larry Bird, left him feeling elated. Bruce Bowen, with a stern expression, remained silent. As the Spurs launched their attack, the Frenchman, Tony Parker, executed his swift maneuvers, leaving Billups somewhat beleaguered. Zhao Ke quickly advanced, intending to circumvent Bowen and provide support for Billups. Suddenly, an excruciating pain surged upward, causing him to collapse like a deflated balloon, curling up like a large shrimp. His Knicks teammates swiftly surrounded him, and Rasheed Wallace, with fists the size of sandbags, prepared to deliver a lesson to Bowen, who had employed his notorious iron knee. "Rasheed," Zhao Ke called out, halting the impending fury of the raging warrior, grasping his hand as he slowly rose. "Rasheed, do not resort to violence. Let us take our revenge through the game of basketball." Zhao Ke gritted his teeth, each word painstakingly articulated through clenched jaws. Chapter 74. In their own way, let us repay them when one harbors no ill will towards a dog. The dog may still pose a threat to the heart of man. Zhao Ke once held a profound admiration and love for the San Antonio Spurs, led by the venerable Greg Popovich and the indomitable Tim Duncan. In deference to their legacy, he overlooked the egregious transgressions of Bruce Bowen, even when Bowen nearly ruined his idol, Allen Iverson, and had previously threatened him. However, in this moment, Zhao Ke finally grasped the fury of Carter, the noble Ray, and his idol Iverson. This was not a matter of necessary defense. It was simply an act of malice for the sake of malice. Were to block, even if executed poorly and landing on Zhao Ke's face, he would have endured it. Were to steal, even if lacking in technique and striking his arm, he would have tolerated it. But what was the purpose of targeting the knee? Can a knee block a shot? Can a knee execute a steal? Can a knee cause a collision while dribbling? For others, Bowen may cause injuries ranging from mild, as in the case of Ray, who merely rested for 3 months, to severe, like Carter, who sat out an entire season, with the most grievous injury leading to Francis's premature career end. It seems there is a distinction between 3 months of recovery, a season lost, and a career extinguished. Yet for Zhao Ke, injury equates to a decline in performance. A decline in performance signifies the loss of the scoring or blocking titles, potentially resulting in his team's failure to reach the playoffs. Each of these injuries heralds an untimely demise, and a most undignified one at that. In Zhao Ke's experience, injury signifies death, and the perpetrator, Bruce Bowen, is nothing short of a murderer. Zhao Ke's gaze was icily cold, a smirk playing upon his lips. "Uncle Bao, are you ready to treat the Blackfoot?" As the Knicks seized possession of the ball, just beyond the halfway line, Billups swiftly passed the ball to Zhao Ke. At such a moment, it was imperative to deliver an answer. Zhao Ke faced Bruce Bowen, shook his head, stepped back a foot beyond the three-point line, and released a shot with unerring precision. With a remarkable 90 shooting accuracy, Zhao Ke did not even glance at the hoop, turning away in celebration, arms raised in triumph. The Alamo Dome erupted in a chorus of boos. Zhao Ke even caught a glimpse of fans in the front row vociferously cursing him. "Kid, you're too arrogant. Bruce will take you down." However, the basketball faithfully swished through the net, and his teammates rushed towards him in ecstatic celebration. Rasheed Wallace, even more animated than Zhao Ke, leapt high to collide chest first, feeling that the once untouchable Zhao Ke had returned. On the sidelines, Popovich berated Bruce Bowen, exclaiming, "Bruce, you play like an 80-year-old woman. Can your defense be any more lackluster?" Bowen shrank back, his expression grave. As the Spurs initiated their offense, the fundamentally sound Duncan, positioned at the free throw line's 45-degree angle, effortlessly banked in a two-pointer. Indeed, the Spurs' Twin Towers posed a formidable challenge. David Robinson at 7 feet 1 inch and Duncan at 6 feet 11 inches held a distinct height advantage and exhibited commendable agility and speed, their synergy rivaling that of the Wallace brothers. Consequently, this season marked the first time the Wallace duo felt the strain of defense, albeit merely a strain. When it was the Knicks' turn to attack, Zhao Ke once again found himself in a one-on-one against Bruce Bowen. This time, Zhao Ke employed the elusive in-and-out dribble he had learned from Allen Iverson, leaving Bowen bewildered. Suddenly, Zhao Ke stepped back and launched a three-pointer. While Bowen's foot was indeed out of position, he failed to keep pace with Zhao Ke's retreat, creating an almost comical scene. Why would Zhao Ke forego the opportunity to show off? Like a meteor, after releasing the shot, he turned away without a second thought, arms raised as the boos intensified. This was the essence of the moment. Popovich refrained from chastising Bowen this time, recognizing that the fault did not lie with him. Zhao Ke was simply enigmatic, rendering defense nearly impossible. As the game transitioned back to the Spurs, Parker, sensing Bowen's distress, decided he might need a score to soothe his spirits. Thus, after weaving through the Wallace brothers' defensive embrace, he unexpectedly passed to Bowen, positioned beyond the three-point line. Zhao Ke exhibited a complete lack of defense against Bao One, whose average score barely reached 8 points, rendering any defensive effort unnecessary. It would have been wiser to double-team Deng Dai Dai. Consequently, Bowen found himself unguarded, and Parker's pass was not errant. Rather, Bowen overestimated his shooting speed while underestimating the intensity of Zhao Ke's animosity towards him. As soon as the ball left Bowen's fingertips, it was met with an overwhelming block from Zhao Ke, descending upon him like a tidal wave. The basketball forcefully struck Bowen's face, causing a sudden eruption of blood from his nose. Zhao Ke deliberately left Bruce Bowen unguarded, even resorting to a skill package that prohibited flying. Bruce Bowen was substituted for treatment, and Popovich brought in Malik Rose. With this change, Zhao Ke returned to his usual form, continuing to run without the ball, exuding an air of detachment and desirelessness. His ire was solely directed at Bruce Bowen. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Knicks led by 4 points with a score of 21-17. Although the Wallace duo could not dominate the Knicks' restricted area, as they had in previous games, they still managed to limit Duncan and the Admiral to a mere 2 successful shots out of 9 attempts. In the second quarter, Bruce Bowen returned to defend Zhao Ke once more. He had no choice. After all, Zhao Ke had achieved an impressive 5 out of 6 shots in the first quarter, and no one could effectively contain him. Perhaps only the unscrupulous Bowen could. Zhao Ke offered a faint smile, for what is destined to happen must inevitably come to pass. There is no evading it, Uncle Bao. The Spurs, with measured patience, were orchestrating their plays, seeking the opportune moment for a decisive strike. However, when the ball reached Bruce Bowen's hands, an ominous sensation washed over him. For Zhao Ke, who had been by his side mere moments ago, had vanished. In the next instant, Zhao Ke was sprinting away with the basketball that rightfully belonged to Bowen. Bowen could distinctly perceive the mocking disdain reflected in Zhao Ke's gaze as he turned, a clear signal that he was courting disaster. Fury surged within Uncle Bao, transforming his indignation into a fierce resolve, and he hastily pursued Zhao Ke, driven by the flames of rage. Zhao Ke's pace was not swift this time. He paused just beyond the three-point line, meticulously adjusting his stance before leaping with a textbook-perfect form to take the shot, oblivious to Bruce Bowen, who had swiftly closed in and executed a conspicuous lunge to position his foot directly beneath Zhao's landing spot. He feigned innocence. After positioning himself, Bruce quickly turned his head towards the basket, insinuating that if Zhao landed awkwardly, it was his own fault, as he was merely preparing to contest the rebound. However, in the air, Zhao Ke was far from oblivious. As the basketball left his hands, he adeptly curled his legs and brought his feet together, forcefully stomping downwards. Zhao Ke feigned innocence, silently reciting the mantra of a 70% hit rate bonus, while simultaneously executing the aforementioned aerial maneuver. His gaze unwaveringly tracking the basketball as it soared towards the hoop. What a commendable effort, multitasking with such finesse, O master of performance. However, little did Zhao Ke and Bowen anticipate the grave repercussions of their pretense. Bowen's lunge was somewhat exaggerated this time, and as Zhao Ke drew his legs together midair, his landing point turned out not to be Bowen's substantial foot, but rather his knee. Zhao Ke, weighing over 200 pounds, momentarily retracted his legs and forcefully stomped down. With a sickening crack, Bruce Bowen's leg was grotesquely broken at the knee. Chapter 75, True Warriors. Oblivious, Zhao Ke fell heavily to the ground. After all, acting requires full commitment, yet no one attended to him at that moment. His teammates and the Spurs players were paralyzed in shock. The severity of Bruce Bowen's injury was horrifying, the scene drenched in blood. Front row fans screamed. Some covered their mouths in tears, while others were left in stunned silence. Bowen lay on the ground, his left leg twisted at an unnatural angle, wailing in solitary anguish. At this moment, Van Gundy was the first to react. Calling for a lengthy timeout, he swiftly rushed onto the court, grabbing the bewildered Zhao Ke, and together they hurried towards the locker room, seizing the opportunity before the fans fully comprehended the situation. If not now, when? Van Gundy, appearing short and stout with little fighting prowess, possessed a spirit of chivalry. In the first round of the 1998 playoffs, during a game between the Heat and the Knicks, Larry Johnson shoved Mourning, who retaliated with a punch. Johnson was no match for Mourning. As the Knicks coach at the time, Van Gundy rushed in, attempting to restrain Mourning by clinging to his waist. When he was ultimately pulled down, he clung desperately to Mourning's thigh, being dragged across the floor for 10 meters. A moment that has become one of the most iconic images in NBA history. Compared to Mourning, Van Gundy resembled a hobbit. Yet he fearlessly stepped forth to defend his player, undeterred despite being similarly petite next to Larry Johnson. Just as today, when no one else had reacted, Van Gundy boldly surged forward to ensure Zhao Ke's safety, escorting him to the locker room. Zhao Ke was taken aback. He had intended to confront the formidable foot of Uncle Bao San, but found himself instead facing the frailty of a knee. This realization instilled in him a sense of guilt, even a hint of trepidation. However, he did not dwell on it for long, for the deed was done, and worry served no purpose. Courage was required to face the aftermath. As the intermission concluded, Van Gundy substituted the entire roster of substitutes, signaling surrender. Ben Volotse, Reshid Volotse, Chauncey Billups, and Arteist, his fellow starters, returned to the locker room to visit the formidable Zhao Ke. Arteist, with a look of complexity, asked, "Boss, was that intentional?" Zhao Ke replied, "Indeed, we Huaxia people believe in striking first. The latecomer is always at the mercy of the one who acts first. We also hold to the principle that those who offend us, no matter how distant, must face retribution. I sensed malevolence in his intent to undermine my legs, so I preemptively shattered his visage contorted in a menacing grin, meant to intimidate Arteist. As anticipated, Arteist recoiled, retreating to sit beside Ben, distancing himself from the perceived menace of Zhao Ke. Arteist was an intriguing character. Renowned as a tough competitor on the court, he had engaged in numerous brawls. Yet, at times, he exhibited a remarkable cowardice, such as when he was thoroughly outmatched by Kobe during his first year with the Rockets, only to immediately seek Kobe's approval the following year, calling him boss with fervor. Notably, he was also known to be under the thumb of his wife. Upon returning home, he would swiftly yield. There was even an incident where he called the police for assistance, revealing he'd been bested by his wife. Rashid Wallace expressed his approval of Zhao Ke's actions, approaching him for a fist bump and stating, "Brother, you did absolutely right. Scoundrels like Bruce Bowen ought to be eliminated." Ben Wallace then patted Zhao Ke on the shoulder and took a seat beside him, remaining silent while leaving Artist, who had hastily sought refuge, isolated across the room. Billups, with a note of concern, remarked, "Zhao Ke, the league is likely to impose further penalties. The referees should be able to discern your actions in the replay. Fear not. Shortly, I shall publicly confess it was intentional. Otherwise, how would they ever learn the meaning of fear?" Zhao Ke retorted, his expression still formidable. The locker room fell into a hushed silence, none daring to speak, overwhelmed by Zhao Ke's brazen demeanor. On the court, to avoid provoking the Spurs, Van Gundy not only fielded the entire bench, but also mandated that they refrain from defense, penetration, or running, merely tossing the ball from the perimeter. Consequently, they could only meander toward the basket to shoot, helplessly witnessing the Spurs' fast breaks. Nevertheless, the Spurs players appeared equally disoriented, missing 8 out of 10 shots. The impact of Bowen's injury proving too visually jarring to ignore. The Spurs, particularly their teammates, were filled with trepidation and fear, burdened with a sense of foreboding, causing their hands to falter in responsiveness. Ultimately, the Spurs triumphed over the disheartened Knicks with a score of 90-79, successfully halting the Knicks' winning streak and preventing them from surpassing the Lakers' record, as their consecutive victories ceased at 26. During the post-game press conference, Zhao Ke declined Van Gundy's well-meaning suggestion to avoid the limelight, opting instead to confront the situation with courage. A true warrior dares to face the harsh realities of life and bravely acknowledges the vivid bloodshed. As Zhao Ke made his appearance at the press conference, he instantly captured the attention of the entire audience. "Zhao Ke, what is your perspective on Bruce Bowen's injury?" "Zhao Ke, was it intentional? Will you visit Bruce Bowen in the hospital and express your remorse?" The media in San Antonio seemed to share a unified stance, laying traps at every turn. Whenever Zhao Ke spoke, they would eagerly seize the opportunity to malign his character and tarnish his reputation. But who is Zhao Ke? Having lived nearly 50 years, he remains remarkably unchanged. Zhao Ke exhaled into the microphone and gave it a gentle tap, feeling rather anxious as it was his inaugural press conference. The jarring noise served to quiet the chaotic venue, and as he cleared his throat, he grasped the microphone and addressed the audience. "I am aware of the questions you wish to pose, yet I implore you to refrain from inquiring further. Once I have concluded my statement, the answers you seek will undoubtedly be revealed. Firstly, Bruce Bowen has sustained an injury. He deserves compassion, yet not sympathy. Secondly, the injury to Bruce Bowen's knee was indeed an unfortunate incident, but I am willing to accept responsibility for it. He may seek reimbursement for his medical expenses from me, and I shall oblige. Thirdly, I maintain that Bruce Bowen is a vile individual. Even in his injured state, I stand by this assertion. He frequently resorts to placing his foot beneath his defensive counterpart during their jump shots, resulting in ankle or knee injuries, much like Vince Carter, who once straddled the line between mortal and divine, only to be grievously harmed by Bowen on 2 occasions, leaving him diminished. Such foot placement is not the conduct expected of a legitimate defender. It is an act of malevolence that constitutes intentional harm and is, in fact, a criminal offense. Yet the league has chosen to impose no repercussions. Fourthly, Bruce Bowen's injury today was originally intended to be to his foot, as I planned to stomp down with considerable force. However, his own malicious intent led to his miscalculation, and as he sought to position his foot more accurately, I inadvertently stepped upon his knee instead, thus rendering his knee injury an accident. Indeed, it was intentional. Fifthly, once Bruce Bowen has recovered, should his career be salvaged, I vow to dominate him in every match we encounter until his retirement. In conclusion, I urge all league superstars who have endured similar malicious defenses from Bruce Bowen to confront this issue with courage. The league does not safeguard you. Thus, you must wield your own weapons to obliterate the careers of these scoundrels. Your futures are resplendent, and do not allow your promising paths to be trampled by the feet of a man devoid of moral integrity. In a single night, Zhao Ke's remarks at the press conference reverberated throughout the entirety of America, igniting a tremendous uproar within the league regarding his candid denunciation of Bruce Bowen. Never before had a player so brazenly condemned the league while admitting to wrongdoing, The media in San Antonio continues to spare no effort in vilifying Zhao Ke, alleging that he possesses gang affiliations, lacks formal education, and is of low moral character, branding him as a butcher who shattered the leg of the good-hearted Bruce Bowen. In their campaign against Zhao Ke, they naturally seek to exonerate Bowen, touting his frequent participation in community activities and his charitable contributions, such as a 5,000 donation to a charity gala, while emphasizing his popularity as a beloved figure among the Spurs fans. The media associated with James Dolan has employed a more cunning approach. They have refrained from directly covering the incident of injury and have not rushed to absolve Zhao Ke. Instead, they have relentlessly unearthed Bowen's murky past, even highlighting trivial incidents from his childhood, such as peeking at a neighbor while she bathed. Other neutral media outlets, adhering to the principle of enjoying the spectacle, have fanned the flames and watched the conflict unfold with glee. On February 8th, the Knicks traveled to Houston to face the Rockets. Prior to the game, the league announced its disciplinary measures against Zhao Ke. He received a Level 2 flagrant foul for injuring Bruce Bowen and was suspended for a full 20 games due to inappropriate remarks. The elderly Jewish owner was infuriated. Had he possessed an AK, he would have confronted Zhao Ke directly. Is it easy for the NBA to maintain a positive and upward image? In a single night, Zhao Ke has seemingly obliterated that image. Accusations of the league enabling individuals like Bruce Bowen and calls for superstars to respond with violence abound. This is the NBA, not WWE. Throughout this season, the elderly Jewish owner has implored various figures, appealing to emotions and reason, invoking national pride and concerns for the glory of the nation, all in an effort to bring Michael Jordan back and rescue the NBA from the brink of a Great Depression. Such a carefully crafted strategy now teeters on the edge of destruction, nearly undone by the indiscreet Zhao Ke, were it not for insufficient grounds. David Stern might have even contemplated imposing a lifetime ban on Zhao Ke, expelling him from the league entirely. In the world of sports, one must eventually reckon with their actions. Before the press conference, Zhao Ke anticipated that a suspension was inevitable. However, he did not expect the severity of David Stern's decision, a 20-game suspension. Zhao Ke would not be able to play until February 24th, and he was even barred from attending games. During these 2 months, Zhao Ke resolved to continue training with Tim Grover, having already tasted the rewards of the grueling training camp. Naturally, Van Gundy supported this proactive attitude and contemplated how to encourage Zhao Ke to maintain his mental state and competitive edge during the suspension, ensuring he did not squander this time. To Van Gundy's surprise, Zhao Ke seemed remarkably unfazed by the suspension, much to Van Gundy's relief. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed Zhao Ke, saying, "You may leave. We shall meet at the end of February." With Van Gundy's approval, Zhao Ke promptly turned from Houston to Dallas, eager to see Wang Zhizhi, who was languishing under the hands of a massage therapist. This delighted Zhao Ke, who laughed so heartily that he began to cough. Wang Zhizhi, still with his eyes closed, could undoubtedly recognize that the obnoxious laughter belonged to Zhao Ke. Once the massage therapist finished, Wang Zhizhi slowly rose and beckoned Zhao Ke over. With utmost seriousness, Wang Zhizhi said, "Zhao Ke, I have a poem for you." "I don't want to hear it," Zhao Ke retorted, turning to leave. Wang Zhizhi called out after him, "Good and evil will ultimately receive their due. The heavens will cycle through justice. Look up if you do not believe. Who has ever escaped the heavens?" He added, "Tim Grover told me you will suffer 10 times worse than I do tomorrow." Indeed, Tim Grover had arranged for Zhao Ke a version 2.0 of the grueling training camp. This time, the regimen included ball handling against a single defender, ball handling against a double team, and passing after a drive. Currently, Zhao Ke's primary scoring methods were off-ball movement and open three-pointers, a rather one-dimensional approach that rendered him easily targeted. To ascend to stardom, Zhao Ke needed to develop his ball handling skills, attract double teams, and possess the ability to pass effectively under pressure. Tim Grover's team was acutely aware of Zhao Ke's developmental needs, demonstrating their unwavering efficiency and pragmatism. Thus, Zhao Ke and Wang Zhizhi engaged in a relentless training regimen, playfully mocking each other while honing their skills, one focusing on offense, the other on defense. Occasionally, when Wang Zhizhi participated in games, Zhao Ke endured the rigors of training. Meanwhile, the New York Knicks, having lost Zhao Ke, managed to thrive with Gerald Wallace and Corey Maggette alternating in the spotlight, impressively sharing playing time. They narrowly defeated the Rockets 88-86 and triumphed over the Dallas Mavericks 89-82, achieving back-to-back victories before being halted by an explosive performance from Junzi Lei. In the remaining 10 games of January, The Knicks recorded a 4-6 record. Van Gundy finally discovered the optimal strategy for utilizing Gerald Wallace and Corey Maggette, starting Wallace while Maggette played as a sixth man. With a stable lineup, the Knicks secured 7 wins and 3 losses in their first 10 games of February, boasting an impressive record of 44 wins and 9 losses, leading the league. At last, Zhao Ke returned. On February 24, 2002, the Knicks faced the Lakers at home, marking Zhao Ke's first game after his suspension. This is a fateful confrontation. Zhao Ke has been a formidable adversary for the Lakers in the previous season. Had it not been for his explosive performance in the final moments of Game 7 of the Finals, the Lakers would have claimed their second consecutive championship. This season, the Lakers remain a force to be reckoned with, currently holding a record of 37 wins and 16 losses, ranking second in the Western Conference, trailing only the flamboyantly flawed Sacramento Kings. Compared to last season, the Lakers roster has undergone some alterations. Tyronn Lue has departed to assist the Wizards, and the once reserve player, Little Fish, has now taken on a bench role. The starting point guard position has been filled by Lynchy Hunter, a tenacious defensive player known for his aggressive style. On a timeline familiar to Zhao Ke, he previously helped the Lakers secure a three-peat and later served as a primary backup to Billups, aiding the Pistons in defeating the Lakers in 2004. Lynchy Hunter's rapid footwork allows him to apply relentless pressure on opponents, often making it exceedingly difficult for rival point guards to advance past half-court. He is adept at forcing turnovers, seamlessly switching directions to disrupt ball handlers, leaving them scrambling to protect the ball and unable to orchestrate the team's offense. With such a formidable addition to the lineup, the Lakers have reduced their opponent's average scoring from 97.2 points last season to 94.1 points this season, inevitably relegating Little Fish to the sidelines. Thus, the Lakers starting lineup has transformed to center, Shaquille O'Neal power forward, Robert Horry small forward, Fox shooting guard, Kobe point guard, Lynchy Hunter on paper. This season's Lakers boast an exceptionally robust roster. The offensive duo of Shaq and Kobe is virtually unstoppable, and with Lynchy Hunter's arrival, there are no defensive weaknesses, capable of both attacking and defending proficiently. However, Zhao Ke is acutely aware of another strategy to undermine the Lakers by transforming the dominant OK duo into a less effective OK combination. During the Lakers' three-peat era, O'Neal's offensive efficiency outstripped Kobe's, and his play had the added advantage of dismantling the opposition's interior defense. However, as Kobe matured, his usage of the ball increased, eventually surpassing that of O'Neal. Initially, this shift was not drastic, and O'Neal's touches did not decline significantly, allowing the OK duo to maintain its fa-ade of harmony. Eventually, Kobe's attempts per game soared to 23, while O'Neal's dwindled to 18, prompting O'Neal to voice his discontent publicly. Ultimately, as O'Neal's attempts fell to 14, the OK partnership began to fracture. Indeed, scoring as a dominant interior player is immensely taxing on one's stamina. As the linchpin of the team's inside game, a player must contend with 1, 2, or even 3 muscular opponents throughout the match, while simultaneously battling for rebounds, protecting the rim, and scoring. Human endurance is finite. Much like Yao Ming, who often excelled in the first 3 quarters but struggled to maintain his energy in the fourth. Thus, aside from the ancient Wilt Chamberlain, modern dominant big men such as Hakeem Olajuwon, David Robinson, Tim Duncan, Patrick Ewing, and Karl Malone have never averaged more than 21 attempts per game throughout their illustrious careers. O'Neal similarly found his most efficient scoring range to be between 18 to 20 attempts per game. A lower number of attempts would hinder his rhythm, while too many would lead to fatigue. In truth, O'Neal did not monopolize the ball from Kobe, yet Kobe was impatient in his development. He craved the title of scoring champion and sought to establish his status within the team. Thus, he required more possession. Throughout Kobe's career, his shooting efficiency peaked with approximately 23 to 25 attempts per game. However, during the three-peat championship years, his average attempts were merely 17, 9, 22, 2, and 20, which evidently fell short of his aspirations. Moreover, Kobe sought to acquire ball control from O'Neal rather than from role players like Fox, Horry, and Grant. To be precise, he aimed to enhance his own possession while diminishing O'Neal's to assert his dominance. Therefore, another strategy to defeat the Lakers involved transforming the dynamic of O'Neal and Kobe, reducing the efficiency of the duo, limiting O'Neal to fewer than 14 attempts while allowing Kobe to exceed 25. As the game commenced, Zhao was tasked with guarding Kobe. This infuriating young man, who merely months ago was relegated to guarding the water cooler, had now emerged as a formidable contender for the scoring title, leaving Kobe with a sense of surrealism. Zhao Ke shared a similar sentiment. However, unlike Kobe, he felt a surge of joy upon seeing him. Were it not for Kobe, he would not be basking in the cheers and applause here. This time, he was determined to engage in a thrilling duel with the renowned Black Mamba. During the pre-game team meeting, Zhao Ke was granted the freedom to shoot at will, with the Knicks boasting an impressive record of 44 wins. They had nearly secured a playoff spot, and last season's 44 victories had sufficed for a fourth-place finish in the Eastern Conference. Jeff Van Gundy and his teammates were eager to witness the new skills Zhao Ke had acquired in the grueling training camp. This time, Zhao Ke did not decline. Having endured nearly 2 months of rigorous training, it was now his turn to challenge others. "Kobe, I feel particularly hot today. I might just score 72 points." Zhao Ke declared earnestly while standing beside Kobe. Kobe cast a sidelong glance at him but remained silent, the playful youth reveling in his exuberance. "Hey, second in command. Has your boss given you permission to shoot 3-pointers today?" "I can shoot threes because I'm the leader of the Knicks," he continued, provoking Kobe further. Kobe's eyebrows twitched, yet he remained reticent. "I'm going to make a 3-pointer from the top of the arc. You better guard me well," Zhao Ke asserted, pointing to the floor with unwavering confidence before receiving a pass from Billups. Before Kobe could close in, Zhao Ke leaped and took the shot. With a perfect shooting percentage, as soon as the ball left his hands, he turned away, arms raised in premature celebration. A perfect score was indeed a splendid thing, allowing him to celebrate like arenas without the fear of embarrassing himself like Nick Young. Madison Square Garden erupted in cheers as the ball swished through the net. After playing more than half a season and enduring a 2-month suspension, the fans finally recognized Zhao Ke's significance. Yet, the proud New York fans still looked down upon him, and thus, the applause he received was somewhat muted. Nonetheless, Zhao Ke felt content, at the very least. Scoring in front of the home crowd meant he would not face any boos. Zhao, with a cheeky grin, addressed the scowling Kobe. "Thank you for going easy on me. I knew it. Given our rapport, surely you would grant me a score of 70 or 80. Who went easy on you? What connection do we have?" Kobe's expression darkened further, yet he remained silent, his instincts warning him that speaking up would only lead to his own detriment. As the Lakers initiated their offense, Zhao chose not to pester Kobe relentlessly. Instead, he provided Kobe with ample space to receive the ball. Kobe called for it from Lynn Hunter, but was met with indifference as the ball was instead tossed to Shaquille O'Neal for the shot. Zhao Ke seizes the opportunity to mock Kobe, saying, "I once thought you were the second in command, but it seems I overestimated you. Are you truly the fourth or the fifth?" Kobe gritted his teeth, remaining silent, resolutely choosing not to respond. Zhao Ke continued his banter, lamenting his misfortune. "How unfortunate it is that with my impeccable defensive skills, I am assigned to guard a role player who can't even grasp the ball." As he spoke, Shaquille O'Neal attempted a turnaround jumper but missed, while Ben Wallace, utilizing his formidable strength, maneuvered past O'Neal to secure the rebound. The current Lakers roster is notably deficient in securing offensive rebounds, with power forward Robert Horry lingering beyond the three-point line, leaving O'Neal to fend for himself. Wallace obtained the rebound and, with a moment's steadiness, launched a long pass to Chauncey Billups for a fast break. However, Lynch Hunter's speed allowed him to catch up. Billups was compelled to slow the pace, awaiting his teammates' positioning, ultimately passing the ball to Zhao Ke. As Zhao dribbled, he confided in Kobe, "This time, I plan to break through from your left side. Be sure to inform your leader to assist in the defense. You won't be able to contain me." Kobe remained silent, his eyes glinting with a lethal intensity reminiscent of the Black Mamba. Zhao expertly maneuvered the ball, feigning a drive to the right side against Kobe. In a swift move, Kobe shifted laterally, yet Zhao deftly pulled the ball back and executed a breakthrough from the left. Kobe, a fraction too slow, could not keep pace. Capitalizing on Ben Wallace's screen, Zhao effortlessly completed a 3-step layup, securing 2 points. Zhao Ke shouted towards O'Neal, "Come and assist. Your little brother cannot guard me." Kobe's veins throbbed on his neck, nearly losing his composure and strangling the insolent fellow. Chapter 78, The Method to Victory, Part 2, Observing Kobe on the Brink of Fury. Lynch Hunter finally passed the ball to him. Kobe was contemplating how to leave Zhao Ke in a state of utter bewilderment, but after just a couple of dribbles, the ball slipped away. Zhao Ke, in his audacity, began the first quarter with a provocative display aimed at inciting Kobe, even employing his skill set. With a swift maneuver, he executed a steal and promptly passed the ball to Billups. This was not the finals. Zhao Ke had no intention of risking his well-being in a fast break, lest the enraged Kobe deliver a crushing elbow and send him packing. After passing the ball, Zhao Ke found himself with time to spare, which he filled with his incessant banter. Approaching Kobe, he exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Butterfingers, how terrifying. It's quite alarming that you can't even secure the ball. How can your leader trust you with it?" Upon hearing Kobe dismiss his insinuation of clumsiness, Zhao Ke retorted, "Then it must be Parkinson's. It's rumored that high school players often experience premature decline. How tragic. You should have Phil take you out for a rest." In the realm of sharp-tongued remarks, Zhao Ke felt as isolated as snow in winter. Kobe was nearing his breaking point, his defensive stance growing increasingly aggressive, muscles tensing like an imminent volcanic eruption. Billups struggled to advance the ball past half-court under the tight surveillance of Lynch Hunter, finally passing it to Zhao Ke. Zhao Ke continued to taunt Kobe. "I think I'll drive right past you on the right. It seems you can't hold your ground on the left." Kobe's eyes were bloodshot, his breaths labored as he shouted at Zhao Ke, "Shut up, you arrogant little brat. Let us see you score first." He positioned himself low, ready to intercept. Yet, the crafty Zhao Ke executed a deceptive move, stepping back to launch a three-pointer. With a 90 shooting accuracy boost, he chose to celebrate prematurely, turning away after a shot, arms raised in a plea for applause. Kobe, a moment too late, was left grasping at air, muttering, "Weren't you going for the drive, you little punk?" Zhao Ke shamelessly replied, "It seems you truly have Parkinson's. In this game, deception is key, you know?" Clenching his fists, Kobe approached Zhao Ke, standing toe-to-toe, and spoke deliberately, "Kid, I'm going to annihilate you." Zhao Ke gazed eagerly at Kobe, exclaiming, "Hero, I have awaited those words until the flowers have withered." When it was the Lakers' turn to attack, Kobe shouted towards Lynchy Hunter, "Lynchy, swiftly pass me that damn ball." Lynchy hesitated for a moment before relenting and passing it. This time, Kobe had learned his lesson. He caught the ball and shot without granting Zhao Ke the opportunity to intercept. Yet, Zhao Ke was exceptionally cunning. No flight. With a resounding shout, Zhao Ke soared into the air, leaving Kobe to witness in dismay as his freshly launched basketball was seized by Zhao Ke. What a humiliation to be blocked. A rush of blood surged to Kobe's head in a torrent of indignation. This time, there was no need for Zhao Ke to taunt. Kobe was already flushed, resembling a ripe lobster, his complexion a striking blend of dark and crimson. This time, Zhao Ke refrained from speaking carelessly. His intention was to provoke Kobe, inciting him to unleash his formidable one-on-one prowess, rather than accumulating two technical fouls that would sideline him. Following this, Kobe fell into an enigmatic silence, while Zhao Ke maneuvered like a piece of gum, adhering closely to him with unwavering defense. During the Lakers' offensive plays, Kobe did not demand the ball. Instead, he actively engaged in movement, contributing to the collective effort with an unsettling calmness. It seemed, perhaps, that he had miscalculated. Zhao Ke murmured to himself. Yet he could not fathom that Kobe would yield. In a direct confrontation, Kobe would never relent. His full name is Kobe Victory or Death Bryant. Subsequently, Zhao Ke shifted his focus away from Kobe and entered a scoring frenzy. The astonishing results from his grueling training camp were vividly displayed before the audience. Breakthroughs, incisive drives, and fearless assaults. Having thoroughly absorbed the remarkable ball sense and dribbling finesse of American players, Zhao Ke's breakthroughs became a delightful spectacle, with feints, directional changes, and varied rhythms. He had mastered these three techniques through 2 months of intense training. Thus, in the latter half of the first quarter, the fans at Madison Square Garden beheld a completely transformed Zhao Ke. The once timid, yellow-skinned lad who lingered on the perimeter, often labeled as soft, suddenly channeled the spirit of Allen Iverson. He executed forceful dunks over Kobe, penetrated through double teams from both Kobe and Fox, and performed exquisite Euro step layups while evading the relentless pursuit of Kobe, Fox, and Robert Horry. He even maneuvered around Shaquille O'Neal's imposing presence to execute a crafty layup along the baseline. As the first quarter concluded, Zhao Ke initially scored 6 points with 2 three-pointers, but later amassed a staggering 19 points through relentless drives. Gasping for breath, he grimaced at the bruises adorning his arms, chest, and waist, lamenting that while sinking three-pointers was exhilarating, these arduous breakthroughs, fraught with punishment for merely 2 points, were hardly worth the effort. Yet, why was there not a single assist recorded? Van Gundy scratched his head, pondering if this was how unlimited shooting privileges were meant to be utilized. As the game progressed, Zhao Ke found himself frequently double-teamed, even triple-teamed, yet he stubbornly persisted in driving towards the basket, head down, ignoring the pass. This was unusual. He was not typically selfish. Van Gundy contemplated inquiring, but upon seeing Zhao Ke's frustrated expression, regretting not taking more three-pointers and opting for the taxing, contact-heavy route, he hesitated. Zhao Ke observed Van Gundy and found the old man to possess a certain warmth of character. He decided to candidly admit, "Coach, I have been training for 2 months in the camp to improve my passing under pressure, but alas, I have failed." In the words of Tim Grover, Zhao Ke's passing vision is appallingly deficient. During the training camp, Zhao Ke excelled in standard passing drills, mastering both precision and power. However, this was in a stationary context. Once he initiated a drive, even when confronted by a four-man defense, he was unable to make a pass. In other words, when he picked up speed, Zhao Ke could not differentiate between opposing players and his own teammates on the court. Ultimately, Tim Grover resignedly remarked, this might be akin to experiencing motion sickness. Upon hearing Zhao Ke's explanation, his teammates erupted in laughter, realizing he had managed to confuse himself while driving the ball. "Zhao Ke, when you drive, you truly rival the challenger." Zhao Ke found himself at a loss. The notion of passing vision seemed rather enigmatic, akin to an innate quality, not something that could be cultivated through practice. Ben Wallace remarked with a wry smile, "Isn't this what they refer to as a fundamental flaw? Hardware with limitations." The Knicks bench erupted with joy as Rasheed Wallace made a point to embrace Zhao Ke, exclaiming, "To discover you have your own flaws brings me great relief. I once thought you were an omnipotent deity." Chapter 79, The Path to Victory, Part 3. As the first quarter concluded, the Knicks led the Lakers by 7 points, 25-18, with Zhao Ke accounting for all of the Knicks scoring, while Kobe had yet to register a point. In the second quarter, Kobe's good friend Fisher replaced Lynchy Hunter, and Kobe took to the court with a lineup of substitutes. Shaquille O'Neal rested on the sidelines, the big diesel exuding smoke, gasping for breath beneath a towel, and gulping down Gatorade. Previously, during practice, Jeff Van Gundy had assigned Ben Wallace and Rasheed Wallace the task of effectively limiting and exhausting O'Neal. O'Neal was the sole benchmark for evaluating the prowess of other teams' interior players. The Wallace brothers approached this challenge as if it were the finals, determined to reduce Shaquille O'Neal to the level of Eric Dampier. Ben Wallace took on the primary defensive role, his formidable strength compelling O'Neal to expend several times the usual effort to penetrate the paint, while Rasheed Wallace awaited the opportunity to provide assistance, ready to double-team or block with agile movements. Throughout the first quarter, O'Neal felt as though he were not in the NBA, but rather in the WWE, enduring relentless pressure that left him in dire need of a breather. With O'Neal off the court, Kobe became the sole focal point, and, alongside his supporting cast, the Black Mamba shed his disguise, revealing his fangs and unleashing the venom of retribution. At that moment, the Knicks lineup consisted of center, Chris Anderson, power forward, Quartet Thomas, small forward, Gerald Wallace, shooting guard, Zhao Ke, point guard, Mark Jackson. To ensure Zhao Ke continued his scoring spree, Jeff Van Gundy opted to keep the ball-hogging Corey Maggette on the bench, instead allowing the defensively adept Gerald Wallace to take the court, providing Zhao Ke with unwavering support. Now that is true love. Kobe dribbled towards Zhao Ke, while his teammates spaced the floor for a one-on-one opportunity. However, Zhao Ke was no longer the defensive novice from the finals. His tenacious guarding made it exceedingly difficult for Kobe to find a comfortable shot, ultimately forcing him to attempt a challenging, off-balance jump shot from an acute angle. Thud! The rim coldly rejected Kobe's attempt. As it was the Knicks' turn to attack, Mark Jackson orchestrated the tempo. Zhao Ke and Gerald Wallace executed a simple pick-and-roll, with Zhao Ke receiving the pass. Faced with Kobe, Zhao Ke feigned a drive, only to retreat and launch a three-pointer from the same spot as in the first quarter, yet lacking the extraordinary accuracy of before. Thud! The rim similarly denied Zhao Ke, who had not utilized the skill package. The first half of the second quarter passed amidst the clattering sounds of missed shots exchanged between the two ironworkers, Kobe and Zhao Ke. Under the interference of Zhao Ke's relentless defense, Kobe managed only one successful shot out of 7 attempts, while inadvertently assisting Zhao Ke with a block and a steal. In a fit of rage, Kobe's defensive efforts became desperate, under the intimidation of his fierce elbows. Zhao Ke found it equally challenging to secure a comfortable shooting opportunity, resulting in a dismal 2 out of 8 from beyond the arc. When O'Neal returned to the court after sufficient rest, he was astonished to find himself devoid of the ball. The superficial reason was that the Knicks had begun to preemptively defend O'Neal, significantly increasing the risks associated with passing the ball into the paint. However, the deeper truth lay in Kobe's impatience, as he had taken over the point guard responsibilities, bringing the ball up the court after inbounding from the baseline. The workload for Fisher was drastically reduced. His only duties now involved inbounding the ball and watching as Kobe engaged in isolation plays. O'Neal found himself in an awkward position, having struggled several times to squeeze into the paint, perspiring profusely as he raised his hands for the ball, only to be ignored by Kobe. In the face of Zhao Ke's stringent defense, Kobe opted once more for a challenging fadeaway jumper, which, crucially, did not find its mark. Initially, O'Neal felt a twinge of displeasure, but chose not to dwell on it, considering it merely another ordinary game in the long 82-game regular season. After all, he was a jovial giant, and happiness was paramount. However, O'Neal soon realized that he was like a redundant laborer futilely practicing sprints, while Kobe exhibited no intention of passing, stubbornly continuing to miss shots. The more he struggled, the more frustrated Kobe became, and the next attempt was executed with even greater resolve. O'Neal decided it was time to remind his increasingly erratic younger counterpart, stepping forward to clasp Kobe's shoulder and saying, "Hey, brother, there's a ravenous prehistoric giant in the paint. Are you aware of this?" Before he could finish, Kobe, consumed by an inexplicable fury, impatiently swatted O'Neal's hand away and coldly retorted, "Shut up, Shaq, I know what I'm doing." O'Neal was left in shock. What was this behavior? He had intended to offer guidance, only to be met with disdain. O'Neal had never held a fondness for Kobe, feeling that Kobe lacked gratitude. This sentiment traced back to their earlier days with the Orlando Magic, when a star-studded O'Neal and Penny Hardaway had met a young fan named Kobe. Hardaway had dismissed the young admirer, leaving a bitter taste in Kobe's mouth. Meanwhile, O'Neal had consoled the young fan, encouraging him to persevere, with hopes of seeing him in the NBA. Yet, this kindness had also fostered resentment within Kobe, who felt that O'Neal's actions had belittled him upon entering the league. As Kobe walked away, O'Neal called after him, "You better know what you're doing, or let your Uncle Shaq teach you." Kobe hesitated for a moment, but did not turn back. He clenched his fists and swiftly moved forward. Zhao Ke let out a sigh of relief. Finally, the task was accomplished. He covertly gestured to Billups. Having taken on nearly half the court solo, Zhao Ke transitioned to a role without the ball. Meanwhile, Kobe, entangled in a crisis with his teammates, continued to battle alone, while Phil Jackson remained indifferent, quietly seated on the sidelines chewing gum, allowing the tension between Kobe and Shaquille to escalate on the court. Zhao Ke, seemingly indifferent on the offensive end, began to disrupt the dynamic duo of O'Neal and Kobe on defense. In the second half, after utilizing his no-fly skill set and accruing 4 fouls, Zhao Ke managed to block Kobe 3 times. This only intensified O'Neal's frustration, as Kobe preferred to endure blocks from the perimeter rather than pass the ball to him. Ultimately, the New York Knicks achieved their goal, triumphing over the transformed duo of the Lakers with a score of 86-79. Kobe shot 6 out of 32, missing 26 attempts and scored 21 points, while O'Neal made 8 out of 12, contributing 17 points. Zhao Ke achieved his first career score exceeding 50 points, shooting 20 out of 38 attempts, with an astonishing 18 misses. Among his 28 three-point attempts, he successfully netted 12, totaling an impressive 55 points. Aside from utilizing his skill package twice in the first quarter, the remaining 26 three-point shots were a testament to Zhao Ke's authentic abilities, resulting in a mere 9 successful shots, barely reaching a shooting percentage of 30%. Upon reviewing Zhao Ke's statistical performance, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had finally returned to a semblance of normalcy. Should his accuracy continue, the league might have to contemplate revising the three-point shooting regulations. What if they chose not to? Zhao Ke's three-point percentage surpassed that of many elite center shooting percentages near the basket, while others toiled tirelessly for a mere 2 points. Zhao Ke effortlessly converted three-point shots. How were his opponents supposed to compete? Moreover, he was not even Caucasian and had the audacity to offend a certain Jewish elder. Chapter 80. Undermining the foundation following the match against the Lakers. The Knicks enjoyed a rare 3-day respite, not set to face the Miami Heat until February 28th. Zhao Ke finally found the time to explore the world's largest metropolis, New York City. After spending half an hour grooming and dressing impeccably, he leisurely ventured onto the bustling streets, humming a cheerful tune. However, after only a few steps, an unsettling feeling suddenly gripped him. Something felt amiss. What could be wrong? He had no family in this world, and what Xiao Rano? Had she misunderstood his intentions of wanting to support her? As he walked, lost in thought, he encountered a massive advertisement for Air Jordan 72. Beneath the imposing visage of the legendary Michael Jordan, a striking slogan proclaimed, NBA TV. How could he have forgotten this matter? Zhao Ke smacked his forehead, recalling a name that sent chills down the spine of every basketball enthusiast. Chen Weiming, the mastermind behind the infamous Wang Zhizhi incident. The man who had single-handedly tarnished the reputation of the sport. With February drawing to a close, he wondered anxiously whether Wang Zhizhi had already fallen prey to Chen Weiming's manipulations. Zhao Ke felt an urgent need to intervene and prevent Chen from brainwashing Wang Zhizhi. He hoped he wasn't too late. Yet, amidst his anxiety, he first needed to ascertain Wang Zhizhi's whereabouts. Zhao Ke quickly dialed Tom Thibodeau, requesting assistance in checking the Dallas Mavericks schedule. Fortunately, they had a game that very day, hosting the Memphis Grizzlies, which meant that Wang Zhizhi should be in Dallas. Zhao Ke hastily made his way to Dallas, making several attempts to call Wang Zhizhi, only to find his phone switched off, which intensified his anxiety. Ultimately, Zhao Ke resolved to prepare for the worst and headed to the Dallas Devil Training Camp, established specifically for Wang Zhizhi by Tim Grover. Despite the circumstances, Wang Zhizhi had not abandoned his training. He continued to endure the rigors of the camp, adhering to the nutritionist's demands for unpalatable meals, and incessantly practiced with his spoken language instructor. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Ke breathed a sigh of relief and wryly remarked, "What folly is this?" Zhao Ke once again ventured to the American Airlines Center, the home ground of the Dallas Mavericks, to witness the match. However, his seat was situated quite far back, making it difficult for him to spot Deji. He was reluctant to approach him directly, fearing that the media would speculate about his potential transfer. After 48 minutes, the Mavericks triumphed over the Grizzlies with a score of 104-91. Yet, the inexperienced driver and the family member were not the focus of the evening. The spotlight shone on Michael Finley, the successor to Jordan, who dazzled with his remarkable performance of 30 points, 8 rebounds, and 8 assists. Shooting 6 out of 7 from beyond the arc, Deji played for a mere 8 minutes, contributing 3 points and 2 rebounds, clearly indicating that the Mavericks were considering parting ways with him. The team was in dire need of a formidable center to support Nowitzki, and Deji, being a diminished version of Nowitzki, was the most dispensable piece in their puzzle. As the game concluded, Deji finally returned Zhao Ke's call. "What is up? Are you trying to scare me to death?" Zhao Ke replied languidly, "You're done for." "What nonsense are you spouting today?" Deji retorted, "Hurry up and break up with Song Yang. Make sure she runs as far away as possible, and never come back." Zhao Ke continued to jest, barely able to contain his amusement. "Damn it, what are you talking about? You're giving me chills." Deji began to believe Zhao Ke's words, despite his brashness. Zhao Ke had never deceived him before. "Deji, I'm at the American Airlines Center right now. Let us meet somewhere quiet. This matter is too significant for me to handle alone." Zhao Ke resumed a more serious tone. An hour later, Deji brought Zhao Ke to his cozy home in Dallas, where Song Yang was also present. The warm and inviting atmosphere of the house left Zhao Ke feeling envious. There was indeed a distinct charm that came with having a woman around. Zhao Ke greeted Song Yang and then, with a meaningful glance at Wang Zhizhi, remarked, "The realm of tenderness is indeed the grave of heroes." "Nonsense. Let us speak plainly without all this mystique." Wang Zhizhi, slightly vexed, found himself somewhat intimidated by Zhao Ke. All right. You are the great hero. You reign supreme." Zhao Ke took a seat, accepted the tea brewed by Song Yang, and nodded courteously. Subsequently, with a touch of tea, he mysteriously inscribed 3 characters on the table. XX Gong. Zhao Ke pointed at the characters and inquired of Wang Zhizhi, "Great hero. Do you recognize this?" "Indeed. Didn't they recently commit self-immolation?" "A cult." Wang Zhizhi nodded in agreement. "Are you aware that they have a headquarters in America?" Zhao Ke continued to steer the conversation. "Yes, their leader, what was his name again? Didn't he flee to America?" Wang Zhizhi responded, wearing an expression that seemed to beg for acknowledgement of his knowledge. "Sister-in-law, you must flee at once. The farther, the better." Zhao Ke urged Song Yang, his demeanor reflecting genuine concern for her safety. "Get lost. What nonsense are you spouting?" Deji retorted, raising a fist the size of a sandbag, feigning an intent to strike Zhao Ke. Zhao Ke hastily composed himself and said, "Dear friends, please remain calm. Allow me to elaborate. A friend of mine, who assists the FBI with certain clandestine affairs, has recently uncovered a significant scheme concerning our esteemed Chinese athlete, the ambassador for the Olympic bid. I took care to pay attention and engaged him in a conversation regarding this plan, which unfolds in several stages. First, a certain individual of Chinese descent will be dispatched to cultivate a close friendship with this athlete. Second, efforts will be made to persuade the athlete to abstain from returning to our homeland for the Asian Games and World Championships, ideally causing a rift with his country. Third, agents will publicly disclose through Chinese media the fact that this athlete has not participated in national team training, striving to ensure that the entire nation is aware of this situation. Fourth, in the United States, an extensive media campaign will sensationalize the athlete's prolonged stay as an intention to defect and oppose the government, simultaneously revealing the athlete's connections to the leadership of this scheme. Wang Ziji's complexion turned ashen, and he collapsed onto the ground, realizing that this was not merely the downfall of one individual, but if this plan were to succeed, it could obliterate an entire household. Zhao Ke was determined not to let Wang Ziji escape. Rising to his feet, he spoke with a tone both severe and commanding. The individual responsible for ingratiating himself is a Chinese named Chen Weiming, who works for NBA TV. The one spreading rumors in Huaxia is also a Chinese named Jiang Wide, a reporter for the Agence France-Presse's Beijing bureau. The whistleblower in the United States is named Judy Vlad, a journalist for the Dallas Morning News. Is that not so? The so-called hero of the XX faction, Wang Ziji? At this moment, Song Yang, who had been bewildered until now, finally comprehended the gravity of the situation, becoming alarmed to the point of tears. Clinging to Wang Ziji's arm, he repeatedly implored, "Deji, it cannot be true. Please, tell me it is not. Deji, even at this juncture, I still believe in you. You are not involved with the XX faction. You must assure me that you are not." Zhao Ke crouched down, gazing earnestly into Wang Ziji's eyes. "Of course I am not, but what purpose does my denial serve now? I have even dismissed Xia Song and am contemplating signing a contract with this Chen Weiming. I have truly been ensnared by a web of deception. Now, regardless of whether it is yellow mud or excrement, it is all the same." Wang Ziji sighed deeply, expressing a profound sense of despair. Chapter 81. Return to whence I came. Having deceived Wang Ziji and his wife, Zhao Ke felt a surge of self-satisfaction. Chen Weiming, no matter how cunning you are, you shall still drink from the waters of my humiliation. Zhao Ke is a conspiracy theorist, and there is something distinctly peculiar about Chen Weiming. From his sudden engagement with Wang Ziji to becoming his dedicated journalist, and eventually a friend, he astonishingly resigned from his position at NBA TV. It is important to note that at that time, Chen Weiming had just transitioned from a paparazzo to a specialized reporter, a career trajectory that promised great potential. What immense incentive could possibly drive such a decision? Subsequently, he became a confidant to Wang Ziji, even disregarding contractual obligations to accompany him during the Summer League, traversing various venues. Ultimately, when Wang Ziji fell from grace, becoming a pariah, Chen Weiming remained unscathed, earning every penny he was entitled to. Zhao Ke does not believe that there is no conspiracy or manipulative force behind him. In Zhao Ke's eyes, whether or not there is a conspiracy or a hidden hand, the willingness to ruin a once-in-a-lifetime basketball genius for some ulterior motive is tantamount to acting against the nation and its people, thereby aligning oneself with reactionary forces and cult-like behavior. Such a background must inevitably be linked to a sinister agenda. Consequently, Zhao Ke became convinced, unwittingly elevating himself to the highest realm of deception. "Did you sign a written contract with Chen Weiming?" Zhao Ke asked nervously, for that is the crux of the matter. "Not yet. We are supposed to sign tonight," Wang Ziji replied candidly. "Then that is good news. You might yet be saved," Zhao Ke exclaimed, patting his chest in relief. "Essentially, you are a soldier. You are well aware that the nation's policies lean towards leniency for those who confess, while those who resist face severe consequences. The FBI is aware of this matter, but we cannot ascertain whether it is known domestically. If it is not known domestically and you confess, then your merits will outweigh your transgressions. If they are aware, confessing now could extricate you from this predicament, as they possess no written evidence." Zhao Ke is a skilled actor. Once he enters the scene, his earnest expressions are truly heartfelt. "Indeed, but to whom should I confess?" Wang Ziji, momentarily stunned, found himself unable to think clearly in the aftermath of the shock. Song Yang gazed at Zhao Ke with wide eyes. Although her father is a high-ranking official and she has seen much of the world, the sudden calamity from this cult-like situation is truly bewildering for anyone it befalls. Zhao Ke had no choice but to transform into a clever strategist, seeking out the highest-ranking official he could find to urgently request assistance for his swift return. The details of the situation must remain vague. Merely mentioning Chen Weiming would suffice, along with a brief outline of the plan, while omitting any mention of the two journalists. The more one knows, the greater the suspicion. Wang Zhizhi crouched on the ground, cradling his head for an extended period before finally retrieving his phone to dial the number of the basketball management center. Upon revealing his identity, he was personally connected to the center's director, Xian Lancheng, which brought a comforting warmth to his heart. Director Xian, this is Wang Zhizhi. I find myself in an urgent situation that bears great significance. I may be in danger and hope for the protection of our homeland. He began, his tone ominous as he spoke. Go on, what kind of trouble have you stirred up? Xian Lancheng replied curtly, initially suspecting that Wang had been involved in a brawl. Director, there is an individual in the United States who has approached me with ulterior motives. After earning my trust, he first deceived me into dismissing my previous agent, Brother Xia Song, and is now coercing me into signing a management contract with him. He has also pressured me to decline participation in the Asian Games and the World Championships, attempting to sever my ties with the nation. I suspect he may be affiliated with the XX faction. Director Xian, please save me. It turns out that even the most honest individuals, when cornered, can resort to deception. This is indeed a serious matter. I will contact the embassy to ensure your safe departure. We shall address the other issues upon your safe return. Xian Lancheng assured Wang Zhizhi. Just as he hung up from his conversation with Xian Lancheng, a call from Chen Weiming came in, causing Wang Zhizhi to nearly drop his phone in surprise. Zhao Ke remarked, you should answer it. What if they grow suspicious and eliminate us three to silence us? He spoke with an earnestness meant to intimidate. Wang Zhizhi hesitated for a considerable time, yet ultimately decided to answer the call. Indeed, it was Chen Weiming urging him to sign the agency contract, declaring that he had resigned from his position at NBA TV to become Wang Zhizhi's full-time assistant, responsible for all his affairs. Before ending the conversation, he launched into a tirade against the nation, the Bai team, and the Basketball Association, expressing sentiments that were decidedly subversive. For he, being an American, found amusement in belittling and mocking China, a tradition well ingrained in their culture. As Zhao Ke listened nearby, his heart blossomed with joy. This was indeed a divine assist. After answering the call, Wang Zhizhi cast aside his previous doubts and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, that Chen Weiming is truly something else. Roughly speaking, when you return, take those trainers sent by Tim Glover with you. Their service term is 1 year. Suddenly, Zhao Ke recalled, have you invested your own money into this? Little Nelson, when he visited the training camp to see me last time, mentioned that you wouldn't get out without spending at least several $100,000. How much have you put in? Wang Zhizhi was prepared to reimburse Zhao Ke. Not much, just $3 million. Zhao Ke looked up at a 45-degree angle, wishing for a moment of silence. $3 million? I'm done for. I can't pay that back. Wang Zhizhi exclaimed, astonished. That's why I'm telling you to take your team away. Don't waste it. Train hard and strive to secure a big contract to repay the debt. Wang Zhizhi punched Zhao Ke lightly on the arm, his eyes glistening with emotion. Brother, I can never thank you enough. If it weren't for you, I would have been doomed to a life of disgrace. Just then, Wang Zhizhi's phone rang again. This time it was the embassy, informing him that staff would arrive shortly to assist Wang Zhizhi and his team with the necessary procedures and ensure they boarded the earliest flight home. As Zhao Ke prepared to leave, he pondered the potential encounter with the embassy personnel, uncertain whether he would be regarded as an informant for the United States or a spy for China, an undeniably awkward predicament. Just as he reached the threshold, he turned back, addressing Wang Zhizhi with earnestness. Zhizhi, I have a favor to ask of you. Upon your return, could you inquire through your connections if someone like me might be able to change their nationality? And if so, would it allow me entry into the national team? Wang Zhizhi was taken aback for a moment, processing the gravity of Zhao Ke's request. You wish to acquire Chinese nationality? Zhao Ke blinked and sighed, saying indeed, representing the nation in competitions is something you, who are born with a silver spoon in your mouth, wish to refuse. Yet for someone like me, there is no avenue to serve my country. All right, I shall certainly assist you in joining the national team. Wang Zhizhi declared with unwavering conviction. Certainly my foot. Whether you return without facing imprisonment is another matter altogether. Zhao Ke jested with a laugh. Oh, by the way, let me teach you another self-preservation tactic. If you manage to avoid capture, seek out Director Xian for a piece of calligraphy. Zhao Ke clapped Wang Zhizhi on the shoulder and turned to leave. What kind of calligraphy? Wang Zhizhi murmured, perplexed. As Zhao Ke reached the door, he turned back and enunciated clearly, "Return home. Oh, return home." He waved goodbye to Wang Zhizhi and his spouse, walking away while reciting, "Return home. Oh, return home. Why not return to the fields that are falling into neglect? If I allow my heart to serve my physical form, why should I lament in solitude?" Chapter 82. The Assault of the Spurs that day. Wang Zhizhi and his spouse were escorted back to their homeland by the staff of the embassy. As for Chen Weiming, it is believed that the nation will not let him off lightly, even if he is not a member of the XX faction or a vile American. His attempt to ruin Wang Zhizhi is sufficient grounds for the state to take action. In Huaxia, no one is allowed to treat it with contempt. A week later, Tim Grover personally led the team from the Devil's training camp to Huaxia to continue training Wang Zhizhi. Despite the fact that this hypocritical old man had previously insisted that his camp could not operate outside of America, causing Zhao Ke to unwittingly hand over $5 million to this despicable leech. Zhao Ke thought fiercely, with $8 million US. Is it not possible to produce an upgraded version of the team? Will they still be able to secure a silver medal at the Asian Games? Can they endure a record of 1 victory and 7 defeats in the World Championships? Zhao Ke arranged for Tim Glover to present a banner to Wang Zhizhi. Wang Zhizhi, a true man, has rendered Nowitzki defenseless at the World Championship. This banner, crafted by an advertising firm at Zhao Ke's behest, featured a crimson background with golden letters, reminiscent of the elegant phrases often displayed in homes, such as miraculous revival or public servant. However, Zhao Ke's audacious version was rather large, capable of covering an entire wall. During the past week, the Knicks first triumphed over the Miami Heat, led by the ailing Alonzo Mourning, with a score of 88-83. Mourning, significantly weakened by kidney disease, only played for 23 minutes, while the other notable star, Eddie Jones, who lost his starting shooting guard position to Kobe, was stifled by Zhao Ke, managing a mere 3 out of 18 shots for a total of 13 points. Subsequently, the Knicks faced a narrow defeat at home against the Seattle Supersonics, ending 86-87. Gary Payton delivered a masterclass to Chauncey Billups, who struggled with 8 turnovers, scoring only 11 points with 3 assists. In contrast, Zhao Ke showcased his defensive prowess, accumulating 5 blocks with a shooting performance of 12 out of 20, including 3 out of 7 for beyond the arc, totaling 29 points, while withholding other skill sets. In a landscape where talent flourishes, adversity often follows. Zhao Ke's exceptional 3-point shooting had sparked rumors within the league regarding possible alterations to the 3-point rule. Though such whispers may be mere speculation, should Zhao Ke continue his unbridled performance, a rule change seems inevitable. Without the 3-point shot, Zhao Ke's formidable skill set would be substantially diminished, jeopardizing his aspirations for a championship. Survival is paramount. Zhao Ke's ambitions encompass being the scoring leader, the block leader, and ultimately securing a championship. Everything else is merely inconsequential. Scoring can be achieved through drives, and blocks can be accumulated through fouls, especially since the Knicks have already secured their playoff berth, rendering their current record of little consequence. This is the opportune moment to play the underdog. It is not solely Zhao Ke's performance that has led to this situation. The primary factor lies with head coach Jeff Van Gundy. After a grueling 26-game winning streak, Van Gundy and Tom Thibodeau have recognized that the Knicks face no true rivals in the Eastern Conference. Therefore, once playoff qualifications were secured, the significance of their record diminished. Ultimately, prior to the finals, the identity of their opponents and home court advantage bear little weight, as none can contend with the Knicks. Moreover, Van Gundy harbors doubts about his candidacy for Coach of the Year, believing that last season's performance, finishing 4th in the East, was too stellar. Even if the Knicks achieve the best record in the league this season, the contrast may be too slight for him to garner sufficient votes. Thus, the two Mediterranean giants deliberated. Given their indifference toward the current record, they would implement widespread rotations to develop their bench while diversifying their tactical approach in preparation for the finals. Of utmost importance, the Knicks' commitment to a no mid-range shooting strategy has become apparent to other teams in the league, leading to the dissemination of effective methods for countering their defense. Aside from Zhao Ke, the 3-point shooting of others has proven unreliable, and recently, even Zhao Ke's long-range accuracy has begun to wane. After an impressive streak of 26 consecutive victories, nearly every team attempted to thwart the Knicks with a compact defense. It was time to alter their offensive strategy. On March 3, 2002, Madison Square Garden welcomed the ruthless Avengers, the San Antonio Spurs, who had been rendered vengeful by the misfortune that befell Bruce Bowen. During the pre-game warm-up, the entire Spurs team donned Bowen's number 12 jersey, including the venerable Coach Popovich, who sported a Bowen jersey over his suit. In silence, they focused intently on their task. A storm was brewing. Jeff Van Gundy was deeply concerned for the safety of the player Zhao Ke, as Bruce Bowen had suffered a devastating patellar fracture and torn patellar ligament, effectively ending his career. In the previous game, Van Gundy had cleverly ensured Zhao Ke's quick escape, avoiding the barrage of beverage bottles, fruit, and folding chairs hurled by the San Antonio fans. Following a fiery press conference, the Spurs players, coaches, and fans alike were seething with rage, eager to exact their revenge on Zhao Ke 100 times over. It was well known that Popovich's Spurs were notorious for their ruthless tactics, and besides Bowen, there was a cadre of benchwarmers capable of executing similarly nefarious deeds. It appeared they were intent on eliminating Zhao Ke. Thus, Van Gundy resolved to keep Zhao Ke on the bench, allowing the Spurs aggressors to see him without being able to touch him, a tantalizing sight for them. However, Zhao Ke resolutely declined Van Gundy's protective offer, asserting, "Jeff, I am destined to be the king of New York. I intend to inherit not only Patrick's statistics and glory, but more importantly, the spirit and tenacity of Knicks. I must bravely confront provocation and threats and shatter them with a single blow. That is the essence of our New York Knicks." Patrick Ewing, moved to tears, was the first to rally in support of Zhao Ke, followed by Ben, Rashid, Artest, Billups, and the entire team. A group of muscular players even swore an oath to safeguard Zhao Ke. If he lost a single hair, they would dismantle Duncan. If he sustained even a scratch, they would still dismantle Duncan. If Zhao Ke were to feel less than elated, they would nevertheless dismantle Duncan. Goodness, are you all using my name to carry out your vendetta against Duncan? Zhao Ke quickly interjected, unwilling to shoulder this blame. The rookie, Duncan, was favored by the heavens, having experienced a prolonged adolescence of 19 years, and possessed both the head pat technique and a spell of future promise. Who could foresee the terrifying backlash that would ensue from his downfall? As the warm-up concluded, the game officially commenced. One by one, the Spurs players removed their Bruce Bowen jerseys and donned their own. Failure to wear their own jerseys would result in league penalties, and the pragmatic Spurs would not engage in such folly. Only Popovich remained fully dressed, his suit adorned with Bruce Bowen's number 12 jersey, as the league imposed no restrictions on coaches wearing their players' jerseys. Chapter 83. Iron-willed men in the absence of Bruce Bowen. The equally tenacious Malik Rose was promoted to the starting lineup by Popovich. However, he was ill-suited for the dirty work, often drawing the attention of referees, and his intimidating presence paled in comparison to that of Bowen. Unfortunately, Bowen's caliber was a rare find. This was a significant factor in the Spurs securing only 8 victories during Zhao Ke's suspension, as Malik Rose lacked the ability to stifle the opposing team's offensive core. In this match, Malik Rose continued to start, and the Spurs lineup was as follows: center, David Robinson power forward, Tim Duncan small forward, Malik Rose shooting guard, Steve Smith point guard, Tony Parker as the game commenced. The two veterans exchanged glances. The floor-bound Admiral won the jump against the utterly stationary Ewing, deftly directing the basketball to Tony Parker. With a swift pivot, Parker charged towards the basket, aiming to catch the Knicks off guard. With a resounding thud, Parker collided with Billups, who fell to the floor in response. The referee signaled an offensive foul. Since his previous encounter with Gary Payton, Billups seemed to have unlocked a new level in his defensive prowess, displaying an increasingly instinctive approach. As the Knicks initiated their offense, Billups, adhering to his usual strategy, entrusted the first possession to Ewing. However, this time Ewing refrained from shooting, opting instead to pass the ball to Zhao Ke, who was engaged in a fierce struggle with Malik Rose. Zhao Ke indeed found himself subjected to a defense of adversarial caliber, scarcely 10 seconds into the match. He had already received an elbow to the chest and endured 2 instances of being stepped on the heel. Zhao Ke remained silent, his heart harboring a fierce tiger. Despite having spoken boldly at the press conference, he felt a profound discomfort within. He had rendered Bruce Bowen's career in ruins, condemning him to a lifetime of reliance on crutches. Such a burden weighed heavily upon him, far from his original intent. While onlookers reveled in the spectacle, only those directly involved could feel the pangs of guilt and regret. Nonetheless, as he himself proclaimed, Zhao Ke would neither apologize nor extend sympathy. The Spurs had retaliated against him, and though he remained taciturn, he was resolute in his vow to strike back. His allegiance to the iron-willed Knicks dictated his mindset. He must embody the essence of a true man, a steadfast brother to the people, a dutiful son, a fighter who could stand firm and traverse the walls with courage. Zhao Ke seized the ball and charged towards the basket with determination. Steve Smith lowered his center of gravity, positioning himself to intercept him. Recently, Zhao Ke's shooting percentage had declined. However, his ability to penetrate defenses remained lethal, prompting opposing teams to adjust their defensive strategies to focus primarily on thwarting his drives. Zhao Ke's formidable strength and physique unequivocally designate him as one unfit to perform delicate flourishes. Each movement he executes during his breakthroughs is imbued with remarkable tension and expansive amplitude. As he orchestrates a series of crossovers that render his opponent's body taut, Zhao Ke silently gathers momentum, waiting for the opportune moment when his adversary shifts. With a powerful stride, he surges forward, arriving ahead of his rival. This occasion is no different. His impeccable sense of rhythm allows him to effortlessly penetrate Steve Smith's defenses. Both Duncan and Malik Rose simultaneously relinquish their assignments, positioning themselves at the free throw line, watchful and intent. It is well known that Zhao Ke is unlikely to pass when driving toward the basket. They are indiscriminately clamping down on him. Once more, Zhao Ke executes a sweeping change of direction, gliding past Malik Rose like a gust of wind. In terms of speed, neither the lumbering Duncan nor the towering Malik Rose can match him. David Robinson, with a fierce expression, looms beneath the basket as the final bastion of defense. Without hesitation, he raises his hand to meet the challenge. Zhao Ke leaps high, swinging his right arm with the ball in hand, while extending his left hand to shield his head and face. In the next instant, a resounding crash reverberates as Zhao Ke hangs from the rim, having sent David Robinson sprawling to the floor. The unfortunate admiral underestimated Zhao Ke's leaping ability and power. The backdrop of Madison Square Garden finally erupted with long-awaited, thunderous applause. Even the most discerning critics could find no fault in Zhao Ke's audacious dunk after navigating past three defenders, as they leapt from their seats in exuberance, wildly waving their jerseys and roaring with delight. Zhao Ke gently leapt down from the rim, and at that moment he truly fell in love with the arduous, perilous, yet inefficacious art of breaking through defenses to score. Previously, his choices to penetrate were more of a reluctant necessity, an attempt to mask a diminishing shooting percentage and reduce his visibility in the eyes of David Stern. Deep within his subconscious lingered the belief that there was nothing a three-pointer couldn't resolve. If there was, then surely two would suffice. However, from this point onward, he genuinely experienced the exhilarating spirit that surged through him as he maneuvered past several opponents, advanced towards the basket, and executed a thunderous dunk. Zhao Ke clenched his fists and let out a long howl towards the heavens. Popovich called a timeout, an unusual occurrence just half a minute into the game, a rarity only this venerable figure would dare to do. As Greg, the maestro of strategy, unleashed his fervent instructions, Duncan and David Robinson bore the brunt of the passionate outburst, their faces speckled with spittle, the old man's voice a strained roar, audible even to Zhao Ke from afar. The players on the bench rose to their feet, applauding an enthusiastic welcome, and Zhao Ke reciprocated with high fives. To Zhao Ke's surprise, even Jeff Van Gundy and Tom Thibodeau joined in, raising their hands in camaraderie, to which Zhao Ke responded with a smile, indulging their eagerness. On the Knicks side, Van Gundy had little to contribute. Ewing still had a couple of minutes to play, and substitutions were unnecessary. Once Popovich had vented his frustrations, the game resumed. Tony Parker orchestrated the offense, as the Spurs patiently circulated the ball on the perimeter until David Robinson positioned himself at the free throw line, drawing Patrick Ewing away from the basket. Parker's precise pass found the ever-diligent Duncan, who, leaning against Rasheed Wallace, dribbled the ball, bumping against Wallace's imposing frame twice. Adjusting to his favored angle of 45 degrees, he used his left hand to fend off Wallace's lengthy reach, and with a subtle flick of his right wrist, he executed a delicate hook shot that seemed destined for the basket. Yet, how could the omnipresent Zhao Ke let such a prime opportunity slip away? He soared up, a guardian in flight, ready to deny the shot. With a thunderous roar, Zhao Ke soared into the air, unleashing a resounding boom as the basketball, just released from Deng Daidai's fingertips, hurtled towards the audience like a cannonball. The Madison Square Garden, which had only just settled, erupted once more into a cacophony of deafening cheers and screams. With this electrifying display of offense and defense, Zhao Ke undoubtedly garnered a multitude of admirers today. This time, Popovich refrained from expressing anger. Instead, he stroked his chin, contemplating Zhao Ke's prowess. Meanwhile, on the Knicks side, Billups dribbled past half-court. seeking out Zhao Ke as his teammates spread out. Just prior, Artest had successfully passed the three-point shooting test, signaling that the Knicks starting lineup now possessed the genuine ability to create space. Patrick Ewing cleared a path under the basket, pushing David Robinson aside, while the front row spectators chanted, "One more time, one more time." Zhao Ke, employing his old tricks once more, executed a dramatic change of direction and swiftly penetrated towards the basket. Confronted by the defensive presence of Deng Dai, he soared high into the air. Chapter 84. Truly fearless Deng Dai, stationed beneath the rim with his hands poised like a mighty cactus, was prepared for action. Unfortunately for him, Zhao Ke had merely feigned an attack. As soon as he lured Deng Dai into raising his hands, he deftly maneuvered the ball through his armpit, delivering it directly into Ewing's embrace. Zhao Ke indeed lacks the ability to execute intricate passes, unlike those elite point guards endowed with extraordinary vision, capable of perceiving teammates even behind them. His perspective is rather limited. However, he can at least discern his teammates directly in front of him, and with Ewing's target so glaringly evident, failing to notice it would not merely indicate a narrow field of vision, but rather a lack of sight altogether. When Patrick Ewing received the unexpected pass from Zhao, who rarely shares the ball, he was taken aback. Yet his 15 years of keen instincts beneath the rim allowed him to react swiftly. The once dominant king of New York, now somewhat past his prime, slightly bent his knees, leaped from a standstill, and soared into the air, delivering a thunderous two-handed dunk. The fans at Madison Square Garden erupted in jubilation. What did I just witness? A two-handed dunk? Patrick Ewing dunking? The Patrick who could hardly move? Having served as the team's mascot for much of the season, Ewing relished a long-awaited moment of dignity and glory as the crowd chanted in unison, "MVP Patrick! MVP Patrick! MVP Patrick!" Seeing Ewing still hanging on the rim, Zhao Ke hurried to embrace his waist, assisting the ailing king of New York in landing safely. Gratefully, Ewing hugged Zhao and shouted into his ear, "Beautiful pass, my brother." Zhao Ke playfully patted the gorilla and chuckled, "Go forth and receive the adoration of your subjects." Great king. The exuberant Yin unabashedly displayed his fervor, wildly pounding his chest before dashing to the sidelines, arms outstretched, reveling in the fervent cheers and ecstatic screams of the crowd. Popovich, however, remained silent, his penetrating gaze fixed intently upon Zhao Ke. As the Spurs took their turn to attack, they fell back into their slow, methodical rhythm, seemingly unfazed by the score. With impassive expressions, they engaged in their relentless ball movement, ultimately culminating in a shot taken by Duncan near the free throw line to conclude the offensive play. Upon witnessing Deng Dai seize the ball, Zhao Ke promptly abandoned Malik Rose, intent on rushing to assist Rasheed Wallace in a strategic double team against the formidable Mr. Fundamental. However, as he took a single step forward, an excruciating pain shot through his calf, causing him to lurch forward in a dramatic fall, landing flat near the 3-second area. The referee's whistle pierced the air, and Malik Rose, the rough-and-tumble player, brazenly executed a sweeping kick against Zhao Ke right before the referee's eyes. The official swiftly deemed it a flagrant foul, awarding the Knicks 2 free throws in possession of the ball. Zhao Ke did not crawl on the ground for long. He executed 24 push-ups in succession before sprinting to the sideline, standing before the camera responsible for the live broadcast and bellowing with a fierce countenance. "In this match, I am fully prepared to face the Spurs' 24 malicious fouls, yet I am undaunted. Bring it on. This is merely the beginning. Come on, baby." Secondary offenders will be immediately ejected from the game following their foul. A player assessed 2 primary malicious fouls within a single match will also face expulsion. Each NBA regular season game permits 12 players to be activated and eligible to participate. Is he truly preparing for the entire Spurs team to be penalized? As Zhao Ke executed his free throws, his gentle touch returned, rendering the process effortless. The Zhao Ke who once appeared more anxious at the free throw line than Shaquille O'Neal in the finals had vanished. With 2 successful attempts, he displayed no signs of pressure. The possession remained with the Knicks. Given that Greg Popovich surprisingly chose not to substitute Malik Rose, Zhao Ke was determined to exact his revenge. Billups directly tossed the ball to Zhao Ke, who stood near the baseline. He dribbled across half-court with a heavy rhythm, as if intent on shattering the floor beneath him. His pace was deliberate, each step resonating with a resounding thud that seemed to strike at the very hearts of the Spurs players, igniting their anxiety. Just past midcourt, the oblivious Malik Rose lunged forward to apply pressure. Zhao Ke cast a glance at him, instantly accelerating his dribbling rhythm while simultaneously swaying his left shoulder. Stepping forward with his left foot. As Malik Rose lunged to Zhao Ke's left, Zhao Ke deftly pulled the ball back and swiftly glided past on the right. Malik Rose stumbled backward, attempting to regain his position to block Zhao Ke, yet he was unable to keep pace with Zhao Ke, let alone retreat. However, Zhao Ke was dissatisfied with this breakthrough. As a direct disciple of Allen Iverson, any maneuver that did not aim to leave the defender in a state of confusion was deemed trivial. He halted just beyond the three-point line, waiting for Malik Rose to settle into position. Then, with an identical motion but a more pronounced exaggeration and greater deception, he executed the move. Malik Rose, more determined in his defense this time, suffered greatly. A sharp pain shot through his ankle, causing him to collapse to the ground. At this moment, Zhao Ke could have taken a shot, but he resolutely chose not to. He would not shoot in this game. Zhao Ke accelerated once more, evading the blockade set by David Robinson and Duncan. He glided from the left baseline to the basket, culminating this offensive maneuver with a reverse dunk. Malik Rose limped to the sidelines, while Popovich, with an inscrutable expression, rubbed his chin, fixated on Zhao Ke, compelling him to return to the game. Zhao Ke did not bully the disabled. He quietly remained by Malik Rose's side, observing as Tony Parker suddenly accelerated from the backcourt, deftly evading build-ups and plunging into the paint, which was crowded with four towering individuals, maneuvering left and right to find a narrow opening for a shot. Zhao Ke moved, yet Malik Rose, suffering from a painful ankle, found himself powerless, helplessly watching as Zhao Ke extended his malevolent hand behind Parker. Deng Dottie and David Robinson collaborated to create a sliver of space for Parker, who executed a delicate jump shot. Suddenly, Malik Rose's piercing shout echoed in his ears. "Watch out from behind." With a mighty leap, Zhao Ke roared, "No flying allowed." He executed a clean and decisive block, not even grazing Parker's jersey, and swiftly seized the ball as he descended, initiating a fast break. Aside from Malik Rose, the Spurs were oblivious to what had transpired. The basketball that Parker had just released had vanished. In their frantic search, they finally caught sight of Zhao Ke sprinting away with the ball, a blur of determination in motion. As Zhao Ke soared into the air, he sought to compare his leap to that of a UFO. Approaching the free throw line, he launched himself upwards, cradling the ball in his hands, gliding gracefully towards the hoop before executing a thunderous dunk. The Knicks fans, whose seats had barely warmed, erupted with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Mom, come quick to witness the UFO." The discerning Knicks supporters finally filled Madison Square Garden with the echo of Zhao Ke's name. He removed his jersey, turned his back to the audience, and raised his hands triumphantly, revealing the radiant tattoo on the back of his neck. "Though a million oppose me, I shall forge ahead." Chapter 85. Spurs do not weep, stand and fight. After falling behind 10-0, Popovich finally emerged from his reverie side and substituted Malik Rose with Danny Ferry. A dark and formidable player was replaced by one who was pale and soft. Danny Ferry, despite being a member of the iron-willed Spurs, displayed a lamentable lack of strength. He was slow, feeble, and ineffective on the boards, lacking in alley-oops. And his shooting technique resembled that of a dainty woman, tiptoeing as he pushed the ball forward with both hands. Truly astonishing. The impact of Zhao Ke's performance on Bruce Bowen's effectiveness against the Spurs has been profoundly detrimental. Bowen, renowned for his consistent playtime exceeding 39 minutes per game, was unparalleled in the Spurs rotation, largely due to his irreplaceable prowess and intimidation on the defensive end. Moreover, Bowen's playing style, reliant on speed and evasion from the wrath of aggrieved opponents, rendered him remarkably resilient to injuries. In an alternate timeline, since transitioning from the Heat to the Spurs, Bowen maintained an impressive streak of 8 consecutive seasons without missing a game, culminating in his retirement. Consequently, Coach Popovich never sought a substitute for him. Malik Rose and Danny Ferry, one overly robust and the other alarmingly frail, were incapable of filling the significant void left at the small forward position. In contrast, the shooting guard matched against Zhao Ke, Steve Smith, a 33-year-old shooter, is not particularly known for his defensive skills, rendering him an unreliable option. Previously, Bruce Bowen could single-handedly neutralize the opponent's offensive linchpin while simultaneously providing support to Smith and Tony Parker, and on lighter assignments, even alleviating threats in the paint for the beleaguered Tim Duncan. Now, confined to a wheelchair, watching television, Bowen's absence has exposed the Spurs' perimeter defense to glaring vulnerabilities. Despite the melancholy, the game must proceed. This time, Tony Parker, momentarily taken aback by Zhao Ke's play, refrains from holding the ball, unable to create opportunities, and instead looks to Duncan for assistance. However, the newly entered Ben Wallace, brimming with energy, forces Duncan out of the 3-second area, making a shot an unwise choice. Yet, Duncan possesses a keen sense for facilitating plays. He notices the sneaky Rasheed Wallace closing in on him and the wide-open David Robinson behind him, with a swift bounce pass. The basketball zips through the gap between Ben Wallace and Rasheed Wallace, heading towards Robinson. Suddenly, a figure clad in a white jersey bearing the number 18 darts past, and the basketball vanishes once more. This time, Zhao Ke eschews a fast break. Scoring is not his objective. Instead, he aims to incapacitate every Spurs player. Having thus far completed 112 of his progress bar, he passes the ball to Chauncey Billups, who leisurely dribbles, awaiting his teammates to position themselves before returning the ball to Zhao Ke. Zhao Ke glanced at the aging Steve Smith beside him, suddenly accelerating, effortlessly bypassing the slow veteran. Lowering his center of gravity, he executed a swift and wide turn that left the prematurely lunging Deng Dai grasping at air. Confronted by the solitary figure of David Robinson beneath the basket, Zhao Ke opted for a direct confrontation. Leaping high into the air, his body taut like a drawn bow, raising his right hand holding the ball, preparing to unleash a ferocious axe-like dunk. The Admiral's authority was not to be trifled with, yet at the venerable age of 37, his knees could no longer defy the pull of gravity. Consequently, the anticipated powerful block by David Robinson transformed into a resounding slap that sent Zhao Ke crashing down. The impact left Zhao Ke momentarily incapacitated, igniting Rasheed Wallace's fury as he charged toward David Robinson. Fists clenched, roaring, "You old bastard, I'll take you out." Ben Wallace and Artist wordlessly intervened, escorting the agitated player away, while the transformed figure of Rasheed continued to shout, "Take out Duncan. We agreed on taking out Duncan." Damn it. On the sidelines, Coach Popovich watched in alarm, fearing for his rookie, number 21, amidst this chaos. Equally anxious was Jeff Van Gundy, who swiftly called for Gerald Wallace to replace Zhao Ke, who had just risen after completing 23 push-ups, and ordered him to return to the locker room for a medical examination. Zhao Ke has exited the scene. Yet the Knicks' formidable Duncan quintet has only just made its grand entrance. Confronted by these 5 fearsome giants, Duncan finds himself utterly bewildered, unsure of how to navigate the game. Should he attempt to advance with the ball, Gerald Wallace is poised to disrupt his offensive efforts with a vicious steal aimed directly at his hands, determined to injure him in the process. If he positions himself without the ball, Ben Wallace stands ready to deliver a punishing elbow, threatening to fracture his ribs at any moment. When he defends the paint, Artest charges in, intent on drawing an offensive foul, unleashing a brutal knee aimed at his center of gravity, as if to send him to the ground. If he retreats beyond the 3-point line, the ever-ambitious Rasheed Wallace will channel the spirit of Nowitzki, executing an exaggerated, one-leg jump shot, mercilessly targeting Duncan. Caught in this maelstrom, Duncan is left in a state of torment, while on the sidelines, Popovich's eyelids flutter anxiously, gritting his teeth as he calls for Terry Porter to replace Duncan. The Spurs adjust to a dual-point guard strategy, with David Robinson leading a cadre of 4 smaller players. Consequently, the Knicks' Duncan quintet shifts its focus, employing various underhanded tactics against the beleaguered Admiral, particularly since Zhao Ke was the one who had injured him, leading the 5 men to escalate their assaults on the aging general. As the first quarter concludes, the Spurs find themselves trailing 23-9, a deficit of 14 points. But this is not the worst news. The more troubling revelation is that David Robinson is afflicted with knee pain, rib discomfort, and a groin strain, rendering him unable to continue. With no other recourse, Popovich reluctantly allows Duncan to remain on the court for the second quarter. At this moment, Zhao Ke re-enters the fray, greeted by a thunderous ovation from the Knicks fans, who finally acknowledge his reckless style of play, recognizing the valor he embodies. As Zhao Ke returned, Gerald Wallace once again engaged in conversation with Corey Maggette, while the Duncan quintet announced a temporary dissolution. The competition continued, with Zhao Ke relentlessly leading the New York Knicks in a series of assaults on the Spurs' interior defense, executing a staggering 9 aerial maneuvers over Duncan, seeking physical contact before crashing heavily to the floor. As the final bastion of the Spurs, the steadfast Duncan endured an entire quarter, achieving 3 blocks and accruing 6 fouls against Zhao Ke, thereby graduating with honor. The Spurs players were on the verge of tears. "We are the ones who came to exact revenge, yet you, with your explosive determination, are playing a completely different act. In the end, Bruce Bowen's vendetta remained unfulfilled, and they lost not only the battle but also 2 starters. Without Duncan, David Robinson, and Malik Rose, the Spurs' interior was left vulnerable, while their perimeter defense was non-existent. In the fourth quarter alone, Zhao Ke, accompanied by the bench players, audaciously racked up 46 points, leading to a final score of 108-73, as the Knicks annihilated the supposedly vengeful San Antonio Spurs by a staggering 35 points. Chapter 86. Physiotherapist Ant Situ in the match against the Spurs. Zhao Ke attempted 26 shots without a single miss, consistently engaging in hard collisions with the Spurs' interior. His statistics read 9 of 26, having been fouled, blocked, and knocked down a total of 17 times, resulting in 43 points, 6 rebounds, 2 steals, and 6 blocks. This style of play was indeed devastating, with the assistance of favorable home officiating. The Spurs had devolved from a strong contender for the finals to a team languishing in the lottery by the midway point of the game. However, such remarkable results came at a significant cost. Zhao Ke's body was marred with bruises, appearing utterly tragic. Although the team physician conducted a thorough examination and determined that the injuries were merely superficial, in the interest of protecting Zhao Ke, Van Gundy made the decision to grant him a month's rest. Zhao Ke was terrified, his soul nearly escaping him. Previously, due to his suspension for 20 games after the incident with Bruce Bowen, if he were to rest for another month and miss the remaining 15 matches of the month, he would only have participated in a maximum of 47 regular season games this season. Consequently, he would be disqualified from the selections for both the scoring champion and the blocks leader, and the precious 10 centimeters he had after the regular season would vanish. Prior to the 1968 to 1969 season, the NBA scoring champion was determined solely by total points scored. Beginning with the 1969 to 70 season, the NBA switched to using average points per game as the criterion, requiring that selected players meet at least one of 2 conditions: participating in a minimum of 57 games or accumulating over 400 points. As for accolades such as blocks leader, rebounds leader, assists leader, and steals leader, the requirement was that the selected player must complete 70 games of that season. Out of the 82 regular season games, 70 is equivalent to 57, is it not? Thus far, the Knicks have played 56 games, during which Zhao Ke was suspended for 20 games and has only played 36. The Knicks have 26 regular season games remaining this season. Zhao Ke must ensure that he participates in at least 21 of these remaining games. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Zhao Ke hastily bowed his head before Van Gundy, confessing and swearing an oath, promising that he would not play in such a manner before the commencement of the playoffs. He insisted that there was no need for rest, as he was not seriously injured. However, despite his pleas, Van Gundy remained firm in his stance. His principle was that any injury must be fully healed. This left Zhao Ke in a state of distress, for he was no mythical dragon, endowed with extraordinary recuperative powers. In his desperation, Zhao Ke had no choice but to contact Tim Grover, who is currently working with Wang Zhizhi in Huaxia, seeking a reliable physiotherapist. Money was not an issue. The real concern was ensuring that Zhao Ke remained alive to spend it after the season concluded. Tim Grover recommended a fellow townsman of Zhao's, a woman of Chinese descent named Judy Cito. Initially, Zhao Ke was reluctant, for he had heard of her. She was rumored to still be part of the Lakers medical team, and it was anticipated that once Kobe ascended to the helm as the sole core of the Los Angeles Lakers, she would become his personal physiotherapist. However, it was only after Kobe successfully recruited his wife and secured back-to-back championships, earning the title of the league as premier player, that Judy Cito was brought to the media's attention, hailed as the woman behind Kobe, and subsequently gained immense recognition as one of the finest physiotherapists in the NBA. Zhao Ke felt a twinge of apprehension regarding Judy Cito, who had been with the Lakers since the 1990s, pondering whether she might usurp his position. After much deliberation, he decided to meet her, for one never knows when one might encounter a kindred spirit. Judy Cito was remarkably punctual. She had endured a 7 to 8 hour overnight flight and appeared before Zhao Ke early the next morning. Her appearance was surprisingly reminiscent of his neighbor from years past: round face, plump figure, and a pair of eyes obscured behind thick glasses. Her amiable demeanor swiftly alleviated Zhao Ke's inner trepidation. With a warm smile, Judy Cito regarded him with the same affection and admiration one might bestow upon a beloved family member. "Zhao Ke," she said, "I have long been aware of you. During last season's finals, You were a remarkable young man, bringing honor to our community. Zhao felt a warmth in his heart. He had truly encountered a kindred spirit. As he hesitated over how to address her, Judy Sito had spoken to him in Mandarin, and he thought it inappropriate to refer to her as Mrs. Sito. Perceiving his discomfort, Judy Sito let out a light laugh and said, "My Chinese name is Situ Mini. My father, Situ Yiming, serves as an advisor to the Chinese Community Center in Los Angeles. You may call me Mrs. Situ or Auntie Situ, whichever you prefer." Diao Kiskiviko, lacking any sense of propriety, immediately donned an air of familiarity and addressed Aunt Situ with a casualness that was quite unbecoming. "May I call you Aunt Min?" he inquired. Situ Mini chuckled in response. "That simply will not do. Others might mistakenly think you are addressing me as Mini, which would be quite inappropriate." Zhao Ke did not anticipate the phonetic coincidence and had no choice but to concede. "Very well, I shall address you as Aunt Situ." Situ Mini had pursued her studies in human physiology and sports psychology at the University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA, before obtaining her master's degree in physical therapy from Stanford University, subsequently earning her doctorate in physical therapy from Temple University. After acquiring her degrees, she further attained licenses in sports clinical medicine, surgical plastic medicine, and strength and fitness medicine. Undoubtedly, in terms of technical expertise, this lady before him was a paragon of academic excellence, and Zhao Ke had indeed chosen wisely. This time, Situ Mini had taken an extended leave from the Lakers specifically to provide therapy for Zhao Ke, which deeply moved him, prompting his habitual inclination to splurge. "Aunt Situ, shall I establish a hospital for you in New York?" While administering treatment, Situ Mini chuckled. "Stop speaking nonsense. Do you have any idea how much it costs to build a hospital in New York? Besides, your Aunt Situ's home is in Los Angeles, where all my relatives reside. It's over 4,000 kilometers apart. I cannot keep flying back and forth like this. Your intentions are appreciated, but if you have money, invest in some stocks. It will ensure you have security after retirement." Situ Mini's words echoed those of Zhao Ke's neighbor, filled with maternal concern. Under Situ Mini's attentive care, Zhao Ke missed only 4 games. On March 5th, the Knicks triumphed over the visiting Bucks with a score of 102-86, thanks to Rasheed Wallace's explosive performance, shooting 13 out of 18 and scoring 35 points with 9 rebounds. On March 7th, the Knicks faced the Denver Nuggets, where Gerald Wallace and Arteas combined to score 52 points, leading the team to a 93-87 victory. The following day, they maintained their strong momentum, stifling the Utah duo and ultimately defeating the Jazz 85-79 on their home turf. On March 10th, unbeknownst to Phil Jackson, Kobe inexplicably began passing to Shaquille O'Neal again, resulting in O'Neal's magnificent display, scoring 40 points despite the triple coverage from the Wallace brothers, while Kobe contributed 8 assists and 18 points on 14 attempts. The Lakers avenged their prior loss with a decisive 117-103 victory, defending their home court. Situ Mini returned to her accustomed life in Los Angeles. Yet she assured Zhao Ke that should he require her assistance, she would readily take flight to his side. It was not a matter of finances. As Aunt Situ would say, Chinese people in America must support one another. Blood is thicker than water. Chapter 87. Swish, swish. After Situ Mini's departure, Zhao Ke rested for another 2 days before he successfully passed the rigorous examination set forth by the team physician, granting him permission to participate in the forthcoming game. On March 12, 2002, Madison Square Garden awaited.